blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
What you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Ghetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rise, realizing global warming, the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up.
The victors have rejoiced, ready to conquer more ground. The defeated, ready to come back with a vengeance. With every day that passes by, the competition gets tougher. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Jack talaga ang tersisa at yan seorang diri saja banget. Dengan si Tochi abis gue esulah koma gerai eterlam.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall. Win is not done. The Oma! Om your Loma!
They'll gamble and we call clear the team! 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
can't help dance to this music. Really, really good song selection over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Welcome everybody. As you can remember, formal introductions between the teams were in order. And my God, how electrifying their first encounters came to be. Here on day 3, no more first stage jitters. Of course, all the teams here have had a taste of what the competition is like over here. Fluffy, would you say that the taste of competition is somewhat spicy or perhaps bittersweet?
Probably bittersweet for some teams, as today is going to be the last chance also for a lot of them to make it to the next part of the tournament.
You know, now that I think about it, for some teams though, it's probably sweet. After all, the saying goes, it's the sweet taste of victory, or something like that. Probably. Anyway, speaking of victory, Regum, Qeon, and Made in Thailand were the victors of yesterday's matches. Let's relive the action that passed by during the day 2 of the play-ins. First up is Regum, Qeon versus Team Big BAAM. Regum, Qeon strutting their stuff and making the Filipinos gleam with pride. Fluffy, especially with Nexi with his fantastic setups and phenomenal aim to lead the way.
Yeah, Nexi has always been one of the PH region's best sentinels, and though he's never graced the APAC stage, it really comes to show in fruition here on the Haven map as well as Ascent. RRQ, the first team to actually make a 2-0 in the entire APAC series, playing really well into Big BAAM, really shutting down a lot of their plays and overall just showing their great team play. A lot of big plays coming out there. Kelly S with the 4Ks here on the Ascent map, etc. It's just a lot of good team play, and more than that, I think their small adaptations really did help. You know, they started flexing in Flash instead of Rabbit, and they started playing a bunch of comps that they didn't do during the VCT Stage 2 Challenger Series, where they bring in Fade instead of their traditional Sova. So overall, it looks like this team is trying to carry their momentum that they had in their own VCT on week 2 moving forward to just dominate the APAC scene, or at least try to.
It was definitely an easy breezy game for RRQ, and now that you mention it, I just realized that you're right. They're the first team to get a 2-0 so far, and it's just insane. I just realized that how tough the competition is over here. I've just been focusing on like map for map for map, because you know that's when the panel usually pops up, like after each map. And wow, RRQ really setting the standard over here. But what can you add to this, Trix? Look at this gameplay.
The gameplay between Myth and Enigma, it was just so close. As much as I loved seeing RRQ just dominate their series, I thought that I was pleasantly surprised with the performance that Enigma actually came with towards the stage. But Myth just pulling it off and really showing the fact that their crossfires are very difficult to play against, especially when you get into those tight situations where Enigma was, where they had to make those split decisions, and Myth generally coming on top there.
Oh my lord, look at this wonderful ace by WannaFly. Okay, I called it wonderful, but now I'm not 100% sure, because I'm pretty sure all I could hear from the casters yesterday was, "No, don't do it. Don't, you have a family." Everybody was just panicking. It was pure excitement, pure fun. But in the end, WannaFly, just hats off to this guy. Amazing, amazing gameplay.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to remind the audience that what we just saw were the first couple of matches here on the play-ins. VCT APAC is far from over. We're only just starting. To let you guys have the full grasp of what I'm talking about, here's Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Once again, thank you so much to the ever lovely Mika Fabs for that wonderful introduction to our tournament format. Fluffy, good morning to you, my buddy.
Good morning. Hello, Laika.
How are you feeling about day number 3 of the play-ins, bud?
It's gonna be a long haul today. You know, all the games have to be decided. 2 teams, unfortunately, won't make it out at the end of it. So it's a lot of pressure for most of the teams, but those who have won in the previous 2 days can feel a bit more comfortable of, what's gonna happen. And looking towards the bracket, I'm really excited for all the teams to be playing, especially for me, RQ, because, PH.
Of course. To our audience out there, we're not gonna deny that we do support RRQ. After all, they are the homegrown talent of the PH casting panel, so it's just a given. But also, we give credit where credit is due. A lot of tough competition out here, and we're so stoked to find out how all of these teams are gonna fare with each other. Now, Trix, I did hear that you kind of were down with the flu yesterday. Are you feeling better now?
I am feeling a lot better, just recovering. But, watching the matches, even while a bit out of it, sorry I didn't show up to panel, but it was amazing. Just seeing all of the plays being made, seeing how the teams have really evolved since the previous stages, since the matches they played prior to the APAC stage as well for stage 2. It's a treat to watch, and I can't wait to see what they do. It's hard to pick teams you want to support when everyone is just outperforming themselves.
Yeah, I have to agree. Picking teams is really hard. That's why I like to pick on panelists instead. I mean,
Fluffy, right?
everybody. Well, not just Fluffy this time. I kind of went all in yesterday. I picked on Asterai a little bit. If you guys missed it, Asterai is now the certified bad boy of the PH casting panel. So hats off to that. That's what we've always wanted to see from this guy, I guess. But anyway, with all of that said, why don't we go ahead and look at the tournament bracket that's updated for our convenience. Here it is, the Group A play-ins. We've got BAAM Esports that won over Cerberus Esports, Made in Thailand that won over Enigma Gaming. And so we'll be seeing at the match number 3 later on, Cerberus Esports versus Enigma at the lower bracket, and then BAAM Esports versus Made in Thailand. So when yesterday's results came in, the first day winners and losers' next opponents were officially revealed, which is what we can see on our screens. Let's move on to the Group B play-ins. All right, so just like the Group A play-ins, these teams also had the same fate, with Bleed Esports winning over Ghetto Artists and RRQ winning over Team Big BAAM. Now that's all cleared out, you guys can see how the brackets have progressed. We've got the first round and the second round, and I'm really stoked to see what's going to happen. But sadly, one team on these lower bracket matches is gonna be eliminated, and we're not exactly looking forward to one team being out of the competition this early, but that is why the stakes are higher than ever. We'll see the match schedule in just a bit to find out what the sequence of series will be throughout the day. But before we do so, oh, never mind, there we go, perfect timing. So Fluffy, first day jitters are officially out of the system here for these teams. Any match that you're really looking forward to watching?
I think I alluded to it a bit earlier. I'm very excited to see Game 2, RRQ versus Bleed. We have a very tenured team like Bleed Esports against an up-and-comer like RRQ. Most of the team hasn't been on the APAC stage yet, so to see that difference in gameplay and also structure for the team is going to be really interesting to see.
Look at these teams. I feel like Trix is also excited to see all of the matches, but from what I know, Trix, you're excited for game number 4.
Yes, if I had to pick one game that I'm excited for, I suppose it would be Ghetto Artists and BAAM, because I want to see more of what those teams can do. But it was a really hard choice.
A little bit shaky for the teams who are at the risk of the eliminations over here, I'm sure. But I'm excited to see what kind of adjustments they'll make, especially from the first series that they had recently. I guess we'll have the comparison soon enough, especially after we officially introduce them once again. We're starting off with the first series of the day. Of course, we've got a team that just showed us that level of adaptability that we were hoping to see in this competition. During their first series, they had a rocky road in their first map, but they did the necessary modifications that led them to have the very first series victory here on our APAC 2 stage. Here they are, BAAM Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, BAAM Esports. We've got Berserks, Blaze King, Flipstutter, Frostmine, and Sebotol. I want to shed some light on Blaze King over here. Fluffy, I was really... Oh, yes. Sorry, I don't know why I lagged a little bit. I meant to address the question quick. I was really impressed with him over the series that they had with Cerberus Esports. His use of utility caused a lot of damage and gave a lot of information for his team to take the round.
Especially in Icebox, Blaze King was just popping off. Being able to get those shock dart utilities out and really flip the tide for BAAM Esports to get that win. But I feel also that Flipstutter did so well. And honestly, although BAAM Esports in general, all of their players I look forward to watching, I was pleasantly surprised to see Blaze King and Flipstutter just pop off the way that they did in their first match.
Look at that. A victory drink, or I guess not a victory drink, but something to prep you up for a really long series that you're in for. Yes, there it is, our first victors on our first day of the play-ins. Fighting against them in this series is the second victor of our second day. In their previous series, there was a constant power struggle between them and their opponent. They were down 9-12, but this team was so determined to close that gap, and that they did. If this team can turn the game around with a 14-12, they can definitely do more. Here is Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand, here they are. We've got Kadum, Alone Fills, Wannafly, Deland, and Congaret. Oh boy, don't even get me started on this team. Made in Thailand took day 2 by storm as their determination and perseverance put them at the top of their series against Enigma Gaming. Props to Enigma Gaming, of course, Fluffy, but Wannafly is just unforgiving for his opponent.
Yeah, Wannafly is so good, especially yesterday in that series with his KJ and his Viper on the last map, really securing it, pushing it into overtime, using that Viper spit on bind especially to such great capacity that was so devastating to push into a lot of the chokes because he had so much control with their double controller setup. But overall, the team just so good. Kadum especially being able to give his team so much space on the duelist or chamber role, and we see Alone Fits also that initiator slash sometimes on the duelist setup. I feel like it's just a very flexible team overall. Made in Thailand, really showing that they have the determination to be the stalwart guardians of Thailand and really push themselves to make it here on the APAC stage.
I completely agree. A lot is in store for Made in Thailand. If their performance today was nothing short of the performance that they had yesterday, then I'm really excited to see more from this team. But now that we've had exposure to how these teams are on the battlefield, I gotta say that we've had like that stellar performance that need to be centered on the spotlight. We'll see them here on our head-to-head. Okay, so I am expecting for our head-to-head, we might be featuring players that, I mean, they're all incredible, right? But to you guys, who do you think we're going to be seeing on the head-to-head that really stood out in this series? What about you, Trix?
I am tied between Flipshooter and Blaze King, as I said earlier. I felt that both had perks and really turned the tide for their teams. Just the sheer ability to hold down those sites, the ability to give the advantage to their players. I feel sometimes numbers just aren't enough to say how well they've done.
Absolutely. Fluffy, who do you think we'll be seeing on our head-to-head? Really a lot to select here.
On the side of Myth, I feel like it's going to be probably between Wannafly and Kadoom, because for me, those were the two most standouts, at least from the match yesterday. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, Kadoom is just so good at holding the site, and when he's on entry, if he does survive the opening entry, he does so much for his team. He's one of the more, I would say, underrated duelists that we have on the APAC stage, and Wannafly has really shown his capacity to position himself correctly and get a lot of multi-kills and really support and leverage that factor for his team.
But as you say now, though, we're going to be revealing who they actually are. We've got Wannafly and Flipshooter. Both amazing setups over here, really good at the defensive. And I gotta say, Fluffy, that these two can carry their own too when it comes to their respective teams.
Yeah, for sure. I was going on and on about Wannafly already, but Flipshooter, on the other hand, also another great player coming out of BAAM Esports.
Ooh.
Just a smart player in general. Flipshooter just able to get that intel, especially on that Ascent map. Although I did mention on the first day that I wished Flipshooter could do, or rather that BAAM Esports would do a little more to take back that control that we saw Cerberus take so often against them.
These two are just perfect for a head-to-head. I'm looking at the stats, the numbers on the board right now, and the comparison is actually pretty close for some of these numbers. Really, really good over there. Okay, I'm a little, I don't know why. It's not my first day on the panel, but for some reason, probably because there are teams out here that are at the risk of elimination, I'm getting the jitters today. I'm a little bit shaky. Forgive me, you guys. You guys are doing great, but it's just me. It's a likable thing. But okay, let me shake the jitters away. Probably because I woke up with allergies too. So forgive me if I do take in a little bit of sneezes from time to time. But yeah, Fluffy, I think you got cut off a little bit earlier. I want you to continue your train of thought, bud.
I was just saying that I think that Flipshooter has done a lot, especially in their series last time against Cerberus Esports. He's one of the players that's also very flexible. He plays that sentinel role, but he also has that initiator in role in his pocket. I believe he played the KO when they did win on Breeze. So a lot of the factors, I think, come from the value that he adds in his team from his utility, right? But aside from that, also, he's still a great player. He has the aim to back it up, but a lot of the agents that he does tend to lean towards has the utility to help his team get more space. And I feel like because he uses it so well, it makes him so valuable in a team like BAAM Esports.
Completely. Now, I'm trying to recall all of the series that both of these teams have had to go through. Trix, just a fun question that we like to ask from time to time here in the panel. If you could go on a 1v1 Jet Dagger anime battle between Kadoom or Berserks, who would it be?
I feel like I'd lose either way. So it's a question of who I want to lose to. Both would be great to play against, but I guess I really want to see Berserks in action.
Oh, I mean, I can understand your sentiments. Both of these both of these duelists are phenomenal. Yeah. And I'd hate to be in that situation with either of them too. But we've met them, we've seen them play. Now it's time to find out where they're off to next. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the map vetoes. Right off the bat, Fluffy, I do think that Boom Esports would be wise to ban Bind, especially after that performance we saw from Myth yesterday. It did so well.
Yeah, I think Bind is going to be a map that will be in contest for a lot of teams. But as we see there on the screen, it's actually going to be Split, going to be removed out first from the map pool. I feel like for Made in Thailand, Split is a map that they're not as comfy with. So I understand why they ban it out. They literally haven't won a single game on it when they played in their own Challenger series. So probably not enough practice yet moving on to APAC. But on the other hand, we see Boom removing the dedicated bind, which you predicted. We see that the first map as well is going to be Icebox. Icebox, I feel like, is an interesting map because for Myth, it is the map that they have never lost in the entire VCT for their own region. And moving on, we do move into Breeze by the side of Boom Esports, which I feel is a map that Myth is kind of weak in statistically, but I'll be surprised to see if they can pull off something great this time.
Basing it off again, their performance versus Cerberus Esports, Boom Esports, they're the kind of team on Breeze that once they build their momentum, once they get it going, especially on the defender, there's just no stopping them. It carries over even when they're on the attacking side. But Ascent and Fracture being banned out over here, Tricks.
I'm just giggling a little inside because I'm looking at the maps, right? You have Icebox, Breeze, and Haven, all very large maps. Honestly, quite difficult as well in terms of the aim duels. Both teams just trying to play towards their favor, with Myth having those amazing crossfires that we've seen time and time again, but Boom also going in with those maps with the great executions, kind of all in or nothing kind of map. And I'm interested to see how it's going to pan out.
Definitely. We have Haven as a decider map. Generally, I do think that Haven is a good map for Boom Esports. They've had a lot of advantage here, especially on the defending side. And I'm also excited. Maybe we'll see them pull out the Neon once again, like they did in their local challengers. Now, Myth, once again, they did win against Cerberus Esports and Lead Esports in the past. So they have a certain mastery of this map, but I'm not sure how it's going to go down. But now that we've revealed some of the maps over here, what do you think is the win condition for the first map, Fluffy?
For Icebox, I believe that I have full confidence in Myth, by the way, on Icebox. Like, it's very hard not to when they've never lost the game for their own Challenger series. They beat Full Sense, I believe, twice, Sharper Esports as well on the same map. They have a very strong attack. I think they need to work on their defense. So similar to how they played yesterday on Ascent, but hopefully a bit different result. Myth really has to stack as many rounds as they can on the attack. And if they can go towards the half with like an 8-4 or like a 9-3, I feel like it can be a comfortable win. If Boom is able to stop them from doing that, then I feel like it could be a big problem for their map 1.
I was actually trying to remember how the bans just went down, and it's very good. Like, both of these teams actually banned maps that were really strong on the opposing side, not necessarily a weak map or to a certain extent, yes, they are on a weaker side when it comes to the maps that they banned. But overall, it was just complete contrast tricks because the other team was just dominating on those certain maps.
I think on all of the maps that were banned as well, you see that it's a lot of the tighter maps. You've got Split, you've got Bind, you have Ascent, which is essentially a default map that a lot of teams feel more comfortable playing in. They also got Fracture banned, so you have these teams that are saying they're confident. They also are confident in their aim, not just their team play, and they're willing to take those long-range duels, the longer fights, and bigger maps that require them to control and get more information.
Fluffy, do you think that the map selection that we have here is favoring one team over the other?
For map 1, I think it's Myth-sided. For map 2, Breeze, I think Boom is gonna take that. So Haven, both teams are pretty good on it. If I'm gonna be honest, Myth has a bit more compositions that they do run. I'd say overall it would be slightly towards Myth, but like very, very slightly.
Yeah, Myth just really good over here. Trix, you weren't here yesterday. I didn't get to hear your full sentiments on the second series of the day. Was there something that completely blew your mind when it came to the Myth versus Enigma game?
Honestly, just everything about it. It was such a close game for me. Just watching the rounds pan out. Sometimes I'd actually have to go back and watch it again because I'm like, wait, that didn't make sense to me. I want to see where all the agents were on the map one more time. And it was really surprising the way Enigma was able to just take those sites instantly, but also the way Myth was able to anchor their own sites. It was just so good.
It was really, really good. I have to agree. Now, we have kind of familiarized ourselves with the playstyle of both of the teams here. Would you say, Fluffy, that BAAM Esports generally has a slower playstyle, or would pacing even be a factor in this series?
I think BAAM Esports is actually kind of a flexible team. Maybe they have a little slow starts, but overall, when they do get it together and they move in as a 5-man team, the coordination really shows through and they're very explosive. My question is if Myth is going to be able to deal with this, because generally speaking, against explosive teams, they don't play the best. Yesterday, we saw them play against Enigma, and they were kind of a very slow team that really had a methodical approach for the macro of a map. And Myth really did well against that. So I'm very excited to see, but also a bit worried if I was a Myth fan of how they're going to deal with something so explosive like BAAM Esports.
So, similar to Fluffy, I was actually thinking about this after I watched Myth versus Enigma, that now they're going to be facing up against BAAM, which is a very much execution team. They like to go all in, they like to flush them out of those angles. But Myth, on the other hand, also has some very good angles, and they always readjust. But as we saw them against Enigma, they constantly would move back, they'd hold a different crossfire. So I'm wondering here, is it going to be the 5-man execution that's going to overwhelm Myth, or is Myth going to just be able to anchor those sites as we've seen them do time and time again?
Really good anchoring of the sites over here. And I remember what you were talking about, actually, when it came to BAAM Esports. They've had these plays wherein the 5-man pushes, the 5-man executions were the necessary adjustments that they had to make. And it's just so good that this is the kind of team that really is willing to do whatever it takes to fully take on a site over here. All right. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me today. A little bit shaky. I'm really nervous for these teams, but I'm excited to see what the outcome is gonna be. Now, Fluffy, I've asked this yesterday, but I kind of want to ask it today. Have you had your breakfast already?
I actually haven't today. Not yet. No. Hopefully soon, though.
No bread yet today.
No bread yet today.
What about you, Trix? Any breakfast enjoyers over here like me?
Yes, I have. I did. And I had my coffee, which is perfect for me.
I'm being asked behind the scenes if I've had my breakfast. No, I haven't, which is probably why I'm also kind of shaky over here. But I do have a breakfast sandwich on the side over here, Fluffy. So if you want me to share my bread with you, I got you covered. Unless you want your own bread again.
I think I have my own, but it's all good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, okay then.
Sharing is caring, Fluffy. We care about you here. I care about Trix. I asked how she was from yesterday. I'm glad you're doing much, much better now. I can see the smile and the energy on your face now. Really happy to have you back.
It's good to be back.
You.
I honestly just, I've been so excited for this day since day one, because I wanted to see what teams were gonna come up. I wanted to see the matchups, and I'm a little sad that some teams are gonna go after today because I want to see more of them.
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah. Two teams are gonna get eliminated today. One from the Group A play-ins, one from the Group B play-ins. I'm not too happy about it because these guys are so good, and I would love to see more from them. I never get enough of these teams, especially when we're playing in this level of caliber. It's APAC, the best of their countries, the best of their regions. And I'm dying to see more. But Fluffy, what are you dying to see over here? Any teams that you're secretly rooting for behind the scenes, other than RRQ?
Other than RRQ, I think that I hope that Ghetto Artist gets out, if I'm gonna be honest. I think that they're a great team, and they're very underrated. But it seems like currently, what's stopping them is they seem kind of one-dimensional for a lot of times. They're a great contact team, but similar to a lot of great contact teams before them, they really need to work on their tactical depth to play on a broader scale that we have here on APAC. So if they can adjust in the time that they have, I think they've had like a one-day break, which can be a lot for a lot of teams mentally, and also just to learn more about every other team because VODs are coming out and everything. So if they can adjust really quickly in the game, if they can really show the skill that brought them here in the first place, I hope that this team gets their shot at making it to the next stage for APAC.
You have the same sentiments, Tricked?
I do have the same sentiments. As I mentioned earlier, I'm really looking forward to watching Ghetto artists play again, and I feel I just haven't seen enough of them. I'm wondering if 8Lua is gonna do really well, or if some of his other teammates are gonna kind of match that caliber that he has shown us when last he played.
Oh, definitely. I remember how 8Lua was. He was just clicking on heads round per round per round, and that was actually one of the first exposures that I've had to that play style of their region, and I was so impressed. Like, the aim duels, phenomenal when it comes to these guys. So I want to see more of them, but that's later, further down the line. Again, the first series is gonna be Myth versus Boom, and I'm ready to explode. I'm ready to have the emotions running, because yesterday I could not breathe. Black and Blue was here on the panel, and I could just not contain myself. I do think, okay, maybe I am recovering from my Asarai illness from yesterday. That's why I'm like this. Yeah, Asarai was highly contagious with the puns. Hopefully, this is my road to recovery. And oh my goodness. Oh, Asarai in the background chatting. I'm an illness now? Not necessarily, bud, but your dad jokes have been highly contagious that it even got to Black and Blue despite him not having direct contact with you. Fluffy, you're so lucky you didn't get it.
I know, I'm surprised because I was here on the panel too.
Did you get vaccinated?
For dad jokes?
Not for that one specifically. Maybe other things.
Asarai, you know we care about you. We love this new bad boy era of yours, but to be a full bad boy, I think you have to drop the dad jokes. But I don't know, I don't think it's gonna be Asarai if it ain't with the dad jokes, right?
That's
Asarai.
Yeah, some things never change, I guess.
Asarai just said never. He spelled it in all capital letters, Never. So expect that when he comes to the casting desk, he is gonna be filled with more dad jokes. I feel like I triggered an emotion out of him, so he's gonna be on full blast over here. I'm waiting though to see how we're gonna be unleashing Trix's more comedic side to the panel. She's very analytical, but I feel like she has a fire in her that she's just waiting to release. Right?
Or I possibly don't have any humor in me. We'll find out, I guess.
I don't believe that. I feel like everybody has their own humor.
Supposedly. Hopefully.
Fluffy, what kind of humor are you in?
I am in the waking up humor, honestly.
Started out pretty early today, but it's never too early maybe to start the action when it comes to Valorant content. I really enjoy myself. You know, once the matches begin, I will be eating my breakfast comfortably, enjoying the show. All of these players put on quite a show. Have you seen any entertainment factor? We often see this in professional games wherein these players add in a little bit of cheekiness. So do you guys remember any certain moments, Fluffy?
Cheekiness? There was that one game, but not in the series, where they had the knife kill on the detained. But other than that, not much.
I think that was Blaze King and Kishi.
Also the same thought in my
connected
head.
here.
Yeah.
Oh,
The knife
unfortunate. Was Kishi the first knife kill for the entire run so far?
I think so.
Poor Kishi.
I think so. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe so.
I feel like Kishi's gonna get a kill later on with the knife. Maybe to just get that vengeance. Get that sweet, sweet revenge that he's been dying to get, because I would feel so bad. Okay, Fluffy, both of you guys have been working with professional teams in the past. What does it feel for professional players to actually get knifed though?
For my team at least, it wasn't that bad. There was a clip I think posted when we played against Team Secret and Oasis Gaming, and when Jesse Vash went for the knife, we gladly apparently took the 1v1, and even though we lost, my team was very excited because they were just having a lot of fun, and that was during the grand finals for VCT. I feel like it differs from team to team, but from my experience, yeah, my boys are like that.
Similar experience to Fluffy, just kind of take it as it is, laugh about it. It's part of the game. You don't take it to heart usually.
Oh, definitely. Really good that that's the mentality that we have here, because in pub games, it's probably really disturbing. But again, professionals, they know how it is. They know that it's part of the game. And at the end of the day, despite this being a competition, they also just love to enjoy the game. And that's what we love to see behind the scenes. In the meantime, though, as we talk about all of this, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we return, more of the Valorant action between BAAM Esports and Made in Thailand.
When she enters the room, be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
And who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. No more dawdling over here, guys. We're going straight to the agent selections. Let's take a look at the compositions that we're gonna be seeing on Icebox. Fluffy, on a map like Icebox, what are you expecting to see from these teams?
I'm pretty sure that if Myth is going to stick to their guns, the composition that they've ran and won every single game with during their run for the Challenger Series Thailand, it's going to be that KO as well as that Sova in Icebox, so that double initiator setup. Hopefully they bring that out today, and it looks like it's going to be the case. A lot of information, a lot of ways to shut down their opponents, especially the KO. Having a one-sided KO means that in a map like Icebox, if you do get a lot of value with the knight, you can shut down a lot of their neutral-based compositions, which is the entirety of BAAM Esports opting not to run a duelist, and they're going for a more util-focused thing. So I feel like this KO is such high value in the pocket of Myth, but for BAAM Esports, they have to be able to stack as many defensive rounds as they can, because although you can always win with a duelist mindset, it does help on the attacking side if you do have a way to take space quickly. That being said, though, I feel like their composition overall can be leveraged well, especially in the post-plant. If they do get the plant off, it's getting to the plant that might be the problem for BAAM Esports.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Fluffy there. I remember when I first saw BAAM Esports lineup, I was a little concerned at how their attacking side would be, because they do not have that duelist just entry for them. They have all of this utility, and for me, when looking at the lineup, all of the agents are essential to executing a site, to maintaining that post-plant setup. So I really do hope that they get as many defender rounds as they can with this setup.
Really good setup over here.
Yeah, I feel like that one thing also is we were always saying that Myth early on was not that great with explosive teams, but just because they don't have that duelist and they're playing something like Icebox means that even though BAAM is a type of team that has that 5-man push always ready, they might not be able to do it as quickly, which might play into the hands of Myth a bit more.
So those are your conditions over there, Fluffy. Well, now that the maps have been decided, now that the agents have been locked in as well, I realize that we haven't done our predictions. Have we talked about our predictions?
Not yet.
Not yet, right? Darn, why did I have to remember, right? we didn't want to actually talk about it. That's why we probably overlooked it.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I love that we get to see this unique no duelist setup on Fine in this series. If the first series that Myth had is gonna be anywhere close to what this series is gonna be, then I'm really excited to see how the outcome is. I'm topsy-turvy for this one, though. It's a hard prediction to make. Maybe I've lost my edge, because I did get a 3-1 yesterday. I finally got a prediction wrong, so I'm just flipping the coin. I'm going for BAAM Esports. What about you, Fluff?
I think for me, I'd have to go made in Thailand.
And Trick?
Agree to disagree, Fluffy. I'm going with BAAM Esports.
Alright then. 2 versus 1 here. Predictions are locked in, you guys. We're just about ready to head on off to the matches. What a sight to behold. The first team to qualify for the group stage will be revealed in just a few games. Y'all better prepare yourselves for the battle that is to come. Casters, let the games begin.
You know, the Big BAAM, it was a boom. But we'll see if that is a myth in this best of 3 as we get started with the first series of the day. Yeah, it's me, Asteroid, with Raph, and as you can see, we're kind of looking a little bit more spiffy now. What's up, brother?
You know, I feel like you're a little shaken from what Laika had to say on the panel. I mean, you had your comments. You're very vocal about it. So you're like, you know what, let's dress up a bit. You know why they have dad jokes for Asteroid? This is the words of Asteroid, by the way. Because Asteroid said, it's because I'm a daddy. And I'm like, you know what, dude, I'm just going to leave it at that. Whatever you want to say about yourself, I support you 100%.
100% indeed. And now we are looking at the lighter side of things for the moment in this first particular series, because this is still in the upper brackets for the certain group between BOOM Esports and Made in Thailand. So whoever loses here still has that one shot. You know, it's not eliminations yet for them, so this is going to be very interesting to see how they try to keep themselves afloat. There was that head-to-head that we saw earlier with the panel where it was, I believe, WannaFly and Flipshitter that was compared, and I kind of like the metric of that because both of these players are very flexible on either side. Now, as we get into Icebox, which yesterday was specifically banned out by Made in Thailand, this is going to be the first time we are going to see them in the Icy Tundra stage itself. And looking at the compositions real quick, again, it's BOOM Esports not going for any explosive duelist comp in this particular map.
I like how Fluffy actually mentioned on how well Myth can go against slow, methodical teams, and maybe explosive contact-based teams could be their problem. But Conga Red getting a quick double to open up the day, as Tebatal does find that trade. But look at how... Wow, okay. Alone Phil's playing the vertical game, finding Tebatal, leaving a lot on the table in terms of utility as Blaze King finally gets that frag, and now we have a 3v2. Flips and Blaze King, they've done some magic in the past. They look to do the same, but Conga Red gets a massive 4K on a pistol round. And my, Myth, they are looking to swing for the fences already.
Absolutely. It does feel to me as well that Made in Thailand somehow similar to BOOM in that I feel like this particular team is also could be considered your built super team from the Thailand region, you know, with all of these notable names and whatnot. Anyways, here on the quick little contact, yeah, it kind of feels like a toss-up, even though you do have that rendezvous with the chamber. It feels like you should be able to get value, but sometimes not, and when that happens, it just kind of crumbles, especially on the pistol, and we kind of see that happening as Berserk loses his life in that last round.
It can be very irritating as a chamber player, but at the same time, this is not the biggest problem they have, as Myth have already planted their feet on the site. They have a 410 and pipe control, have no reason whatsoever to overextend now as Frostmine trying to do a little bit of damage, but gets caught out as Flipshitter with his classic. Tries to get his. So far, none of that has been working out as Myth, with the superior weaponry, take this without problems, really.
Is Conga Red attacking with a Guardian?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's how you know he's feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If he hits those, why not, right?
Of course.
Anyways, pretty solid stuff coming out from Myth overall. I do like the play that BOOM did where they just kind of came in one by one. You think that that's actually a bad thing, but because they space it so evenly, it at least did give them a couple of trades, even with just the classics. Now, coming into their buy round, any cheeky little buys from BOOM? Not really. But look at where this is coming into, Raph. The double Sentinel of the triple Sentinel comp of BOOM, all hunkered down on a site. They really want to solidify their defense. And they're going to be banking on maybe the utilities, but that one KO bait, that one pick, WannaFly and Kadoom inadvertently open up the A site by just sniffing at it. Oh, WannaFly though, he's going to survive. He's fine. Totally fine. Now we're down to Flips and Tebatal. Good guy Tebatal able to save Flips before he was just spotted by Wanna. 3 versus 2. Now, do they have the post-plant lineups galore for the attacking team? As the Hunter's Fury comes out to play, they already know they're out of the spike now, waiting for another tag. This is very risky because, again, there's just so much utility to be had. Ooh. And Conquer Red comes in for the swing. Very easy, very sneaky. And he'll be able to finally get that upgrade on the Guardian.
Never question the Guardian buy. It is because of his utmost confidence and his performance of these opening 3 rounds. Has not fallen a single time, and I think Fluffy also mentioned the value of this KO blade. That 0 point has been working wonders. And also, I feel like Boom, they don't necessarily have problems fighting in the site, but actually extending past that, it's where it becomes no man's land for them, and that's just maybe attributed to the fact that they really just don't have that duelist to do that.
Mayhaps they have been losing to Wannafly and Kadoom, who both have that one out ability with the dash and the TP. So that could be an attributing factor. What I do kind of feel as well is they already know, that Conquer Red is playing very hard with this blade of theirs. So playing on the site is not really good, especially with this triple duelist. You think that it's the best thing out there. It could be. But when you're disabled, when you get that EMP shock. And speaking of shock, Wannafly, boom, hits Berserks. And now we're only down to Frostmine on top of the site, 4 versus 1. And he go above and beyond. Oof. Goes in for the wide swing, but unfortunately it's only going to be good for the 1 single kill. Myth is looking nigh unstoppable here. Panel must be shaking a little bit in their boots.
Yeah, shaking in their boots. Is it for... Go ahead.
Yeah. If it's boots, but if they're if they're wearing Archinellas, then checking in their Chinellas part.
I don't think that'd be very smart on a map like Icebox. You know what I mean? Like, sure. I can't feel any shakes in my feet. I can't feel my feet at all. Must be the gangrene. Gengar has dressed for the occasion. As Myth, they are dressed for a funeral, not theirs. 4-0, very, very good start against potential juggernaut in the form of Boom. This time, as I mentioned, that range that they've been struggling with, this is somewhat of a more forceful approach. Myth anticipate this beautifully. They leave 3 players just outside of, again, the area of control for Boom. So far, Boom hasn't found any value in these forward positions, and as time passes, this is going to be decaying information, less valued. Toxic Screen is coming up on B as they try to go the reaction. But so far, both teams have proven to be quite stoic.
Ooh, that null command is going to force Berserks to just... It's either him or his opponent. Seems like he was the one to take the brunt of the damage. Nice little crossfire there. Tebatal has not yet to be spotted. And this is finally a solid Boom round. Conquer Red is seeing everything, but Wannafly is the one to really have to do all the work for the moment. Has an operator in hand. Here's the drone. Cannot push in. Cannot save his teammate. Now he's down to this numbers discrepancy clutch perspective. That recon dart might also give away his position. But no. He's able to sneak in just a teeny tiny bit, but with the spike being dropped down out in the front of Tebatal, this would be just horrendous for Wannafly to try to make do with. Is he really going to try to challenge this? But I mean, they might have some money. Yeah, that's probably why he wanted to go for it, or maybe he'll have the tour de force in the next round, but it wasn't really going to happen, especially when Boom was just waiting for him to actually play contact.
I mean, even if they had money, that's kind of giving up an extra operator on the side of Boom. That's something that they're not gonna miss, at least when it comes to the linings of their pockets. Tebatal, once again, who's been an absolute menace on this map, continues that theme. Myth, maybe they've hit a bit of a roadblock, but again, the swings have been very much in their favor, Aserai. We know Boom Esports is a team that is a master at playing from behind. Are they going to do a similar defense here is the question. The Berserks does get spotted out by a quick recon dart, forcing him to go back. And suddenly the defensive scheme shifts. An op shot to come to really just warn them. I think a barrier orb has been expended. That it does. As Kadoom tries to open this up for his team. Maybe finds a timing. Frostmine, though, does not want to take part of that rope-a-dope tactic. Oh my goodness, indeed, as Blaze King finds a lone fills. Deland finally gets a trade, but the damage has been done. They are going to suffer the consequences of not having a lot of that space control that Kadoom and Lone Fills do provide.
Great adjustment from Frostmine overall. Before the blade did hit the site, he immediately just prepped his barrier orb as you described, and this kind of helped him out in the case of just funneling in the rest of the attackers, and then Viper was just very far from the site, so Tebatol can activate the wall as soon as he needs to. That's not good. Flipshitter has given away mid. All of his utility is all for naught now. They're still giving Conga Red some leeway on A to maybe get a cheeky little kill. Tebatol, is he going to push through this? Oh, greedily he does. He pays ultimately with his life. Blaze King, where does he find that peak? And Conga Red, all spotted now. They know that the Viper's pitch is on Kitchen. And this is not a good spot for Dellen, so he's going to have to at least hold an angle somewhere where Blaze King flushes it out. And yeah, Dellen, the spike plant was not made for him. They were really banking on the flank from Conga Red, but it just did not pan out.
Blaze King's Fury is not to be trifled with, as I think statistically he has the most successful Hunter's Fury when it comes to just raw fragging power and I guess situational value. Boom, they do a good job of clawing back into this game. I think that forces Myth into an eco Aserai. I'm not entirely sure if my math is on point, but as you mentioned, Tebatol running through that pit may have not been the best idea, but when you have players like Berserks and Blaze King to bail you out, what is really a bad idea? What constitutes a bad idea?
Well, there's no bad ideas, You just gotta keep trying things until it works out. And speaking of trying things until it works out, I forgot to mention that last round, 4 people were actually on the A site. So they've kind of given Flipsitter just full reins on B with the utility that he has. Right? And I think they're just fine doing that because they're more comfortable retaking the B site with all of this utility that they have than A. So why not just, quadra down, 4-stack the A site, have the numbers to actually be able to trade efficiently. Even if Berserks dies, at least there's always one that is going to be somebody playing alongside him. Now, this very, very forward angle from Berserks only works because Frostbite is right there, especially with a barrier orb and a res, if need be. And I think Myth are kind of understanding that we've kind of tried A too many times. They've really adjusted to that fact. And last round, they've only really spotted Flipshitter, but of course, Boom, very dynamic with how they try to get that map control, is trying to feel out where the rest of Myth are going to be. I think they have another idea about this. And you're seeing the rotations come in from the rest of the defenders on Boom's side.
And that's just the first layer of Boom's gameplay. They adjust to one site really, really well, and then they kind of pivot off that mental pressure. Myth, so far, they've been doing a great job of avoiding that. But if you look at the minimap, you see that most of the players on the side of Boom are already doing so much work. Both the kill feed and the minimap and the screen in front of you are lighting up. Tebatol has no utility in his pocket, but it doesn't matter as Flipshitter is here to consequently push Myth away. The spike is down, so they kind of have to give this up. That's going to be precious seconds that they have to burn. As Blaze King is already here on the anti-flank. Tebatol can't hold the line, but everybody's falling. It's up to Berserks and Frostmind. But look at that, Aserai. Again, the timing was really not in favor for Myth. And now, finally, the score is looking that much closer for Boom. However, the economy made in Thailand has been so strong that they'll still have to deal with 2 rifles. Man, even more
Blaze King
as the rounds progress.
Was about to win the fight. I'm not sure how he lost that to Kadoom, but because of how awkwardly the spike is planted, default, it's a good plant, but you can't really do too much on orange when you're trying to stop them from defusing, right? If they're at maybe if they're just trying to get into the site to try to get the retake, then yes, but after that point, after that fact, right, it turns into just a really awkward position for Kadoom to make anything happen. Now, they've lost Wannafly as soon as Berserks not falling behind, able to hit another shot with the Tour de Force. And you're talking about how Boom are starting to rally back, and they're doing that and then some. As they've just, again, forced Myth back. I think because of how, Myth were able to get 4 straight rounds in a row, and now they have the max loss bonus. It's not boss Lonus. I don't know who Lonus is, but yeah, they should have money to be able to buy weapons. You know how you mix the first letters of each word? So like if it's
Boss
boss,
bonus.
yeah, like, it's loss bonus, and then it just turns into boss
Well,
bonus. Yeah, there you
It
go.
just so happens that loss rhymes with boss, and the Boston Celtics can't get a W as they choke on that game. But Frostmind, he's out of his mind. Blaze King chimes in, and the last bastion of hope for this
30
round is
seconds
alone
left.
fills. I'm fairly certain that his options are very limited right now with the spike being fully controlled on Boom Esports. Potentially, if Tebadal might overextend here, Alone Fills could get a free kill. But Tebadal is just too keen on giving him a haircut and giving him a quick peek on why that cape needs a cut. 4-4 Aserai, a big reset. But the economy of Myth still remains unbroken. Conquer Red, he goes for that trusty old Guardian who's, or at least given them so much success. It's hoping to replicate that same level.
Man, they're just not able to find anything right now. A while ago, it was looking good, but boom, they figured it out. They've understood what they needed to do. They've been keeping doing that again. Boom, I think this was mentioned previously. They do start slightly slow. Not as slow as other teams, I think, that are playing right now in the play-ins, but against Myth, this is actually looking pretty dang solid for from them. Now, there has been utilities being burnt already by Myth here as they try to enforce the A site to be their own. A couple of ultimates, or no, just the Hunter's Fury from Phils is available. Now, I wonder if they're going to wait for the wall to break down first. Maybe also merit a rotation from the defenders. But Blaze King's drone is just absolutely perfectly timed. Now that they spotted Wannafly here on Belt, they should be guessing that he does have some crossfire with his own team. So Boom not really biting the cut of noise from Myth here. But Myth will have to commit because there's just no other reason to go for B now.
Do they really have a reason? As Boom need nothing to really mow down the competition here. These upgraded, semi-upgraded weapons still have to do a bit of work.
Oh,
but no. I love that double swing, beautifully timed. And Boom Esports, they know a thing or two about winning. Winning rounds, winning important games, unlike the Boston Celtics.
I haven't watched like NBA in forever, but
it's okay. It's fine.
I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna just call me out on this, but the last time I know the Boston Celtics was like playing was what, with Rajon Rondo and then Kyrie Irving, which is probably like years ago.
That's
years ago. Yeah, like 2014 probably. Anyways, anywho, speaking of Boston and like the green, there is a lot of green utilities just being spread out by both Vipers.
Indeed,
yeah, it's a green day.
A Viper,
it's not September yet, but you know, you should wake me up.
I know. Well, Aserai, that is a boulevard that you will have to traverse alone, my friend, because I'm not riding that train, not walking that path with you, not at the moment, as we go for a bit of an innocuous period here now. A default to default, we go with a 1-1-3 spread on the side of Boom and a 2-1-2 on Myth, but it seems that they have different ideas to execute. Now, I guess this is the problem, right? When both teams are hyper-adaptoids like Myth and Boom, there are going to be a lot of still moments like this and a lot of slow play. Again, there's nothing wrong with that.
Ooh, that's perfect.
It takes a lot of patience. He flips, he gets one, doesn't over-aggress. I saw all those bullets draw halo around Conga Red, as he also finds Tebadal. Blaze King falls to Deland. And this round is looking mighty fantastic for Boom. Berserk still has that operator in hand, but it has yet to find value. Frostmind does have a Vandal, and I believe a Res in his pocket, but him being suppressed gonna delay him just a little bit. Now a 3v2. Suddenly, the tables have been turned. But the post-plan time is winding down, Aserai, and it's not to the better for Boom.
They have a wall, though. So if they can get close onto the side and just figure out that there's nobody there for close contact, it's yellow and B long, this is going to be horrendous right now for Myth. Good delay tactics for Conga Red, though. That's really going to buy them a lot more time, but is it really going to be enough? There it is, the 4-segment wall. It has been summoned. It has been done. The Recon Dart will do absolutely nothing. And Phils? No. Not at all. Yeah. Perfect retake from Boom. Absolutely perfect.
It may be the case where it might be a replay of yesterday where we had the teams that pick the maps, they drop it, but I feel like some of them were a strategic choice. Like, I guess Ascent yesterday for Boom, but moving forward with this game, the retake was just absolutely clinical. We were talking about how much value that res could have potentially had, and look at that. The man who had a second life was all they needed, despite alone fills being that close. And sometimes when you're that close, it just becomes that much more painful. Looking at Boom right now, everybody's performing top-notch. Berserk's fairly quiet game for him, but just him being on the server is enough for Myth to respect the space that he does occupy.
Yeah, I will add though, you know, in the favor of Berserks, he's probably the most contact-heavy player, one of the more contact-heavy players that we do have in this entire tournament. Like, if you've seen how Boom plays on the Indonesia region, right? He will always just keep peeking angles with or without, preferably with his teammates' utility to kind of back him up. And whether he gets it or not doesn't, I feel like, affect Boom Esports overall too much in the Indonesia region. Now, that being said, I'm not sure how that's going to affect them in the long term for APAC, but you can see it still works out for them because there's always a threat of, we have to worry that Berserk is a crack shot, and if we're not careful, we could be giving him 1, 2, maybe even 3 kills if he starts to heat up.
I think Berserks is the wild card that Boom really benefits from, because if they go for that super stagnant play, then they become fairly predictable, right? But sometimes even when you know what's coming, it's so hard to stop. This attack has been shifting again from Myth. They grown uninterested on B, and have set their sights on A. Do they have the utility to clear it out? As we check over that, Conquerred is still waiting for that 0 point to return. And talking about contact Asteroid, Kadum is no stranger to that as he leads the charge. Flip Jitter playing the height, playing on the second floor here. But all that noise is going to alert Boom Esports as those exclamation points are right above their heads. Kadum does take out that recon dart, but look at this. The utility shuffle begins. Flip Jitter finds the first frag onto Kadum, and Blaze King again! Blaze King. Blaze King's fury. Somebody stop that man. Get that bow away from him. Because Myth, they're struggling right now. They haven't found an opening in this round. But at the very least, they've somewhat diverted the attention away. But look at that, Aster. Thibodeau's already on a major flank.
Yeah. Also just noticed that. And this is coming off of a pick on Wannafly, so their anti-flank is not existing. Yes, they could get the kill on Thibodeau, which is perfect timing, but there's no time for them to rotate. There's no time for them to push in. And you know what time it is? It's time to save up some money because they're just broke. And they're going to come into that final round in the first half with literally nothing to help them out. But Conga Red, okay, we need that POV. We need that replay. He can bring out the Guardian, the Gardino. You know? So we need to highlight that real quick. Good shots from him to make it just a tad bit more expensive. Maybe if he can get 3 more kills, you know, he's going to be back up again to his null command.
Oh, dear. Guardian has been very reliable for Conquerred, as you mentioned. Do need a replay on that. But what can Myth do? It seems that it's been a battle of defaults upon defaults. And Boom Esports, they're the ones in control. They're the ones in the driver's seat. As Flip Jitter, what a reaction from him. Gets Conquerred. Del and Kadum, they chime in. They equalize the round. They try to march towards B. But it's Blaze King again who puts a stop to whatever march that they had. He even finds Kadum on the flank. Alone fails yet again on his lonesome. Not the best position to be as a Sova. He does have a recon dart, but anything he does right now is going to reveal his position. Frostmind has no idea, and that's a free kill. He even removes the trap. But now he has to make a choice. Does he go down and fight and potentially find Blaze King, or is he gonna go all the way for the long flank? The time will allow it, but the timing will be very narrow. Berserks is already here anticipating his exit from tubes and potentially his exit from this round. The slow peek doesn't work, Aserai, and Berserks helps Boom secure yet another round.
Switching sides.
They just know, right? It's so clean from Boom Esports here. That was a little bit awkward from Frostmind. But, I mean, he was probably thinking that it was all the way on spawn where Alone Fills was going to be entering maybe Kitchen. but man, Blaze King, just an insane player, able to hit all of those shots. This was probably a good round for Alone Fills, but again, he was kind of trapped, you know, in a cage, and he had to come out through the maze and everything. But at the end of that, it's Berserks with an operator, so what can you really do? Unless he was absolutely 100% sure where Berserks was.
Information is the name of the game. It's so important. We are at the halftime pause, Asteroid. This is going to give Myth a little bit of time to recover, a little bit of time to somewhat adjust. But this is potentially where Boom will find more problems. You did highlight it. They don't have a duelist. They have a lot of sentinels. So whatever space they control, it's gonna be there. It's gonna be theirs, with their hands firmly around it. But that's the thing, right? They kind of have to get it to that point first.
We've been seeing a lot of 8-4s, you know, today and yesterday as well. I just wanted to point it out, but
you bet.
I wonder how this is gonna work though for Myth, right? Because I mean, their defense is gonna be quite solid, and they're not gonna be afraid of any really super aggressive initiators. Just the Sova with the recon.
That is true.
Yeah.
Maybe another layer that they have to consider is, does Boom Esports, do they have that much lurking power? Of course, obviously, when there's a Viper, there's always going to be that threat. But then you pair it with what? A bunch of sentinels.
Yeah.
Then it just adds to the mix. Are Boom gonna go for a heavy-handed 5-man contact play? Are they gonna lurk? Are they gonna try and dissect us limb by limb? 10 seconds left on this pause. As Myth, they get ready. They batten down the hatches, as WandaFly has not had the kindest of games so far. Meanwhile, it's the opposite side, or at least on the opposite side of the spectrum, is Conga Red, who's been absolutely fantastic. A ray of light for his team.
Ooh. Did that play just catch like 3? I think it might have. Okay. So that at least makes WandaFly aware. There's still the turret from Flipsitter. Okay, he backs it away. I think they're going to go for the full 5 here. You were wondering what's the attacking pattern for a non-duelist comp? Well, numbers is key. It's going to be the Zerg Rush on the B side as they started up with the recon of that drone. WandaFly still holding his position. He's not really flushed out, so he can play yellow all day long and still have the threat of the Headhunter headshot plays. He's been spotted now. Ooh, that peek might have been a little bit too premature there, Raph. As it opens up the B site, they immediately hear the TP, and they start pushing right in. Flipsitter.
Oh.
A little bit too...
Oh!
Whoa, that's a little bit too optimistic for them to get a pick off, and they're going to get dissected basically by the rest of Myth. A little bit too much of an overreach for Boom. They've already pushed back Myth, but they wanted to get more, and in the end, they got burned.
Yet another pistol round on the board for Myth. I believe they've won the first 2 encounters now against Boom.
Yes.
Really does make us wonder what is Boom up to with this offense, right? A lot of utility, and it seems that the popularity of this no duelist comp is only rising. And a lot of things to ponder on. What is their offensive scheme? Is Myth gonna turn this around? They definitely have that trademark of getting all that momentum the first 4 rounds, but Boom, they've been playing from behind so well. They've been reading the situation and really testing their acumen. Look at this, Asteroid. B has been left open completely. Myth looked to go for a complete retake play here instead of dilly-dallying around the site.
Is that turret actually active? I wonder if that's enough range. I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, wow. Okay. They just completely take the site. It's all going to be the retake for Myth. But Myth are having a hard time. Look at that. It feels like there's some sort of group huddle discussion happening on B-Long. What are we going to do? All that good snazzy stuff. When it comes to retake, Kadum is now going to be starting the fight. Conga Red first on the kill. And they do have the recon smokes, or the, the post-plant retake smokes. They just finish things off. The drop down from Blaze King, he's good enough for the 1 kill. But they've just fueled the charge right there for a lone fills, and that's never good.
That they did. Let's have to wonder though, what is the danger of us doing the same thing on a gun round? Because again, we talked about it, right? Boom, they need to expend a lot just to get from point A to B, but it's a very slow and steady death ball. Maybe potentially playing against, or at least playing that defensive scheme. Or like this one, right? Where they just let go of it, they let the flank happen. But would it be any different when they have the anti-flank up? Etc, etc. It really does raise a lot of questions here. 8-6 though. Myth, very, very sure of making this comeback happen. But boom, they have upgraded weapons, an arsenal that has to be respected now. They do it again, this time a little faster, a little quicker, as they've already cleared out majority of green and B main. But maybe a little wary of what's to come from yellow. As that drone is going to scope out the site. They don't really see anything other than just light utility. But Flipjitter has been run on by Kadoom. And Kadoom has opened up these flanks. Tebedal might be the one to, well, fall again. As it's a 3v5 now. Myth looking mighty impressive as WannaFly open it up. Blaze King yet again tries to get that salvage play. Left alone is Frostmind. And he gets 2 for himself. He gets 3! 1v1 now. WannaFly still has that tour de force in his hands. But now Frostmind, he's slowly backing away, trying to go for this A play.
Timing.
Or is he gonna cut off the flank? This is so smart, but he has to consider that the tour de force is gonna hit him once and he's dead!
What a read from WannaFly. Frostmind absolutely hitting the nuttiest of shots, but I feel like Boom, again, they're kind of on the mentality that they have to get more map control because it's what they need to win to secure these rounds. They might not need to do that, but they are forcing themselves to keep playing contact, and whether that's a good or a bad thing, I think right now it's turning into a bad thing because they just are not finding these picks that they want. They're not securing the sites as well as they would want. And because of that, they're really wanting to just keep pressing forward and forward. It might be good for a couple of rounds, but now that Myth is well adjusted, it's not looking as effective as they would want to, Raph.
They still go for the same approach, Asteroid. They found a little bit of success. Very, very close was Frostmind with that clutch. But once again, we'll say it, sometimes when it's not in range, it really isn't. This time they go for the same play. I'm not entirely sure why they keep going for this. Maybe they just want the ults up as quickly as they can. We can't stress how important the lockdown is. But boom, they can't let this lead slip away like this because Myth, they're looking far more confident in their body language and they're just so sure of taking these fights now as Kadoki tries to go take yellow. But Berserks tells everybody, let's just leave it at the attempt. He even gets a third headhunter. Alone fills, gets Berserks finally. But my goodness, Aserai, the damage has been done. And WannaFly tries to spread his wings and soar on this round. But how much time do they really have? Even the Hunter's Fury. And a very quick and clean, thrifty win for Boom. Even get free. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Never mind.
It was like a second too late. Just literally a second too late. Oh, yeah. This is what I think Boom just need to do, is not to overreach. You know, you already got the site. Conga Red and the rest of Myth will have to be the ones to retake it. You have a lot of post plan. Why do you need to keep pushing in? I think they're starting to understand. They're starting to learn. And they're just, again, letting their crack shots work their magic. Especially on the Thrifty, it still works out, right?
It really does come down to sometimes where... So how did they win that round? Berserk's shoot head really good. And again, we try to look at this game at the most strategic point of view, right? Because that's exactly what our teams employ here. Yeah. Going down to the grit and grind of things, the gunfights. That's where the excitement is. Not all this nerdy setups, guys. Still, it is part of the game, and we love all facets of it. As this defense might get split open here. They know Conga Red is on the left. And Frostmind's like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to deal with that. Let's just go for the most default wall in the world as he escapes by the skin of his teeth. But knowing that he's a Sage, does have that safety net. Congo Red gets Blaze King. Maybe this is going to be yet another eco win, but this time on the side of Myth.
So if you get an eco win, right, is that an anti-eco fragger? Nah, I don't know. Anyways,
I don't know.
Starting to defuse that spike. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail for this, but through the walls, the shots are connecting. Great stuff coming in from Berserk. Congo Red is an assassin with the Sheriff. Yeehaw, but not good enough for now. He's going to get spotted and drop down as Boom. Take another one. Finally understanding that, you know,
Can I get this?
gotta take it cool. Not gonna push
Could you imagine if assassins would actually say yeehaw like before anything? Yeehaw, partner.
Then they're not gonna be really good assassins. Sorry.
You have to roll a natural 20. Yeehaw. But look at that. Congo Red, absolutely menacing, absolutely insane. And maybe those are a representation of us, the casters, and the observers. You know, we're just the penguins on the boat, watching the players do their thing here on Icebox. As Blaze King, he will get discovered, but the distance is not going to be measured out. WannaFly has this operator, and you can see by his body language that he really wants to fight this. The call is just to play passive, wait for the support, and that drone is unfortunately going to spot him out unless somebody else pulls that owl away. And they're still huddling towards B main here. The flash by Congo Red, beautifully timed apparently, as Berserk gets Berserk gets sniped by WannaFly. At least they burn that res, and Berserk even gets tagged up by that Hunter's Fear. But look at Tebedal where he is. They've already taken kitchen control. That window is still mighty open though. The breeze might actually kill you. As Congo Red tags Tebedal, Aserai does manage to go back out.
Still not the end of the world. Is Tebedal gonna get wallbang? Yes, he absolutely is. Congo Red was waiting for it. This trade's kind of working. They're playing as close as they can to not allow the look from WannaFly, but he gets in up close and personal. Kadoom as well. Now we're Blaze King and Frostmite to remain. Haven't planted a spike. What utilities do they have? They got a wall. They have some recons, but it's a 4 versus 2 in this encounter.
What?
It is so risky, so difficult to make anything happen. And Blaze King is just frantically trying to look for the frags. He's trying to go for the double swing, but Kadoom is just better at swinging himself, and that is going to be 10-8 with Myth just batting, trading blows, and winning the execution against Boom.
That they do. Well placed, well thought of, and well adjusted by Myth here. Blaze King's always good for one. We've seen he's so reliable as a fragger. Not entirely sure what happened to Flip Shooter there, but we will chalk it up to it is what it is. Moving forward, as Boom, they try to defend this lead. They have just a little bit of leeway now, as attacking with these very, I would say, just kind of slightly weaker weapons. It's been pretty it's tenacious of them, especially that they've stolen a few rounds like this, but we go by the numbers here. And Myth, they definitely have more than enough to hold this attack.
Kadoom. Timing. Oh, he saw the legs. And that's all what you really need to see, right? All right.
Sweep the leg.
Yes, Daniel-san. All right, it's a 1-for-1 trade. The walls making it very difficult for Boom to get even more map control. This is so risky, but Tebedal gets back into cover. All right, this gives him a little bit more leeway, but nobody's defending Delend. He has D in the name, but no one's going to defend him, unfortunately. Someone now drops in. Look at that positioning from Tebedal. I see everything. My eyes see through these guys. They're just not killing Tebedal. He's still on top of 410. He is the king, the queen, however you want to call it, of this entire side because of that Viper's Pit. Kneel before me. And WannaFly, again, in this awkward situation where he has to clutch as a chamber with an operator in hand. Luckily enough, he does have the Headhunter, but he's going to have to go through this maze of toxicity. Now, Blaze King, he's going to have to plant the spike down. Ooh, WannaFly. Does it actually work? If it does, maybe it's a hero play. But this time, it just don't. So, yeah. Boom should be able to get this. WannaFly is just backing away. It's 40 seconds of just waiting and maybe using the time for Myth to talk a little bit more of what they have to do.
And that is the trademark BOOM Esports adjustment. They just really get all that information and parse it so well that it really does attribute to their intelligence of the game. Yeah, if you're WannaFly right now, this is probably so, how would I put this, tense. You have a single shot operator. Again, no matter how confident you are, you're not gonna kill people in one shot. 3 people in one shot, just very unlikely. And even the trademark, he can sense someone is getting closer and closer, but the safety of the next round is here with him. Now they have quite a bit of money to burn for this one. They're gonna have a pretty full arsenal, maybe barring one. Do we have the Tour de Force one away? We have Blades on Kadum. It's really gonna help a lot in their situation. And as you mentioned, they really just couldn't get any idea where Tebadol was. He was maneuvering that Viper's Pit perfectly.
Yeah. So this is how BOOM have kind of adjusted to the no duelist comp, is if they can get as close as, and because Jet don't have no more insta dashes, you have to prime it right, and Kadum has to second guess before he uses his own dash or before he primes his own dash. If they can get the trades as quickly as, they should be able to theoretically get into the site, which I think what BOOM has done in that last round. They're just making sure that they can always get the trades if need be. So there's one in one angle, one in the other angle that's looking for, I think the one that we saw was WannaFly, excuse me, not WannaFly, but Berserks, and then right behind Flips was Frostmind. So that being said, Flips has turned into the entry fragging Sentinel. But this kind of works, right? Because live or die, it's good for him because he does passively charge his lockdown, which is now actually available for BOOM Esports.
I mean, realistically, right? There are much safer ways to charge your ult, but at the same time, you work with what you get. BOOM Esports, they are very close to taking this, as Kadum is gonna get tagged by that fairly innocent Algo. Just hello. And now the Viper's Pit is gonna come out from the side of Myth this time, as Berserk's trademark will be, or rather it's his trademark that he's always leading the charge for BOOM. Trying to get that explosive power here, and look at that. Frostmind undeterred by this pit. He will probably fall, but Dylan actually finds Berserks instead. Well, that has to feel bad for Berserks, but at the very least, objectively, they have that sight. And Kadum takes once the torso, and now it's a turret annoying him. Tebadol is here playing close. They might actually spot him. The double swing works!
Oh my!
Red! He is so sharp. He is an absolute machine. Fitting to be a KO player. The 2v5 looking so good for Myth. Frostbind again is the killer of dreams. But Conquer Red and alone fails. They will make their mark on this round. As BOOM Esports, they have to sit and watch their spike be defused.
Viper Spit also not deactivated. It takes, what, 15 seconds? If Viper's out of her own ultimate before it deactivates. But Deland went straight back into it, and nobody from BOOM could have really punished that. So it's kind of separated the rest of BOOM. I really thought this was a straight-up strong positioning from them. They have a really good cross and everything, but Congarez is, I'm going to rip that cross apart. You know, it's, nah. Breaks it in two.
Oh, man. Breaks it in two, shatters it to as many pieces as needed.
No! He's done that like 3 times in a row. WannaFly's like, okay, free kill.
WannaFly, Blaze King's probably say, this is, my time has come. He saw the leaves fall. But Blaze King, who's been an absolute bastion when it comes to late, well, Frostbind has that. He doesn't want my narrative to go through. That's fine, dude. It doesn't matter. It's BOOM Esports. They get their players up and running here. And they haven't really left a lot to their imagination. Once they've committed to a site, they understand that their mobility is really not the best here. As they wait this Viper's Pit, this Toxic Cloud to dissipate, waiting for their chance to get that spike down. And Myth, they are as patient as BOOM is, not letting anything go here. Their defensive plan might just be delayed a little bit. They have some safety in mid and against that long A flank. But boom, they're completely uninterested in other parts of the map here. Still, that
30
toxic
seconds
smoke,
left.
man. That has to be the longest 30 seconds of their life.
Okay, that's good. They actually wait for their utilities to come back first, and they use the turret to get that quick information just in case somebody isn't going to be at the close. Blaze King! That's a huge, huge one, because Conga Red was going to have a lot of retake utilities that Myth can really fall back on. Even if Wanafly does get the kill, this is going to be an awkward 4 versus 4 moving forward into it. Use of the Shocker to clear the utilities onto the site, and boom, all they really have to do is wait for the contact. Beautifully executed. We're now down to Alone Fills, who alone cannot fill the need to clutch. And that's going to put Jettison, boom, into the 12-9 match point.
And we have to drive this home. Myth has never lost on this map, at least in their qualifiers. And so far here, right? But could this be their first blemish? Will the ice run red with the blood of made in Thailand?
Whoa.
They have a lot. They still have a long way to go back onto this one. But knowing Boom and their Adaptoid play, this is proving to be so difficult, Asrai.
That it has really been. Man, you really do see how well the rest of Boom just understand how to play this. This is really high level, super high level tactics, yeah? So, Kadoom, he's risked himself using the dash. I think there is an animation, right, that you see the dash in. I think Kadoom has already been spotted! Blaze King! Oh, and Dylan's been also gutted with the damage. Flipsitter just adding more insult to injury as Conga Red's position on Kitchen has been flushed out. Yes, Chef. All right, there's one coming through on ropes. They do know where that is, but they're going to just double dip back in as they don't really want to waste any more positioning. 1 minute left into the clock, and they're going to start moving their magic through. Delan is so low, but his angle could merit a couple of kills. He backs away! Well, he was afraid of the cross, though, or the trade. So maybe if he can set up a cross with his teammate, this could be good, but the lone feels... Yeah, he's going to have to push the smoke here. Good shot. Comes out. Only good for another one. And the number is still favoring the rest of Boom and Wanafly. Oh, they just bypass each
30
other.
seconds left.
He is just
Spike
in no
planted.
way, form, or shape to maybe get the clutch. I think they already saw where his legs was. Wanafly,
have to believe.
his barrel is too big. The Gucci gun, actually not too good for this time. Tepato gets the final kill, and first game goes into the hands of Boom.
Ah, man, that is maybe an unlisted con of using the Tour de Force. Hey, man, I think your gun barrel's kind of poking me. Do be careful with that thing.
Is that a Tour de Force in your hands, or are you just happy to see me?
Either way, as that perfect record on Myth's side no longer the case. As Boom, they still are focused in. They're locked in for the series. They understand what they have in front of them. And they really, really are dead set on taking this series. If you're made in Thailand, what do you have running on your mind? Again, that could be a very, very big blow to their morale, Asarai. Again, yeah, we're undefeated on Icebox. But now what? The Wolves have proven to be a little too ferocious for friends over at Myth.
I will say, though, in the later rounds, the last 3 rounds that we just saw, it did really feel that it was very cut forward from Boom once you figured out what they were kind of thinking. And there was not really much I felt that Myth could have done at that point unless they really got those initial frags with their Jet and their KO. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's the panel first, and then looking into game number 2. And we'll see if game number 3 is on the horizon in this first series. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move on the bitch. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news.
Yeehaw! Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Back at the panel, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Boom Esports just showing absolute control in Icebox. Once again, their adaptability has reflected in this very icy map, and we've got a lot to dissect in this series, Fluffy. So why don't you get us started?
I think adaptability is really the key word here. Looking into what happened, I was really worried that Myth wasn't getting enough attack rounds, as in the past, in their own VCT, that's where they really shine. That's where they really got a grip of the map. But I also noticed the adaptation that Boom Esports really put into this. Back in the Indonesian Challenger Series, they always ran the Jet. They've always had a sort of entry. But going into this game with a no duelist lineup is the first time that we saw Boom Esports bring this out. And I feel like because they knew that Myth was so heavily weighted on the attack side, by bolstering the defense even more, they were able to ruin that momentum and forcing that 8-4 half, which is not a great sign if you're a big Myth fan. You know, we saw their team's defense work so well, and they only had to get X amount of rounds, just a minimal amount of rounds on the swap. And I feel like getting those early picks from Boom as well, when they were playing that slow start with a no duelist comp, really proved a lot of value, a lot of adaptation, a lot of research and preparation that really shows through towards this game.
Yes, like we said earlier, that is kind of the win condition that we're hoping to see here, because on the side of VME, they don't have a duelist. It's a defensive setup, and that is why they gave it their very best in the defense, leaving the first half to be an 8-4. In the end, though, Myth had a few good rounds when they switched sides. They were trying to get that momentum back as they had during the opening, because they did open the game with a 4-1, but in the end, their efforts was just not enough over here, Trick.
I think having that double initiator setup, it's great, but it means that you need to be more aggressive on the defender side as well. You have to take more map control and consistently keep it against that triple sentinel lineup that Boom is playing. And I know that we've been saying on panel and on casters that Boom has a slow start, but realistically, the way I've been watching Boom so far, it seems they start off slow because they're trying things, they're testing what their opponents are doing, and then by the 5th round, they're usually adjusting their own play to see what they need to do to make those win conditions start to work. We saw it both on their defender side and their attacker side. On defender, when they had that Viper up on pipes on round 1 to 4, where Boom was only on 1 point, and he was just able to get that triple kill. On the attacker side, we saw them constantly run that B hit and then adjust on the last one where they were able to win on an eco.
Definitely a really, really good adjustment on the side of BME over here. They're able to funnel Myth into their hands, able to set them up and lure them to their traps as they have their own defensive setups ready on every side. Now, we've hyped up BME's Blaze King Sova on Icebox because once again, Fluffy, he's shown true mastery, especially on this map.
Yeah, Blaze King on the initiator, not just being able to use the info for his team and gain space, but also having the aim to back that up, as well as good utility usage. He even got Kadoom when he was trying to push up on pipes a bit early with the Hunter's Fury catch off, even though the dash was activated. So important picks like this is so important, especially when you don't have a duelist. You really have to find your gap to enter the site, especially on the attacker side, a bit more carefully, a bit more traditionally, since you don't have that explosive entry. So it's just amazing to see players like that step up. Aside from him though, Flipster also on the Sentinel, really keeping up with his Sova main.
Yes, Flipster, something else as well. His use of the lockdown gave a lot of space. The round super secured. I remember that specific round wherein his lockdown was laid on the ground in B site, and this just allowed for the enemy team to really spread out after planting the spike. They had to get out of the range of the lockdown because it was very awkward to try and take it out of their hands. And Frostmind actually backing this ultimate down with his wall. He was really securing the spike, the post-plant diffuse, and they got that round. Very beautiful execution.
Watching the way that Boom and Myth were both playing, I felt that it's possible that Myth could have actually abused Boom's mid control, at least in terms of going into tube rather than the one round they went under tube, because I felt that the hold in tube would have allowed them to have that split. The Jet could have been on top on tube to force that split on orange side. It's just unfortunate that they only tried it on the last round where it ended on 8-4.
I gotta mention though, Myth alone fills. He was trying to also contest the mastery that the Sova on Blaze King was really doing. Like, he had his own kills with the Hunter's Fury, his own abilities just out there. But again, I have to give credit to Blaze King. The timing of execution, the timing wherein he'd pull out his Sova drone just spot on, always catches the enemy team off guard. Myth was in a lot of trouble, especially with the space, with the information that Blaze King was really giving here. Now, Fluffy, I really think that it was a good call in a sense that Berserk's stepped down to give more shine, rather. I'm thinking of... Wait, I'm trying to concise my thoughts a little bit. Okay, there we go. With Berserk stepping down from his usual duelist role, I think it just allowed for Blaze King to really shine in Icebox.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having an initiator like that really show their mettle is such big value. But aside from just stepping down from the traditional duelist role, I feel like having that chamber in this lineup really bolstered, again, the double down effect that they were trying to pull off with the defender side, knowing that Myth was so reliant on their attacking half. And speaking of Myth, you know, initiators as well, I feel like Conga Red is one of the initiators that had a lot of value in this game. Unfortunately, kind of fell short for them. Not by much though, but it still wasn't enough. But I think that the KO was a great pick into this. Unfortunately, I don't think it was utilized, at least the suppress aspect, as useful as they could have done. But still, at the end of it, he still leads Myth with the top amount of kills for the series so far.
I definitely agree with Fluffy there. It felt, especially on that defender side, the KO could have set themselves up for more success because Boom was running that kind of lineup where they had to be on good post plant setups. They had a lot of utility to use. They have good crossfires on top of that. So if Myth gave themselves that upper hand by using that suppress and being able to shut down the utility that Boom was going to use against them, that would have helped them a lot more.
Really is something to shine on when it comes to Congrad. Good performance by this player, but again, the execution overall as a team was a little bit lacking. I do want to shed some light over at WannaFly. I noticed that during their time as attackers, he already had his whole trap set up, but he was still looking towards the flank, or he was still lurking from time to time. Do you think that he could have done something different to help the team push through across the site?
For attacking side?
Yeah.
I do think that there is more that WannaFly could have done in terms of being more aggressive and using that TP back so that he can get on a defensive position easily. I noticed that he tends to get one pick and then he kind of TPs away, but sometimes I feel you can be a little greedy, get one more.
You need that ego peak, as some of the people would like to call it. Gotta get that confidence in, get your picks before you TP out. But again, I probably think that it's because of the intention that he had. He wanted to play it safe, but as you said, a little bit more greedy. You know, you never know how much the greediness can actually pay off. But as I say that, we're about to find out whether or not we're gonna see WannaFly once again on the chamber as we move on to the next map. We're gonna go to Breeze, you guys. I know that it's been hot recently, but we're moving on to the rainy season over here at the Philippines. Not really fitting to go to the beach, but hey, these players are ready to go. Fluffy, on a map like Breeze, how fast do you think the rounds are gonna play out in a map that's way wider?
I feel like for mid, it's not gonna be that quickly. They seem like a more methodical team, especially in the start. And on the attacking side as well, statistically speaking, they don't have a great breeze overall. Hopefully that does change for them this game, because if it doesn't, that will mean that they will be losing 0-2. But on the side of Boom Esports, it's a very confident map for them. They've only really run one composition the entirety of their own Indonesia Challenger series, which is the one we can see right now. One thing to note about both teams is there is a difference between Sentinels. We have one Cypher and one Chamber, and we also have both of the KOs. So having two KOs is very interesting because, one, it means that whichever KO suppresses first normally has the advantage, but it also means that KO in this specific map, it depends on how practiced the team is. There are a lot of really good pop flashes that are very hard to spot on to gain space. But aside from that, the difference between Cypher and Chamber is with Chamber, we've seen Boom, especially during their first series, this APAC, really hold down the fort with a Tour de Force and Operator combo, sometimes even bringing out both in the same round, just to make sure that the defenders cannot entry. And I feel like if they're able to react like that, how they played against Cerberus Esports, they will be able to shut down Myth's push if they don't do the push cleanly enough. So I'm very worried about Myth's attacking half, but overall I feel like the agents are pretty good.
Trix, do you share the same sentiments? Are you kind of worried for one team or the other?
I'm a little worried for Myth depending on how they play their defender side. I know they like to play those crossfires, but I do hope that they're going to focus on the retakes because as we've seen Boom do before, they have a way of throwing one utility, and if you look to the other side, everything's coming at you. So at that point, I'm wondering, will Myth just give it up and play for that retake, or are they just going to try and hold down the fort and play those crossfires to their advantage?
The answer to that we'll be finding out in just a bit. We're hellbent on seeing the best of the best really pop off in this league, so congrats on BME for winning the first map. But again, the series is not yet over. Breeze is coming up next, and we may look at map number 3 if push comes to shove on the side of Myth. We'll see. But with that, we'll be passing you guys over back to our casters.
Well, wow, what that smile caught me off guard, Astray. Welcome back,
I always
ladies
smile.
and gentlemen. Of course, but you're just like doing this to the cam. And I was like, whoa, what is that? But here we are, guys, at Breeze. We are ready to maybe see a team sleep with the fishes, as we are yet again visiting the very tropical map. Astray, you had a few comments about the comps that they've been running on Breeze, or actually everybody's been running on Breeze. I feel like Breeze is stagnating just a little bit. I mean, it is the most efficient comp to run, but maybe a little creativity wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's still fine. I guess it's not the comp itself, but how you use the comp that will matter the most, especially here on Breeze. You can have mirror comps, but if you do lag behind in terms of some form of control somewhere on the map, you could be looking at something very risky. So I think it already is peak composition here on Breeze. I don't think I'm not the super biggest fan of maybe a fade here. I think it's still the double initiator with KO and Sova. I could be wrong, Sky, sometimes, but I really do like the KO a lot more. The only real interesting fact here, is that Frostmite is going to be playing the Cypher, which I think isn't really a bad thing, because Cypher really does have a lot of staying power without being on the site itself, which really works into the favor of Boom, because they know that Myth also do like to play a little bit more split, so at least having something eyes on the back of your site is going to be incredibly helpful. Speaking of which, though, lots of fights already happening at hallways, and Conga Red alongside Wannafly, again, just super deadly on these pistols.
Yet another double to open up the game as Frostmite and Tebadal. They do chime in. Deland will be the aggressor on the side of Myth, but look how low they are. Frostmite, all he really has to do is to give them a little bit of a love tap on that torso. Deland knows about this. He goes for the swing. He softens him up for Wannafly. Wannafly has one bullet in his headhunter, but he doesn't even really need it, as Frostmite still has not tapped the spike. This is going to give his position away now, and Wannafly a little cautious as he doesn't have the most HP. Does he look at the same angle, or the correct angle? Oh, I held my breath there. Wannafly escapes as Frostmite got the first shot off, but miss is a miss. And Myth, they take the third pistol round in a row.
A sliver is all it took. But man, the pistol of Myth is just something else. Like, Conga Red just hits every single shot that is laid out in front of him. Wannafly not missing a beat to do the same. Now, Boom Esports, they always like to do something a little bit wacky, a little bit quirky, and they're on the save pistols. And the way that we're seeing it is a triple push on mid. They've already spotted Frostmite, who has lost his life, given away the position that Myth has already pushed up all the way up onto B. But look at this three-man flank coming in. Deland, if he doesn't spot this in the nick of time, this could be bad, but we are going through his wall, and it's taking him down one by one. Good passive damage from the Viper's toxins. And it's all down to Tebadal. Again, another classic in hand. Well, he's getting closer to Deland, so maybe he can sneak away the kill. He does, and takes minimal damage too, so maybe he can even aggress this, even further.
I've never tried Tebadal in my life. I mean,
What
it
is it
literally
again? Candy?
means it's no, it's bottled tea, but I feel like it's more of a soft drink than it is a tea. But anyhow, guys, pretty typical stuff here as Myth take yet again the opening swing of things. And Tebadal, the man of the hour, he does kind of chime in for one more exit frag, but I don't think that's going to ultimately hurt the economy of Myth too much, as they do have rifles on hand, so fighting from a distance is not going to be an issue here. It's Deland and Wannafly who maybe would fight over for that orb. That tour de force is so close, Astray.
It very much is, and that's always going to be a damp cloth into the happy plans as you go against it, especially when it's in the hands of Wannafly. I think they're going to actually try to get him an orb, because they're on the attacking side, so they do have priority supposedly on A. Yeah, but I think he's just playing alongside his teammate here. They don't really want to do that. They want to go for the fast picks, which actually works out in the favor. Kadoom is very low, but look at Berserks as well as Tebadal, able to pinch all the way through mid and the site. Tebadal Those are some shallow utilities. He's not going to get flushed out at all.
One enemy
Blazing comes in for the swing. And Congarez, we already know where he was. He already threw out the fragment initially. And Tabatal not going to miss a beat to hit the shot.
So far, it's been a pretty atypical opening for the map here, as Myth, they start with a lead, but Boom Esports, they do invest quite a few of these rounds to have, how would I put this, Asra? They gather as much information as they can despite the early round losses, right? But I want to go back on that Cypher pick, which you did talk about for a bit. I think a lot of people forget that Cypher was the go-to sentinel here for a good minute before Chamber, surfaced. And as soon as Chamber's like, people are like, you know what? Maybe Chamber is the answer. As Kadum gets rid of that tripwire to mock the Cypher even more. So many pings, so much information, so little bullets to spare. As Frostmine and the boys, they cut down that offense. But the site has been overrun, not just by one, but two. Alone Fills finds Blaze King and flips Jitter and Tepidol. They have to go back to back here, as they can't leave any opening whatsoever. Dylan had to make a mad dash to get that spike. And with that Viper's Pit up, this is going to make the endeavors of Boom that much more difficult. Dylan, he sensed that Tepidol was going to push, and Conga Red even finds his mirror. As Myth take yet another round.
I kind of really did like the push there from Blaze King too. Just get the wraparound near, I don't know what it's called, the right side of, outside of B main. There's another term for it, but I probably can't say that on broadcast, but the pocket, I guess, the small pocket. Alone Feels, I think, spots him out on the rotation as he was already at back B. And this was before the, I think this was before the Viper's Pit fully matured on the site. I don't think, I don't think Blaze was pretty much aware of that. I think he was just waiting for somebody to try to pick up the spike, but unfortunately cost him his life in the end.
That it did. And now Mid has had a bit of presence from Myth. So far though, Aserai, quite a bit of defaulting again. Boom Esports, they really just love to sit still and wait for things to happen and really just process that, as we talked about. The operator is already up on Berserks, or not an operator, sorry, a Marshal. My eyes deceived me. So Berserks will try to make a little bit of work here. My goodness, though, watching Boom play, if you just watch the minimap, it's like, guys, are you okay? Or is this the art of nothingness, mastered to a T?
Ooh, timing there. Wannafly not tagged at all.
Oh.
And yeah, Boom's defense right now just looking a little bit flabbergasted. Ooh, that tripwire did nothing. Okay, so maybe he can cross right in, but Frostmine is holding the back of the site! 3 kills already alongside Blaze King.
No more charges left.
And his utility incredibly put back. Actually works in the end, and what? Oh, okay. Debatal's right behind him. I actually thought that Blaze got a jumping shot through the wall somehow. But, yeah, no.
Well, that would have been crazy.
That would have been absolutely crazy.
So Boom, they get another round on the board. Yeah, Frostmine, like you mentioned, right? The good thing about being a Cypher is you do have the choice to play for a lot of contact, especially with the tripwires and whatnot and the coverage of Cage. But you also provide so much value by just kind of hanging back, too. The camera is obviously there. Kind of like a bit of a Phantom 6 player again. And this time, though, all that utility is going to be thrown out the window as we see a long and arduous march by Myth. They run over the site. They find Frostmine. Berserks. It was only a matter of time, especially after that ping. And Blaze King, unfortunately, getting tagged up on his retreat, has lost quite a bit of health. Have it all in flips. They try to secure this flank, but Wannafly is a little too quick on that trade. Even twice in a row, finding flips. Blaze King, a kingdom not of his own, as he goes back to the safety of his spawn, potentially. That's yet another round for Myth.
Yeah, just gonna have to retreat there. Unfortunately, this is not gonna pan anything anymore for Boom Esports and Myth. Yeah, they're not gonna be afraid to hit the B side once again. I think that one round that Frostmine really went up was more of an odd one out. If Conga Red just may possibly readjusts his blade, hits him at the back of the site, disables utility, and Frostmine won't really have anything to supplement his anchoring at the back of B. That being said, though, it's back to square number one here for Boom, as their money a bit battered in tatters, and it's only really BlazKing that was able to save that that Vandal of his. Look at how they just slow down the pace and not really chase for back, and then also start to just play harder on elbow.
Difficulty all around, I suppose, as none of these sites have been given for free, but this could potentially be a bit of a giveaway on the side of Boom, considering they don't have that many weapons. BlazKing finds Dell, and he fires a shot just to warn him. Oh, but a bit of a fumble there in the switch. You could probably sense the tiny bit of panic. There's like, oh, please open. But we see the pit being expended. I love the philosophy of Boom when it approaches ultimates. They use it as a supplement to their weekend buys. And I feel like, I mean, there's no real wrong way of using an ult, right? It really comes down to creativity, as BlazKing was spotted trying to go down that rope as he even descends further into the depths of the spectator lobby. Now Myth, they move around. They get that rifle back. It's on Tebadol now, but this flank has been happening about, what, 3-4 rounds now? This could potentially be something that they expect. Oh, no. What a big whiff by Berserks! And Alone fills. We'll fill him up with bullets. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Consider's time was definitely on borrowed ends. Tebadol did spot that nobody was going to be pushing A anymore, especially through his ultimate, right? And this was just awkward. He was mid-rope, man. And then there's another awkward transition there from Berserk. He just does not connect the blades on a possibly free counterpart kill. All the ifs and buts.
I must weave my web better.
Unfortunately.
Myth, they look quite, well, I would say considerably better now. Their motions on the offense have definitely mixed Boom Esports up. And really overflowing that mental stack has been the name of the game for them. As we see, now very hyper-passive hold. We even have one anti-flank remaining in attacker spawn. As that spike is gonna go in the way of A, at least leading towards it at the moment. Not trying to play the Boom's game where let's just slow it down. If we don't have to deal with it, then don't. Let's see how this round goes as a minute is still left. This grueling round.
They're really buying their time here a little bit because Kadum is on that operator. Does have his blades, but he's been the initiator for the most part. Oh, this is also very risk, but Berserks has found himself an avenue, and Kadum was first on the case, first on the scene, but it's a leg shot. This is absolutely perfect right now for Boom. Now they know there's no more big kumbayas here for Myth. They're going to have to rush right into the site.
30 seconds left.
Conga Red trying to actively look for those tripwires, the flashes to come through. But again, this crossfire has all but been
one enemy remaining.
Perfectly executed to dismantle the offense. Lone Fails 2 remain, and that one pick onto Kadum, I think, just sealed the fate of Myth in this round. They did not have time. They did not have the explosive entry that Kadum offers. And, well, that gives Boom a fighting chance.
I have to say, this is realistically going to go through a 3-map series. As Myth, you can see their adjustments too. They're going really well. But, again, Boom, very, very intelligent with their approach here, so we can't really call what's going to happen just yet. Meanwhile, on the side of the scoreboard here, during our pause, I believe this is going to be Myth's pause. Like, suddenly, how did Boom recover so well? Again, just so many questions that they could possibly run through. Tebadol has been finding quite a bit of success on that flank, but do you think that it's somewhat become predictable? I mean, we saw WannaFly take him out many times. Of course, barring this round, right, where Boom just kind of did Boom things.
I'm not actually sure. I feel like it's just Boom not wanting to play retake. You know, there's no real reason for them to evacuate a site they're very much confident with how they've been interacting, and it's not. It hasn't really. It has been a toss up to how well Myth are just able to execute and get the earlier picks. But as you can see, Boom, they kind of mix stuff up. There's not just one position that, for example, Frostmind stays. So I think it's fine. Tebathol, on the other hand, I think he's just okay doing, just anchoring the A side. It works, I think, best for him compared to B, because his utility impacts A lot more than I think it does B, especially when they still do have that Cypher to just, again, have those strip wires, have those Cypher cages to just make the B side a living hell for Myth, because they're going to have to second guess a lot of times where this is going to be coming through. I did not know that is where you put that wall or that smoke. Anyways, Kadoom, nice little flush out there. And they've mitigated B main by going through tunnels. And it just works absolutely beautifully. Blaze King tries to at least make it an expensive take onto the site. And alongside Berserks, it is looking mighty fine. Berserks does not have access to the blades. So this is going to be either he finds a rifle to start helping them out, or else, and if they're slow enough, look at this big flag coming in from Phils. Yep, there it is. Tebathol. Well, he's just going to rotate back. I like this. He thinks that he might be able to catch Phils if Phils is going to be pushing through A main, or rather B tunnels. But look at how he just wraps all the way around. So there's no chance for Tebathol to spot this out if WannaFly doesn't get too cheeky. That being said, he's also probably going to be looking to save the operator. So I really do like this wraparound. But other than that, he's not going to be able to clutch it around.
Oh, yeah. But this exit's going to come this way. He's going to find one. I feel like the trade's going to come from CT. No? No, it doesn't. He's, like you said, right? He's just waiting for that operator. Berserks, where did you drop it? And he picks it up and goes into the temporary safety of that site. Well, looking at the economy right now, they still have a lot to work with. So even if Boom take this one, there's going to be quite a bit of a margin that they can really leverage. The side of Boom, they're just one away from a reset again, which I wouldn't necessarily say is characteristic of Boom, but Alone feels really the MVP of that round when it comes to the usage of the Hunter's Fury. Typically, though, man, again, it's just so hard to anticipate what's gonna happen because these teams are just really playing so close to each other despite what the rounds say.
True enough, right? Berserks, he's expended his dash very early. And look at how he just does not move an inch from his position. He's really waiting for it. Might need to move soon, though. As you can see, Myth is starting to make some waves on the A site, but they are backing away. I wonder if Berserk is going to try to look towards Cannon now. This is going to be absolutely important for him because opponents could be crossing here. We need the... Yeah, perfect. This is the POV that we wanted to see. Berserks. Ooh, his timing is going to be crucial to give Boom a fighting edge. Everybody's just hiding at their own side of the map, and Myth are running down the clock. They're so close. One fight's about to touch tips. Berserks doesn't get away. Couldn't use the Cloudburst in the nick of time. And Frostmind, he already knows it's going to be that, but he's been deactivated. The blade is good. He's going to be anchoring the back. Kadoom is willing to take the challenge. Cloudburst just for a bit of that cover, and he does not want to lose the position right now. Unfortunately, he does. Tebathol gets the final blow, and Phil's spotted, gutted, and will at least allow Boom another solace here. Time. Yeah, you're going to get able to get that operator up and running again for Berserks.
Like you said, they did engage in a bit of touching barrels there. And a bit of a cross that this time Boom prevailed over Myth. Weapon-wise, it's not going to be the worst. They still have that operator, Berserks, who has a penchant of playing as far forward as he can. Maybe might be a little more reserved this time, knowing that the weaponry is going to be a little more even. Kadoom has those blades, but we don't want to see a repeat of those whiffs. Now we see Boom trying to buckle up. As Myth, they want to push the pedal to the metal here. Oh, I stand corrected. They go for yet another slow default, running the clock again. And just kind of hoping that Boom might overcommit to one side. We see a little bit of movement and info gathering towards B. At the very least, that's going to give Boom some sort of security that they can just watch middle and be wary of any pushes from elbow. But Myth, they don't budge at all, right? They've really just been playing this super conservative play style.
Sometimes you don't need to over push. You're waiting, least as you mentioned, right, for Boom to get a little bit more over antsy. Berserk's trying to show where he is. Oh, but Blaze King was the one that took the brunt. This is going to be bad because they've given away Hall's control. Opening the door, there's a lot of forms of attack, and they've tagged Berserk's. He is in nowhere near a good position to actually get anything done. Oh, the right click on the blades, and Debatal just could do absolutely nothing. Congo Red along this door here. He's about to hit onto Clips. He blinds himself. No, he does not. Okay. Good on the execution. Could always activate the null command if need be. He's the first pick first. The timing! Absolutely beautiful. Kadum gets the refrag in the end, so this still is very much manageable for Myth.
Confirmed.
But Tabatol, always good. Frostbind somehow sneaks to the back. Want to fly? He's the barrel. That's a nice little barrel you got. And it's the land inside. This is going to be a weird game of cat and mouse once again. He's trying to run in. No more time. He's making so much noise, but it doesn't matter. His shots is sublime, but oh, there's no time, unfortunately.
No time.
We'll have to run away. Saves the operator once again. How many times will this operator save itself? One more round before we end the first half, but that was so close on each end.
Potentially, this is the round where Boom Esports have to change the pace here, because once again they've been living and dying by that crawl. That's been so effective for them, but it's been pretty fickle. Myth have made themselves acquainted with that playstyle, and it seems that they're very good buddies now. Tebadal has been on a tear, 12-5. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, it's Wannafly, who's been quite the performer here. He does only have a Guardian in his hand despite that round W. Boom Esports, like I said, maybe it's a time for a change of pace, but Kadum sends Berserks falling as Wannafly even gets flips. And maybe this is exactly what they're scared of. Boom Esports are crumbling a little bit as Myth, they march on. They are very, very sure of taking this side, but Blaze King is always a bit of an obstacle for them. You will see Wannafly. The rate of fire, he whips, but it's Conga Red on that recovery. He was so sure that he got him. Now Tebadal left on his lonesome once more. Did he scope out the moment Conga Red jumped in? Oh dear. Smith, they run this up. And that was a very impressive first half from them. 8-4. Turning things around and could potentially steal a map away from Boom.
Still is a tiny bit earlier to get that one. I love how everybody just jumps up as soon as somebody shoots at them. Just so it could potentially mess the aim rather than strafing, right? I think it actually makes a lot of sense, possibly because they're already looking to headshot you and all of that. But yeah, 4-8. It's a flip of what we saw from the last game, if I'm mistaken. It was 8-4 in the favor of Boom. Now it's Myth. And yeah, potentially a look at game 3 if ever. And so far, it hasn't been that far off. Look at the rounds and the kills in comparison to the rounds, right? There's not really a lot of difference with how these guys have been playing with each other. All of the rounds that Myth have won have been Myth surviving with one player, maybe two at max. And that just is an attest to how well Boom have been fighting, but not fighting well enough to save these sites. Well, we'll see how that goes as we flip the switch, yeah.
It has been a war of attrition. So far, Boom Esports supply lines, they've been running dry. As like we said, Myth has made this play style their own. Granted, they have been a very tactically sound team. Boom Esports, they seem to be stumped. And if we see the recurring theme of Myth take this pistol, then very well we could see the end of this match already. This halftime pause is going to give them a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of time to mull things over. What can Boom do? As Myth, they defend that lead very, very well. Look at that. We see a first round Sheriff buy. And I like it. I like it a lot. Very, very common on this map, but still, you need a lot of confidence because As a Jet, you kind of want that Cloudburst. It's just so versatile. Is it for the retreat? Is it for you pushing? Again, very, very applicable to many situations.
Well, let's see if that situation is applicable for now. They definitely need to create this advantage already. We'll see how that goes. Because one wrong step with this, right, could be the big downfall of the pistol. That is 4 people coming out of A main. Flips it her. Oh, he just barely gets out of there. Whoop, just gets out of the shoot among us. All good. Want to fly, just going to be breaking that one. But I think they know what's about to come here. Flips has already been spotted, so if he can get at least 1 kill, this is going to be absolutely perfect for him. But no, Want to fly denies. 1 more shot into the Headhunter, 4 versus 5. But look at how just awkward the positioning is for everybody. They're kind of spread across the map here. Finally, Myth starting to regroup and recalibrate how they want to go about this thing. Conquer Red finds the kill. There's going to be the quickness of Frostmine, but the Doom is faster. A couple of shots not working in the favor of Boom now, and they're starting to dwindle even further here, Raph. Nice little crossfire, but no delay tactics whatsoever. You're going to have to try to stop the plant, or the defuse, excuse me, which Tempetal has done! Tempetal! Is there enough time? It's half already.
Yeah, he has
There's enough time. Wow, Tempetal almost, but then somehow his ghost stopped working properly.
I know a lot of players will swear by the ghost and some players just completely avoid it. I think we're on, or at least our region, right? It's either frenzies or classics on pistol rounds. Very rarely do we see ghosts, but man, Tebedal really making a good case for it, as the satisfaction of those taps is almost unmatched. But if he had won that round, it would have been better. Boom Esports. No, man, they're not looking too good, man.
Just like what my parents said to me. Yeah, good job on, you know, getting those grades, but it could have been better. Yes.
Wow. Flashbacks.
Oh,
I don't know how I feel about
wait!
that.
Wait! Deland! Did Flips just actually give away? He didn't push forward, and Deland was like, double kill for me, thank you very much.
But wait.
Oh, no.
Look where Blaze King is. They don't know where he is. Do they know where he's playing safe? Do they know he's playing close? They walk past him. He could potentially find a freebie here too. No, he gets hit by the movement, but he still gets a lone fails. He's down to 24 health. He reloads a Spectre, but Wannafly takes him down with a classic. And what a mess of a round. What was going on?
The pockets in Valorant run deep in terms of the map, so you really have to check. You saw how tucked in Deland was. I'm pretty, again, if the first guy don't spot it, the second and third usually don't check again. Oh, we don't see that highlight specifically. I would have wanted to see just a quick little replay of that, because that was a big mistake from Flipshitter. Oh.
I think it was Wannafly. Had he committed to that, that would have been a double for Blaze King too. So again, very similar situation. But Deland, my goodness, big opener for his team. And in Thailand, they are looking to, well, seal this round away from Boom Esports. And slowly but surely they crawl up. Is Boom. But none of this map control has found any success as of the moment. And Berserks, he makes sure that Kadoom is gonna go back to whence he came. Mike still has not been committed. How did Frostmine get here? But it doesn't last too long, as we have Conquer Red. Never mind. Alone Fills finds Tepidal now. A little disjointed on this attack, but this far more freewheeling offense seems to have found a little more success, as they don't want to walk into this web. Now Deland, who's been a menace on the Spectre, can't really do much from that range. Wannafly is, or rather Alone Fills is assuming that Blaze King is going to move forward, try to isolate the fights for him. And maybe he gets that guess right.
Oh
as
no.
Deland has already found himself in a very favorable position for this trade. But Blaze King! Blaze King! The full clears, man. You have to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he was clearing almost everything up until, right? It do be like that. But aside from that, there was also the danger that even if he found his counterpart, counterpart, not counterpart. That's really bad.
You didn't have to say it. It's fine. Oh
yeah. There was the trade from Delin was actually quite near, so there was danger in every single corner there for Blaze King.
As we get our bearings together, Boom Esports, they look to do the same. Berserks gets an opening pick again, but alone fails. Alone fails, he gets 2. Frostmind does the same, even has a Nero Theft to put icing on this double kill cake. And 2v3 now, information not on the side of Myth, as Tebadal tries to find some sort of back door to sneak into this fortress. All the attention on Myth, it's towards mid. They've already prepped for a retake either site. As we see that spike down, Delin could be the X factor here, as I don't think Tebadal is going to spot him.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, they narrowly avoid each other again.
Timing is just so tight from these two. Unless they do spot out Kadum first. Flips, he's tempting fate a little bit with all these jumps coming in. Frostmind very much aware of what could be coming through B main. There it is, and Kadum left to go for this island of a 1 versus 3. He's alone, and he is gonna get spotted and stopped. 5 to 11 though. This is gonna be an undertaking, very severe undertaking for Boom to come back.
Quite a few things that they have to keep in mind here. As we see this game go along, it's becoming a bit of a brawl, Asarai. A lot of just raw fighting. Maybe this is the mix-up that Boom needs to employ here, as Myth's still very, very close to getting that map win. And Berserks, who's been an ace at getting those first bloods, looks to do the same, looks to replicate his success. But Frostmind, who's been a menace from elbow, hasn't found any contact on his side so far, but there is a waiting Kadum on his left, making this venture quite a dangerous one as he goes back. Checks on the camera. He does mark 1. I don't think that actually got Delin. If you look at the map, Asar, this is much more loose in terms of where Boom wants to go. They haven't really committed to anything anywhere. Maybe contact is number 1 on their priority list.
Well, it was number 1. Oh, okay. They're gonna try to congest themselves now. Is there still a dash on Berserks? Yes, he does. Okay, this is gonna be very much necessary. Blaze comes in. Berserks, what? How does he get tagged down to 26 so quickly? It doesn't matter. Still shuts down Delin. Kadum, now the backup thing still does have the dash, so he can get back into safety, but he doesn't need it. He is hitting every single shot that is need to be. Frostmind all left on his lonesome. Wanna-Fly finally finds him and shuts him out. And Raph, you were already mentioning, we were already feeling it. Could be hitting already at match point already, or to a game number 3 after this match point.
Oh yeah. And the thieving of each other's map picks. It's been a common occurrence here on APAC. Kadum though, very, very impressive. Looking very sharp this time around. The Guardian has been a popular choice too. First it was Conquerred, now it's Kadum. The duo that keeps on giving is Boom. Looks like they're gonna have a heavy-handed attack towards B, but what can they really do? They have fairly limited weapons. They have 3 main rifles to work with. Berserks will have to work with that Bulldog as they spray down that Viper's poison orb. Myth still play this patiently. Not a lot of overly aggressive map movement, but Blaze King might find a little bit of trouble here, especially if he turns his back. But Conquerred, he gets the info. Not entirely sure where that came from, or if anyone else is behind him. But still, that's enough for Myth to send out all their players leaning towards B. The Hunter's Fury is here. We're so used to seeing Blaze King get 1, but they get shredded by Myth. Delin gets 2. Now we're left to Blaze King alone. We've seen him clutch. Can he do it? He tries to tap, he tries to swing, he tries to dance. But my, Delin will lead this one into the hands of Myth.
And with that, game number 2 concludes, which means that we are gonna go for the final match here, the final map. And it feels a little bit like Haven. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're already out of their seats. Just, gonna take a break, chill out. Nice yellow chairs, all uniform.
It would have been amazing. Dude, could you imagine what myth are consisting of 5 invisible players? What superpower is that?
Well, the superpower that they have right now is the power of a possible comeback. So guys, we're gonna go on a break, and when we do come back ourselves, when we return from that break, we'll be looking at Haven, and of course before that, the panel to discuss things even further.
For the pretty girls trying to get a casual bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
on the panel. More of the action happening here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix here still serving you the analysis. We're off to a game number 3 after Made in Thailand turned the tide against BAAM Esports. Trix, this is the mythical myth that we really wanted to see here. Some of the tricks they did in Icebox were better executed here on Breeze.
I really think so. The use of Myth's patience and discipline that we could see, especially when they were on that attacker side, just forcing Boom to push up, but not getting any information whilst pushed up was amazing. And then on top of that, when they went to Defender, you could see they were setting themselves up for those better retakes as well. So it was just all in all really fluid on mid set.
We're looking at the score over here as well as the headshot percentage and damage. If we actually take a look at the individual scores of these players, you'd see that the kill feed or the kill count doesn't really vary from these teams. It was always close when it came to the duels. It was trade upon trade upon trade. And we can actually see that reflect here on the economy too. Look at how close that is, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, overall team play in general was so good. Of course, we have Tebatel and Kadum respectively leading the board for the respective teams, but overall this game does look like a very good change of pace if you're a Myth fan, and it looks like a reverse from the first map, like a mirror. And it's interesting that they took each other's map as well. I'm surprised, honestly, that we didn't see the Boom Esports that I saw early on in APAC. I think it's 1 or 2 days ago when they were playing against Cerberus, which showed such a commanding hold over this map. But it seems like Myth, maybe they figured that out, maybe they found a way to do it, but they've always had their stuff. And moving on to this map, it really shows that that's what really made the big difference, especially players like Kadum. You know, he would hold site, he would survive sometimes, he would get 1, 2, even 3 before getting taken down. So all these little small things does add up to end up closing it around. And even on the attacking half, Kadum also was a great entry when he does make his picks.
I really think here Myth kind of giving Boom a taste of their own medicine with those amazing executions. You've got Alone on the Sova just also using his ultimate to clear the space for his entry and take out another player while his entry takes out somebody else because the Viper threw out the utility. It was just beautiful to watch.
Oh, definitely. On the side of Myth, I really enjoyed seeing the adjustments that they had. We were talking about Wannafly not adjusting too much during, not aggressing too much rather, over at Icebox. But this time, Kadum really stepped up to the plate so that Wannafly can fulfill his role as the anti-flag or perhaps the lurker from time to time. We also see them conditioning BME to have Wannafly on the lurk, right? Which is why when we saw Berserks, not Berserks rather, Alone fills on that flank, Fluffy, it just caught Berserks off guard.
I feel like a lot of these small adjustments really just builds up and creates such a big momentum moving on to basically close the round. Even now we see, this is what I was talking about earlier, Kadum holding the side, going for 1, going for 2, gets the 3rd, almost even gets the 4th, and his teammate didn't steal that away. Just amazing gameplay coming out of both teams, honestly. But Myth really showing up, so hopefully that gives them good mental, as, you know, winning the second map puts you at least mentally in a position of, oh, we've done it once, we can do it again. While on the other end, the other team might feel like, oh, we're letting it slip by. So returning to essentially what is a best of 1 towards our next map, it's going to be a big deal.
I think also just Myth having that Chamber instead of a Cypher, as much as I love Cypher, Chamber has more mobility than a Cypher does, able to reposition themselves, while the Cypher has to position themselves from the start and try to get that advantage, as we've seen Frostmine do on that defender side. I just find that on the attacker, it makes it more difficult for the Cypher to actually move around, get the flank, and, you know, hold the line for their teammates in order to take that site.
Not to mention Congared's use of the KO just really shutting down Frostmine setups over here. And speaking of Congared, I love the entry situation that he has with Kadum. He flashes the site, Kadum enters, and the rest is just history. Fluffy, the execution in this duo is just so well coordinated.
Yeah, like what Trix mentioned earlier, it looks like Myth has kind of adopted the playstyle that we expect to see from Boom Esports. The more put together, more explosive and well-coordinated 5-man pushes or group pushes in general just seem to be working out. I feel like that goes back to being, you know, experience from playing with your players for so long, especially with a roster that's as solid as this and has been together for as long.
Of course, the chemistry factor is there. They're so comfortable and they trust each other 100%. They've been together ever since we can remember. Now, I do want to talk about the contrast of the defense that they have here, Trick. Not exactly contrast. I do think that to a certain extent they have a lot of similarities, where both of them are just really trying to hold down the site instead of retaking it. But why was it that it was more effective on the side of Myth than on BME?
I think for Myth, it wasn't just a matter of holding down the site. They also pushed on the other sides, which ended up pinching Boom to a certain area. They were forced to be playing only from specific spots because the rest of Myth actually cleared everywhere else Boom could possibly be in. And they didn't just clear it alone. They always had a refrag with them. They had somebody else with them. Somebody else is marking a long flank. And in general, it just seemed Myth knew that Boom likes to play explosive, and Boom tried to adjust by taking those rounds where they would go in for the pick, which was fantastic to see, but I guess it just wasn't enough to break Myth's defense.
Now that you talked about them getting pinched, right? We talked about this off of the panel earlier, wherein Breeze is a map wherein once contact is made, you kind of take a step back instead of aggressing or getting those ego peaks, because mistakes can still be made, right? Fluffy, there's a lot that can go on with a map as wide as Breeze.
Yeah, so naturally, because the map is so wide, but unlike other maps, you're also very exposed. There are only certain angles, especially as an attacker, that you can actually stand safety in without being open to multiple angles to take that 1v1. So what ends up happening is a lot of teams really have to rely on their personal aim. That's what people are trying to say when they say it's an aim map, where they generally have a hard time refragging each other because you have to hold so much space that most teams on the defensive side will either set up for the retake, or on the attack, you really have to win a lot of these initial fights in order to gain a significant amount of space. But that also means that naturally, the map, which is very wide, forces a lot of players to play really spread out. So it's a good thing that the teams, like Trix mentioned, capitalize on this by not only defending their own space and controlling what space they can, but also knowing when to take space, even as a defenders, in order to create more map control for you, because the more that you advance, the less space your opponents has, the more predictable they can be. So a lot of these fundamentals of Valorant is seen everywhere from rank games to pro, but here on the pro scene, if you can do it very well, it'll pay off very large.
With a map as big as Breeze, what was I going to say? Ascent. Breeze over here, one of the favorable weapons was actually the operator, and we've seen round for round, they were trying to save the Elder Flame operator. If I'm being honest over here, I saved that skin too. It's a skin that I've been waiting to show up in my store. Raph and Aster, I know this. It hasn't showed up there yet, but maybe I'm manifesting it here on VCT. I'll check out my store later, and hopefully it's already there. But what about you, Trix? Is there anything in your store that you're waiting to see pop up?
I have the habit of buying things the moment they come out, so not so much. I have the Elder Flame, I have the Ion, I have all the skins that I love. But
makes me wonder what your collection is like.
Hefty.
What about you, Fluffy? Do you have a hefty collection too?
Initially, yeah, but I started slowing down ever since, panel, so I haven't been able to play as much. I really wanted to get the recent bundle, though, but for me, the one that I'm waiting for my store, because for some reason I didn't get it when it came out, is the Reaver Vandal, which I still don't have. But,
Reaver.
A lot of people do, so I just pick it up on the ground. That's the only way I can try it.
Well, of course, it's the Reaver Vandal Supremacy. I've seen a lot of pros pull this out as well. Really, really nice skin. I wonder if we'll be seeing these pros equip it as the next map is ready. We're going on to Haven, boys and girls, or boy and girl for this matter here on the panel. So on a map like Haven, we often see an Omen, Sova, Chamber, Neon, Breach on the side of BME over here. I'm not quite sure if that is going to be the case here. Oh, actually, I already see an Astra on the side of their opponent, and I'm excited to see how the Astra mind games always comes to play here, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, Astra versus Omen, we've talked about this a lot. Omen, the more aggressive of the two, being able to be like a pseudo-duelist, because you can, similar to a Jet, you have a mobility aspect, you have an instant smoke aspect, although granted not as fast. But on the Astra, what you do have instead is that global presence, which can create a lot of what we call perceived pressure by denying information. Something simple like, specifically on the map Haven, if you're an attacker and you have an Astra, you can smoke a lobby to deny info from A long or maybe A short, and that can put a lot of pressure on the team to anchor a couple players there, and will allow you to make a move with this perceived pressure. So it allows you to take space globally, especially on the map with the ADCs like this.
I really like how Myth is running with essentially that more flexible agents. You've got the Astra, the Killjoy, the Sky, the Sova, and they can have a lot of lineups from very far away. So I feel they're more malleable as a team in terms of where they want to move, how they want to move. While Boom Esports, similar to their playstyle, have this more burst aspect where they can really run down and essentially overwhelm a site with just the sheer amount of flashes that they have.
Yeah, I also wanted to add that I'm very interested. I know that Boom Esports have played this composition before. They took it against Hike Digital Esports and Bridgestone Arctic, but the Neon pick for me on Haven is one of the most underrated duelists that I feel like, normally we see the Jets, sometimes even the Rays, but the Neon not as much, although we saw it a bit more in the last, APAC, I believe. So I feel like it's great because it still has the mobility of other duelists, but that stun is just so invaluable, especially on the push, because you can't anti-flash it. If you get hit by that, you only have a small chance of actually landing your shot. It's almost a guaranteed kill for the most part. And the wall, the perceived pressure I was talking about that you can do with Astra, you can really use the Neon fast lane to do something similar in a lot of places on Haven.
We talked about the stun earlier. Let's not forget that they also have a breach on this composition, so please, their enemies better watch out and not get stunned as best as they can. But with that, the compositions have been locked in. We weren't expecting to make it to map number 3, yet here we are. These two teams just really serving us some good games over here. So with that, I'm passing you guys back over to our casters so we can begin with game number 3.
We are here. What a second game we have witnessed again on Breeze, and now the finale for the first series as Boom or Made in Thailand can still keep themselves on a perfect record. We're back at it again. My name is Aster. With me now is Raph, and again, as I mentioned, it is going to be Haven. Yeah.
I love that affirming. Yes, we are now on Haven, and I believe the panel discussed the differences of the composition succinctly. But yeah, the breach, I feel like, has been a key to success to quite a bit of teams here. It does surprise me that Myth don't want to run that. Again, they go for that Astra, which does somewhat supplement the fact that they're running, I would say, a fairly lighter comp when it comes to just the utility shuffler, at least during the fight. Because again, breach is breach.
Well, this does pose a couple of threats, but not too bad, I'd say, since there is no Sova on the side of Boom. Nanoswarms setups from Myth might be a bit more difficult to handle, especially when Berserk's just gonna have to keep rushing right in. He's gonna have to check all these corners and all of that. But this is a comp that, again, Boom have already used quite a good chunk in their own particular region. So there is that method to the madness that, again, from our own end, we haven't really seen often in our own side, but Boom already has an idea of how to execute this, especially against a more regular scene comp like Myth has.
That's fair, but I feel like Breach just brings so much value. He could play from long, he could oppress from short.
Berserks.
Wanna fly, doesn't want to deal with any of those as he finds Berserk's Neon. Again, raising the eyebrows here is Flipshitter. Oh my lord, Conga Red. Okay.
Alright.
And that's why people play the Ghost. It's just... Mama, there goes that man.
You know why Berserk's lost? Because he's using somebody blue. You know why that's the case? Because Conga Red, not Conga Blue. Uh-huh. Look at that second shot.
Director, can I leave the broadcast
we missed the second shot, though.
It's okay. I'm joking. I'm here to stay. I'm here to not suffer. The word is not suffer. No, I'm not suffering with Astra. I know this is not grinding my gears at all.
Suffering succotash.
Suffering.
forgot where your head is.
You know, Looney Tunes.
Destroyed.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Baby Looney
Sylvester.
Tunes specifically, yeah.
Yeah.
I
All right.
think Baby Looney Tunes is so underrated. Maybe Neon could be the same too. Fairly underrated in this map. As you see, quite a bit of space being taken. And man, Alone Phil's just witnessed the murder. Frostmind finds WannaFly too. And now we have Gongared playing from that gong position, undiscovered. Still trying to go for that clandestine operation. No trigger discipline whatsoever, because all he needs to do is to find two just like that. A third could potentially be in the making here. Gongared, he throws out the flash just to zone Frostmind, and Frostmind fulfills that legacy. Is it a quad? Still a question Blaze King has to answer. Gongared will happily oblige, getting that second round on the board for Myth.
Expensive as expensive can be, but Konga, you don't see this too often now because, again, Seekers are 7 charges. Usually before, what would happen was you'd give Sky to your high-intensity fragger, make her into an entry, and it's either you die and you get kills, and then second round you'll have your Seekers up. But Gongared just goes so much in terms of impact in those past 2 rounds that he has that up and running so quickly, Raph. So this is going to be something. And he's 7-0-0 compared to his other teammates, which is like 1 kill apiece. Maybe even none.
Die and get kills? That's like he's a fragger or something, Astra. Again,
Whoa.
succinct is the
So
word
cool.
of the map. Astra has, you know, given me a firm grasp of the obvious. It really is mind-boggling to me.
Oh,
But
yeah.
a set play could be here as the relay bolt. I saw the Trailblazer dodge, like, whoa, slow down. But the guiding light, as this garage position has turned into a zoo, not the kindest one, as BAAM Esports, they still trying to crawl their way into it. Yet another guiding light. They throw that smoke down to get that dark cover for CT. But Berserk has found himself onto the side, throws another relay bolt, but Kadum is here to put an end to his misery. Deland still on the opposite side of things, holding down, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and the self-blind! Gongared, it doesn't matter, he gets 2 still, with Kadum finding flips. Tebedal on that breach. Once again. Was Kadum full blind? I think so.
I think he reacted in time.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's my hard guess on it. We'll probably see it on the replay. How was that a full blind on Blaze King and Frost? It felt like he didn't blind themselves, right?
I feel like the halos around their faces can be deceptive to the spectator at times. Maybe there should be levels of it. I don't know. Maybe it's a quality of life thing, but it also is fairly annoying sometimes when you're the one trying to play that anti-flash, because you'd assume, oh, he's fully blind, he's not gonna see me. But wait, he saw me and shot me. That is some information. As the weekend buy is going in the way of BAAM again, Asrai. They've had so many eco rounds in the series.
Scout destroyed.
Well, they haven't. I think, in terms of like thrifties that BAAM have gotten, it's probably just around 1 or 2 in this entire series as well. So that's never a good metric, right? You're already looking for maybe a low percentage success at winning a week buy, and they only have like 1 or 2 in this entire series. They'll definitely need to bring something back up. Flipsitter though,
They do.
yeah, just making some noise. Frostmine. Okay, he's good. He's fine. No shot.
He's fine. He's fine. For now, as at least he gets that dark cover down. Berserks is going to run into the site, but Alone Fizz is still very wary of his long position for the right reasons. As Frostmine, Blaze King actually gets saved by that gravity well. Like a figure skater, he even gets an upgrade and a choice of skins. But does he know somebody jumped down? No, it's WannaFly actually getting that verticality and that exercise on those quads there. Flipsitter on that flank. Not too happy about what happened there, what transpired. As WannaFly having a more grounded approach in that duel will get his 3rd and get the 4th for Made in Thailand.
WannaFly heard the reload. He heard it. That's why he just dropped down. Because, yeah, Blaze picked up basically every single Vandal out there, just did not have any bullets. Unfortunately. We'll probably see that in a bit, but what was kind of wacky here is the gravity well. Look at that. Just kind of sliding, using it as some sort of tool of mobility. Not akin to like Valorant.
Spike down A.
Yeah. This wall
that
don't block
happen?
no bullets.
Ah, well.
Yes.
Many things can be solved in Valorant. Tactical advantage, just shoot him down, and Kadoom gets 2. Or at least his 3rd. But now Flips has a similar idea. Let's just frag out, let's find alone fills. That's exactly what he did. Wanna fly Congrad and Deland. They have ways to go on this retake. We see a lot of hesitation here coming from Congrad, who played that mid position. Just making sure if there were any flanks. The possibility of that is unlikely, as we see Flips and Frostmine. They're completely helpless against this lockdown. So we see a little bit of a gamble play here. He does use that from the shadows in a very timely fashion, but Flips gets a 3rd on Deland. We see the flash come out from Conga Red and the frag, and as we see Frostmine, even though he escaped, he was still detained, and the jazz hands. Man, the jazz hands.
That was risk. 100% risk, though. Because if he did TP back, Myth are close enough that they can hear the cancellation of it. There is that fine line where you can TP out and TP back in to quote-unquote get away from the lockdown, but I don't know, maybe Frostmine just got hit by when he TP'd out? I don't know what happened there, but definitely not to the benefit of Boom Esports, as that was just left onto Flip Shitter, and for obvious reasons, that was a huge mistake from Boom.
You could tell it's a huge mistake because they lost the round. Amazing. As we see Myth, Conga Red, man, he's been looking nigh unstoppable in his outing here. And maybe we were wrong about the breach pick because made in Thailand, they're making a case of their Kong. I really love the stun player, at least the potential to stun and CC on the side of Boom. So far, it hasn't really worked out. We see a rolling thunder in the pocket of Tebatal, but maybe losing their Sentinel is going to give them second thoughts. The Seekers are going to come out, so that's one ultimate coming from the side of Made in Thailand. Tebatal actually finds Wanafly, so this might be the green light for him to throw out all his utility. That relay bomb, or rather that relay bolt, is going to keep Congrad at bay, and Berserks, that's ample time for him to swing and hit him on the side of the head. Alone fails, tries to back out, and that he does successfully, but look at all that utility. And is that unfazed Kadoom? Yes, he is. He gets 1. Had an idea. Berserks is! And he sees through the walls as Frostmine gets 1. Kadoom, he's still on it, Asarai. He doesn't want to lose this round in Tebatal. Like we said, the breach is here. All he has to do is to stay alive and burn that time. Kadoom making so many decisions, but he's stunned. He's stunned to all hell, and he's not going to have a chance to play the game. There's still flashpoint still. Oh my goodness, this is peak interactivity, but it doesn't matter. He's sticking it. He's absolutely fearless. The Cloudburst dissipates, and he gets the Blade Storm onto Tebatal.
Smart play from Kadoom. He doesn't really have to challenge Tebatal there. All he really has to do is bait out Tebatal's utility, and because he did that 3-kill impact play so earlier on, forces Tebatal to play that delay tactic for as long as possible and not really have the pressure of the clock. That gave Kadoom so much time to play the angle, to play the situation absolutely perfectly. And it was looking at what utilities he had left, and he had the best utility to flush out Tebatal's skills. 2 Cloudbursts evenly spaced across each other. What a great clutch from Kadoom.
What I'm surprised is, I think Tebatal still had 2 flashpoints in his pocket. I wonder what the hesitation was. Maybe the call was, oh, Kadoom is sticking. But still, even with that Cloudburst dissipating, he still had enough time. But again, all these calls are made in the heat of battle. So hindsight is definitely going to be 2020. Boom Esports, we've seen them come back. We've seen them climb up. But Made in Thailand, man, they're really not giving any room, any space to breathe.
Placing alarm bot.
6-0. I mean, That's... yeah. No space to breathe. Very suffocating. Lack of air, lack of oxygen. Oh, not again!
No.
They keep
You
doing
hate to see
that.
it.
That's the second time, man. Maybe wait for a pop shot first? Oof.
I feel like a question is to everybody theory crafting. What comp can be, successfully employed here? They do get rid of that owl drone in one of the more unconventional ways. But as I was saying, right, when you have a Neon, you kind of want to push that early tempo. Again, that's just how the agent is built. That's what her kit really succeeds in. But at the same time, you're kind of putting yourself in a bit of a pigeonhole. BAAM Esports, they've seemed to somewhat fall into that trap. Now they have quite a bit of presence towards A main, but that dart is going to spot out quite a few people. As this Trailblazers, they answer each other's call. In the office, as Alone Fails gets 2. And suddenly this attack on the side of BAAM Esports not looking too good. With Made in Thailand, they have no qualms of just lining them up and knocking them down.
That's all you really need now, don't you? Now, this was the same score standing that they had, or usually have when they use... yeah, this composition in Haven. Yeah, that's kind of nutty, just looking at how Kadoom just like popped that shot. Anyways, what I was gonna mention here is Berserk's really bottom frags when he uses the Neon, because again, similar to what we see with Paper Rex, right, and Fracture when they use Neon, it's all about how much, as you mentioned, quick control he can get. The thing is, he just can't really find the kills that is necessary, but that was perfect. All right, being able to manage through the flash is just good. Still, it's not enough. Although, as they do lose Tebatol and Berserks, the rotation for BAAM goes them all the way through A. Flips is hearing Kadoom now go up onto Heaven. This is bad because even though he does have the sight, he does not have that high ground control. So Kadoom can definitely make matters worse, as he's not going to allow too much rotation to come out from the rest of them. Frostmine has been spotted by that recon dart. And it's only really Flips that has all of the value, supposedly. Now he's not. Flashes of Blaze King might do nothing here. Frostmine, he's been just absolutely amazing at these clutch situations, but the Spectre just does not have enough bite to stop the rest of Myth from just barreling onto the side and taking what's theirs and, well, diffusing. So yeah, there you go. Another round.
I mean, we have mentioned that Haven is a very, or at least a fairly attacker-sided map. It's been well practiced, so it's fairly 60-40 these days. But on your strong side, getting skunked, not the best feeling in the world here. And maybe potentially this could be one of the symptoms of not having a Sova. They can't really clear those close angles reliably. Yes, they do get the information, the staggered information with those flashes and whatnot. But again, it just kind of leaves the mix-up still very much present. BAAM Esports, they have to dig deep here, Asarai. Otherwise, this could be their burial ground, putting them one step closer to potential elimination. But again, we can't be too far ahead of ourselves here, as Berserks will get tagged up, get stunned up by that Trailblazer. He does manage to find a safe exit, but a massive flank by Kadoom takes him down. Berserks gets the trade. That is definitely something that they must have overlooked. How did the trap not find him, not ping him?
It's the Cloudburst, man. Yeah.
But where was the sound spot? Yeah.
It's probably because they were so far on mid already that they couldn't hear the Cloudburst. So backing away, they were just like, oh. And again, because of the changes to the chamber, you can hear his trap now compared to before. Dellen in the prime spot to hit shots. Oh. Yeah. Third kill placed on a nice little platter for him as he gobbles it up. There it is.
Well, I remember their matchup in the previous APAC, and I have to say, Myth is looking far more dangerous this time around.
They had an amazing match yesterday with Enigma.
True, and we love to see the evolution, and all our teams step up here again for a variety of reasons. It is definitely a toss-up coming into this one. The play-ins, it's been a bit of a bloodbath already. What do you say?
Absolutely. Oh, no way that happens the third time, right? Okay, it's good.
Ooh. Fine.
All right, that's a triple tag on like multiple people of Boom. I don't know what's happening here, man, but it feels like Boom are very much disjointed what they want to do. They were so organized on the first map. Second map, they were struggling. I think Trix set it out the most. That, again, she didn't like the slow pace that the Cypher did give. I thought it was kind of nice, but the way that Boom played it definitely wasn't to their favor, especially to how quickly Kadum was just taking names left and right. Anyways, flips. They haven't checked out the right corner just yet. Oh, he could have gotten the happy birthday. Pixel angle. Try to pop a couple of shots. Not going to happen. Trade for trade, but for Tat, it is still favoring Myth whatsoever. Conquer Red, hello? Oh, he was probably expecting the flash to come in, but came in a very, very late time. We're now left with Wana. He's gonna just try to go about this. Plant on the spike. Does he know his opponent? Another one is hiding on graffiti. We're gonna paint a picture for you, and it's WannaFly possibly losing this 2 versus 1 to set up on the flash. Doesn't hit on anything. They're probably thinking that he might have gone onto heaven, but yeah.
Okay. I feel like I painted a picture like, now imagine if he goes boom boom, you know, like the super quick, the quick adjustment. That would have been so crazy. But momentum has to stop. You know, maybe I'm just spoiled with all these mechanical plays that we've been seeing all the time now. And it's been crazy. Flips does get that final kill. But 9-1, Aserai. I don't know, man. This is still looking like a very, very steep hill to climb. And again, just to circle back around what Trick said, the importance of Sentinel play. I believe she was the person who told you that the Sentinel can actually be considered the true carry because you set the pace. You stop the pushes. You allow your Sentinel or your Duelist to go on that offensive. Look at this. They now go towards C. Deland is all on his lonesome. The flashpoint will not find anyone. A double smoke. Maybe one of them is fake. Who knows? They still move forward. They still try. Oh, and they succeed, right? They open this up in a very dominant fashion. Boom Esports could potentially find a second round for themselves. Rousmine looking for an upgrade potentially.
Oh my goodness, no.
What? Okay.
Well, I guess that answers the question. Who let the dog out? It's Blaze King. He let the dog out at the wrong time.
Last round before the switch.
Well, the dog needs a walk. Isn't the Trailblazer a Tasmanian
tiger.
Devil? Oh,
Tasmanian tiger.
Wow.
Yep.
Those things are extinct, by the way.
But I ain't gonna say Tasmanian tiger. That's 4 syllables, dude. Dog. 1 syllable. So much easier. But that is kind of sad that, yeah.
Just say thylacine. It's 3.
A what?
That's the scientific name for Tasmanian tiger.
It's even worse.
Why? Thylacine. That's like 3 syllables.
But dog. 1 syllable. Okay, whatever.
1 syllable.
One enemy remaining.
Man, 3 kills,
Spike
4 kills
down
now for
A.
them. Absolutely demolishing. Boom. Boom.
Oh, no.
Oh, and Flips is met with
Oh
another
my
Seeker.
God.
The entire zoo. The entire... Where's the guiding light, you know? Oh, wait, no. The Aldrone first. Maybe Recon Dart? Just throw everything at him, man. Flips just not having a great time. Of course, the Shock Dart hits him. Where? This time it's the bullets. Ah, well. There you go.
Oh.
Switching sides.
Ah, yes. Peak Valorant.
Very interactive.
Very interactive.
See, the thing is, those are very utility-heavy agents. That's kind of how you're supposed to play them, right? It would be a bit of a waste if you would just swing with a full belt, as we would like to call it.
Exactly. Right? So you gotta learn how to use that util, and for Flips,
Utility.
he was the one that Get the experiencing end of that, how Myth can use all of that good stuff. Conga Red is 17-5-1. This man is pop, lock, and drop in. Oh, Kadum is 16 as well, but you know, Conga Red has hit a lot of really strong shots.
That's pushing Boom one step closer to the edge, to the grave. As the frag distribution on Boom is very much, well, it's typical of them to have an even spread like this. But the numbers are definitely not in their favor as we look at that 10-2. Boom.
Yeah.
What adjustments do they have to make? How is Berserk going to play this agent on defense? I mean, the relay bolt is going to provide quite a bit of stalling power. The wall is going to deny a little bit of vision. But outside of those two, it's really just fighting utility now. So where are they going to place this Neon? I feel like Neon makes sense on Fracture, on Breeze Haven. I'm not entirely sure. It's something that we've seen a few times. Has it been proven to be an effective pick? Mixed results, I would say.
I think it's because compared to like Jet, right? Neon needs a lot more space around her to make the strafe jumping and everything work a lot better. Because Haven is literally just like a straight shot road for Neon, right? You could be going for that drag race, but if there's no drift for Neon, it just makes it very easy, I think, for Myth to figure out where she's going to be coming from. I think the biggest threat possibly for this particular agent here is how the relay bolts will be used to kind of open up dash play punishes. Maybe even the fault line, which I think we've seen Boom use multiple times, but just not really find the necessary angles to do with. I think it's more of a shot in the dark that Boom have been using this Breach Neon combo on Haven. In theory, it should work, but again, because they haven't stunned up anybody, Berserks can't find anyone. As we saw very earlier on in the starting pistol, it just did not work out so well into their favor. But maybe the flip of the switch, the change of the side, could give a different perspective here. But a huge gap like this, there is very minimal mistake that should be done right now by Boom.
Maybe pins and needles have been plaguing that aiming arm for Boom, but their muscle has not really shown itself here. Just flashes as Berserks get spotted out by Kadum. We see the utility come in to support, but Berserks just try to dip a little too much. Blaze King has no issue of finding every single person here. What does this achieve? Apparently a third kill! Dylan gets the trade, but this offense on the side of Myth, it's in shambles. We have one more frenzy here to take care of. As Boom would assume. Doesn't get any... Wait a minute! Wait a minute! He gets a third for himself! Tebedal has to stay alive! And the HP advantage just gives him that second win that he needs. 18 HP. And the last man alive as Boom Esports get a third round, but an incredibly dicey one.
Don't panic. It's organic. Those shots were just so natural coming out from Blaze King. Look at that. He had 22 HP. He blinded himself and still somehow finds the third kill onto Kadum. Delend was, doing copycat. Almost able to get the third kill as well, which was very close. Catepital was down to 18. And Boom, they throw themselves. Is it a lifeline? Maybe.
Potentially.
We'll see. Potentially.
Time to hunt.
I don't know, man. Berserks is fairly quiet this game. It could be a different story had he picked, or rather had they chosen to go with the Jet, but you have to have faith when it comes to picking new compositions. Berserk still has maybe not the most time in the world. I love that synchronized look away from the flash. Still gets them just a tiny bit as Kadum tries to hit that jump spot on Blaze King. But the Boom Esports signature discipline is really coming into shape now as they don't really want to overextend here. There's a bit of a gap on the smoke, enticing Kadum to stay. But Blaze King is here. He inspects it. Boys, there's a gap. He crosses, though. This could potentially be to his own detriment. That flash is not going to be capitalized on. But at the very least, they have the info that there are people there. There's a million people there.
I'm gonna try to get up close and personal before utilities have been set.
Uh-oh.
Flip shitter. He's got the judge in hand. He's waiting, but he doesn't want to get too close inside the smoke, so might as well just wait for his teammates. That smoke isn't solid. Just keep popping shots, and boom. A flawless round. And they're going to have all their weapons coming into the bonus flips. Is he going to play for Garage? That feels like the natural thing to do because he does have the shotgun. But I love the re-peek there from Blaze King. Just absolutely perfect.
One enemy remaining.
The question is, do they forego this bonus round? Because if they allow an 11th round, that's going to be so dangerous. Are they going to go for the straight upgrades? It seems not to be the case. As Boom, they have faith in their defensive scheme. And look how much space they're covering with the relay bolt. Everybody's tagged up. Now Berserks is shining, but he goes for the safe play and will settle for one. And potentially that could be the key to success here. They don't give up that man advantage that they worked hard for. They invested quite a bit of utility in that one. As Kadum is gonna get teased here, but Tebadol, he had his back turned, dash prepped, primed and ready, but Kadum, he backs out. They go for somewhere else. They know it's an eco, so there could be a very, very likely chance that it's going to be a stack running into them, or rather stopping them from running into the site.
Conrad's still here, waiting for someone from Boom to get a lot more antsier, but yeah, you're absolutely right. They are afraid, but nobody's on the back of the site anymore. It's a nice little spread once again from Boom. Well, the flashes just dissuade the attackers, the onslaught of Myth here. And Myth, they've made a lot of noise on C-Long. Seekers have been well utilized already by Blaze King. This will spot out 2 on A. The noise is being done, and are they going to get batted away? There's one lone Seeker that is going through Garage. Wow. Okay, that gives the bait the 50-50 of Myth that they're going to go for C. All right, maybe there is some delay from Tebatol, but Frostbite is going to be by his own for the moment. Okay, they're good.
Fine. 10 seconds, though. They have to get the spike down. Wanda flies here on the flag. He gets a massive double kill, but Berserks gets a 3-piece. So Spike is down in the narrowest of windows. Alone fills. He does check the flank angle. And Blaze King, he's baiting. He's waiting for his teammate to crawl up. And a timely jiggle peek to take Alone fills and take a round away from Myth. This is looking that much more doable. They even get free upgrades. Boom Esports, signs of life, and have potentially stopped the bleeding here. Oh, what a series we have.
Don't jiggle.
Well, they're not folding yet.
That's true. Bringing it all the way back. Man, that one Seeker just giving such huge information. Because again, if they were already pushing for the A site, they would have been halfway on A long by now, possibly even halfway through sewer, but they were still outside, which, if they read the situation correctly, would just mean that, yeah, they're just holding on. Still, though, Boom's got to be careful. Ooh, that is bad from Flips. He actually TP'd back to A long, where he just gave away the position. And somehow, Boom Esports, just, the switch of tempo just caught them unawares. That's as simple as it needs to be.
You're right, as a save call is already set, potentially in stone here. Smith, they have no issues of holding this down. Frostmine and Berserks, they have linked up. That's stopping power. Again, the change of pace, the change of tempo really kind of rattled them. 2 more rounds for Myth, and they must be seething. From Esports, they have to muster more strength here as Billy feels. The Garage, the Billy is here, the anti-flash, not there. Berserks does have a trade, but once again, that's going to be a rifle taken away. Do they have a tour de force on the end of Flips? Very, very close to it. But they have to secure an orb first. So this might
But if they try to
funnel
do
their
that,
options.
yeah, you know Myth is going to try to challenge that, right? Because they already know they don't want to get the Tour de Force activation for this round. So they're probably going to like fight for it and possibly even succeed. But that being said, Flip's actually not going to go for it. All right, so he's going to hope to maybe hit a shot. With this one, maybe it's a bait play. They're going to double down, you know, show a couple of forces on A long, try to push up onto short right now. But they just throw the util and don't really bat a second eyelash to that. And Myth is already looking to push for the B side with the help of the Cosmic Divide. The flashes is about to come through. Flip sitter. They just line up for Kadu. He was so prepared of what was to come.
Oh my!
Still though, Tepazol gets 2. Seekers expose the defenders. Conga Red now waiting. The wall gives a little bit more cover, but it should go down in just a few moments. Alone Fields has the perfect ultimate for this post plant. Hunter's Fury. You tap it, you die. There it is.
Oh, but that's one. If the second one whiffs, they stagger it perfectly though. That's
There's
right.
no wall. This is gonna be close. They have shock darts, they have nano swarms, they have recon dart. Nothing left of the imagination. Berserk has to get on it, but there's so many delay tactics. Oh! This is just stressing me out, Raph. Okay, Frostmind, he's got the first kill. They're gonna have to go into this one. No way. Wait, hang on. Phils is still alive, and they line up for it. Phils hits the crucial shot. No need to save the operator because he saved the rounds for Myth. 12-5, and we're at match point.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. This is literally do or die for Boom. Had such a strong start to the series, but the retention just isn't there. Frostmind nearly the hero, but Lone Phil says this is my issue. This is my comic. Taking it away, stealing it right under his legs. Now we have Myth. They have one more round to go.
No.
Boom. They use the ultimates here. Overdrive has been set. Has this been perfectly anticipated? Berserks will go back. He still has a stinger in hand. They deny any presence on C. But look at that. They're just going to bleed out the time. This overdrive is going to be completely null and void for Berserks. Flip still has that tour de force. How's he activated it? Unknown. Actually, no. I think he already has. He's holding it out in A long. Myth, man. They're keeping it calm. They're keeping it steady.
I think you're absolutely right. They anticipated that push. That's why they were just so far back on their own spawn. They know that Myth, or rather Boom, loves to go for that 3-pronged attack on C long, and they waste so much. That's what, Paranoia, Dash, and Electric Fingers that will never be well utilized again. Still, though, there is that fighting beat that we do have. Tebatol has activated his Rolling Thunder just for the 1 kill. Is that going to be enough? And it's a shot, trade for trade. Looking a little bit even, but man, they're just reading the situation so dang perfectly. Berserks is on the flank, but he has a teeny tiny stinger. This thing does not have a bite at that long of a distance.
No.
He doesn't have a dash. He does have his sprint. Excuse me, slide. And he's gonna just try to get up close and personal. Oh no, he does have a dash. Oh! All right, we'll see how this goes, but trapped rock in a hard place, stuck between 2 walls. And again, game number 3, taken by Myth. What a turn of events here, Raph.
Thought we were ready to rock down to Electric Avenue. That was not the case. And the old guard, the side of Maid and Thailand, they stand tall and they stand ready as they knock down Boom Esports into, I believe, the lower brackets. That's the 1 more life. Now they're teasing death, Aserai. Congratulations again to MITH.
Wow. I could not have known that they were made in Thailand based on their name. But a really, really good performance output from Myth. Anyways, guys, we're going to cut it short for on our side. We're just going to bring it on to the panel to just dissect what has happened there to, again, figure things out and see how Myth was able to just dominate, especially that Haven map. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this and with the panel.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Made in Thailand, once again displaying their sense of determination, winning the series 2-1 and closing the last game as a 13-5 against BAAM Esports. Darn it, here we go again. My prediction streak is just over. But Fluffy, you predicted Made in Thailand over here. You look pretty happy.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time, my prediction is correct. You know, I really had a lot of faith here for the side of Made in Thailand. I saw them yesterday and they had that determination really showing against their game. But now in this specific series, they really showed their dominance on the last map, especially on Haven. Their composition for the first part was just a lot more flexible. And I feel like it was really detrimental that BAAM Esports really had that more attacker explosive comp, but starting on the defense. And I feel like it really hindered their ability to move around the map, and Myth just really capitalized on that, streaking round after round after round, getting that 9-0 run on attack. Doom and Conga Red really leading the charge for the most part. And when we got to the second half, although BAAM started showing some signs of life, at the end of the day, Made in Thailand really just put the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, as we've seen before with that Killjoy setup, you're able to really bait the utility out. We've actually seen Cerberus do it on APAC Stage 2 already against BAAM. So Myth just capitalizing on that, having Conga Red on that Sky. The moment utility reacts, he pops a flash, he peeks, he gets the frag. And it just felt like if you want to run a Neon, and I love seeing Neon, you should run it, but I find that you need that kind of hard intel that a Sova can bring for you. So it just felt a little lacking on BAAM's side, not running an agent that can give that hard intel so that the entry frags can be easier for, you know, for your duelists.
Definitely. I mean, one thing that we really noticed over here is that they would try to go into the site, they would commit to their site advantage, but they would try to defend it, which I'm not necessarily sure was the best way to go about their entry over there as attacker. Now, Myth Kaduma being the MVP over here, just amazing from this guy. He's the clutch master and the bait master. He knew that Tebotol was, you know, everything at that round. The delay in his peak, and he was delaying his peak rather, as Kadum had to get that diffuse going, but he timed his daggers out perfectly. Cloudburst with a good timing on the side of Kadum and just really clutching that round. But that's just the beginning, Fluffy, when it comes to Kadum. Such a great player over here.
Yeah, Kadum really shined in this series, especially like I mentioned earlier, just because Boom Esports felt like on the defending half that they just had a hard time retaking the site, which you'd think would be a bit easier knowing that you have that breach as well as Sky and even the Omen Flash in a lot of aspects. But I feel like one thing that they lacked doing on the defense was really being able to use their fighting composition to really fight for space outside and take more map control. Similar to what we were talking about on Breeze, that Myth was doing so well. I feel like if Boom adopted that and playstyle a bit more and were more proactive with their composition to play in that composition strength, it could have helped them instead of trying to just do a standard retake when they're not as well equipped as a more flexible lineup like Myth.
I think watching the way Boom Esports was playing with this lineup, it kind of felt like they were entering the sites blinded themselves. They weren't really sure which angles were clear, which angles to look out for, because there wasn't that kind of hard intel that you get from a Sova or even from a Cypher with a Cypher cam up.
Yeah, I think that despite the wall of Neon really giving up some space over here, at the same time, you can't really see through it, right? So you need the extra information to make sure that as you enter the site, there's a lot of security behind it. You won't get blindsided with an enemy on a corner or something along the lines of that. But again, Myth, just astounding over here. They closed the half 10-2. And though Fluffy, we did see a glimpse before the half ended on the side of BME of them trying to get some control back on their side, it was just not working out for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough. I know that a lot of the mentals of these players, especially our MVP here, Mr. Kadum, must be at an all-time high. They have to be very strong because knowing that you're going to play a map like Haven, knowing that you're an attack-centered team for the side of Boom Esports, but you're starting defense, you really have to know that you're going to give up some rounds and stack more of your rounds on the other half. But it's kind of a big deal when the half swaps and you're down 10-2. It's less about doing the best plays at that point on the side of Myth. It's just making the least amount of mistakes because you have so much leeway for room for error to just get those 3 rounds that you need.
Now, I want to talk about WannaFly. Yesterday, he was the shining star of this team tricks. But I do think that when you look at the scoreboard, you're like, WannaFly isn't as impactful this time around, but we have to remember that Congared was actually just clicking heads on Haven. That's why WannaFly wasn't part of the action as much, because he was always at the back.
I feel that it's one of the downsides of actually looking at the scoreboards, which is why for a lot of players I recommend don't look at the scoreboard. Everyone is doing their job. It's just that sometimes the opponents are going to somebody else more frequently than others. And Congared was just able to play off of that Killjoy utility, especially on Haven, which really assisted in Congared just popping off.
Yeah, I feel like another thing to add about WannaFly's Killjoy is specifically for this map, Haven. Normally, a map has 2 sites. You set up on one, it's a 50-50 chance that they run into your setup, or you get info of contact from your turret or your alarm bot. But with a map like Haven, there's a lot more variations of where the enemies can go. And a lot of your job is basically securing the space very well for your own team. That way they can be secure enough to move elsewhere and be more free for the map. So even though it doesn't reflect it as well in the score, I'm sure that WannaFly really held a lot of the map control that was needed for the team to actually do their part, and in turn allowed Kadum and Congared to really push forward into the attack and really make a big difference at the end of the round.
Again, WannaFly's utilities just making all that difference every single round. And especially as this team was reaching the match point. I mean, this was the wonderful usage of utility. They threw everything at Boom Esports just to secure that round. They threw all of the Sova skills, the Killjoy skills. In fact, they started the round by using the Cosmic Divide on the side of Astra. And everything was just there. They needed to get that point. They were determined to just close this series out in their favor. So which is why such an amazing game made in Thailand. Really astounding players, especially for our series MVP Kadum. He got his well-deserved spotlight from that amazing match. But now it is time for us to move on. As much as I would love to keep on going with that series, it's time for us to move on. Coming up next is our very own Regum Qeon versus the famous European Southeast Asian blend of Bleed Esports. Stepping up onto the plate is a team all the way from the MYSG Challengers. Their ability to perform at such high caliber and even add some attitude to their plays is what makes them a marvelous team to behold of. If you see them bring out the judge, you better watch out. Here's Bleed Esports. Maxi, Pith, Darion, Lene, and Lexi. Rix, I'm looking at Darion right now and I'm remembering his shotgun plays, and it's just sending chills down my spine.
I think anybody who watched Bleed Esports play last time will also watch Darion to be like, is he going to pull out the judge again, and are they going to be playing on split again? But I find that Maxi's performance as well as Lena's was just amazing in their first series. I'm just hoping to see more of Lexi, to see what kind of mobility, what kind of anchoring that they're going to pull out, to see, you know, how he can set his team up for success as well, because they have been able to really let each other shine. So I'm hoping to see Lexi shine for the series.
Of course, Darion was able to pull out those shotgun plays because of the support that his teammates was giving to him. So in each way, or in their own way, they always managed to make each other shine bright and shine against the enemy. Now they're going against the quote unquote bad boys of the Philippines. I'm not referring to Asarai, of course. They are the scholars of the Philippine scene that have had complete attendance in their local VCT, and don't fall for their charming presence. They're dangerous and they are out to get you. This is Regum Qeon. Rabbit, Kelly S, Tuge, Traxi, and Nexi. The King of Kings out to get the throne on the APAC stage, Fluffy. With all of the information that we have on this team, how do you think they'll play out in this series?
Well, RRQ is the first team overall in this entire tournament that did score a 2-0 commanding victory over their opponents. I feel like that's going to drive them with such high confidence into this next series. RRQ in general is trying to, we know them as the Kings of PH, but they're trying to usurp the throne here on APAC. And so far, it's been very good for them. So I think I have a lot of confidence in our local PH team. But that's not to say that it'll be easy, as their opponents are one of the most tenured team of all esports here in Southeast Asia. So it's going to be quite the challenge, but with their very flexible nature, with their not by the book kind of strategies and their adaptability, how on the fly they can be, especially because their roster, like we've mentioned previously, is built upon a lot of dynamic duos from former top teams, meaning that they always had that synergy innately, but it also proves well on the battlefield. But one thing about RRQ that we also cannot forget is that this team has one of the most streaky streaky runs overall. Back in PH Challengers, they went 2-0 almost every game for a certain point up until they faltered at the end. But now here on Play-ins, I'm sure they're trying to make up for that fact with a big BAAM.
Oh, definitely. Now, all of these guys have had their brief introductions done in their previous series, and among them, there are two players that really stood out of their way, deserving to be featured here in our head-to-head. Maxi and Nexi, no surprise here, Trix. Such phenomenal players. How can you compare the one to the other?
I think just in general, both of these players are so smart. The way that they read the opponents, the way that they control the map, whether it's as a sentinel or whether it's as a controller itself. I find that they're always able to set up their teams for success and read the opponents at the same time so that they time their utilities, they time the push and the controlling of the map, and taking that information that is so crucial to both teams. So I'm excited to see how Bleed Esports is going to play against RRQ.
I wonder if RRQ is going to see what's headed towards them, or the other way around, you know? These two teams just explosive on their own. And I think the mysterious factor to the side of RRQ over here is, again, this is their first time stepping up on the APAC stage, right? We've seen them on the PH Challengers, but of course, they have to switch it up over here, which can catch their enemy team by surprise, and they can take this tournament by storm. Now, we are down to the last two pieces of this specific puzzle, this series, but the most important factors that will determine the outcome of the series is to come. So the first being the map veto. The first piece of the puzzle that we need to figure out is the map veto. So no story can be completed without a venue. Let's take a look. You know, right off the bat, I'm not expecting to see Fracture. RRQ always avoids this map, and surprisingly, that's not the case here. It's not the first ban, rather, on the side of Bleed, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed kind of wants to avoid that Vine pick. It's a very tricky map, especially if you know that the other team, like RRQ, is pretty proficient on it, very innovative on it. But like you predicted, RRQ does remove that Fracture, not wanting to deal with that at all. More comfy on the maps that they did have, which means one of the stronger maps, Split, is still in the map pool, which I am gonna say, normally I'd say it's a very good pick for them, and it looks like they think it too as they lock that in. But I was gonna mention how Bleed also has a very good showing on Split. But another thing that might be kind of underrated is that Bleed already played a game on Split, so RRQ has a lot more recent information about how they want to play. I feel like if they do run into that judge problem that they had in the previous series with Bleed, with Darion on the judge and the double controller, it's going to be a bit more expected. So there's a lot more adaptability that can come up from that map if RRQ did the research.
Well, after all, RRQ is, when it comes to Split, RRQ is really proficient in this map, as you said. But I think Trix has something to add to what you just mentioned.
I was just thinking, you know, as much as I love Haven and seeing that map, I kind of want a different one because I feel like it's been played in every single series so far. But that aside, I think the proficiency on both Bleed and RRQ, Bleed's ability to also pressure maps and pressure their opponents into specific spots, makes me worry just a little bit on how RRQ will react to that, considering Bleed generally goes for this global presence, this kind of pressure all around, and you're not really sure exactly where they're going to be positioned because they're constantly changing it up.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to Ascent, I'm really curious as to how this game is going to go. We did see a glimpse of RRQ over at this map yesterday, and they played their rounds pretty slowly. But the trade-off there was that the amount of information that they were getting before even entering into the site was just really good. Plus, we have the fantastic Nexi over here, Fluffy, who's able to hold down a site when he's a killjoy, and he's able to lure the enemy onto his traps all the time.
Yeah, Nexi is one of the best Sentinels that we have locally here in the PH, and now on the APAC stage, it seems like that's not a trend that's going to stop anytime soon. During their series last time, he really stepped up and was able to adjust not only his setup, which is a good thing that I think Trix mentioned before, that moving your setup a lot really helps you be a bit more unpredictable and also keeps your opponents on their toes. But aside from that, he also has great positioning where he's always able to trade himself for at least one, a lot of the times two, and even more. So having a player rock solid like that on your roster is going to be a key asset coming into this game.
Now, Fluffy, on the same map, they did pull out Flash, their 6th man, and replaced or substituted IGL or their somewhat IGL Rabbit. What are your thoughts? Do you think that we'll be witnessing that this time around?
I mean, it's quite possible. They showed it last time on this same map, so I don't think it's out of the question. If it's something that they've practiced, it really shows that it has worked. I kind of like the idea behind the composition they used the previous time they played Ascent, running a lot of those initiators that instead of having a bit more angle control in terms of taking the angle by flash or other means, it's more of just straight up information, as well as the Raze being the duelist, having that boom bot available. It's just so much ways to take angles without risking a player's life, and I feel like that transitions into a safer way to take space, although it'll slow down the game a lot.
Now, I dream about the day that RRQ releases the Kraken on Fracture, because again, we're going to be going to Ascent, Split, and Haven. They probably chose to avoid it, which is a wise decision, but I also dream about having 100% prediction, which is already flawed at this point. So, I'm just going to put this out there. I love RRQ, there are homegrown talents, but I'm going to go for Bleed Esports on this one. What about you, Fluffy?
On the other hand, I'm going to stick with the homegrown and go with RRQ.
And lastly, Trix?
It's a tough decision, but I think RRQ can definitely pull through.
All right, then. The predictions are locked in, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it down below our frames. And with that, we're headed straight to the agent selection. Let's go. Alright, here over at Ascent, we usually see the Sova, KJ, Jet, Omen, KO on the side of RRQ. Fluffy, is this going to be the case once again?
It looks like so far, if the VR is correct, that we're going to be running the same similar comp. Now, it looks like they're hovering Nexi on that KO, which is very interesting, giving up on the Sova, which they picked last time. Oh, nope, Flash does pick that Sova, which also means that they are doing what they did yesterday, subbing in their IGL Rabbit for Flash instead, so that they can run this double initiator, full scan, full info, as well as that raise and contact of the turret. Very interesting comp, which works well for them. I wonder how Bleed is gonna fight against that, considering the fact that this time around they do have a bit more ways to break utility with the Sova and the Breach Aftershock. Though both teams running the Omen does mean that it seems like it's going to be a faster pace of the game, but overall a more flexible standard lineup coming out from Bleed, and this more innovative one coming from our local boys, RRQ.
I was happy yesterday to see that people are starting to bring in Fade, so I'm glad to see that RRQ is still on that Fade. I feel that it just gives so much pressure to the opponent. It gives a lot of intel, a lot of good intel in order to trace the players as well, which you can get from that Sova, and you can push them back with a Breach, although they are playing the Sova on RRQ's side. So I'm interested to see how that's going to pan out, where the information is going to come in, and who is going to be able to pressure who more, and in a more efficient way to funnel into those sites.
Yes, of course, the pressure that is put in is also part of the mental game that we like to see here in Valorant. So these two big brain teams will really have to squeeze out everything they know and execute it for a fantastic series. Casters, everything is set in motion, so lend us your voice to tell the tale. We're ready to pass it to our casters. We're all ears for your storyline, so let's go.
heavyweight matchup as superstars from different scenes look to do battle. And here we have it, some finest from both the PH side and the NYSG side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, though, to VCT APAC. This is the play-ins. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and we got RRQ versus Bleed Esports. Looking into the thick of things, though, here, my friend, it does seem like for both teams, it's either to do continuing the proof that was set up from stage number 1 in the case of Bleed Esports. On the other hand, for RRQ, names that have proven themselves on the local PH stage, but not so much into APAC as of yet.
Definitely so. First timers here onto that APAC stage, RRQ is. They're going through the play-ins, a spot that isn't exactly the easiest route to take, but it's Bleed who I think are the bigger surprise for them to be in the play-in stage. Now, we did see them earlier on during, I believe that was the first day that we had them here playing on. It went decently well for them in the end of things, but we're starting off this round immediately. This game here, map number 1, as Ascent is quite a curious pick, I think, for RRQ. It's always been a decent map for them. And on the defensive side, we know players like Nexi and Draxi have proven a lot of why the defensive holds can be so peculiar to try and open up. But Nexi with the turret, speak of, gets a pick somehow on Eleni. Maxi finds 1 or 2B, opening things up. But some way, Maxi just gives himself freely to Draxi.
Yeah, nice corner there being taken by Draxi. Maxi not checking before he leads. And apparently more of a pitfall there towards the A side now. Bleed getting that plant on turret up top of the generator for some extra suppression towards the rafters. So we did see Timmy turret a while ago help out the side of RRQ. Will Bleed get the same kind of blessing. Still though, very comfortable lineup right now for RRQ. Seeing Kelly S there on that raise. Seeing Flash in onto the Sova, pretty much the more curious pick there. But Darian already getting one. Draxi gonna get on the board for the trade. Kelly S, lit the pressure from above. Lexi sieging towards the tree, and he's not done. 2 for Lexi, but Flash is there. And well, in the blink of an eye, it's a Sova getting the job done. RRQ winning at the pistol. And well played here to start things off, using that initial advantage to help them out afterwards for the scrap.
I do think that for RRQ, this is a pretty good map for them to start this series off of. We know that as the underdogs, you want to be able to have a very dominating or at least a convincing map number 1 to continue momentum forward. And the last time we saw them play here on Ascent, which we do see Flash now in, this is one of the configurations they do run when playing on Ascent. They sub out their main IGL and Rabbit for Flash. It's typically their 6-man, and we saw them play that versus Big BAAM quite efficiently, 13 of 5. For Bleed, previous struggles here on Ascent have been seen in the past in their local qualifiers. With RRQ here, opening picks, go towards Flash's way, tying them down, great nano swarms to keep him at bay, but Bleed, they answer back, retaliation to the fullest extent. And the treason bestowed on the crowd. They didn't even realize that they were there already until it was too late. 3v3 retake right now in the hands of RRQ.
Absolutely hammer point there from Bleed. Big adjustment really is putting Lexi on that breach right now, and he's making wonders happen so far. Aftershock for the stall. RRQ though, keeping him closer and closer from the speedway. Prowler gets a connection, but they can't get the takedown fast enough. Draxi will finally get Lenny, but Lexi take advantage of the timing. But Draxi just a shot better there in the end. 20 HP, and the dream is still alive. That could have been great for Bleed, but RRQ making the hold still work.
Yeah, that force could have been pretty well for them. It once again came down to a 1v1. This time, Draxi to be at the helm of that clutch potential, and he gets the job done. The second time around once more here for RRQ. First Flash, now Draxi. Who's up next on the batter line? Maxi and Lenny, Lexi as well. So much work to try and make that round super close. They do get the plant off, so extra credits to their pocket. It's a Bleed now who once more are in a lower economy state. A true bonus now finally coming in for RRQ potentially.
Two pistols here for Bleed. And while we have the time, I think I want to point this out for the RRQ side. Since they did add in Draxi to the roster as Kelly has catches out Darion there, he can also bring some shot calling to the squad. He used to be that shot caller for SB Empire when he was playing there with Nexi amidst many of their teammates. So even though they have lost their team captain on this specific map to put in Flash, it can still work. They're still gonna have that communication, and it proved dividends a while ago against Big BAAM. Right now, Nexi proving his worth yet again. The local legend making waves here in APAC. Maxi right now makes a trade work. It's 2v4 and RRQ all across the board right now. They're happy to try and go for these closer holds because they feel that they can take advantage with the Spectres anyway.
You know, while we have a bit of downtime here,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
really glad that the APAC scene gets to finally witness a duo that is Nexi and Draxi, especially.
One enemy
These two players,
remaining.
now, we have some other players here like
Spike
2G,
down
Flash,
A.
who have had an APAC berth in the past. To speak of the devil, 2G does get that kill on Lenny on when they were in that Zeal Esports roster, the full Savano Filipino roster. But this time around, Draxi and Nexi, these are two players that we commonly say this in the local scene, Dax, that they are the most honorable students, the studious of students,
Perfect
of pupils,
attendance.
perfect attendance, have yet to miss a single week here of the VCT, at least Philippines, of their local qualifiers, and for them to finally make it in year 2, in the final stage of the entire APAC scene, barring LCQ, I think it's about darn time that the rest of APAC gets to witness the talent at hand.
And the big deal there is it wasn't always the same kind of team. They would have these situations that were orgless. They would just make a team out of nowhere with some unproven talents that could be good,
And
they just get there, right? They have that experience to make it work. So the APAC stage finally getting a taste of that. But conversely, we look at Bleed Esports. The APAC stage was where really this 5-man roster of Bleed right now. Well, technically 6 with the addition of a sub, but this is what the region where they showed their stuff with their imports, basically. The Swedish duo showing so much more maturity, bringing a different element for Bleed Esports, and it thrust them in a position to make it all the way to 3rd. And because of their position, really, in APAC, that's one great point that you brought up, Black and Blue, LCQ. The points have been already shown. People now know where their position are, and for Bleed Esports, if they want to secure minimum a slot into LCQ or a chance perhaps to go straight to the champions, they need to get through these play-ins, and for their sake, make it as convincing as possible. But here we have it now, Rolling Thunder the play from Lexi. He's getting some of these frags, so he's ready for the 4th round. Darion though on the board, Tuge catching out pit, but Kelly has blowing up Tuge!
Oh no!
That's unfortunate there! The fade not the right position, just the lob there, but it doesn't matter. Draxi in behind now, holding down the side. Much before, can he do it yet again? Tries to change target towards Lexi. Nexi though from above, and it's 2v2 now. Lockdown initiate here, trying to quarantine the site away. Spike splatted, Maxi from afar. On point, Nexi is there. Nexi versus Lexi. Only one though can win. It's my time, but it's all about time. And the lockdown broken. At the last moment, Lexi decided to just go at it. Nexi instead going for the defuse. Time is of the essence here. All about that clock. And Lexi coming on in, but Nexi, oh so smooth and sexy there to end it all. 4-0. RRQ win it out in those clutch moments from both sides.
Calm, collected, and consistent. All words that describe the greatness that is Nexi. All hail the new king here of the clutch. Dax. 3 1v1 clutches so far in 4 rounds we have seen taken here by RRQ. The margins very close. And that clutch even closer than I would even have expected. Lexi barely able to destroy that lockdown, and that was the only way he could really take it down because of the fact that they've already dispensed his aftershock. So Bleed, they do have a buy here. Not the best buy in terms of the armor that could support it in the full utility that they could otherwise have, but they still got something going. This is definitely a round that they can win. We've seen these type of rounds be thrown back around from them. For Bleed, you touched upon it earlier. To get into the group stages would be massive because the top 9 that aren't directly invited into champions because of placement points get a slot into that LCQ. So every match matters for that circuit point. Nexi's been found out.
Comes Lena on the board. Next, trying to hold Darion, bringing out the blades, and Bleed trying to be as sharp as steel now as they move towards that B site. A little bit of backside hold here for Lexi. A bit of a heartbreak even. Past few rounds, he's been put in these 1v1 scenarios. And RRQ has been winning them all, but Kelly S. Beautiful wall bangs towards Spitz. Just painting a picture there. A bit of graffiti, using those bullets to silhouette the opposition, but Darion, his shadow is looming. Draxi right now will find Maxi, but Darion is still there, and there he goes. Darion, such a hot hand when he is on point. Bleed getting on the board.
Above and beyond, Darion goes. Secures a first round finally for Bleed. Looking for that for quite a while, and fortunately for them, they had just enough economy to kind of force a buy there, especially with the blades to support that, so he could drop for any other potential teammate. So great job here by Bleed to finally get things going. As soon as Nexi went down within that site, Sentinel would. The tower crumbled and the rest of the defensive hold here from RRQ followed as well. It's a great job, once again, by Bleed, looking to try and redo what success they had on that B site. Unfortunately, Darion, you can't dash out from that. You can TP out if you're at Omen, though. But that's about it. Or maybe Rendezvous as a chamber.
Wrong player there. Maps is the one on the Omen. And speaking of, bit of a regroup. So RRQ, because of all the situations they were put in, you can see that they just lost one round and they're pretty much in an eco state. Hero Rifle here for Nexi. Phantom can be effective up close, and that's why they have that cubby control right now. But Bleed, a right call to go towards that B side. Lesser arsenal here for Flash as well as Tuge. If they can keep the distance from the short, he's gonna be effective. Tuge right now running on the way. Flash though, well, he's had his chance. He tried his best. There's no chance whatsoever with Bleed anticipating the close contact there. RRQ coming in from two sides. Market as well as CT, the place they can be. But Bleed planting their spike down firmly. And they are ready for this post plant.
Well, waiting. You see here, Darion's got an important position to do, and that he finds Kelly Esto on the trade immediately, but they all are falling down. Bleed, drag him down with him. 4-2, the lead cut down. Quick and concise that round was after they got the plant down, at the very least. So making sure that they get to build up as much economy as they can, not losing too much members against that eco. Was pulled out here by RRQ, but now RRQ have a buy to utilize. Those type of positions that Darion likes to play, they do work out more often than not, but they're so difficult, so dangerous a lot of times. Luckily for him, he's got that disengage tool, but with the timeout called here, I believe by RRQ, they should give him a moment of respite. Settle things down.
Speaking of respite, man, so while we have this small break, that was a great round for Bleed Esports because they were able to anticipate where RRQ was coming from. And watching that RRQ versus Big BAAM game, especially that we saw Ascent then and there, suddenly RRQ would still get the swing of things because their macro play usually turns into micro play given an angle that works for them. Usually, RRQ, they will fall simultaneously because it's one of their angles being caught out. And then it's the opposite end, the other half of the team, that suddenly frags out, gets the job done, and gets those kills on the weaker side. So if Bleed can keep splitting up their forces evenly to watch out for both sides of the RRQ equation, then that could be better for them because it just needs to be more and more, I'd say, equal for Bleed, especially in those post-plant situations when they're trying to defend that spike. If they have a weak spot, RRQ is the type of team to exploit that.
They're blind with fear.
Oh. Whatever they can really pry open, exploit, as you say. Just abuse any gaps left here by RRQ. That would bode well for Bleed, especially on this attacking side of theirs. If they get like 5 rounds, this is more than just an okay half for them. So already possibly halfway through that. The ultimates, though, heavily favoring the RRQ side here. Only ones that do have a big impact is Lenny's Hunter's Fury for Bleed. But even more can come their way if they're not careful, as Lexi, somewhat close, 2 orbs away from that rolling thunder of his. Still, calling things down, Bleed, not really going for active map control much. You can see RQ completely sure that, hey, mid is present. We don't really need to have someone address that because of the, rather mid is clear because that alarm bot. But Nexi, he's playing with mighty thin ice here. He could find himself brought out in the open, and that he does. Darion getting the opening pick here. A bit too ambitious for Nexi, and he's punished heftily for it. He's getting caught out of place, and Lexi finds another. The site is open for them, and the plant should go down. Draxi's got a huge job here to do, but can't even find one before going down. 4v2, heavily in Bleed's favor. They got another, as Lenny from a distance has something to say about this fight. It's all on a 2GE. We've seen a 3K clutch here, Dax, on this exact map yesterday versus BAAM. Can he do it once more on the B site?
Most clutch player here for the side of RRQ, but eats a shock dart to the face. Landing there from Lenny. Still the low HP on 2 targets. It's perfect timing here from Tuge. The transfers are true, but this time, there is no connection onto Lena. Separation in this degree, and Bleed is now 1 away from tying things up. But that got very close very quickly. Bleed, they were the ones who ended up playing with fire there in the end because of that low HP state. But the great angle taken towards B main still got the job done. Problem is though for RRQ, if they want to be a bit ambitious there with Nexi, they also have to factor in how they can trade him out, playing inside those kind of smokes, and with Bleed, feeling very confident after all the clashes we've had into this game, then they're just going to be willing to push it. If there is no trade system here for RRQ, it's not going to pan out versus a team that made top 3 last time.
You know what the thing is, Dax? Those type of rounds from 2GE, he's only good for 3. We saw him get 3 the last time around, and unfortunately, he's not good for 4 this time over. Maxi finds 1. You can see RRQ trying to go for a bit of a riskier aggression towards that A-long position, but Darion opening, but Maxi even better shots. We've seen him do this time and time on over. He's got another! The third! 3 bullets! 3 down! What a quick revolver in his hands, a quick draw. The wildest gun in the West. But Lenny shuts him down, making sure that, hey, it's modern times. We got assault rifles. They line up, but 2GE gets the round anyways in the end. Still, RRQ, potent as ever with what little they've got.
Well, you say they have what little that they have, but a big man named Nexi with a big gun, with that sheriff, just so on point with the shots. And this was just them realizing, okay, RRQ's playing the aggressor towards A side. B should be weaker. Well, that's a joke because Nexi is just so slick with the shots. Problematic here for Bleed. If they don't actually push that and punish the lesser fire rate there on the sheriff, then they can just be reset multiple times. And luckily for Tuge, he was able to take a few steps further on away. They lined up for a moment. The Phantom could have actually gotten that clip on for RRQ. It all was started by that sheriff, and by damn, give him a lone star because he deserves that goal there for Nexi. Cloudburst though into play, Bleed. Not done. A lot of maturity for the squad. Shaking off what just happened. And these blades have been potent here for Darion. Mid-control right now, but they're not gonna overextend. They know that RRQ is willing to play into those smokes anyway. And luckily for them, they back out because Kelly S was in the wait.
Yeah, Kelly S would have been quite a big problem. The fact that you have a raise here on Ascent, not only are teams not necessarily used to playing against that, but the utility it brings, like, in that mid position, he can check it with a boom bot. That's been dispensed. But if they do go ham at this, he can just chuck a paint shell into that market position and make things much more difficult. That doesn't come, though, for Bleed. And so that gives him the opening sight here. And Darion finds 1. Not good for another, though. As Nexi, being a turret that he is, gets a second. Good for a third. Will he? No, Lexi shuts him down. 3v3. The sight is theirs. Another retake to come on in. But Nightfall ensues. Still, though, they've got more than enough vision of what's happening. It's only really Lexi who got hit by that Nightfall. So the rest here should be calling out that information. You know there's one on the deep pit. Kill, yes, the last sole remaining member, but not for too long as he goes down. Bleed, very, very close to tying up this game now.
Yeah, you see it here for Bleed. Their post-plant positions, they can actually stay safe, force RRQ to peek on out. And from that point on, RRQ can't really take advantage of many a situation. Darion, though, opening things up. His blades have been very effective so far. Unfortunately, there the right click doesn't get the connection, but this time they understand where Nexi's playing. He loves to go for that staircase. They're gonna watch out for that pressure point as much as possible. And for Bleed, these beat takes have been effective enough, especially that they know they can take advantage of some of these more narrow corridors, given the fact that they're playing the Breach and the Killjoy together. So some great situational awareness here for Darion right now and the rest of the crew. And Darion does there again. Lenny finding 2. Peep dive for him. And Kelly, yes, will also not be able to get a slice of any of this action because Lexi is the one who heats up this tie. 5-5, we're tied up.
Good idea there from RRQ, but the execution just couldn't pan out in the end. Conceded the eco, yes, but now we have a gun round. Things are tied up. Dax, and equilibrium has been achieved between the two teams, and we can still end up with a very equal scoreline going to that second half. One team from now on wins a round remaining here in this one. Look at the ultimates. They still have that Hunter's Fury, which we've seen Lenny be very effective with, even when he doesn't have a hard ping or a hard scan concussed with the recon bolt. So that can be, more importantly as well, used to counter the lockdown that Nexi already has prepared. Flash has got his own, though, so there's really lots of counterplay that could come from either team. They've been pretty successful for the most part on that Bravo site, but Alpha's been looking quite different. This time, though, the read here, potentially from RRQ, to adjust Nexi on over to that A site, place his utility there, and this push is going to be harder than they might initially have thought to be.
I mean, they found struggles because of that Raptors position. RRQ has made sure that they could keep that avenue of assault just something that they can utilize over and over and over again. But this time, Bleed, can they actually get the connection? If they keep Darion alive, it's going to be a lot easier right now. But there we have it. Smokes in the way. Great vision blockade here. Bleed keeping their jets into place. Scan also on Nexi, but the generating the kill. Nexi getting two. Draxi on the board. And the Imperials finding the target.
Whoa.
But Maxi is there to get those. Well, I'm too good. This is done. 6-5. RRQ holding down that A site yet again. Just preventing Bleed from crossing the A border whatsoever.
Yeah, that generator just from Nexi conducting the complete shutdown of the attack here from the side of Bleed. RRQ, even with Darion's forward uphill position, the higher ground that he's got, even with Maxi just absolutely impeccable spray transfers, still RRQ, they did the job done. And even when they know Nexi's there, he's just so reliable and so consistent. We have to say it on over because of how true it is. This man never falters in those situations. Darion, he's going to get caught out. Doesn't even check the logs here. They're going to cut him up for it. But on the blind Hunter Fury, Lenny gets a connect, and Kenny S will fall down. Once he follows suit, though, to find another pick. This gives Bleed the man advantage, but they still don't commit, realizing the space that Maxi has gone here towards that heaven position. But the dump from Nexi! That catches him off! And 2GE finds one as well. Still, Draxi, only player remaining. He's going to have to pull something out of his hat here. He has some positioning, but the timing has escaped him.
Unbind Troller now.
Planted.
Nexi, please. Do not jump like that ever again. Yeah. Heartbreak for Nexi. Surprise there. This is what we've been trying to see from Maxi. It has been ambitious with the From the Shadows, but this time, they know the location that has been problematic. They take control of the Rafters, and from that point on, a transit towards that A site. Even better for Bleed Esports, just utilizing the bridge and his capacities to the fullest degree. And there you go, case in point. The earth shudders, even if Ascent is floating over the lands. Lockdown also into play. Draxi, he's been stellar here, been mature, but Maxi is just way more experienced. And a way more of a stellar positioner there. 6-6 right now. And take your cues because we are tied up getting into the second half.
This is a lot better of a situation for Bleed than it is in RRQ. Now it says 6-6, yes, tied up, but with Bleed going on the defensive side here, which we've seen them be decently okay at, not their best map by far, Ascent, yes, but a map like Ascent to typically be a bit more defender-sided, especially in the statistics of all, then it should work out for Bleed in the long run. Nexi, though, 15 frags, top fragging the entire server. We haven't seen the same sort of quantity of frags from Pith here. He's doing a good job of making sure their back is checked, but he's able to get more of himself going. Then arguably Bleed would be in a much better position right now. Still, though, not a bad spot for them to be in. We saw on the defensive side that it really came down a lot to the setups that they had here, RRQ, and making sure that the initial entry kind of utility thrown out, the initiating utility by Bleed, such as a recon bot, such as a flash or a fault line, is mitigated enough that they have enough space and time to react to it, and then they counteract on what came to them. So how will that same idea continue on here on the attacking side, especially when Bleed love to kind of aggress early on?
Well, maybe that's why they have this different composition right now. Usually Bleed does go for that KO chamber instead, but they realize here that they can actually be pretty effective anyway, just getting the right intel for the more obvious locations, and then flushing out with utility the corners that perhaps RRQ are going to play. And then that last round, that was just case in point. Flash, it was very awkward. He knew an aftershock was coming, had to peek on out, just gets taken on down. That will be defense falling apart from that point on. And RRQ, they have been clutch, they have been effective, but Bleed has realized as these rounds have gone on that their utilities can hit their markers and can bring them to that victory. If they don't get put in those 1v1 scenarios, then Bleed will take advantage of that as much as possible. But they need to keep consistent. And I think that's where, again, the maturity of what we've seen from Bleed comes in. They need to find consistency on Darion still being the sharp, Maxi and Pit keeping everything cool, calm, and collected. Because if RRQ finds themselves in clutch moments again, they do not disappoint given the examples early on in the game.
Nobody really here putting up a disappointing performance considering even the stakes at hand. Darion, great dash to find the flank. He really did not realize how deep he was already, but Draxi making sure he's kept in check. Flashes out to try and counteract, but the battle is happening outside the lobby. Guys, get back to your rooms, because Lexi and Kelly are here to try and fend him off. Still one more though, dipping into the fight. Lexi might have bitten off more than he can shoot, getting shot from everywhere. That's going to leave Lenny, the sole member here from the A side, but Draxi, a third, goes his way. From the shadows, he steps in and out of it, and Bleed can't handle the darkness he's set upon him.
And Bleed, they effectively play into the hands of RRQ. That has been their philosophy on the defense, though. They love to play aggressive on many a map. And especially on the pistol, they're willing to throw caution to the wind. It was a great start there from Darion, but RRQ, they can handle these kind of moments with such a degree of grace that despite the initial advantage here for Bleed, it's RRQ who comes out ahead. We talk about this team in the PH team. Technically, this is, I'd say, a super team of players who haven't really gotten into the region as of yet. And now put together their powers combined. It's a Megazord and a half waiting here for the side of RRQ. But we'll see if Bleed can disassemble them. The monsters they are. Maxi though having back on the way. They already lost Kelly S on the side of RRQ. Bit a few right clicks. Ambitious through. Could have been good. But the door now shut down in front of them. RRQ putting that plant down. Bleed and deciding perhaps the rafters plus the doorway. Effective angles they can use for the retake.
7-6, and this round should be RRQ still, even if they gave up that opening pick. Retake here coming from Bleed going to be quite difficult, even to come through this door position now. Whole line doesn't really connect. The Flash, he's going to hold things down. Darion only good for one, a third, but Nexi make sure they're locked into this round. Expensive, costly, yes, maybe a bit. RRQ get it in the end. And to your point a while ago, Dex, I think this team, they're a super team in a very different way, right? They're not necessarily, and maybe aside from 2G or Nexi, I've never really been in a position where you can consider them the best at their position, right? In the local scene, at least. But that being said, it doesn't matter individually how necessarily great they are, because what really brings this team into greatness is how well and how just structured they play a lot of times. You see them answer with utility and how disciplined they really try and support each other over a team that might just go gung-ho.
Yeah, they have enabled each other, but right now we're seeing Bleed enable themselves by taking down Nexi first and foremost. A nice kickoff on the priority target there, courtesy of Darion, but Kelly, yes! Blowing up it to Thy Kingdom come. And the share shot that resounded all. Bleed hands back with Maxi from above. High right now being taken. Well, we hear the haunt, but it doesn't really matter. The siege was there. The fears have been factored in by Bleed. Kelly S now all alone by the generator. Angel's gonna get thrown. Bleed has so many opportunities now. Aftershock to flush him out. And truly fumigators here. Led by Lexi. 8-7, Bleed making their buy work. A few kills, yes, for RRQ though. At least making it a contentious round, to say the least.
The tragedies of man and the tragedies of Kelly S put on full display. Unfortunately,
alright, since not tragedies, man.
Walks into it. But, well, in the end, it kind of looks comical to see it from a third-person perspective. But yeah, it's really where that team, the shine. It's Bleed who we really look at and be like, this is a team who is really the epitome of what our expectations were for the VCT, especially in APAC. Last year, when we look at year two, when we were looking forward to year two, and we were talking about, you know, it is going to be sooner rather than later before teams start basically having mixed rosters, and we touched upon this during stage one, but not only mixed rosters between players in Asia and APAC, but even from other completely different regions and continents. And for a team like Bleed, who once again have proven so much during their last stage run, and with them only being together at that point for barely a few months, to get to top three, a few rounds away from really going to Masters, for them to be in the play-ins is a really big, I guess, cry away from what we normally would have expected for Bleed to be placing at. But that doesn't mean that they're out of this yet. They're still by far the favorites of their play-ins group. And because of the stellar performances that we've now seen, players like Darion, who's maybe had some sort of struggles early on in last tournament, this time those don't seem to be the case anymore. He's really looking primed and proper. And with Maxi also really starting to feel himself, I think this Bleed team is a force to be reckoned with even more so, even if they're in the play-ins here.
I mean, Maxi did have struggles in the group stage of NYSG, and then he picked it up on the playoffs. But to talk about Darion, I think that's a great comparison point with Kelly S. They are amazing players in their own right. They can be the top of their local scenes if they're hot, if they're playing to their best caliber. But there are times where both of these two duelists have actually faltered as well. So there's a bit of that inconsistency that happens for both Darion and Kelly S. And they answer in different ways, as Darion looking to silence me already and all doubters with the Blaze there. He's been very efficient with the Blade Storm, and he's not done trying to go in through the middle. Nice scan though, patching out the rest of RRQ, and the pinch is through. Pit making that stinger work. Kruger right now making a trade happen. Next thing on the board, but Lene is there. Yet again, the boathouse right now is sinking as Flash finds out Lene. But Darion coming in yet again, and we'll see if it can shine bright like a diamond. There you go. Precious metals and precious from Darion yet again. This steel is as sharp as he is, and we are all tied up.
Forged in fire. It's got an extra bleed effect on the blades as well. Certainly the build-up that it can cause is something that some way, somehow, RRQ have to try and find some rhyme or reason to mitigate. As Darion, when he starts going like that, the well-trained Shinobi, there's just nothing he can do to counteract him, even realize he's there before it's too late. Even if you know he's there, he's still gonna take you down.
Round, and the force of nature that was Darion, can he dare for even more here? He's having a great game so far, and when that happens, well, Bleed is happy to have him into the roster. Kelly S. Okay, sure. What's the plan versus Lexi? He's hopping around. They can hear this. They can hear this. Lexi, please stop stretching. Stop doing your calisthenics, because Kelly S is right there already looking to hit the gym against you. Darion finding Draxi in response. A little bit of heartbreak for Lexi. Dude, they don't pick up the gun though because it's a little too far off. But beyond that, well, RRQ resetting the round and looking to go perhaps towards that B site instead.
Darion's got a good mark on this. Flash could be walking into his own demise, but pulls back. It's 2GE this time. Trying to make something happen. The Prowler does get information. There is presence there towards that tree position, but he can let go. The alarm bot's can keep him safe for the meantime. It's a B site that really is under attack here, but well, they're not really as equipped as they otherwise would have liked. The Odin, though, doesn't find anything. He aims for everybody, but finds none. Maxi, though, he's going to pick up the slack here. 2 kills goes his way. That should be more than enough. Backs off safely, smartly enough to not give Kelly S that free opening pick with a showstopper that he's got. They pick up the Odin, but I'm not sure if the Allfather himself will even be enough for this situation.
We'll see if the walls of Valhalla here will be able to welcome new warriors. Really, mythology and whatnot. Truly is the stories here of RRQ and Darion, though, getting on closer and closer. Fixes his aim. A nice slide on in. Kelly S can't hit the shot, and Maxi prevents any of those bullets to come at him whatsoever. 8-9 now. Bleed taking the lead, and it just seems like that because they like to vie for a bit more of that map control coming into these post-plant scenarios, and the amount of space that they can get courtesy of Darion, it has helped them out immensely here for this defending side after realizing, again, just let's not go into these clutch situations, just try to play as a unit, live or die together. The creed right now of Bleed.
You can see there at the end, Darion just so serene, so calm when readjusting his aim there, knowing that, oh, this guy's got a sheriff. I mean, unless he fans the hammer, I shouldn't have to worry about any win.
I don't think you can do that in this game, man. not the right game.
Exactly. So yeah, he has a fair advantage at that range, especially with him juking things. Good movement. Tries to initially see if anything's happening towards that B link. Now, they do know there is presence out here towards the B lobby, but doesn't get visual eyes on them. So soft information, but information nonetheless gathered. The tree position, though, here, very dire position for them to take if they ever do opt for that. You can see him droning towards that mid position. Could opt for maybe a B split. But once again, if they decide to go short, Nexi and all the traps he's got set up there is going to be a big hurdle that somehow RRQ are going to have to get over.
Slight misstep there though from Lexi, giving away some position towards B site. And as soon as that is heard, RRQ already in transit to go towards that A. But look at Bleed Esports, they have the Op, they have the Odin, and Ascent Special I like to call, but Kelly S can't even get one through to the other side. The Nanoswarm's painting the ground in multiple colors, but Darion will bring us flats to 2 guess life. Not just done! Maxi is there! He will fall! Maxi on the board too! Darion's getting 2 with the operator! But as RRQ try to set up their station towards the A site, they still need to play retrieval, pick up the spike, pick up the basket, and pick up the pace! Flash though! Right now! Looks to zoom on in! Over to the Raptors to get 2 more. 3 already for the Sova. Hunter Fury is the goal, but Lexi blowing Kelly S. The Die Kingdom come. Flash though in behind. Flash gets the board. Reloads in front of the opposition, and no! Pit is there to watch him as he panics. Settle down, son. Pit is here to save the day for Bleed. 10-8 as Bleed Esports looking to inch away from RRQ.
He just gets a bit too ahead of himself there. Splash. On pace for an ace clutch at that situation. I mean, he's got the speed force, channel it, slow things down. But Pith ready to punish him heftily for just the anxiousness, I guess, creeping on in. Darion, very forward position, but good for 2 here. Maxi always making sure he's got his back checked, but in that case, well, Flash going big, but not enough. Still at the end, it's Pith who finds everything, at least in the end, going his way. And Odin out once again for Lenny. And RRQ are slowly running out of options. If they lose this round, it's an eco. And not one that they have shown to be super successful in here in the second half to convert.
The best thing Bleed has been able to do here is just keep the man advantage in their favor. If they play in equal odds, they know that they can lose it thanks to the start of this game. But you can see it here, 2-for-1s usually happening. Someone like Darion who gets away with the operator, covered by Maxi. And as that just piles on in favor of Bleed, it's just they're invested going more to the moon rather than RRQs. So overall, if Bleed can still keep their lives intact as much as possible, then coming into the later part of these rounds, that is when they can just make the trade system work and win it out from there on. But you mentioned it, RRQ. Chances now slipping on away. Economy absolutely in the gutter. And truly see these banks can find those targets, but Darion is just so ready for anyone to push towards A here, Nico.
They're banking on this short push working out. If this doesn't work out, then they are pretty much screwed. Like, straight up, because this is going to be way too difficult for them to try and win. With the Rolling Thunder prepared already here by Lexi. The shot doesn't connect for Darion. Now that's a silver lining they've got. The Rolling Thunder can come out, but they throw out the fault line first to try and keep them in their tracks. Now they suddenly somehow get the site. Everything works out in the end, but the Rolling Thunder does connect. The storm that we were anticipating, can they wade these rough waters? Kelly, yes, good for 1, but everything, superior firepower and advantage in the favor of Bleed. Crumbling down here, RRQ is in the post, and there's nothing they can really do. Just stop the Bleed, execute, and retake. 11-10, and that's what I was talking about, Dex. Just, they're really banking on that short push to kind of work out, and I guess it did in the end, but for them to place that lockdown idly, forgetting, hey, Bleed have a breach on the opposing side. He has an aftershock, he gets that every round. They didn't even try and sniff out where Lexi was first before even placing that down. Maybe if they had information that, hey, the breach is on the opposing side of the map, then things could have been better. But for them to just drop that down, their plans squandered early in the round, you can see that they were pretty much disposed to having to stall themselves. And in that case, they lost the wind under their wings and fell to their depths.
Well, that was close. Turret, just not gonna care. Darion, you can't dash that way. Okay, that was close. At least he is able to stay on alive. Kelly is still pushing Nexi, fighting Lexi actually, and suddenly a scramble for 2-for-2 trade, but the blades are out, and Darion still finding the way to make cutlery work. Flash though, able to get a bite out of him. 2v2 scenario after everything's said and done. And in all honesty, this actually works out for RRQ in a way. They are in an equal state, nothing much to lose, and they force Bleed Esports to come in close, but it doesn't matter. Let it from afar. A bit of that extra range. Maxi coming in close. And there's just no escape wherever RRQ may go. Bleed now, putting themselves on map points. But just to build on what you were saying before that huge scramble, TLDR, Lexi, this breach pick, is working so well for Bleed Esports.
It's not a pick you commonly see here on a map like Ascent, but this could be a specific pick that they see. They see how potent Nexi is with those lockdowns, and they flex Lexi onto that bridge, which we've talked about. Typically, they play something like a Qeon, which does have some destruction capability of that lockdown, but not as consistent and not as, well, to put it really bluntly, simple as a breach might be. And for them to pull this out here almost seems like a very, very well planned out counter pick towards what RRQ are doing. So, really, they definitely have the capabilities of making that work out. But Darion, great shot to open things up here towards that short position. The pain shells connect, but they don't really do much aside from some free damage. He can back on the way, though. The damage has been done, Dax, and the RRQ, they're down the man, and a huge player at that with 2G. A lot of their information gathering is going to be difficult. Their scramble capability is going to be much more, really hampered here. And Lexi's got a big job to do, but he's got more than enough utility to hold this down.
Oh, but Kelly S doesn't care about your compositions. All he wants is the contact. And he finds a way to make it through to the staircase anyway. 4 HP from an angle. Lead Esports did not expect him to come from. And they have 3 ultimates here. RRQ might as well let it through if need be. Flash, though, in the middle. Might be dangerous to go for that Hunter's Fury. Kelly S is trying to be kept alive here by the squad, if ever. Showstopper. Great way to shut down the push into this corner. Maxi, bit of spam towards that boathouse. Draxi, though, getting tagged a little bit, but he doesn't flinch. Just don't blink. Don't breathe. Not gonna be spotted there whatsoever. Darion trying to find an angle for the operator, but this is the problem with playing the up on Ascent. If it's B site, it's hard to see who's coming your way, and Kelly S is there yet again. Maxi on the board. 4 at least 1, 4 at least 2, 4 at least 3. Might as well make it 4, but there is no time for Bleed to win out the round. RRQ stay alive, but this is a faint heartbeat, man, because they lost everyone trying to get the hell out of that site.
Now their economy is gonna struggle forward. Well, Bleed, well, more than enough for them to buy. They save the operator, drop as well a rifle Maxi can. For the rest here of RRQ, you have a chance. The fact that they were able to get that round here at match point, give them some confidence back. I believe that should be Kelly S with his ultimate. Yes, he's got back up. And they have the Hunter's Fury as well to kind of counteract what Pith could potentially use the lockdown for. So, Pith going aggressive there. Might be a bit too ambitious, but they do use this lockdown for the post plant. Have to be careful, and RQ have to be disciplined enough not to prematurely pop their Hunter's Fury, otherwise they could be out of utility. Lexi, though, spamming through. He finds that kill in the 2G once more. The Hunter's Fury, though, prematurely placed. Yes, doesn't really find too much, but does get Maxi out in the end.
Kelly S finds Lexi, though. Drop down now from Darion, and he gets shot by Draxi. Pit burning Draxi down with an for Flash, finding Pit in response. And everything left now to Lennis. Difficult here to make the Odin count in a clutch situation. If anyone can do it, it might be the fingers here of Lene. He's now ready for action. Perhaps go Rambo even towards the high ground. He will try to station, but Flash is awaiting his counterpart from below. But Lene, spam it, and he might get the takedown. No, he's being disciplined with the Odin, but perhaps this is not the situation to do so. You have 100 bullets anyway. Decides to go for the dart if he gets a good scan down below, but drops down, gashes out Flash, but Kelly S quick on the trade. A nice try and a good plan there from Lene, but RRQ having an extra number to keep them in this game.
A cushion Bleed has built upon later in this half. Slowly been flattened down. A bit too much weight that they can't seem to deal with, and luckily for them that, they weren't punished by using a Hunter's Fury earlier on with a lockdown placed by Pith, but now Pith has got the lockdown for this round. They have some way to counteract this, especially if Nexi's able to get an orb of himself, to try and place his lockdown when they see Bleed do theirs. Shock darts out for Lenny. He's got the big job to do here, but not enough weaponry nor firepower to really make it happen. It's Kelly S opening things up. The B site is ripe for the taking, but even in the garden, they have to be careful because there could be a lot more mites lurking around, and Lexi's trying to dip into this fight without them realizing it. Draxi, the rest of RRQ here just shutting them down. Yeah, this is a clean round. We're going to the final one of regulation, Dax. The question is, can Pith make it a bit more expensive?
I mean, if he gets the exits, it's good, but this is even better for RRQ. A flawless win when they might have had an awkward buy or two there. If ever there were casualties, it doesn't matter now. This is it. Overtime or victory, basically. RRQ, to get this done, we're all tied up. And so far, the timeline for Bleed, they've been trying to play such a macro-based game. They've been saying, okay, we have rounds to give. They went for exits first and foremost. But the next round, the one that they lost there towards that A site, throwing a huge wrench in their plans. They could afford to play that eco a while ago, and now they're gonna bring out the operator yet again. But RRQ finding that potency, and Kelly S waking on up when he needs to the most. We're seeing from Kelly S a lot more of that altitude that he can get for the squad, a lot more of the distance that he can go. And if he doesn't fall first, that gives RRQ a speedway truly to get towards the site, because his presence implies that RRQ is coming that way. And just to really hammer down those points, it's Kelly S who starts things off, but you always have to look for Nexi and Tuge as much as possible in these firefights. But given that there's so much of distraction there by RRQ right now, so much of that forward presence, it's allowing them to overrun the Bleed defenses from this point on.
They need Kelly S's aggressive entries, explosive initiating skills, and really his gap closing ability to be able to have basically a checkpoint of where they know they can get. They need his space gathering, to put it simply, and if he goes down first, the tip of the spear is blunted out very, very quickly. He's made his way directly in here. They've taken that A site by storm. No real contest from Bleed, not even anticipating this. They've tried to go aggressive on their own terms towards that B-long position. But the A site is where we're going to have our last gamble of the regulation.
So quick plant, and it's going to be a retake scenario here initiated by Bleed. The lockdown though answered by its counterpart from the alternate dimension. Well, the Altron as it searches. It's Bleed now showing their hand towards the back of this site anyway. Wind right now though, the detain is 4! Everyone has their hands up right now! Surrender now and prepare to fight as the both sides play. Rolling Thunder is there! Bleed Esports overrunning the competition! And call an ambulance, but not for Bleed. The transfusion has cost RRQ to faint in action, and it's Bleed Esports who gets the victory, 13-11. They just put their hands up, and Bleed decided to dance over their graves.
The poetry that they themselves have written by their own demise, overstaying their welcome here, when even the homeowners were like, hey, your time is done. Get out here, son. Bleed Esports opening map here in Ascent. What a performance we saw from Darion, when a lot of questions around how will he perform here in this series, in this play-ins. He's stepping up to the plate and knocking out of the park, Dax. Now, close game, yes, for Bleed. That should give them a bit more hope here to close out the series 2-0 possibly.
And someone's watching the stream behind, but hey, that was so shaky from RRQ there in the end. You said it, they overstayed. They weren't allowed to play the game. Between the detain, did you add in the Rolling Thunder, all the utilities in the world for that retake. It was Bleed Esports reaping those rewards. But now I'm going to be breaking down the action, and we're going for a break. Map number 2 coming your way very soon. Dax here with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning in to VCT APAC. We'll be right back.
Ha.
Ha!
Hmm.
Oh. Okay, this is how we're opening the panel. A lot of confused faces over here. Guys, VCT APAC once again with the tight scorelines, the stellar gunfights, and the teamwork and coordination. Here at the panel, we're very lucky to share this experience despite the confusion on our faces right now because we get to share these emotions. We get to share the intensity that these matches bring about, especially in this tug of war between Regum, Qeon, and Bleed Esports. The winner of this poll, though, Bleed Esports. Tricks, as you can tell, Fluffy and I are incredibly lost by what happened during the last round. So please, I beg of you, please talk us through what happened.
I know a lot of people might be a little confused because there are two simultaneous lockdowns going on, both the defender trying to retake and the attacker trying to push the defenders back. But as Fluffy and I have talked off broadcast, the reason this happens is also that I think RRQ was hoping that Bleed would be forced to push or that more people would be on the side of the defender spawn. But what happened was Bleed pushed mid because they pushed B side first. So they ended up flanking RRQ instead and detained the majority of RRQ, then stunned with the breach and ultimate on top of that. So honestly, it was just a cleanup crew coming in.
Oh my goodness. I'm imagining how everything went down again. It's just all too much to handle. Fluffy, do you think that they could have handled that in a much cleaner way on the side of RRQ?
I mean, for sure. I mean, honestly, right now, I'm just as stunned as RRQ in that last round because what happened, yeah, literally, because what happened, basically, as Trix mentioned, is that Bleed got early map control, so they were already able to rotate fast. And without much info, which is weird considering Bleed's composition of gaining so much info, that they would choose to risk being detained, counting on the fact that they would assume the attackers, who could easily back off, would commit to the site. So it's a very unsafe choice. I mean, a lot of this game at the end of the day is risk management, but I feel like the risk was just so high. I'm surprised that they made such a ballsy move to do it, and unfortunately for them, it didn't pay off because after that lockdown did land on, I think, 4 players, they even got hit by the Rolling Thunder, which basically sealed the deal, and it was just cleanup crew, like Trix mentioned, for Bleed Esports. But overall, you know, RRQ had a good fight in the game. 13-11 is a close scoreline. They started out very strong on the first half, and they had a rough, very, very rough second half, especially that last round. But Nexi and Draxi still showing their good connection here with that Killjoy and Omen, really flexing their muscles for that. But for me, it was really Darion's amazing jet that carried throughout the game because he landed a lot of important and multiple frags throughout this entire series. Even his teammates being able to, like Lenny, being able to bring out that cute Odin play, as well as just good game sense from Pith overall.
I think on top of what, you know, Fluffy is saying, Bleed's Darion doing a very good job. I felt struggled a little bit on the attacker, and I was concerned about the just sheer aggression, and it felt that he was aggressing on his own. But when it came to the defender side, you could see that Bleed actually sets up for Darion's aggression and sets him up for success, essentially. Like just in the pistol round where there was that breach stun, the Killjoy and the breach was with a jet pushing up from mid up catwalk. I thought that was fantastic.
I agree. I love Alexi's support over here. Him on the breach, just stunning. Oh wait, that's literal stunning. Haha. That was not meant to be a pun. I just realized it as I said that. But a lot of the support over here from the rest of the team. Lenny also giving so much space with that Hunter's Fury, just allowing for more space once again for their team to just retake site and just, you know, shut down RRQ's dreams over here, Fluffy.
Yeah, I feel like the combination and coordination of the team really does pull through. At the end of it, no matter how close the rounds may have seemed, Bleed Esports does take it. So hopefully they can continue this momentum up until their next map.
I think that RQ's struggle over there was actually they started to get a little indecisive, and I'm not sure if Fluffy agrees with me here, but just watching them, their movement started to slow down, and not just slow down, it's like they kept shifting their focus in the middle of the game, And I felt that they felt the pressure. They weren't sure what to do. It wasn't working. And I guess if anyone in RRQ is listening, you gotta be aggressive. The explosive plays that Kelly S can bring from RRQ, just the sheer amount of space is brilliant. After that, it's a matter of crossfire, post plan, holding your flanks, really getting the site on lockdown, and from there your attacker side will be smooth sailing.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Trix there. I feel like being a bit more proactive and decisive are two qualities that, we always talk about adaptability and how much you should be able to adapt, but not just round per round. You also have to do it within the round. And adapting within the round is one thing, observing is another thing, but deciding and actually orienting yourself to act towards whatever plan you have as a team is equally as important and provides us the best Valorant moments that we see, and it gives us a lot of the team play aspect that we all look to find here in the pro scene. I'm very surprised. I expected them to have that slow start on the side of RRQ, considering their lineup, using a lot of information to take their early contacts for them instead of players. But towards the mid-round, I feel like, especially when they use the util initially, they look very lost. So hopefully they find themselves as we move on to what I believe will be Split, which is a map that they are pretty confident in the VCT PH Challenger Series Stage 2. RRQ did provide us one of the best split games overall from all the teams. But as we've seen in this tournament as well, Bleed Esports also has that surprise factor, which might be not as much as a surprise right now, a little bit more expected, but I'm sure it still has enough in their book to keep everyone on their toes.
You guys mentioned that this team seems to be a little bit lost. You guys are in agreement over that, Trix. But I do want to point out that they had really good rounds. Like RRQ had really good rounds, especially at the beginning. They had these explosive duels, especially with RRQ's very own Nexi. So smooth in round number 4, the King of Kings, but better to be called as the King of Fleshes, I would suppose. He was so close to fighting the defuse though, but almost is never enough on the side of Lexi. That's all I'm gonna say over there. Now, Bleed did get the momentum shift, I think at around round 5 probably, wherein they finally took down Nexi earlier on the game, Trix, and that was their first point in the game.
I think in general, when teams are so used to a specific style, right? They like that aggression, they know that the explosive plays work. When it doesn't work a couple rounds in a row, that's when they start to feel maybe we have to change what we're doing. But it's possible also in the middle of a game. It's not that you have to change what you're doing, but change how you're doing it. You're doing the right thing. You're making the right play by being that explosive, taking the information early, especially with the fade. But it's the follow-through that also needed work.
And speaking of follow-through, you're saying that they should know or figure out what they need to do. Fluffy, do you think that there is something that they need to change or do when it comes to the composition coming into Split?
I mean, this team, RRQ, in the APAC stage is already showing us signs that we didn't see in their previous games back in the VCT Challengers. They're changing their lineups a bit. So knowing that they are playing Split, which is a map that they're heavily favored in, I think that it's still very open-ended. There can be a lot of adjustments that can be made, maybe changing a bunch of their players, especially because they have that 6-man roster available. On the other side, though, for Bleed Esports, as the record does show, on Split, they have played this in their own local tournaments against Todak and Lays, and they've ran the same composition every time. The one we saw the other day with that double controller setup, which provides you with more control if you have a player that can play around a lot of that utility, those smokes, like we saw Darion on the Rays with the Judge, but it does leave them without an anti-flank. So if you study this correctly, maybe you adjust, similar to how in the previous series, we saw one team know that, oh, Myth is bad at attacking statistically, so let's just double up on defense. You could do the same adjustment in this game, as long as you do your research, which I'm sure a team as competent as Bleed has also done.
Trix, I believe that RRQ is going to be on the defensive side. Correct me if I'm wrong as we go into Split. How do you think things will play out for them? Is it their specialty, or would you say that they're better off as an attacker over here?
I think Split is one of those maps where the defender start is always good so long as your sentinel is good. And I remember when I first saw Nexi play, I thought that is a brilliant sentinel right there. So I am excited to see how he forces bleed back, or how essentially he makes them bleed themselves.
I was just checking the record. It's actually bleed on the defense here on Split. So maybe the advantage is going to be theirs once again as we start off into this map. But I do want to go back a little bit over their match against Ghetto Artist. Again, we have to stay away from Darian and his judge. I'm kind of hoping that we don't get to see that in the case of RRQ. But again, if the frustration started seeping in during the previous map, if Darian does pull that judge out, I'm not sure how lost or what direction RRQ is going to be going if that starts to happen. But we don't know. Maybe RRQ is pulling something out of their sleeves too, and they're going to pull the reverse judge game here on Kelly S. So maybe that's what's about to happen. But I do see the difference of the usual compositions over here, Fluffy. We keep mentioning the comparison or the contrast between having an Omen versus an Astra on the team.
Yeah, I feel like with the composition that we see RRQ always have, that they've always had played, they opt to kind of stray away from the chamber, from the KJ. They're more comfortable on the Cypher to get more information, as they don't have that much information that is accurate, because their initiator of choice is normally the Sky, which we do see locked in right now, as well as the Omen. And back to your question, Omen versus Astra. Astra always has that global presence over Omen, but Omen, in a map like Split, where most of the key areas are very tight and grouped up, like to hold the angles, you really have to stay kind of close. The Omen flash is such a big momentum swing that if Kelly S can really play off that, similar to how Darian played around the smokes yesterday, they can really put up a big fight. But surprisingly, for a team like this, on the side of RRQ, where they have some very defensive tech, they have the Omen, they have the Cypher, and they have the Sage, a bit more passive agents per se, they tend to actually win more attacking rounds than not. Against Action PH, now Esports Alpha, Esports Pro, and Team Secret, they've consistently got more than half the rounds. Even against South Built Esports, I think they went 11-1 on the half. It's very surprising to see. I think that just boils down to fundamentals. But on the other side, of course, we have Bleed Esports, who are so adaptable, and I'm sure they also know how to play their own game. I feel like overall Split is just going to be a battle of who plays their own game the best, rather than bends to the other team's plan.
Let's not forget that despite the almost flawless run that RRQ had here, they were beaten recently by Team Secret. And if Bleed Esports was able to figure out what Team Secret saw as the weakness of RRQ on Split, then RRQ really has to work twice as hard over here, Trick.
Honestly, seeing the performance of Darian as well as Lexi and everyone on Bleed, I am looking forward to this match. I feel that everybody's figured out the faults that they had in their first series, or any stumbles that they might have, or anything that they have been stumbling upon. And they just look a lot cleaner, a lot more confident, and just like their plays are a lot more fluid than before.
Absolutely. And I think that's the beauty of us going into Split right now. It's not the matter of a team that's more advantageous for experience in a map. It's kind of a 50-50 because they both are really, really good here on Split. And I just can't get enough of the action between these two teams. If we had such a close scoreline over at Ascent, I wonder how it's going to turn about here on Split. And with that, I'm going to be passing you guys over to our casters so we can see how the score will split.
The counterpick conundrum hurting RRQ a while ago, but this time it is going to be their home turf. The Bleed Esports, they proved arsenals abound, can be possibilities, and they're one away from moving to the group stage. Who will win in the second map? Or that's what we're going to find out. Daxi with Black and Blue yet again. You guys are tuning on into the third day of the APAC Play-ins. And Split, man, this has been a very interesting map for both sides. I think let's start with RRQ real quick. RRQ, group stage of the PH scene, absolutely unbeatable, and it took Team Secret to take them down there into the playoffs. On the other hand, Bleed Esports, it was a very interesting game against Ghetto Artist, especially the judge of Darion, leading to complete shutouts of Ghetto Artists on the bleed defense.
Yeah, we saw Darion do just, I'm not gonna say amazing, but interesting and entertaining stuff on that judge the last time around versus the Ghetto Artists. Yes, and yes, it's statistically one of the best maps from RRQ, right? They did lose to Team Secret, the only team that was able to beat them, but then again, that's really the only map that Team Secret also looked kind of mortal in their local qualifiers in the Philippine stage, and so who knows, maybe you gotta let that be gone, because the compositions these two teams are playing are the ones we're kind of expecting right now. So I'm really anticipating a lot of, I guess, counterplays coming from this, considering we're going to be seeing more of the same from these two teams. So they have some information on what to expect, and this is something they like to do a lot, that mid plus vent control that they kind of loosely play. And Pith, typically this would be overstaying his welcome if his orb does go down, and so when his orb does go down, the smoke dissipates. I'm not going to expect for them to stay on too longer, but that gives Lexi now an opportunity because of this orb dissipating, the smoke dissipating rather on towards Veil. And things, a default Sage Wall, something that is a lot more intimidating than might initially seem.
Yeah, and Bleed, they have a good way to actually stop the contact from happening in the middle between the smokes and the wall. It counteracts basically what Flash plays and perhaps nade plays that RRQ wants to do. So immediately, with a sea of green and purple just coalescing as one in the middle, the colors the rainbow and scare off RRQ to go into the garage instead. The Bleed getting ready with a few of these jump peaks. Maxi now with a concealment and perfect Nebula there in the way. Nexi goes down so very quickly. Lexi actually catching out Kelly S. And truly, this is Bleed's world. And it seems like RRQ isn't trying to live in it. But Tuge coming up close here in the alleyway. Draxi also helping out there on Lexi from behind. And with 7 seconds left, no time, no lives. And it's Bleed who gets the pistol.
Well, a start here from Bleed. Just the fact that they were able to hamper RRQ's intent, that utility shuffle, they were able to...
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, look at that. Round 2!
Yep.
Judge.
Yep.
It's out.
Tried and true. It's like, you know, when you're merely halfway through your first class of the day and this dude right beside you starts pulling out his lunchbox already, you know that he's probably got something good hidden in it. And in this case, Darion. He did spectacular things last time around, but as I was saying, that utility shuffle they had towards mid was really just so oppressive for RRQ. You can see that when the smokes went up, when the orb went up, they traded out with the wall, with the slow orb, and so much time wasted. They were just forced to go straight. Another kill, double here for Darion, but Lenny's got his back. I mean, give me one.
It's like I went back 24 hours. I saw that exact same play last
Yeah,
time.
literally.
It was -1 kill, but it still works the same way. And RRQ just thrown into the meat grinder. Bleed Esports. Here we go again. And truth be told, this is very enabled by the Bleed composition as Lexi finalizes the round. We were so hyped up with what Bleed was doing last time, where we are only able to tackle a little bit on how this double controller setup works so well with what Darion wants to do. And I think it starts really with between the range of the Viper and the range of the Astra. The amount of utility that it can just imply to help out Darion in a pinch allows him to go above and beyond what the Judge can do on Split.
But, well, that Judge on a map like this is just so deadly, so potent up close. Let's see how they try and dampen the effectivity of this Judge, which Darion insisted on pulling out once more. When they walk through this, if they walk through this orb, then that decay is going to make the Judge even more potent. Now the Trailblazer to try and find some better avenue to try and push through this. Staying away from that male position, but Pith has got a Judge of his own. 2 judges? Well, I think the court is against you, man.
You can't appeal here, man, because this is one jury that is just rigged against you. Come in close to the Snake's lair, and you are just going to be prey pretty simply. RRQ now having to respect immediately the close quarters that Bleed can do. And the thing is, RRQ, they do have the abilities to try and flush that out, especially with the Raze. But right now, they're going towards the garage instead. A little bit of a flash on out. Beyond that, seems like for RRQ, it's just all about the waiting game. And the overextension punished here by Nexi. From front to the side, he is just poetry in motion there yet again. as he, with the rhythm to his rhymes and his time, he
30
sets up well
seconds left.
towards his A side. This is so effective when Nexi is just there waiting for you, but Pit changing up the gun. Phantom right now in hand, and he's holding on for dear life. 3 already for Pit. Kuget though does get the 2 to his name. And everything left to Darion. Darion also throwing away that charge for a Phantom, and well, Draxi, he will be absolutely spooked there, haunted by the backstab. Spike now planted in behind the billboard, and Darion is just waiting there yet again for Bleed to take this bonus. Where did all these guns come from? Well, Bleed, their pockets are just pretty much limitless right now.
Things looking on the downtrend here for RRQ, but Bleed, Darion once more. He's really stepping up his game here in this series versus RRQ. They are the favorites to win the series, to win this entire group. Nexi, for him to open things up on a Cypher just gives him a completely different, basically, dimension that most teams might not have. Still, Darion finding the right timings to make things look even more so desperate early on here for RRQ. Eco, though, we've seen them convert some of these rounds. We'll continue on. Darion, he gives a Phantom to someone else and goes back right on the judge.
And look at that, there's suddenly a Nebula in the way. Really, protect the Darion and let him do the work with the Yatashati. But Sheriff's all in hand. Draxi has to back away from the boom bots. Rounds being taken here by the side of RRQ, but this is just effective here by Bleed. Break those sightlines, prevent players like Nexi to keep resetting those shots and finding those heads. And truly, this has just been quite a intellectual game from Bleed, to say the least. Intellectual series from that first map to the second. And things are looking in their favor right now, passing those tests with flying colors. With RRQ, a squad, once they get that momentum, once they get one of these players getting hot, then they know that they have a spear that is absolutely sharp to go in even more. But this sword right now executing Nexi as he stands, slaying the opposition yet again. Lenda comes on in to catch a Tuge. Kelly S tries to go for the lob. There's no one there to truly receive it. Hit right now, reloading, avoiding the shots. Draxi hits his marker, but that's all RRQ can salvage from this round. 4-0, Bleed in command.
Well, you always see the heart in those type of eco rounds that RRQ are trying to force upon Bleed Esports. Even the frails of hearts would be dissuaded in those situations, but not RRQ. They still try and go for the fight and see what they can do. This timeout, I think, is properly called. Hunters here, they've just become the hunted as Bleed. Even on the defensive side, sniffing out RRQ and be trying to find what they're doing. And their setups have been impeccable, have been just impossible, really, for RRQ to try and dismantle. Haven't found the schematics, the proper blueprints, where exactly they can pick and prod just yet. If that information, that insight isn't given away, or isn't found, rather, by RRQ, then they're going to have to resort to maybe different kind of strategies and tactics to find some way of getting themselves in. The struggle that RRQ do typically kind of show, even in the local scene, is on map not like Split. Typically they do pretty well here, but on other maps, on these attacking rounds where their initial kind of ideas are shut down early in half, that's where you do see them struggle in the series, or at least in the map. And for Bleed to be able to do this early on as compared to Ascent, then this is a really good sign for Bleed, and this judge has just been the death of him, a demise that RRQ seem to have yet to evade.
It's just destiny by this point. Destiny arrives, Darion is there. But this defense from Bleed, it reminds me of those kind of cartoons where there's a museum heist, right? And they try to rappel from a rope from the window, and suddenly there are lasers abound. And that's the thing, RRQ cannot just go for the burst, because the stall potential from Bleed is limitless. Bleed is double control in the same. Even Maxi doesn't flinch whatsoever. And look at Darion bring the bulldozer, destroying Tuge and Rabbit, their homes, their families, and where they stand. 2 left, Draxi and Nexi. 1 enemy. Someone from the SPFR roster, but, well, this mandate is null and void. The Imperials have been toppled. It's Bleed who reigns supreme for the 5-0 lead.
Man, even without eyes, Maxi doesn't need it. He's got a different sense, a different dimension he sees through. All he has to do is free aim, and he knows exactly where they are. Almost like a spider. Lenny and the rest there, especially Darion, for him to help that perfect trap sprung at the right moment. And the mice right in the traps laid here by Bleed. Tarek once again on an eco. And the majesticness of what Bleed have been doing on this defensive side has just been a glimmering shine that RRQ have been blinded by over and over.
Yeah, it's a national treasure by this point, and I think I have to point out really for Bleed Esports again, they have a huge R&D department behind them, some great names away from the SE region in terms of coaching, and of course a few, I'd say, journalists here and there who provide that solid content that for Bleed, it really helps them out at figuring out exactly what to do against their opposition. And case in point right now, it has been effective versus RRQ, but Kelly S says screw the stats, I want the magic, and magic made here by Kelly S. 2 going down to his hand, opening up this A site. We've seen this happen before, courtesy of Nexi. Can RQ this time capitalize, but look who shuts it down yet again. Pit in position by the ramps. At that point on, anyone in transit have been absolutely derailed, delayed making it to the station. Nexi hopping just to die. Kelly Esto with a third showstopper right now to be the one to watch out for and cue the fireworks, but Rabbit comes on in, hops around, and is able to slay the predator that is Maxi. Left now to Darion's hands, but he has to throw away this judge for a different kind of gun. Spikes planted, 2v1 here, black and blue, and it seems like for RRQ, they're trying to set up towards that back of the site.
All on the Darion, low HP, single bullet to the chest could do him on in at this point. He's got a blast back to utilize him, maybe try and isolate the fighter, throw off his RRQ players from their aim. Circle around the pillar. Being a big hurdle he has to get over, but the round Kelly S goes, and the round taken by RRQ. Finally one they've been looking for. It comes in the most unexpected of scenarios. They finally do get something on the board eventually.
Yeah, but that has been a weak point of Bleed's defense so far. They were able to scramble and defend it last time, but this time Kelly S going even deeper. Made and into the abyss he goes, and he comes out scathed but not shaken whatsoever. And from that point on, he even got that showstopper after everything was said and done. Just the willingness here for RRQ to still push it forward is one ideal that they can build on. If they don't get physically stopped, and if Darion is not there, then that's the right possibility for them. But Darion now changing it up actually to the operator. We saw how effective it was against RRQ on Ascent. Will it have the same kind of results here on Split? Cyber Cage though in the way. Nexi creeping on forward. And Bleed looking for a target to snipe.
Darion though, opening pick here on a 2G is big to get him back in the game up close, but Pith is there to help him out when he thought the candy was up for grabs. Suddenly taken away. Rabbit though, quick immediate pick here on Alexi. He does have a res to utilize, but every single player that is down to RRQ is towards an A site, and he finds another going on here. The Battle Sage really ruling the battlefield. The Doctor of Death he's seeming to be. The Snake Bite though, a bit too poisonous. No anti-venom to try and utilize, to try and fend this off. He's sticking in it though. The plant does go down eventually, but he's taking some damage in that endeavor.
Ooh. And Lennon deciding to rescind this license. Rabbit and Daxi both do die. And Kelly S now only one left, 1v3 scenario, but Lene, he just comes in from the garage and throws a wrench into the plans of RRQ. Bleed Esports again, snuffing out the hopes of RRQ. Making it to the site, sure, but suddenly an angle, least expected, is the most effective. Bleed showing how it's done on the defense, swapping around the arsenals and swapping around the positions.
Darion, when he's back on that operator, always so good to at least find a pick here for that Bleed side, whether the attack or in this case the defend. Lenny on the flank. Never expect the sky to be that deep, that far behind enemy lines. They just had no real answer to, and still haven't found an answer really, to how Bleed have been playing this defense of theirs. Always so scrappy, always making sure that they're not letting RRQ get comfortable. Don't let them set on these attacks of theirs. And Kelly, yes, he's taking a lot of decay in that moment. He's gonna be able to regrow himself back up into the fight. Maxi spots out the shoulder of Rabbit, who's only good for one, but he's done his job. He's gotten deep. The wall hasn't been placed down yet, but he can walk out of this. But two, the slow orbs are gonna find their own demise. Maxi here on the pillar is not gonna last too long, as Kelly, yes, has found an expiration for him. 3v3 to retake Not a single rifle on Nexi's hands, but he can still do lots of work with the Sheriff in hand. The retake might be a bit more difficult with the up. If Kelly S finds his pick, and he should, but he doesn't! Lenny still goes his way!
Yeah, Lenny there in cover, finding Kelly S trying to ascend towards heaven, and he says, sure, let me turn into an angel instead. Darian though put to a hawk after the takedown on the Tuge. Nexi though throwing the line in front of him, but it doesn't matter because the bullets do cross the border anyway. Bleed now, 7-1. They're just in an absolutely commanding position here versus RRQ, and it really seems like here for RRQ, they try to get even more of that map space. They look to go for that control, but it doesn't mean that you're let in. You're not really welcome here by Bleed Esports. And case in point, the cover there from Lene, watching things out, truly stepping on up alongside Darion. And when Bleed Esports is like this, when I'd say some of their more inconsistent parts finds that consistency, finds their form, they are just as sharp as a hawk here by this point, and the birds of prey of Bleed Esports feasting on the carcass of RRQ by this point if this keeps up.
Been famine for RRQ though. Only a bit of, oh my goodness, Darion another pick here as Kelly S once again finds his demise. The opposing Rays of Bleed Esports, who have been so undeniably great at this defensive half of theirs already. Looking like an 8th round potentially they could secure. I mean, they've already have this advantageous half secured in their stead, but Darion, for him to be playing this, I'm not sure if Rabbit's gonna expect this. He might be peeking out very soon, but the orb is about to expire. That rather barrier. Still, Nexi gets a kill somehow, and to get the res, have an opportunity for this, and the coin has been flipped on its heads.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there, I'd say, for Bleed. It was a good try, but even better for Maxi to catch out Rabbit. The aggression, though, now finally getting punished. Tuge gets on the board here, and Garage not being taken yet again by RRQ. Jumping close to get on the way. Away from the upside nice in time, and Lexi absolutely overrun by Kelly. Yes, RRQ finding their fates flip, as you mentioned. The reversal of these graves. Pit now the only one left. Problematic though, because he barely has much to work with. He still can go for Toxic Screen, but there's no point because this retake is over before it even starts. It's Raxi finding his marker there. It's RRQ now finally getting a second round.
Looking a bit more hopeful now for RRQ, but still a long ways away for them to climb to get back into this game. Bleed, I honestly think that if they just played that standardly, like how they have been disciplined, not having to go for risks when they already had the man advantage, that round probably would have been theirs. Trying to go for a bit of the ambition, they have some cushion to work with, and so they were like, okay, let's take this risk and see if we can really put our foot down and try some really hijinks to further kind of add insult to injury, but gets shut down, and that's a bit of a wake-up call here for Bleed. So I think from now on, you're going to see them try and do less ambitious things as they did there and really play around the trap and trade setups that they've made work so efficiently earlier on.
On the plus side, I'm going to say this. Bleed Esports, when they decide to make those kind of plays, they commit on it. Because you saw it there, right? Maxi was waiting anyway. That could have still been a good plan B. But you said it yourself. RRQ especially is a squad that can punish that. If you want to duel them, they're going to be happy to do so. And we've seen it there on Ascent. If it's RRQ who's able to keep the equalized numbers on or even get the advantage, then they're going to have that full confidence to just bolster their forces and go towards that site. So really right now, Bleed, they've already been very systematic so far, very responsible with their play. Just have to be a bit more careful dealing with RRQ before their momentum ramps up heavily.
That momentum is something they have to find some way to even generate in the first place here, RRQ. They've done that with a round, but will really continue on. Darion, paint shells out, the Boombot as well for pressure. This allows Kelly S to blow completely by them, doesn't find a pick. It's Darion who is able to get Nexi down. It's a big find for them to get. RRQ, they have the site, they can get the plant down, but the Seekers is going to be such a hindrance to them. Look at how scattered they are. Can't even get the plant down safely just yet. That screen position that Kelly S is playing has to be the most crucial piece of this puzzle that RRQ has got, but if he didn't get good value out of this, there's a good chance they could win this round, but Still, Bleed heavily in the advantage here. Let's see how this retake works for them. Lenny with a pop flash out here with a guiding light, and they find everything they're seeking. RRQ, despondent, lugubrious, and no hope for Kelly S to come back into the round as 8-2. Bleed take it.
They just had a cheat sheet for that cool round there. They knew that Kelly S was gonna go on through. They led him towards the screens. They set up the Cosmic Divide, and from that point on, every angle of opportunity here for Bleed Esports, they were happy to take it. RRQ falling yet again into these pitfalls. And it's just unfortunate seeing that open door when there are 5 players basically with baseball bats ready to beat you up on a moment's notice. It was a stellar entry there from Kelly S, but truth be told, when they didn't go for this Rams control, when they decided to go straight into main, it was the perfect opportunity to Lenif to strike with the flash there of the guiding light. And you can see it right now, Bleed. Macro game has been heftily in their favor, allows them to get the advantage many, many times. And truly, counterplay conundrum continues on, but here we have it. Guiding light, RRQ decided to just go on in. Consequences be damned, but the soul of Kelly S already has been slain. Lenny finding 2, reaping the opposition, brings in the sight, separates the wheat from the chaff. And in this instance now, the showstopper for even more of the harvest, but the off doesn't scope on in. Lexi with a fight on the Rabbit though. Draxi now versus 2. Draxi will get 4. TP's on the way with 22 HP, but Lexi is ready with the resurrection. Brings his hands up, Pit brought back to life, but Draxi's waiting, runs out of bullets.
No way!
There, but Draxi will get them all anyway. A 6-man ace for RRQ, and Draxi will come through for RRQ.
Draxi, the Abyss Walker. Whenever shadow of a doubt is cast upon him, he doesn't mind. That was so close, Dax. Ran out of ammo on his mag. Switching to your pistol is faster than reloading, don't forget. And that he does.
Just got away with that one. Draxi getting towards his backside was absolutely huge, and it's a heartbreaker yet again for Lexi. If he was just watching towards the screens, could have had a more even duel. But this time now, Bleed seems to just be unflinching. Maxi on the board, Darion already getting a kill. Advantage taken heftily by Bleed, but Draxi is not done. He got 6 kills a while ago. He wants to get more heads to his name, but Darion will find his head instead and put it above the fireplace. Nexi in a straight work though, 3v2 scenario. Nexi still not done keeping up the momentum. But this is now RRQ getting the plant down, but it has been very costly for both sides.
Taking off his hat, they line up potentially, but he's gotten a third 1v1 situation. This man has pulled off many a clutch in his time here in the VCT. But can he do it for the first time in APAC? The camera doesn't actually spot Lenny out. He's able to dodge it for the meantime. On the wide swing! And Sexy Onexi gets the last round of the half here for RRQ. What an amazing play from him. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting a ball. There is and can be. And the man, his name, mark it down, is Nexi.
Something in the sea, and truly the lighthouse here of RRQ. Both Draxi and Nexi, just veterans of the upper class of the PH scene, showing up when they need to the most in back-to-back rounds. Someone has to be smiling after that one, and RRQ happy to find again those clutch moments in them. But beyond that, it has been mostly an outplay by Bleed Esports overall into the half. A great recovery though from RRQ, don't get me wrong, but it took Herculean efforts for that to happen, for them to be in a contentious scoreline right now at the very least. And they have put themselves in a position to still fight back for Bleed. If they can keep up the game plan that we've seen so far, keep up the control that we have gotten from the likes of Hit and Maxi and the timings from Lene with the flashes, then that just enables the whole squad overall. Look at the 15 kills Darion has had. He is having a series to remember. And for Bleed, only a handful away from winning out this game.
But RRQ, well, still a murky future ahead. It's 8-4, but they can try and dissipate some of that smoke in their path. They can get this opening pistol round and turn things back their way. Bleed, impeccable defense for the most part, and that round could have been theirs if not for the amazing pop-off the individual player that is Nexi. A star in his own right. But, well, Bleed. I've got lots of gazers of the Cosmos, and Maxi, he's been a bit quiet in this one. We've been expecting him to do more. Let's see if this attacking side of theirs leads better results for him, because he is a player that loves to utilize his lurking capability, his insight and wits to be able to find those openings when a lot of the scramble is happening. So on this attacking side, it could bode better well for him, and when they get players like Pith and Maxi going, that really bodes good signs for Bleed. But Darion, yeah, as he said, he's been stepping up here on that defensive side with the Judge, but now that they're on the attack, how well will his entry capabilities be and prove to show?
Well, time to find out. Second half is upon us for Bleed Esports. One map away from making it to the group stage. We saw mid take down Boom a while ago, so that's the first one out of the play-ins into the next week. And we have a long week ahead. More to come here into APAC. Well, so this is it. Starting guns have decided to be fired, and Nexi actually getting to there. Just an anchor yet again, keeping the ship firmly in ports and pits. In the meantime, the import himself seeing everyone in transit towards that A site. The spike though, right in front of their sight lines. And Tugan and Lexi make the trades work. For RRQ, they know the objective. It's all about protecting the spike as much as possible. Pit and Lexi taking a bit of that extra positioning. Doesn't matter though, because the angles here for RRQ are just so in cover that Bleed will have to go their way.
Yeah, spike being dropped directly in the hands of RRQ. A bit unwieldy the position is for them to really handle. Bleed. They have an opportunity here. Pith or Lexi gets a kill, and things could happen, but Lexi's pulled the aggro, he's pulled the attention towards his way. They're trying to push him. While they do all recognize that, still from the backline, Pith gets another. He doesn't realize 2G is at the exact same angle to address. And RRQ, they get that small bit of hope here. The guiding light at the end. Mark from 2GE to continue this forward. So with that pistol one, this is a definite possible comeback from RQ, and we've seen them be, at least in the local side of things, be very proficient at this defensive side display. It's one of their better defensive maps as a whole.
So it seems like for Bleed Esports, they probably play some raids when they're not playing Valorant, because you said it, some great aggro pulls, some great attention being taken by Lexi, and it could have actually been Pit finding his way to get those backstabs on. Just a very methodological approach there from Bleed, but you said it yourself too. RRQ, Stellar on the defense, and looking like the Traxi wants to continue on with that conduct. Traxi gets 3, Suga with the last one, and that is it. RQ shutting down Bleed before they can even funnel on in through the garage. 8-6 now, but the guns are out here for Bleed.
Bleed Esports still have yet to give up the lead, but that could happen soon, especially if this gun round from theirs doesn't really pan on out. Draxi, perfect paranoia, making them anxious, and all the darkness. Isn't really much that Bleed could do to see past through it. Trying to go for this bonus. Let's see if they go on the aggression. You can see them kind of fronting this B main position here for RRQ, so they might try and fight for that B main control. They do, but not too heavy-handed. So, Maxi, under smoke, he has a star there prepped, kind of dissipates it, retrieves it just to make sure that they aren't pushed too idly, but as a wall is placed towards the A site, that allows Bleed to really shake up RRQ and never be too comfortable in giving up any lane, really.
Yeah, RRQ still, they do want to keep their towers in check as much as possible, and that's what the powerhouse of Rabbit and Tugi can do, especially with the wall intact. Trailblazer also coming out from that higher floor. Kelly, yes, looking to go for Ascension, but Darion kicking him down while he's trying to leap back up. Still, this is good for RRQ that they can hold on to those openings from the middle as much as possible. Bleed, respecting that instead. See an opportunity perhaps going towards that A site with the amount of intel that they have gotten already. And as the garage push happens from RRQ, perhaps even secure an orb or two. It's all about Bleed looking to deal with the anchor yet again. Nexi, this time the winds are looking strong. A hurricane is approaching, and can this boat still be stable? Kelly, yes, though, the captain of the ship finally will fall at the start. A 1-for-1 trade. Nexi still in behind. RRQ playing the waiting game though, and Bleed running outside to make it towards that side.
I thought he was going to get at least one more there. Rabbit does go down. Draxi following suit, but Nexi's found one. He's still holding onto the pillar. Blinded himself here to GE. To his own demise. 1v3 still for Nexi. 2 players low, but with a Spectre, how much damage can he really do? He finds one. The second comes his way, but Pith won't be the third. 9-6 is Bleed. They convert the gun round, yes, but it was some expense at the end of it.
Yeah, but Bleed, they're completed with the RRQ ontology. They looked at the second book, decided to open another chapter, and as soon as they realized the positions of RRQ, they made the right call going towards that A site. A bit of ambition there from Kelly S. Try and start things off. That we didn't see that snake bite. It bounced back, but beyond that, it was pretty convincing there from Bleed. Some good damage done by RRQ after everything is said and done. And a bit of a timeout called now. That might be the whole solution here for Bleed Esports though, Black and Blue, because you can see if they can just figure out exactly what the positions of RRQ are, they have ways to manipulate, again, the battlefield here in their favor. In case in point, you see it here. Once you have that toxic screen from Pits, that's so much cover for Bleed to utilize on their assault. And he has 17 takedowns right now. Really goes to show these utilities such a value point for Bleed Esports to keep using into the game.
And one of the big reasons why their split has been really good, especially against the Ghetto artists, I think in general, is this double controller setup they're utilizing. With Astra and Viper, they have control of pretty much the entire map, and if one of them goes down, they still have more than enough concealment to throw out to keep themselves really, I guess, tucked in and tidy, because on a map like Split, you lose a smoke early on, it's so much more difficult, even compared to so many other maps, to really be able to get in some position to kind of execute in the first place. So, guns here, yes, for Bleed, they do have the Bulldog on Lexi. It's RQ who are really looking to convert around. Cages not thrown out just yet. The cam by Nexi, that we do see him use this quite often. It allows him to see all the way behind him as well into that heaven position. But the cage is not down. Let's see if the tripwires will really catch somebody out here. They use this bait to get themselves some prey, and things could work out. Nexi up close finds one. The paint shells ensures that they can't follow up and trade their Bleed. So RQ have a good hold of the situation. The neural theft gives them all the information they need as well. That allows RQ to realize, hey, there's a potential, there's insight that they could go here towards that B site, and the Trailblazer will confirm their suspicions. Yes, it does see them, I think, at the end.
Yeah, that last flick, a little bit of the jolt there of the Trailblazer, seeing 2 members here of Bleed Esports on its right. Speaking of the right of Darion to entry is looking to be revoked here as soon as possible. Rabbit though with 1-2 get on the board too. And just some crossfire setups as soon as you peer on out. Many angles here taken by RRQ. Hits the only one left, dealing with everyone right in front of his sightlines. But a spike is quite a reach away for RRQ. Another way to get the hold down. I think the problem here for Bleed Esports is you look at this composition, right? It's very suited for the defense. And thanks to the last 2 clutches a while ago in the first half, it allowed RRQ a position to get to an even closer scoreline. If Darion's not the one who leads this charge for Bleed Esports, it's going to be a lot slower on the approach. And RRQ taking advantage of those kind of situations, forcing Bleed Esports to go into the site that they want in the first place. And this is how their defense is just mustered right now.
Well, that double controller they're running should mean that if they play their cards right and the composition they have, then they should win that utility shuffle. But because, you know, Draxi and Nexi and Rabbit are really good in also kind of timing and spacing theirs out, it makes things not as clear-cut here for the Bleed Esports side. And you'd expect that, you know, they place a star, up the wall, down the wall, place another star. Those type of things could be detrimental to RRQ's defense, but it's been Bleed who have been struggling to really make the benefits of their comp work. And as you said, it does fare better on the defensive side, and the map in general is a defender side map, but even here on the attack, symptoms of what we're not normally used to from Bleed kind of showing. But This wall coming up. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the type of wall, type of utility you have to throw out to try and force a counter utility from RRQ. Just burn that util out. Super important on the map like Split. But Kelly has a double with the paint shells. He paints the room red. It's foiled with the ruby fluid here from Bleed members. Really letting things flow. 4v3 is settled. The dust goes down, and RRQ who are shutting Bleed out of the room.
Apparently, Bleed having to still deal with Artis on the other side. Yesterday, it was Ghetto Artis. This time, it is the famous one himself, Kelly S. On end one there with the paint shells, ending immediately the momentum that Bleed was trying to build on. And you can see how awkward it got just right after. They lacked that presence that they needed by the Rams. They lost the spike, got the drop. They tried to peer from the rafters, but RRQ was already prepared towards the site. One now to tie things up. Their lead has crumbled right in front of them like dust. And there is still a chance for Bleed Esports to get things done. But RRQ, they're hungry to tie up the scoreline, and they don't want anything to stop them. The Boombots still having a bit of a battle. Battlebots now chasing each other like Crush Gear. See of that! They slam into each other. That's the real 1v1 of this matchup, guys. None of the players, just Boombots. But Maxi, oh, that was so close. The line, though, yet again of the Tripwire blockading his push for Killius and Nexi. They hold together. Nexi finding a second even. Lennon now and Pitts. Seeing corpses through in front of them. Their friends, their family have been spelled right in front of their very eyes. And now their eyes are blinded by the guiding light. Look who's coming, though. RRQ just waiting here by the Raptors yet again. Draxi right now. I'll be TPing on out twice to get into the back of the tower here. So congregation for RRQ, a bit of a meeting, but this is looking to be a bit over for Bleed unless Pit and Lennon can go Herculean with their efforts this time. Pit, though, trying his best to bench press, but he cannot do more than one rep. 9-9, we are tied up.
Well, the council has spoken. Doesn't matter what you've talked about in the boardroom, because RRQ, against all the odds, have brought the numbers back up to 9. They've tied things up, equilibrium once more. Seen a very close game coming from both these two teams a while ago. Map number 1, Ascent and Split, looking to be more of the same, but this time with RRQ, they have the momentum on Overbleed. This time around, though, no real kind of ultimates that they can utilize. Again, opening pick, no showstopper, no blades, as we saw from Darion during Ascent. It's going to be much more difficult without those possible high-impact ultimates, but they do have a res, and if it ever comes to a post-plant situation, Maxi and Pith having those very controlling ultimates can help out in the end, but let's see if they even get to the goalpost there to even try and kick the ball in.
Yeah, that's the difficult criteria of the situation, right? Bleed, they need to go for that post plan to allow their Astra and Viper maximum effectivity. But look at RRQ. If they can just stop them immediately from the get-go, well, go gone, they say to Bleed Esports. RRQ already getting 3. Nice shot from Darion at the very least, as we have to get trying to zip on up. Rabbit, though, with a third. Kelly S deciding to play a bit of the hops too. And from above, Pit goes down. 10-9 now. RRQ have taken this lead away from Bleed Esports. They have just been on an absolute tear here, Black and Blue. Bleed has only gotten a single round, I believe, all throughout the second half. And what can stop RRQ by this point if they prevent Bleed from making it to the site so many times consistently? That's true. That's a good answer.
That would be
Everyone
one.
has to stop when it's a timeout. That's fair.
And I'm surprised Bleed aren't using it, Dax. It's really why I called it here, but I mean, it might be too late if they use it another round from here on forward. Darion got a showstopper to utilize. RRQ. They're going to be dissuaded from holding a bit too eagerly, but you can see here Kelly S trying to find the proper timing to go on the flag, and he does! Only good for one, though. Lenny sniffing him out, realizing that there's something right behind him. The hair on the back of his neck sticks on up to be taking this B site in some fashion as Darion has got something to say. There's no objection that could be thrown out here by RRQ. They dropped the spike, though. Huge implications this could have. And look at the rest of Bleed. They're scattered. You can see on the flank here, though, Lexi has an important position to try and pull off. They're all focused towards him. The Resins come here towards me, but that's going to alert the presence of the rest of Bleed as Darion falls down. He's much more doable for RRQ still.
He tried to reach for the spike, but all he got was nothing but the air. And because of the noise he's making, Nexi finds him out, slays him where he lands. But Nexi is not done. Trying to anticipate the rotate towards that A side. There we have the snake by Tsuga leaping on over, hit by the debuff. Maxi now putting that spike down, allowing him to get the setup that they want. Finally, the post plant going in favor of Bleed. The Viper Spit is there. Lexi has the operator, and his gun floats in front of us. The soul of Maxi will also float on the way. Nexi now versus 2, but hits. This is his pit. This is his absolute territory. And this is Bleed's round to win. We are tied up yet again.
Erected his home on the grounds of RRQ's Alpha site. Bleed. They tie the game on up. Not even needing a timeout there, but I mean, they still have that to utilize moving forward. A bit unfortunate that their spike was dropped right on the ropes. Otherwise, that could have been much more decisive round here for Bleed. But even in that case, even if Darion was able to plant immediately on that B site, the rest of Bleed were still so far away. You had Maxi crawling towards A. You had Lexi still towards mid, and who knows, that could have even been more beneficial for RRQ if they ended up planting towards that Bravo site in general. But now entry towards this A site, the ramp's taken up here, uphill and uptick, the pace has gone. Paint shells out, and so is the Boombot to try and make sure added pressure can be placed. But Darion has to check his back. You can see Kelly S going in really deep here, backing off safely, and he finds a kill on the Darion from up above.
The tingle sensation, and now Nexi, the stellar one, to watch out for, getting to even. A great push there from Kelly S to get out of dodge and get away from the oncoming Darion. Really goes to show Bleed is ill-prepared anyway, despite their own cosmic divide to the amount of push and pull that RRQ can do. They're like tides that turn in this battle. Lexi, though, seen but not shot. Kelly is instead with a takedown. Nexi was the one who catches the stage off guard. And that was just flawless here from RRQ, using your opponent's own tools against them and using the tides again and again to dictate where to battle.
I have to say, I really don't like the wall placed there by Bleed. You see this Viper wall, and yes, it allows you to cross. Yes, it gives you immediate short control of Heaven, but then you are struggling to kind of push on further past that because of the concealment that it kind of gives the opposing side as well. You're going in almost blind sometimes, and I know it's a wall that has been used multiple times over, but this one's a bit more effective, I think. It does cut off Ramsden at Heaven's position, but they're going to try and execute on this A site. Nexi, though, finding 2, spraying on through, blind as he is as a bat, but he's got sonar to find out where they are. Darion only good for 1, but the attack from Bleed has been shut down immediately. RRQ, secure match point.
You call it echolocation, I'll say it's just site dedication. 12 to 10, map point now for RRQ. And it just goes to show, you give them now that defense, you give Nexi an opportunity to anchor, and he just does not disappoint whatsoever. 24 takedowns so for the Cypher of Nexi. This is truly him writing his own history right now for APAC, and the rest of RRQ following in his footsteps as much as possible. Multi-kill after multi-kill, getting that last clutch into the last round of the first half. And surely the momentum of RRQ continuing on, but the prevention is better than the cure, and RRQ preventing many times Bleed from making it towards those post-plant scenarios. Maxi, though, a beautiful wall bang onto Draxi, finding him as he lands. Rabbit does have the resurrection, throws out the slow orb, and an opportunity actually to bring his teammate back alive. So we're 5v5 yet again. Bleed, though, bring the spike towards that B site. If they set things up well, they can actually make this push work. There are many forces lying in wait. Overcommitment perhaps, though, from RRQ. Triple push going into the garage, where we have one waiting on the side. Maxi right now in a bloodbath to get 3. 2 gets 2 for himself, though. Draxi on the board as well, but 2 gets not done. He's just too damn good. The Seeker's into play, chasing him down, but Lennon now all unknown. RRQ, can they finish the job off? The Trailblazer into the shots, and truly the combinations and the coalescence on the defense keeping RRQ intact in the series. 13 to 10. We are tied up, and we go to the decider.
2GE leads the way, and RRQ rally behind him to know exactly where to go. I do think that was quite ill-advised, though, from Bleed Esports for them to continue on that B site, knowing that, hey, they just rezzed a guy here, so probably there's going to be even more. But they go for a bit of overambition, maybe overconfidence, thinking they can take it. But RRQ one step ahead, and that's why we equalize the map up on here. Haven is where we're going to go, and only one can remain in Valhalla as the gates shall be closed for whoever team can't make map number 3 a win.
Last round, feeling like Ragnarok in action, but we're ready to rock the vote and rock your socks off even more, as we still have one more map to go. But before that, a breather and a break for us and you. You guys are tuning on in to Bleed versus RRQ. Winner goes to group stage. Stacks are black and blue. We'll be right back in just a bit for more of this amazing action.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to talk.
Viva RRQ, as this team would say it. Regum, Qeon keeping their upper bracket dreams alive as they took game number 2. The score split almost evenly over here on Split, but hey, we expected the scoreline to be close, but not this close. Fluffy, the rounds were explosive over here. Let's start the discussion with Bleed Esports and the infamous judge play.
I mean, Bleed Esports yet again with the judge play, such an X factor to have on your team. They started off very strong in this map, specifically stringing 5 rounds together up until some signs of life from RRQ kind of pushed them, but still ending up with the majority of the wins on the halves for the rounds. And as we moved on to the second half, Bleed Esports really tried their best to make the best the rest, but unfortunately for them, RRQ, the matches have split here off the PH, not the most comfortable map for them, as they stated in an interview, but you know, they said if it works, it really does work for them, and at the end of the day, it really did, with a demanding score of 13-10.
If I'm being honest, I thought this was gonna go on the side of Bleed Esports. They were so dominant at the first half that I actually thought that they were starting to mess a little bit with the mental of RRQ. But then again, this is the game of mental fortitude. They came out as the stronger brains over here. And even though as early as round number 2, Darian, as the unforgiving person that he can be, he brought out Judge and he just judged his opponents away. Him getting 2 and Lenny having his back every now and then too. But you know what surprised me, Trix, was that Pith actually joined in on the Judge train.
I know, when Pith was holding that Judge and Vents, I was a little surprised myself because I expected it from Darion. And then when I looked back at the map, I'm like, wait, is that a Judge on Pith? And true enough, it was. I feel, though, watching the entire thing, I think Bleed just was lacking on their attacker side. Primarily, they let Nexi have free reign. And we've said it time and time again, that when you let Nexi just do his thing, make his setup, and not pressure him, not punish him, you know, he just always gets the upper hand against you. And the fact that he didn't really have to move, he didn't move from B side to A side, just meant that he could keep the position he was in and let his teammates instead in RRQ position to counter Bleed.
Talking about Nexi over here, I had a few moments wherein Nexi just stopped my breathing altogether, especially, I think this was the round before the half ended. He was over at B side, and he positioned himself right in front of the default box, with Lenny coming up on Heaven, pushing him slowly. He was out in the open. His body was right there, but he relied on his spy cam for the info that was incredibly risky. But in the end, he got to kill Lenny. Like, I don't know how Nexi was able to do that. I guess Fluffy, that he's just built different. That is it.
He is just built different. Again, he's one of the best sentinels that we have in the PH, and seeing him here on the APAC stage, which he's tried so long for him to actually make it. Finally that he's here, he's really showing up and stepping up almost every game, if not every game, for his team. Here on Split, though, if we look at the other highlight, you can see all the amazing plays coming up from RRQ. Nexi, just as we were talking about him, getting those 2 important frags, but unfortunately get shut down here. And Draxi as well, his dynamic duo coming in with a big Omen flash, trying to connect with 1, 2, and even more players. Just impactful plays that helped them secure the end of the round because of how strongly their defense really held. And I feel like, you know, Split is one of those maps where it's kind of expected that your defense will be your better half. Some teams are better on attacking than others, but generally speaking, Bleed, we saw end of the half was such a great start. You thought, okay, they secured this, it's already in the bag for them, they just have to get a couple more rounds. But unfortunately for them, the moment that it swapped, the defense was just impenetrable for the side of RRQ.
Yeah. It just felt a lot like, you know, there wasn't enough baiting of the utility from the sky, or even just breaking the cipher wires. They were just everywhere. And it just felt that that's what gave RRQ extra confidence that we can go on this side, or we're going to take pressure here. Because you saw it a lot where the Rays and the Cypher are on A side, and the rest of the team suddenly pushes Garage, takes that information, says, okay, they're probably hitting A, and then they just rotate out. And I feel that Bleed was put in that position so often, I had hoped to see them bait that information more, that, okay, I'm going to let myself get tagged by the Sky Flash so that they think we have presence here, but the rest of us are gonna go there.
Oh, the master of that strategy. Okay, that was what we were actually expecting too. I guess that's something that they could have improved on the attacking side. Now, Fluffy, you touched up earlier on the setups that Nexi, look at me, getting all tongue-tied because we got Lexi, Maxi, Draxi, Am I getting all of these
Next.
names right? It's just filled with tongue-tied names over here. But as I was saying, Nexi, phenomenal use of utility as always. I remember one of the rounds, again, I was holding my breath over his setup because Maxi was actually going down the vents. He was right behind as Nexi was going up again, back into A heaven, but he couldn't push through because right in front of him was the Cypher tripwire. And Maxi was like, okay, do I push now? Because my teammates are entering A side already. I should be back here supporting them. But no, the tripwire is here. If I break this now, it's gonna break. It's gonna alarm the enemy that I'm coming from the back. And just incredible setup from Nexi over here. I'm out of words just thinking about this game and how RRQ just managed to turn the game around. Now, of course, Bleed on the other hand, really solid effort for them. 13-10, not a score to belittle, of course, Fluffy, especially with Lenny always catching the enemy team blindsided during the defending side, just literally and figuratively.
I mean, the combination between all the players just willing to, I guess, play off each other is a big deal. As you mentioned, Lenny really had the ability to follow up with, especially, I think, Darion's play, where he was literally a guiding light on that sky for a bunch of his teammates, able to get a lot of assists as well as information that's very important to have an initiator player like Lenny.
Now, Trix, we did see, of course, once again, the double controller setup that Bleed just likes to run over here on Split. I thought to a certain extent that maybe it could have given them more space on the attacking side, because after all, it limits the vision of the enemies. But why do you think that this wasn't the case here? Why was it only as effective on the defending side?
As I mentioned earlier, I feel that they needed to deny that Cypher vision, the Cypher control. Break the cameras, find the tripwires, just take that information away from them, force them to change their setup, because that gives you more room as the attackers to move around freely while the defenders are trying to second guess where you are. But if the tripwire is in front of the Viper wall, of course they're going to know you're not there. Or they're going to assume even if you are there, you're stuck on one side.
Now we're gonna be heading over to Haven. Wait, let me just catch my breath for a second here. This series overall has been incredibly intense, and I'm sure that you guys can share. I don't know if frustration is the right word for it, but I'm definitely on my toes every single round that these guys go into play. Now, Haven, a map again with the ABCs. We're seeing some familiar compositions over here, Fluffy.
Yeah, familiar, but a bit of variation. I don't think I've ever actually seen this composition specifically from RRQ. I haven't seen them play Raze as the main duelist. Normally you see it with a Breach or a Jet on Haven. So I'm very excited to see that, but more excited that they're pulling out that Fade on Rabbit. I'm a super big Fade fan, and I think that the utility it brings over Sova in some situations can be leveraged a lot. But on the other hand, we still have teams favoring that more, I guess, balanced approach. A very good hard Sentinel like Lexi on that Sentinel. KJ, they also have the very solid information that's always reliable in that Sova. Breach, of course, for support, a duelist. And for their other choice, I believe that Bleed is trying to play a more standard game, because I think what really worked for them in the first game was just being able to adapt on the fly. And I feel like on a map like Haven, there's a lot more adjustments that you could do.
I feel that especially watching their performance on Split, although they dropped the map, you could just see the amount of game sense some of their players had, especially during pressure situations. So if going for something a little more default, the edge could just very well be the fact that they're so well versed and they perform so well under pressure.
Pressure is what these guys are known for. I'm just excited to see how they're going to be pushing Haven. We did see Haven on the last series that we saw earlier, but I'm not sure if the same outcome is going to be happening here. Like, how close is the scoreline going to be? I don't know how much of an expertise both of these teams is going to bring onto this map. Now, with that said, I'm excited to just get on over to the game, see how this series is going to end. Because at this point, it feels like a hard reset. It feels like it's a best of one happening over here with a 1-1 scoreline, am I right? So with that, casters, please Give me some time to breathe. Give me some time to recover from the series that we just had and just take it away.
Stakes on the line. You know it's gonna go on a decider. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The lives here in the upper bracket for both RRQ and Bleed at risk. And only one of them can move on forward to the group stage for today. Dax here with Black and Blue. I forgot if I've introduced ourselves or not. If I did, then we do it twice. But the thing is here, Black and Blue, we're doing the series a third time, basically. We're gonna get Haven this time for Bleed and RRQ. And in all honesty, we've seen the success for both of these squads already from the previous days, what we've had so far.
You know, Dex, for a bit of information, whenever you have Nexi or Draxi on your team, you typically are a decent Haven team because it's always been one of those maps that they have almost pioneered, at least in the Philippine local scene, to be just really impressive, especially on the defensive side. And that's really where they bring value to this team. So I'm looking here. Oh my goodness, we're already into it. It seems like all of a sudden. Yes.
Not chill.
But
it's just setting up.
Just setting up for a moment. But as I was going to say, the defensive setup here for RRQ has been something that was really quite impressive, and the fact that they have that, you know, breach on Draxi, also on Bleed though, and for them to have pretty much almost global influence on what is happening, where the stuns and the full lines could be, I think is one thing that RRQ have to hammer on here if they want to take down Bleed.
And on the flip side here for Bleed, you're getting that Killjoy for Lexi. I think you're getting Pit on that breach. And we've seen this kind of configuration be brought out all the way in the playoffs, really, of the NYSE scene. Something that Pit has also been able to bring out his more flexible roles and flexible agents. But Tugia finding two, just like his namesake. Maxi on the board. Pit also catching a wave that one. It's now 2v3. Draxi still on side, but Pit playing protection this time. The Enforcer himself watching out for the rest of the roster. Quick little stab, perhaps. Flank here, courtesy of Nexi. We've seen his Headhunter do wonders before. Big BAAM. Rabbit also creeping on closer and closer. Stalking his prey, and apparently we're feasting on Maxi and Pit tonight. RRQ getting the pistol.
Bounty for RRQ found and taken to the jailer. Bleed, well, they're turned in and seemingly unaware and unready for what 2G was about to do there within the garage exit. They thought this way was the way back to the mall, but well, they got their zones covered here, and RRQ really no real slip up aside from that one from Draxi, but still do a good job of keeping this line down, and to take the pistol on the defensive side is a really big thing for RRQ to start with.
Yeah, it's a good sign for momentum, but I have a question for you. Have you ever gotten lost at the mall, but not in the mall itself, but the maintenance parts, or where the employees only go?
Not necessarily.
I have. It's kind of scary, honestly, because everything looks the same, but right now, it's not too safe until Killias brings in more of that conjecture. Even the blast back onto Lexi. Everyone moved down in front of him. No differences whatsoever until Maxi changes it up with the shot, but teleporting before checking out the site itself. That will just lead to your own demise. RRQ getting now 2. And speaking of 2s, Bleed did get 2 down on that side, so their eco not too shabby whatsoever. Rifles are out though, and I believe the action will start from here.
Guns, yes, for Bleed finally put on down, and blast back kill, a bit comical. It's been there for a while. Pops it at the last second just for mobility, but the very outside ranges. Yeah, it was like on the other side of the corner, maybe just barely.
It was probably peeking, yeah, exactly.
Like just
it's a rectangle.
Barely.
And you stick it on a square, a little longer, and there you go. Just tut a little point of contact. Right now, contact is what Bleed is searching for here. Lenado having to deal with the Prowler. RQ, just a myriad of utilities that they can utilize to bother Bleed at any given time. They have possibility for the retake, they have possibility for the stall, and I think for RQ's defense right now, the best thing they can do is just not be too overeager at tossing them all out. It's all about responsibility right now, but Len responsible for the first kill. Lexi also taking command alongside his teammate, but Draxi putting his foot down. Pit finally stopping on the opposition. 3v2 though, and Bleed able to finally make it on A side.
They weren't really ready to repel that attack. You saw that when they did execute, it's not like Draxi had the flash prepared or a fall line prepared. Simply walking in without even realizing it, and task here, quite difficult for RRQ, though the bonus, they do get a few picks with it, but that's about it. Bleed take the gun round that they needed. Can they continue it further now that RRQ have weapons once more and a showstopper as well to really thwart any plans Bleed are preparing?
But on RRQ's side, Draxi's looking good. He found that 6-man ace a while ago there on split, and from that point on, he's been finding his marks on the opposition, absolutely precise with the shots. And this is a good sign for RRQ because Draxi usually is more on enabling players like Nexi, like Kelly S to get the job done. An extra gun doesn't help, but extra precision can make RRQ even more lethal. And speaking of lethality, guns are out here for RRQ. Bleed a bit of a rebuy now. Rifles for everyone here. And Agrimop, though, looking to storm towards that seaside to liberate it. But Tsuge, ready again, take center stage, or in this case, all the way on the left-hand side. Drops on down, though, from the platform, laying back sights, and sees the utility coming here, Nico.
He's the anchor here, but he's been spotted out within his own smoke. He finds a Stargazer in Darion, but Kelly S quick on the trade. 4v4. The site is theirs. They can get the plant down. They have retake potential with the showstopper as well. Fall line could be prepared here right now. They're timing things right, but the location has been revealed by that recon bot. Kelly S doesn't dodge the fault line. Here comes the showstopper out. He knows one is on the back of the site. They trade, go 1-for-1 on each other. They just return the favor. 3v3 still. The retake coming on here as Lenny holding things down from the line on the back of the site. Here comes RRQ with a peek. 2v1, nothing to get done as Bleed secure match in the round 2-2.
Yeah, they tie things up, and again, close margins here. Bleed Esports, they have shown that they can be resilient all throughout their series so far, but it's also interesting that they're put into this decider scenarios. If they want to get back to the standard they set on the stage number 1, well, they're gonna look to up the ante even further past the play-ins if they can make it work. But a nice angle there by Pit, just keeping that distance. Bleed, they knew that they didn't really need to overcommit with taking the site anyway, given their composition, and just all about, it's all a game of range really that Bleed is looking to exploit. Who needs to go first? Go ahead, Darion. I choose you. Gets hit by Bleed by the seas, put in position. He has been marked, being trapped here right behind the smoke, and RRQ awaiting with the pistols in hand. They want to play close because of the lesser buy anyway, because of that eco state. For Bleed, it's all about making this convincing, especially if Darion can get through to the opposite side.
They're waiting here, Dax. Maybe into the hands of RRQ, pushing forward, and for Lexi to be the only player here, this could have dire ends for him. He finds 2, a third would go his way, but Kelly S has something to say. 2GE, the only player here remaining aside from him. Low HP on Kelly S is not going to help. They're intent out. 2G, though, has a good spot. And the fact that Kelly S is spamming that probably sells the idea, but now the noise has been made. He's giving himself away. The round here taken by Bleed to put them up, and they finally take that lead. So, gun round once more for RRQ. They got 2 big tidal waves to throw at Bleed this time.
It's looking to be not a good day at the beach whatsoever. Just go pack your bags and just go home. Thing is, though, Bleed, they don't fall for these kind of distractions, especially if it's your more veteran players at the helm at it. Look at just how Maxi's so disciplined, waiting for the transit of Tsuge, hearing those footsteps, looking for that kind of opportunity to prevent the reinforce anyway from happening. And yet again, it's just some learned lessons here for Bleed. After map number 1, and especially that first half, they realized that they can't be too over-eager against a squad like RRQ, who can even out-clutch Bleed at a moment's notice. But Draxi right now, nice hold towards the link. 21 HP, able to get away, and because of that, has the Rolling Thunder for even more of the stall. Booping them all the way. Wave now coming on through, but Kelly S deciding to just surf up anyway. Pit goes down, Maxi with a trade. Nightfall is there even, and the ground is just absolutely damned here by RRQ anyway. There is no real safe space to work with, and you can see that Tsuge is just also volatile from the middle. Backside taken here by Maxi. Lexi bringing that spike towards that seaside. But really, RRQ, they're grouped up, ready to pounce yet again. Do they see the Omen, though, here on the side? They have a sniff, they have a look. They use their senses to sense Maxi into the corner. Lexi low HP, gonna die to a single bullet basically, and it's RRQ who will tie things up.
What around here from RRQ? Great initial, well, Rolling Thunder to throw Bleed off their tracks. Now, initially, you'd kind of want to start with the Nightfall first before the Rolling Thunder, but because that Draxi was already in position, he had to throw it out, and that connects counter Rolling Thunder as well, coming from Pith, but didn't have as much of an effect as the initial one from RRQ did have. Kelly only good for one, but it was more than enough to throw the Bleed side into a scramble. And Maxi actually had a decent position there. Maybe if he wasn't found out to go for 1 or 2, still, in a 4v2, odds were against him, and the odds don't lie. Operator out now, this time for Nexi. And this isn't something we commonly see him on, but it's something that he's definitely capable of making work out and being quite proficient at.
Yeah, I'm surprised by this, but let's see, and... well, color me shaken, because Nexi finding that first frag with the Operator. You said yourself, you don't usually see this for the hand of Nexi, but he doesn't disappoint there. Maxi also with the Operator. Different agents that you expect because Darion is dead. In this case, Bleed having to respect really his presence so far. And it makes sense because Nexi, if he is going to be playing that chamber, he should be well-versed with playing the Operator in the first place. Maxi, though, creeping on towards this C site, trying to check out any angles here on the right. Flash does come, smoke is there, standard execute right now here from Bleed Esports, and the leftovers basically problematic though for Lexi because he's just be walking into Tuga and Kelly as his home, cohabilitation into the garage, giving them now the 2-man advantage.
Yeah, that was a big misplay there from Lexi. He should have waited for the contact to be made on the site so he can lurk late into that garage position. Trying to front this still. Pith walking to his own demise, only good for one. Maxi finds one from long range, but the showstopper here could be detrimental. Goes through it and hits Lenny behind the Cosmic Divide! And he multiplies. Addition here, the round adds even more to it. As Kelly S somehow brings the round on back from the garage. He parks himself and Bleed. They seem really scrambled in these post-man situations.
I feel bad for Lene. I think in his perspective, he didn't see that coming, right? Because he's right behind that Cosmic Divide, or if I'm not mistaken, but just... That's the thing. Bullets are blocked, but not projectiles, and... Look at this. So yes, the showstopper comes... You know, I wanted to see his POV too, just like... Well, it's the last thing that he never got to saw. Tragedy, really, there for Bleed as RRQ taking the lead back. With a great heads up, really, by Kelly S, knowing exactly how to counteract that kind of setup in the first place. In this case now, RRQ having to deal with the lockdown in the middle. They were the ones who set up that Cosmic Divide. And really, the composition that they have here, pretty complementary of having that Astra in the first place. Kelly S, though, right behind. Nice flash into play, but Rabbit holding on from the short angle. Not cleared out by Bleed in time. Lennon will fall, but Darion on the inside. Maxi also alongside them. Holy hands singing Kumbaya. And they're pushing really the limits here of this site. But Draxi still on site all the way by the end. And Maxi will be the final casualty before we get into the reset. 3v3, fault line comes online, and argue a bit of the regroup as Bleed will scramble with Lexi trying to come back to the rest of the fold.
Luckily, Nexi, he's got a headhunter to utilize here, but the classic up close from Darion can do real damage. There he goes, jumping right click, 2G connects, and the perfect retake goes in RQ's favor. Almost seemed a bit deadly there, but the fact that Dragtu is able to find himself out of that defender spawn, play around the cloudburst of Darion, and really catch Maxi off guard made things so much more difficult. And I still think that the Astra pick is very, very proficient on a map like Haven. Probably the best map for her still, because we saw a while ago that Cosmic Divide really played dividends, and the fact that she has global influence and map this widespread really helps her case on out. Darion, unfortunate, only good for one. But 2GE and Draxi go for more.
And finding also that player away from the bulk of site was such a big push for the side of RRQ. They got to step on site without getting crossfire. They basically just had to hold a single angle. And you mentioned it, really, the Astra always going to be a problem despite being in a completely different area code. And there you go, parcel delivered towards Maxi. No way to return to sender because the snap is broken. Maxi also breaking in kind. Door right now shattered across. But RRQ utilizing the amount of influence they have so much really into this game, because it's not just really 2G and the stars aligning for them, but really the ground is just in the favor of RRQ as well, with both the breach and the fade in hand. And there you have it right now. Fingers already locked here from Bleed Esports. 2G getting 3. Kelly's is there, and RRQ again steadfast on the defense.
Running away with this, it seems. No real trail here that Bleed have been able to catch up to, even with the tailwind right behind them. Seemingly not being able to use that draft created here by RRQ, speeding ahead to catch up. Just this pillar that 2GE has planted himself in on top of that stage. It's Bleed waiting in the wings for their turn in the spotlight.
Esports, bit of a timeout call, but you mentioned it. Where are the moments here for Bleed right now? We're not getting it as much compared to that first map, compared to the first half of the second. And RRQ just feeling so confident with their shots, with their plays, and the amount of influence that they have here in the first place. I mean, come on, nowadays it's not really major wars anymore. It's all about what kind of sphere of influence you have. And RRQ, they just have it across all these sites as much as possible. Draxi, already 10 assists to his name. This is a game where Nexi isn't necessarily popping off, but RRQ is having so much commanding presence thanks to the efforts of the Fade and the Astra alongside all the plays that they've done so far. And it's problematic here for Bleed because they have the right idea. They like to play the correct ranges as much as possible. But for RRQ, when it's time to execute, they're still able to manipulate Bleed no matter how far they are. And I think that's really the biggest strength of RRQ right now against Bleed Esports and the composition. If a while ago on Ascent, it was Bleed with a pocket pick to change things up against RRQ. This time, the standards are more, I'd say, tipped in favor of RRQ based on their history and the comps that they have so far.
They've been collecting those tips over and over here, RRQ, with not much ROI for Bleed in these rounds that they invest into. Oh my goodness, that doesn't connect. He does eventually find Lexi here, but can't back on off with the rendezvous as Draxi holds down the line. Ample job of finding them. The Prowler out. I think it bites Lenny in the rear. He's going to be sore after that one, but Kelly S on his way somehow in here. Maybe a bit too deep, but the rest of the help doesn't come. Kelly S still wins the fight, and so does Rabbit. RRQ secure the advantageous half here early on.
Yeah, it got difficult for Bleed. They threw out that Rolling Thunder towards A long, but couldn't actually push into it in the first place. The Prowler from Rabbit, one of the defining factors to prevent Bleed from even establishing a foothold towards that A side. But this is where it starts, and again, who cares about range when you have something like the Tour de Force? And even if you have Darion here trying to move on forward, RRQ is already in position for contact and for influence. Things are just stellar right now on the defense because RRQ are able to stay on where they basically auditioned on, whatever they practiced in the first place. And it's a problem for Bleed because they can't even get the way that they played done in this map. Operator in the hands of Maxi. They have Darion here with the Phantom because they're desperate to get that contact up close and establish their flag onto the site. But Rabbit, he's ready for a Prowler, I believe. A single one can blind Darion coming up close. Hit though with the flash. It's a Nightfall actually with the animation. And Rabbit throwing it down. 3 though coming out in favor of Bleed. They are set up on site here, Black and Blue.
I don't know why he didn't throw that flash out. He was in the perfect moment to do so. You saw that Draxi already was prepared there. Maybe he was kind of trying to be wary for Rabbit, who was waiting here in A main and was being careful not to flash him. But if he popped that flash and they're able to swing right after it, that could have been the perfect shutdown to that exact execute. And they were a mere second away to doing that, but hesitation is defeat once more. Lexi finds Kelly S and takes him off the board, and a second goes his way to shut down CT retake from 2GE. No more for you this time, good sir. As Bleed answer back. Finally, a response here after RRQ string a bunch of rounds together.
And with that utility shortage, it's necessity for Bleed finally supplied. You can see how hard they can actually hit these sites when they are given that chance, when they aren't hit by basically all the manipulation in the world from the opposition. And you know that these Bleed members are just as sharp as can be when they make the execute happen. One of the most scary factors that Bleed brings to the table is just how secure their executes are on site. You let Darion take that lead, whether he gets a kill or not, the rest of the roster reliable enough, especially when you look at Maxi and Pit right now. 10 takedowns for Maxi. One good sign for Bleed is when Maxi is online, and that has been the standard Bleed has been running. We'll see if they can get one more to at least make it 7-5.
Definitely doable. At that point, anybody's game, but we've seen an 8-4 thrown around by RRQ on Split. Even if RRQ take this next round and Bleed gets set to that 8-4, very real chance of making it happen. But this attacking side is a side that typically is favored from Bleed. We've talked about how RRQ, their defensive setups, especially in a map like Haven, has always been one of their strongest suits. And their attacking side could falter later on, but with Nexi being on this chamber, he might have 3 kills, but just the mere presence of him to lock down really sidelines that RQ don't have to worry about have been such a big help here. It's really Drax who's been popping off. A bit of a fumble here and there, but for the most part, getting the real good value. But it's Lenny who opens things up on Kelly. Yes, that was an almost practically blind ulti thrown out. I think only a single recon bolt is what he let loose to throw that out after. But look at Darion! So steadfast, so overeager. Does not get punished for it though.
Oh, he doesn't take that extra step to the abyss, and well, Tuga sees the head, but Darion is the one who makes him dead. 5v3 right now. RQ expending that Rolling Thunder just to answer back a while ago. But Bleed, they get away with a heist of the century, basically, with that Hunter's Fury. Draxi, though, peering into the bag, getting a bit of that gold. That was listening on to Darion, basically Lexi though holding the line. Dumbledore's now breaking a Rabbit's back. Pit finding Draxi as well, and everything left to Nexi. If there is any time to pop off, it has to be now. Nexi already smoothly getting one, jumping on in, and oh, that could have been great for Nexi, but not this time. Lennistes, he started it all for the round, and he will end it for the half. 7-5. Bleed keeping up with the scoreline as much as they can.
They rally back into Pit. Goes back around here for Bleed Esports. Slowly crawling their way into the game. It seems so dire. Finally, kind of a breath of life from Lenny and Lexi. These two players are really helping the rest of the front line and stepping up to the plate. Not necessarily knocking it out of the park just yet, but they're batting up. That's something that Bleed needs to start with. Every good uphill climb starts with a good step, and that's one that Bleed have secured. If they take another pistol round here at the very least, or this pistol round rather, in the second half, then it's going to be an even bigger leap to tie things up.
That was inspiring there, Black and Blue. Ever gone mountain climbing?
Yes.
Oh.
Hiking.
Cool.
But not climbing.
I was picturing Black and Blue casting from the peak of Mount Everest.
Maybe not. More like the hill over my house. That's about it.
Okay. I want to cast in a pool though. If ever that could happen.
Oh yeah. No, by the beach.
Like, without getting electrocuted, that's for sure.
By the beach. We live in the tropics.
Okay, look, by the beach is pretty simple. But what if you're in the pool itself? And sometime during your cast, I'll be like, Nico, please, get the monitor back. We can't see what's happening. It's floating away.
It's floating away.
No!
Just make sure it doesn't drop into the water.
Yes, please. We have to plastic wrap everything. Our headsets, the monitor. Probably the wires have to be hanging over. Sounds very dangerous.
PPGL, make it happen.
Someone make it happen. I don't care who. If we can, without getting singed, then I'm happy about that. But halftime is over. Had a little bit of a conversation there, but the conversation for who will take the series is still up for debates. Kelly S finding 14. He has woken up this time coming into this map. Took him a while, all the way back in a sense, but he is a force to be reckoned with. Draxi again, though. 11 assists, and ooh, you want to say something?
Look at the crosshair in the center. It isn't actually like centered with the graphic. I just realized, right? It's slightly to the left.
No, now that you said it, I will not forget it. How dare you? And Nexi will dare shoot Darion down as there was a bit of a position there from Bleed. Lexi though, she can answer the response, and suddenly Bleed yet again. In pistol we go, and here we have it, the green light for Maxi. Speeding up the traffic control. Hit also overrunning Rabbit. It's roadkill right now from Bleed Esports, and they make quick work of RRQ in the pistol round.
A stampede, and RRQ are crushed beneath the feet of Bleed Esports, running over him. Deadly scenario for RRQ to play into as Bleed going for that aggression. It's something we know that they love to do on these type of pistol rounds. But Maxi, he started things off, and everything cascaded from that point on forward. Great opening round for Bleed here. The type of round they need to rally back with, Dax, and that type of momentum shift that they just applied there towards RRQ could pay big results in the end of things.
RRQ caught napping there after the halftime. It's such a hallmark already of the Bleed brand to go for that. And Darion hitting the shots, finding the heads, and who dares to peek him? They will die anyway. Lene also catching out Rabbit before Kelly S will trade him down. But the damage has been done here by Bleed anyway. It's all about securing the round, and Pit is there for that extra bit of safety. Darion though wrapping it up nicely with a bow on top. And it's 7-7. Some good kills for RRQ. Bleed Esports now have tied things up.
Hunting season's out for Darion, and he's got the license secured. Farming them, really stalking every single piece of prey that RRQ were made to be. Darion able to really make up a lot with what Marshall he had in his hands, and with that allows him to buy a rifle in this round and still have potential to buy up on next, especially if he gets his blades here and now. That solo Phantom that they've got could really help them out in the long run. So Kelly S trying to entry here towards that A-long position, fault line out to connect to try and hamper them in that endeavor. Bleed playing up close, utilizing the lack of range that their weapons might ensue with and have a problem with.
There's a stinger in hand here for Lene too. That's interesting to buy out here from the side of Bleed, and exactly that. You talk about CQC, you see those SMGs, and they just want to surprise RRQ as soon as they turn the corner. Darion though, he's the one playing the longer angle right now towards A-long. And as it stands, RRQ, they're a bit hesitant right now because they're just not really getting too much information, but whoever oversteps first, that will lead to their team's demise. We do get a relocation though, they're moving away. And it's a great call for RRQ to stay away from that sewer because, well, they're gonna get turned into trash there if they decided to contest that.
Paint shell out for the backside. There is a nano swarm here right in front. Try and fend them off, and still allows Kelly S to get to the back of the site. They have B site really secured, but the 4-man flank here from Bleed. Oh my goodness, I'm not too sure if we're gonna stiff this out, RRQ. This could be deadly here for RRQ. Nexi holding that back line down, but they solo peek him one by one. An opportunity wasted, squandered here by Bleed Esports. Pith is gonna kill him, finds a second, so somehow retrieves another Spectre, but it could have had so much more. The bonus, okay out in the end, but what an opportunity potentially given there.
I got money.
There's Nexi like a sommelier when he's not playing Valorant because he just sniffed that out so well. Holding on to the backhand, they felt like, okay, they might be actually coming in from somewhere like the window, somewhere they're over onto the grassy area. And case in points, RRQ, they don't mobilize towards that B site. They realize that the backside is a possibility, and they just held together as much as possible. They still keep the lead, but that was just bonus time there for Bleed. The operator now in the hands of Maxi. Yet again, keep an eye out on that change that Bleed has really done all throughout this map, letting Darion try to go for that contact first and foremost, but he still loses out versus Draxi instead. RRQ, they take advantage of that fact, but they decide to play it slow instead. 5v4 for the attacking side of Haven opens up many possibilities for whatever you want to do on a map like this. But Lene, alongside Pit, they're ambitious. They want to try and get a meeting here by the lobby. And they meet contact with Draxi. Tuga though finding Pit in response. Tuga is still behind this wall. Lene having to evacuate quickly. Spike is taken back. The blast back hop leads to the skip over and jumps Lene to his surprise.
Not prepared for that fight there. They tried to look for, a fight, but the one that they fell into was a bit too much for them to deal with. RRQ, still, even though they have the man advantage, not blindly barreling through to the site here, trying to reset themselves and make sure they do this, disciplinedly with Maxi. Great shot for him to find. Doesn't connect in the follow-up as Kelly marks him down, and 2G follows suit. RRQ re-extend their lead up to 2 rounds here. And the operator from Bleed wasn't necessarily the problem, but now they're not going to have another opportunity to try that out because of that individual push they saw from Darion earlier on. Unsupported, unguided, and unfounded. Don't get nothing from it.
You can see for RRQ, they just hold it back anyway. They didn't need to eagerly go towards that A site, and that prevented that immediate contact there from Lennon and Fit. They are able to reassess quickly, assimilate basically the positions that could have been taken in the first place, and from that point on, it's RRQ again making things look convincing here on Haven. Shots do come though, and that's a fraud there from Lennon. That was an operator. LES would be dead. As you can see, Sheriff's right now in hand. Ghetto finding Darion and RRQ. The slow play is real. Do they get the read again towards Lexi and Pit this time? Bleed, always happy to push the limits of these lines. Maxi now creeping on closer and closer. RRQ will be forced into conflict soon if they don't push. Because right behind them, Bleed is trying to breathe on their necks. Flash drive them comes the line. Lexi and Maxi on the board. Nexi though with a hold. Here comes the fault line and even the aftershock. No more flashes here. And there's no way to beat Rabbit. 10-7. RRQ just running away with the lead.
It's Bleed trying to flee from this disastrous moment. They have to run towards the problem here and address it immediately. 3 rounds now, RRQ have built up upon them and seemingly looking like they're still on the uptake, on the uphill to continue this momentum. No timeout just yet from Bleed. I'd expect one at this moment, but they're not going to go for it just yet. Looking to continue this fight the old-fashioned way. Operator out for Darion. He's got his blades as well to utilize, and Lexi, as well as Lenny, the 2 L's here. Bleed. Well, they've got theirs right around the cusp of things, but gotta talk about ults. So this RRQ, lots of answers here to be given. The result is what we're wondering how it will really go. Lexi taking so much damage early on, that's going to hamper his anchoring ability as a Killjoy moving forward.
Yeah, they're getting close to the fullest arsenal that you can see. And wonders may never cease here for RRQ as the Prowler controlled, searching around the lobby. If ever anyone's hiding under the table, if ever. But now then, Hunter's Fury is a call. We saw it a while ago, successful for Lennon, but Kelly is able to navigate on through, and Maxi caught out, unaware of what may come. Lennon though, nice turn on the round to get the trade anyway. Dart there over onto the wall, Pit stealing behind the smoke anyway. They find trapping there in the spot. Next finding Lennon. Here comes Nexi yet again. Next level plays, next level movements, and for RRQ, they're looking to move in to the next stage of APAC if they can continue on with this momentum.
You saw Pith trying to throw out that Rolling Thunder. I'm not too sure if it counts, but I do think it was removed and used before it even popped in the first place, so that might have been taken off the board earlier on here. RRQ have a good position to try and make this retake work. Rather, to stop this retake from working out in the first place. Cosmic Divide does dissipate, but Rabbit finds Darion. It's all in Alexi. They know he's up here in heaven, but because we talked about how low health he already had coming into the round, this is very, very hopeless for him as of the moment. Has to fall back, maybe retrieve the op, but yeah. Desolate space he's given here. Not much to really work with. Retrieves the op. Will he be able to get out in the nick of time? That's all he's got to work with. No! He was right there at the cusp of the event horizon, but the Black Radiant explosion takes him down with him.
I thought he had that. He was one step away, wasn't he? Half of his body already got that. But as soon as the implosion came, the other half just erased, obliterated from existence. In any case though, RRQ, just the willingness to push the envelope even more so. It can't be like that for Bleed. They can't both be not ready with the gun in hand. And this was well timed there by RRQ, keeping up this momentum. Bleed has struggled to find a round after the first 2 to tie things up. And the biggest reason why is how RRQ has been able to play again the game of push and pull. When to push, when to pull back. Especially knowing that Bleed love to push again and again as far as they can go, but Nexi not looking, trying to retrieve the rendezvous, and Pit will just meet him there to take him down. Rabbit making the trade happen. Darion here with the blades. Drops the 4 in the previous map. Here we have it now with the paranoia. Nice shot from Maxi to get the trade system yet again working here for the side of RRQ. But we're not done. Lethality in the hands here of Darion. One more time, the cut will be floating on around. And it's just kiss from Darion to get to. The knives are out. Catching at the targets. Cannot get the right click, but Len is there to catch the last one anyway. A thrifty win to keep Bleed in contention.
Wow. Lockdown there at the end as well to try and confirm the round, but it was Darion sending them back to jail, not conceding match point just yet. The timeout has been called to cool the nerves, soothe the worry faces and thoughts here from either side. And really have to attribute a lot of why the RRQ side has been doing super well in the attacking rounds is because they realize just how much mobility and proficiency that Raze gives him, and especially in the hands of Kelly S, where he's able to close the gap so much quicker than pretty much any other duelist in the game. That Raze really has the most mobility out of everybody with those blast packs, and Kelly S has been using that gap closing to its fullest extent. You'd see him start from A lobby and suddenly be at the entrance of A main within a split second, and that's been timing things that have been catching Bleed off guard once on over and many times again. So for RRQ to utilize that strength of theirs and just have a complete wild card be flying through the air at any moment, it's been a big scramble that has been causing a frenzy on the Bleed backlines.
Speaking of cards on the table, RRQ, they had that flank card prepared many times, watching for those angles anyway behind them. But that was a lapse there for RRQ. Darion, we said that his Blade Storm play has been stellar today. And just another instance where he gives a recipe of survival here. Bleed Esports right now. Food a necessity, rounds a necessity even. And the guns just even more so to keep the Bleed fights alive. The Crimson Crusade still trying to track on. We do have Nexi and Rabbit though ready with the ultimates, and that can be quite the force to be reckoned with here. Courtesy of RRQ. Playing it slow yet again. They're being very careful this time, trying to anticipate if Bleed will come their way. But Bleed also not going to fall for it. They finally give Darion the operator here on the defense. Maxi with the rifle instead. With just one click and one dash on the way, perhaps Darion can get a pick towards an A side, but B apparently is the answer of RRQ. Showstopper with the hops, looking for anyone through the links, but no one there to receive this delivery.
Very close now to match point here. They've taken that B side, can get the plant out, but Maxi on the back lines, catching them off guard, waiting in the wings, but Rabbit's only gonna let him find one, and only the one. They've taken A-Link for the most part, but trying to fend him off. Piff on the wide swing finds Kelly S. Huge pick for him to find in this moment. The plant has not gone down. They're gonna go for that C side, but the Nano Swarm's already prepared. Try and fend off that plant, but 2GE finding him from the window of the garden. Lexi not unsuspecting of him. Nexi does go down, rather finds Lenny and takes him down. 2v2 operator gonna be much more difficult to retake with here from Darion. Even if the smoke expires, he's gonna have to retrieve a rifle somehow.
Yeah, they're watching over for B though, and they might consider actually changing up the gun if ever. The Bleed still all about the hold, keeping their corners intact, and now they know they can just go with whatever Pit has here. Cold line now into play all the way to the backside. Oh, Tuke gets erased, and Pit is just not done. He's hosting a show here, and he's showing us that he can still play with the best of them. 11-9, Bleed Esports. In a matter of survival, they are still breathing pretty strongly here.
Holding on, not giving up match point just yet. And mind you guys, whoever wins this series, whoever wins this map, more importantly, qualifies into the group stages already. Such dire moments that these two teams are fighting for, especially when it comes to the circuit points to qualify into the group stages. It's a bit more circuit points than the mere play-ins would be. That's something that will matter in the LCQ, but Pith, free fire, 2-tap, and he finds 2 heads as well. RRQ, timeout, final timeout of regulation called right now.
I'm just searching right now real quick. What's gonna happen to the group stage if either team wins? And I believe if RRQ wins, they cannot go into Group C or D, which means they're gonna have to deal with either Sersha or Onyx G into next week. On the flip side, if Bleed wins, it's either Sersha or Team Secrets that they have to fight. So this has to be basically just the beginning for these two squads, and it's already this close in the play-ins. What else will we get in the group stage? What kind of marquee matchups will we have? And how else will we prove who's the best here in APAC when already the competition is this fierce for the first week? But now we're back into the game. Tour de Force in hand. Fault line though. Needs to be shrugged off here by the side of RRQ as Lennon now playing the Owl Drone. Smoke so in the way. Paint Shells are there as well. And for RRQ, they use these utilities just to confirm as much as they can of A-Long.
Trying to stagger them. Make sure they get early damage and make the fight turn out to be in their favor in the long run. Operators out for both sides with Nexi in the Tour de Force. A bit more potent than that mere operator is on Darion, but we've seen him do really good work. The problem is, though, RRQ deciding to go towards this Charlie side to C site where no real preparation has been put up by Bleed, and they do have those nano swarms. Here comes out the Rolling Thunder. But will it be enough to shut them on down? Piff holding out here and long. He finds two. That's huge. That's amazing here coming from Piff. He's holding down that line all the way from where they least expected. And on the breach, he's found an opening. Maxi gets another kill here. It's looking like Bleed to get them within the tied scoreline. 10-11. RRQ in shatters.
Yeah, RRQ faltering when they need to execute the most, and Pit getting away. There's effectively an all-in corner there. If he got pushed and he got spotted, there's just no escape for the breach whatsoever. Just didn't disappoint here. Too much eagerness towards the garage, and it's not a bad call to put the breach here, especially if you want to play a bit of that C retake. But the fact that Pit is able to stay alive just compounds to the problems here of RRQ. Not only the kills, but really the utility that he can throw on site from that range. And in the game of ranges, well, Chaos is that ladder right now that Bleed is trying to climb. Prowlers though into play, and Darion slaying the shadows right now. The light in the darkness here with the operator. Lennon creeping on closer towards A-Long as well. But Kelly S, a smoke criminal, looking to do some dirty deeds right now. Aldron into play, and Draxi helping Kelly S out in the overrun here. It's all about moving forward, but you cannot move against the bullets coming your way. The firing squad is set up here by Bleed. Summary execution at its finest. And Nexi all alone into the corner. He's been slick, he's been smooth. But can he do a 1v4 scenario? Things are unlikely as the spike is far away. And this can be the wish that Bleed is looking for. And there you go, 11-11. Bleed have done it to tie things up.
That's what happens, Dex, when you get dirty deeds done dirt cheap. You get what you paid for, and Kelly S, over ambition, good swing, but yes, immediately shut down here by Bleed. They line up on that A-Long, stacking themselves, and like a well-threaded needle, goes through every piece of fabric that they were trying to hold up against the armor that they've got here. RRQ, not good enough in that initial bout. It's Bleed who come out on top. The eco, the forest potentially from RRQ. How effective will it really be now that Bleed seemingly have gone and come online? Operator out for Darion once again. Going to be even much more difficult for them to shut down now that all they've got is Spectres, a Marshal, Headhunter. Really, that's all they got to utilize.
Yeah, and Bleed just showing more presence in the front line. Adjustments made again by Bleed Esports to answer back against the RRQ playstyle. They realized a while ago, okay, our flanks aren't really working as consistently as we want. Maybe we put more members here into the front line and have that extra bit of firepower to deal with whatever RRQ wants to do. And it works out because RRQ has to expend more utilities early on. They have to try and contest as much as possible. And it gives timing here for the side of Bleed to just keep the sprays on. And case in point, Kelly S goes down, and also inside the garage. Rabbit though finding two, but the rest of Bleed catching out their counterparts on the other side. And well, agents have been deceased, and Rabbit the only one left. But truly, a stew made out of this spade, looking very tasty on the menu of Bleed. And service needs to be rung as match point is now here for Bleed Esports.
Match point.
Well, a comeback here from Bleed. Slowly but surely crawl their way from that deficit into this paramount success. here versus RRQ late in the game. When they were slipping, sliding into their own demise, they find a foothold, something to grasp here. Now they look like they're in the lead. They've shifted gears. It's RRQ being left behind on the stoplight. Bleed now. Operator out once more for Darion. Final round of regulation. Potentially to decide if we go into overtime or do Bleed secure a group stage slot. Hunter's Fury here to try and fend them off early on. Make sure that they are going to be scattered on this A-long lobby. Take information gathered, yes. But Rabbit's been tagged up. He does have Nightfall to utilize and a Cosmic Divide as well. That drone will confirm their suspicions that there's even more presence here towards A.
RQ, do or die. Last round of regulation, as we love to say. An aftershock thrown out just to confirm yet again for A-long that is their safety. But the floor right now shrouded in darkness, shrouded again now by the quake of the earth in response. Pit trying to go for the stall. Nexio over onto the corner, and it's all about Lena hitting those shock stars, going for the darts even more so, but Nexio will spot him anyway. Lexi Pit on the board, and Bleed Esports, they look to go back to where they belong, and to the group stage they will go. They vie for the throne, they vie for more, and they keep their APAC dreams even more so alive. It's Bleed moving on to next week.
Finally get the job done. Now Bleed, they were the favorites to win this group, Dax, but how close those margins were. Much more close than anybody could have expected at this point. RRQ putting up a great fight, and they're looking like the favorite now, I think, to come out of the lower bracket here of their group in the play-ins. What a victory by Bleed, but what a show also put on by Regum Qeon. Great shows from both teams. In the end, though, Bleed, some slip-ups there, but they kind of latch on when they needed to the most. We saw Darion kind of struggle early on in the half of that game, but in the third act, it matters how he closes, and that he does strong.
And for Bleed, they have been heavily tested. They see where perhaps some of their weaknesses can come out, and they're looking for even more of that consistency, but the conclusion still goes in their favor. They have been dicey. They have dealt with 3 map series, both between Ghetto Artists and RRQ, but they get the job done in the groups that they were looking destined to win anyway. Congratulations there to Bleed Esports. RRQ live the fight though for another day and into another series, but we'll be taking a break. When we return, the panel will be breaking it down and moving on to that next matchup. Dax here with Black and Blue. We're gonna be joined by amazing casters now into the next 2 matches. We'll see you guys for more though of VCT APAC.
All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello? How is this a play-ins match? What is going on? You guys are still watching VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and I'm not sure how to put this series into words, but I'm gonna try. For your guys' sake, I'm gonna try. Blade Esports just getting the ultimate comeback of this very, very close series. They're the first team that's gonna be qualifying to the group stage. RRQ, valiant effort to you guys, but then again, Blade Esports, just a team that's something else. All of the adjustments that these guys did, tricks, the comeback, the warfare, just everything about this series, just wow.
It was fantastic to see that Bleed started to understand they were getting punished by RRQ's discipline, waiting for them in the back lines. Because Bleed has that tendency to let Darion go wild. Let him do what he wants to do, let him get those frags. Bleed pushes a lot, as we see in the pistol rounds. And RRQ finally said, okay, we're going to wait for them. And that's how RRQ started to get the lead, and Bleed called that timeout. They were slowing down the pace. They got control, but they didn't overcommit to it. They didn't push the angles they didn't have to push. And when they started to push, they used the breach flashes. They made sure they had a teammate to refrag for them, and that's really just what turned the tides on RRQ there.
The ultimate timeout call over there, just shifting the momentum, just shifting the brainwaves that's happening over here on Bleed Esports. Now, I don't know if I was able to mention this earlier for our first panel in the series, but based off of statistics, this was a map that they were bound to enjoy, and I was not expecting them, Fluffy, to enjoy it this much.
I know, I mean, Bleed Esports really showing up today, especially on the last map, not getting phased at all for what happened after they won on Ascent, not getting phased on Split, moving on to Haven like it's a best of one and really pulling everything that they had as a team. And I think a lot of their small innovations, like for example, Lexi on the Killjoy started putting out the turret outside when they were defenders outside of B to get even earlier information into grass. Just a safer way to make contact plays for your team, knowing how RRQ already plays on this standing, how they want to play the game, and choosing the correct answer. That way you can leverage it for your team. But aside from that, of course, in this specific map on Haven, we have Pith and Maxi going super big, especially Pith on that breach. I remember there's one round, I think it was round 20, when they were planning to take the C side, but they didn't expect him to be so deep onto C long, and it made such a big difference because not only was he able to stop the push or the split attack, he was able to cut the enemy team in half. And that's just one example, but as we see here in the series highlights for the game, a lot of team play coming out from both sides, but unfortunately for the Kings of the PH, the king is dead, and we have to all hail the new king of Esports.
Bleed Esports, just something else over here. I did notice though, Tricks, that whenever Bleed tries to aggress as defenders, RP would always try their best to punish that. They're like, hey, it's our job to push. We're attacking over here. You don't get to push us. And I think that is where RRQ's lead actually widened the gap rather. And I don't know, just somewhere along the line, Bleed again was just able to turn this game around.
I remember starting off my notes, I was thinking, okay, Bleed is overcommitting, they're not as coordinated, and for some reason, somewhere in there, especially when RQ had double digits, a switch turned on, and they're like, you know what, we need to play together, we need to be more disciplined, we can't just keep giving them these rounds, we can't just keep pushing them in hopes to catch them off guard because they're expecting it, because truth be told, when I think Bleed Esports, that's actually what I think. I think these aggressive players, you know, the kind of players that even on the defender side, they're going to do their best to take control of the map, as we've seen Darion do time and time again.
Of course, Darion, no surprise here, unless you guys want to do a fake cast. Oh my god, Darion is the series MVP? No way! I did not see that coming. Haha! No, but kidding aside, you know, Darion definitely deserved this. From the very first map, the second map, the third map, every other map that we see this guy on, he's just so explosive. Give him the operator, he's gonna get those picks. Fluffy, give him a judge, he's gonna pop heads, he's gonna make everybody scramble on the opposing team, and he just gives his team the man advantage every single round.
Yeah, having a confident and competent duelist like Darion, I think in this series he played both the Jet and the Raze, truly does give you an advantage when he does get those opening picks, and also the man with no fear to enter the site for the team, creating the space that allows him to move more freely is one of the key aspects of playing a duelist. And especially on the defensive half, yes, he kind of is the more explosive duelist, I would say, in this matchup. But the team, especially on the defense, really set him up, especially on, I think it was Ascent, to really make a lot of plays for himself and be able to get a lot of these opening picks that we see him known for.
Definitely. The casters mentioned earlier on that, you know, these matchups now are a battle of who makes less mistakes rather than primarily who's the better one, because everyone is just so good. And I feel that Bleed caught on to their own mistakes in the middle of such a high pressure match, and I thought that was absolutely wonderful.
They were able to go on top of the pressure that they were feeling. In the end, Bleed Esports put their foes in quite a predicament, something that their future opponent will really have to watch out for. For now though, let's watch out for the two titans of their respective countries. On one end, we've got the three-headed dogs. I think that their symbol is just a perfect representation of this team. They can look out for any opponent on one angle, but if one dog isn't looking in that angle, they got other heads to cover them for it. So don't come too close because they may come out to bite you. Beware of the dog that is Cerberus Gaming. Whoopsie, a little bit glitch in the system. Don't you worry, guys. We're still gonna give the spotlight over here to Cerberus Gaming, of course. Truly a force to be reckoned with. They've got the enticing gameplay, of course, of Akashi, Daikute, Loki, Kishi, and Suka. Cerberus Esports tricks, they really need that beware of the dog sign for caution.
Definitely. Cerberus has another kind of aggressive play, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing me say that, but it's really great to see proactive teams. Cerberus takes information, they get into those corners where they can easily bait each other's utilities, have that pop flash, help each other, you know, just get that advantage, especially on that defender side, which they were showing us against their first series with BAAM Esports. And I find that I just can't wait to see more of Suka and Daikyu.
I can't wait to see more of them too. Now, I apologize to all of the fans of this team for saying Cerberus Gaming earlier. I meant to say Cerberus Esports. Trust me, I'm just a little bit tongue-tied after all. We did just get to see Maxi, Lexi, Draxi, I don't know if I missed anybody. There I go again. But anyway, I'm very lucky that I don't get to be tongue-tied this time around because all of the names are very set in stone. Nothing too rhymey on the side of the two teams that we're witnessing over here. And as we can see, the player cameras are set over here. All smiles over at CES. We love to see it. Love to see it. A little bit of relaxation before the game officially starts from this team. And I'm really stoked for them. By the way, I love it when I see the teams in jerseys. It just adds to that whole chemistry or that whole unity that you'd like to see from the teams that we have here. Now, on the other end of these guys, though, we've got the enigmatic team. I love saying that word. Their valiant efforts to rise above the giants of their local competition has landed them here at a spot in APAC. Their introduction to the scene was something else. With the aggression and adaptability that this team has, I wouldn't be surprised to get to see them go further and beyond than what is expected of them. Here is Enigma Gaming. Enigma Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, with Raw Fuel, Excali, RVK, Antidote, and Rexy. The newcomers in APAC giving us a taste of the Southeast Asian action, South Asia action, Fluffy. Their game against Made in Thailand was more than enough to prove to us that they're meant to step up here on APAC.
Yeah, I feel like this team does not need any more introductions after their game yesterday, facing today against the dog of the underworld, Cerberus Esports. But unfortunately for them, I feel like they're more of the underdog than anything, as they did unfortunately lose the match yesterday against Made in Thailand. That being said, though, a lot of the standout players for me, like RVK, Excali, also very flexible players playing 3 initiators, and even RVK playing both the Sentinel and the initiator role. Antidote and Rexy as well have really shown their mettle. The team overall, especially when you look back at the statistics, really show that the amount of kills they have and assists are pretty close together. They don't really have a super standout player. Raw Fuel, of course, probably the closest to it, as he is the opening jet pick for them. But other than that, I feel like great team play overall has carried them through the series, bringing the former series that they played against Made in Thailand into a 3 series. Hopefully, though, that they win this one today if they're going to make it to the next stage of APAC.
Now that you mentioned Raw Fuel, you know, he has had the title before as one of the shining stars of Indian Valorant, and I can definitely see why, Trix. I mean, the performance that Raw Fuel has, the way he paves the way for the rest of his teammates to go into a site to get to that victory, just something else from this guy.
Honestly, everyone in Enigma has been doing so well. Just the sheer amount of, I don't know what it is. Is it confidence, just game sense? Is it all of it put together? They just know where to hit, how to hit it. But as I mentioned before, I feel like it's those split decision moments where they kind of falter, where I'm not sure if they've always or been put in that pressure where you have 10 seconds left, you have to figure out what to do, and you have to commit to it, but commit to it well so you don't get picked off. And I'm just wondering how they're going to perform today.
I'm wondering that too. Now that Trix actually touched up on that, Fluffy, isn't it safe to assume that Enigma Gaming has one of the more slower entries going into the site, especially when they're on attacker?
Yeah, I believe that Enigma's real strength relies on how calculated they are, especially on the attack. Very cautious, very cold, trying to make sure that they have no gaps. But of course, we know in Valorant there's no way to guarantee no gaps in your defense, but they have to be aware where that gap is so that they're always ready to respond. This team is a team that does well, especially into explosive teams, just because they're always at the ready. But my question is in this series if they're going to be able to bring it for this upcoming series, especially coming off that loss yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, it's just a lot to take in over here. Again, a lot of these players just performing incredibly well from the series that we previously saw them in. I mean, we got Akashi, Daikyu, Loki, Kishi, and Suka once again from Cerberus Esports just popping off heads and just, again, Fluffy, you touched up on this earlier. We're in every single series, even today, we're always making it to map number 3. And I'm just in disbelief at this point, Trix, because how is it that we are just at the play-ins? That this is what's going on. This is the level of competition already, and we're not even at the group stage yet.
I mean, everyone who's here really wants to bring their best, and they have been bringing their best, proving to us that they can learn, even if it's just a day in between.
I definitely have to agree. But because of that, we can go ahead and actually get to know these teams a little bit better as we find out what kind of map they'll be thriving on or will be struggling on. Here are the map vetoes. You know what? Off the bat, I'm pretty much expecting that we don't get to see a Breeze here. As we've come to know from the last series they were in, Enigma just always bans Breeze. It's shown in their history, and they don't plan on pulling it out just yet. And as I say that, Cerberus, on the other hand, is actually banning Fracture over here, Trick.
As much as I know I've said before that I love Haven, can they pick another map to play? As it's really been played every single time. I want to see how both of these teams do in those higher range, the longer ranges, the aim duels. But again, Fracture and Breeze, as you mentioned, are banned. So perhaps we're going to see those tighter maps like Bind coming out or Split, maybe the default of Ascent as well. And of course it's Haven. Yes, thank you, Cerberus.
We're never gonna get enough of Haven, even the three-headed dog. Maybe that's why they wanted to pick Haven, because their three-headed dogs will have one head for each site for A, B, C. One dog is A, one dog is B, one dog is C. I'm just spelling out the alphabet over here, Fluffy. But what do you think that entails that they're going to be locking in a Haven over here?
I feel like for Haven on this side of CS, it's a lot of confidence for them to pick it, knowing that their opponents, Enigma Gaming, really have that 100% win rate back in their own championship series, but they did lose yesterday to Made in Thailand on this map. So a lot of information for them to gather, maybe exposing a lot of the weaknesses that Enigma does have in this map. And moving on, we see the strike back from Enigma taking Ascent as their choice, which gives CES a defense. And we do know that Enigma, of course, with that calculated attack, really might slow down the game. We saw it yesterday and how they played against Made in Thailand, that they really, the type of very cautious team. Next, though, we have Bind and Icebox taken out, meaning our decider will be that Split, which I'm kind of surprised by, just because, again, Split is very defensive-sided, and by essentially picking the last ban, you defaulted to that map, giving your opponent a side choice. So unless you have a very solid plan coming in for the attack, or you're very, very confident that even if the score doesn't look so great for you, that you can make it up on defense, it's really a tester of a lot of fundamentals. So I'm hopefully excited that they're going to bring out something cool. Hopefully they bring out a Fade, because I think it's a really great on Split.
I agree with that Fade decision. I really hope somebody plays Fade again. I love that agent too. I just want to point out as well, the fact that Enigma chose to go on attacker on Haven really touches upon Fluffy's point earlier, which is that they are very calculated and they are very confident in their attacker side, because it's quite rare to see teams want to say, yeah, you know what, I'm going to start an attacker because attacker is totally the easier one than of the two sides to pick on. So I think I'm excited on what they bring.
Same. I mean, again, we're going to be heading over to Haven, Ascent, and Split. Trix, with the points that you just touched up on a little bit while ago, who would you say is the underdog? No puns intended, of course. I don't consider Cerberus Esports to be the underdog, but who do you think, based off the maps that we have, will be having a little bit more difficulty?
I think that based on the map pick, I can see Cerberus having some difficulties. I think that even being able to play aggressive, we've seen time and time again that teams can get punished for that, especially if they overcommit to that aggression rather than just maintaining the control of the area. So it really depends on how Cerberus is able to proactively and reactively play against Enigma.
So with that said, where is your prediction leading to?
I still think that Cerberus will have an edge because I believe in their abilities to read in the middle of the map, although I don't think it's going to be clean cut.
No clean-cut victory here. What about you, Fluffy?
Well, I'm hoping that it's very clean cut, but I will be voting for Enigma for this one. I think that their calculated playstyle will really help them in an attacker-sided map like Haven, and if they start out strong, hopefully they also finish on the second map.
I'm with you on this one, Fluffy. After that performance against Made in Thailand, I can't get myself to vote against this team. Maybe my win streak is back. After all, I did predict Bleed Esports earlier on, so maybe I'm back on track. Maybe I'll finally get my win streak back and I'll have fun, a little bit more fun on the predictions, even though this is my most dreaded segment all the time over at the panel. Now, oh my god, look at these colors. Can I just say that Enigma's logo over here is one of the most striking colors that I can see here on the play-ins. We're usually used to like the reds, the yellows, but this one is just very enticing to the eyes. Even the name itself of this team all the way from India, very, very mysterious, a very, very enticing name. And it just brings that intrigue out of us. Don't you think so, Fluffy?
Yeah, I feel like Enigma in the name itself is something that you can't always be sure of. You have to always be on your toes, because even though these players and this team in general is that cold and calculated, that also means they could be a silent killer if you're not careful. If you trip up, they will know. So moving here onto the Haven agent select, we're going to find out which agents that we're actually going to see. I'm expecting that the Fade is going to come out for the side of Enigma. I feel like it's an Enigma in itself. You know, the tactical terrors of Fade will really help them, especially because it's also the composition that they ran the most during their own Challenger series.
I personally would not be surprised if they pulled out the same composition that they did last time. And I think that this is it, right, Trix?
Yes. This is what I was also expecting for both teams to pull out. I love the combination of Sky and Fade. I'm not sure if I've actually said that already. I just think both bring out so much utility, so much versatility on the way the rest of the team can move, while the Breach is a little more it's a little faster paced, it's a little less malleable in my opinion than like the Breach Sova combination over the Sky and Fade combination.
Excuse me a little bit, my dog is actually growling, and there we go. What is it about Cerberus Esports that really triggers my dogs to make some noise? They're howling for this team. We are one with you. We are the dogs over here, and we are supporting you. I guess that's what my dogs are actually trying to say. Again, excuse me for that. If you guys can hear it on the broadcast, just know that they're showing their support for this team. But with that, guys, we are gonna be heading over to Haven once again. I don't know if you guys are sick of Haven at this point, because we just got out of that from that very long game between RRQ and Bleed Esports. But we're headed right straight for it once again today. So with that, I'm just excited to get started with the games. A lot of action that I'm expecting, especially with the performances of the series that we've had previously. So, you know what, guys? Let's just get on with the games. Let's go into Haven and let's get this party started.
Thank you so much for that, Likeable. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the APAC VCT stage number 2 of the year. And it's day 3 of the play-ins. My name is Conky, this is Komodo. And Komodo, mate, it has been an excitable day so far. 3 series, last 2 series, 3 maps across the board.
Yeah, no, absolutely awesome to be able to witness all the Valorant that we have had so far today. You know, no elimination games just yet from that one, but that's exactly where we're seeing ourselves here, Conky, today. We are able to broadcast to you guys the first elimination series here in the play-ins.
How exciting is that? It's going to be obviously Cerberus up against Enigma. So both second seeds in obviously their respective regions as well, you know, coming over from both India and Vietnam. Very exciting for us. You know, it's our first sort of delve into this kind of region. And for me, Enigma was one of those teams that I've been looking at. They have such a diverse map pool and agent pool. And so that's going to be one that I'm really sort of keeping an eye on. But across the board, you know, we heard from the analyst desk saying what they were sort of expecting. It was a little bit more of a lean towards Enigma. Obviously, Trix did pick up Cerberus. But sort of what are you thinking as we lean into this one?
Well, I think I agree with Fluffy and Likeable. I think Enigma are the ones that we've seen a little bit more oomph factor and more wow factor from over the course of the VCT APAC so far. You look at the matches that they were able to play earlier on, and it was just, you know, a lot closer for the side of Enigma as opposed to the reverse sweep that we saw out from Cerberus. And just given by the agent select as well, coming in towards our first map here, it's a new composition for Cerberus. So, you know, it's not really something that we've been able to see thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, leaning into this opening map, obviously, of Haven, it's a really exciting one. Obviously, we just did have that closeout. You know, Bleed coming back from so far down. Pith just gave up and said, we want to close this one out as strongly as we possibly can. And they did. So a really exciting one. Obviously, Bleed moving to that next stage of the competition. We are still going to obviously be seeing a little bit more action, though, over today and tomorrow. It's been a great pleasure to be alongside the other casters who have absolutely been crushing it. But it's all about this right now, right? You know, down to the crux of it. This is the elimination station for one of these teams, and after making so much efforts obviously in their relative regions and competitions, now is the time they want to make it into that group stage.
Absolutely, and for an elimination match as well, you need to make sure that everyone is just completely firing up in toward this one. You got to shake off those nerves. You got to get ready in towards this series as well, because while there is that loom of, you know, this is an elimination match as well, it's also showing yourself, showing your team, getting your name out there to the world.
No, absolutely, and that's really what this is all about, right? You know, so many different regions all coming together, putting it all together, and you know, putting on a show for us as casters, obviously as the viewers as well. But yeah, look, opening map, as I said, sort of Haven, very exciting agent selection that we've seen come through as well. Keen to see what that Neon is going to be doing. Obviously, as you mentioned, on the side of Cerberus, a little bit of a different agent setup. So look, Haven is one of those maps that's very brawly, right? You know, obviously a side that feels like attacking kind of leans a little bit more strong. How the teams kind of play up. You know, it always seems like the attackers are almost the defenders on a map like this. So what are you hoping to see from either of these teams to sort of get a hot start? I have heard that Enigma can have a little bit of a slower start on some of these maps.
Yeah, I think on that point as well, I want to see the opposite from Enigma. They've showed us the caliber of what they've got in this VCT so far in that previous match. And if they're able to just get going in the very beginning, you know, the pistol round, the subsequent rounds, even the bonus, they can just completely get rid of that slow start aspect and get rolling in toward this veto, these maps as well. Because if you look towards it, these are the maps that these teams would be 100% expecting going into it. They both had clear-cut decisive bans that were opposite. They had picks that were opposite. So it just falls in that preparation and anti-preparation to that degree as well, it can be vital for this series right now.
Yeah, and look, you know, those opening 2 maps, very much middle of the map pool. It's going to be scrappy regardless. There's definitely going to be that comfort. So I think Haven is going to tell us a lot, you know, whether or not it is going to go all 3 maps. That's certainly what we're hoping for. But realistically, it is definitely just going to be about that opener. But again, you know, the pressure's going to be there. We did see how tight the last 2 series have been of the day already. You know, 2 best of 3s all the way to 3 maps. And I think what the last series was like 13-11, 11-13, 13-11 or something,
yeah, the 13-10 in the middle, yeah.
Super close. Yeah, exactly right. But some big plays coming out from a lot of the players as well. So it's been an exciting competition of what we've seen. But enough of that, because it is going to be Cerberus. It is going to be Enigma. And starting on Haven, again, day number 3, APAC VCT, stage 2. These teams are playing for the big one, Dion. Obviously, they want to run it all the way to Masters. We saw what Paper X did in the previous stage. They got all the way to that top 4. So cannot wait to see what these teams can do.
Well, pistol round coming through, and it does look like a bit of a position over at a long right now for Cerberus, but nothing really being revealed at the moment. RVK shifting over there, a jump spot over at the front of B, but this is a set play to come out from Cerberus here.
All the information already. Paranoia does come out, but doesn't net any positives so far. So Suka just still continuing to spot some information gathered towards mid. However, it's just going to be raw field. Good opening, but it's actually going to be RVK to find the first.
And they do know that that damage has come on through as well with no heals available for Cerberus. It means damage is delivered. And you don't necessarily need to see Enigma completely go back in towards A as the Killjoy setup is here, but they're going to keep going. Excali dispatches of Suka, more damage being delivered in toward the side of the spawn, and just jumping through the dark cover. That's very ambitious, but job's done. Plant's going to be looking to go down. As
She tries to make it. It's only going to be that one, though, and Daikyu's going to go down nice and quickly. So easy breezy there in the end for Enigma, 4 alive. And again, you know, sort of leaning into that commentary that we make, D, on the attacking side of Haven. It seems to be the easy run so far, but with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of backing themselves, they open up and can start strong, picking up those Spectres. Whether or not we're going to see RVK hold on to only the Ghost, we'll have to see, but it should just be a straight-out eco with a little bit of utility on the side of Cerberus.
And this is going to be the round where you don't want to see the dropping of this one as well. You've got the pistol. We're talking about Enigma having some slow starts. The pistol, as I mentioned earlier, they've claimed that. Now, don't drop this one against just the really null-equipped Cerberus. Should be an easy, clear-cut round. Hold on to the weaponry and fight yourselves in the bonus in the next one. And off the get-go, I mean, already, Cerberus, nowhere near where the action is happening for Enigma.
Yeah, look at this. Straight over towards A. Completely leaning it up, hoping there was a little bit more of a lean towards that mid position, but they're straight down. At least they're going to gather some information through Garage, but the position that Enigma have been able to slot themselves into, there is a rotation in from Loki, but he's just waiting for the rest of his team. And look at this from RVK, already up on this fade, very, very keen, and he should be able to spot a cheeky 4.
Yeah, well, the turret's going to be able to spot it out first, so that's a bit of information, some revealed position. And I guess if you're shifting towards escape territory, you don't want to be walking out into this real bombardment of players. So out towards CT, you might want to fall, but it's just going to be, you know, kind of just an exit pick round from here. Look for what damage you can find. There's nothing really, you know, extravagant about it, exciting about it. And there doesn't need to be.
No, that's it. Business as usual. Make it nice and easy, you know, utilizing the haunt to make sure no further information came on through. And they got the job done accordingly. So Excali does at least manage to make one work as Suka, but okay, obviously all going down to make sure that they do get the extra cash money. But yeah, ready to rock into this next round. Bonus secured. Enigma going to have 4 Spectres alive, so certainly a good position to be in. Where it's going to be Vandals and Phantoms, actually all Vandals on the side of Cerberus.
Well, this is the exciting round for me, Mitch. It's the first real taste of what Cerberus are going to be able to throw into this one for us with the weaponry, with the abilities as well. And I guess for Enigma too, right? To see how they handle themselves in this bonus, to see what damage they'll be able to find. Excali's getting closer to the ultimate of the Seekers as well. Can be very powerful if he's even able to get it in this round with those 3 points to come. But a bit of a slower start for the very beginnings of this round for Cerberus. They don't really want to be giving anything away. The destruction of that dart, however, does mean they're starting to crawl up A long. So a bit of info for them, and the garage pressure is now happening for Enigma. That's going to be the fallback to C.
Super keen to get into here. Suka's going to have to hope for something, but already taken down, and now it's going to be onto Loki. Does get the paranoia out, but it's Antidote straight in. So much control already taken, and potentially Cerberus, Dion, they might have to start thinking about a potential save here.
Yeah, immediately. The Aftershock can only buy so much time right now, and a flank that is coming in through mid from Daikyud. He'll meet up with Kishi in the garage eventually, but by then, the damage has essentially already been done. Antidote for his 3rd in the round, and this is just a complete and utter shutdown. Rexion to Kishi leaves just Daikyud, and position now known as well as the Cloudburst goes on through. This could even be a flawless round to come through, and look at that. The bonus rounds to Enigma. In terms of slow starts, this is the absolute opposite.
That's insane. To have a round that clean so early in this series, I guess gives us so much hope for Enigma and how they're actually going to be looking in the rest of this one, right? You know, early lean into a map that does incite the chaos, and it's going to be back onto the Sheriffs for Cerberus, wondering how they're going to be able to look with that one. You know, crazier things happen on this map, though, Dion. You know, the amount of this game that we have casted, this very map in, obviously back in the Oceanic region, you never know what's going to happen, especially with all the aim behind some of these players. And I do not doubt that that's going to be any different from the Vietnamese side of Cerberus. So picking up the Sheriffs. Cheeky little walkout mid from Suka. Looks like he will be able to find Antidote very early and can't quite connect, but does close. So it's an early advantage already on the side of Cerberus.
The C-site control's already been given over to Enigma, however, so they have free reign of plant position. A little bit of a how do you do through the dark cover, but that does get dispatched off immediately. And again, this is one of those situations where it does just sort of shift over in towards damage mitigation for Enigma.
Hold on to the weaponry that you possibly can. Excali could do with an upgrade from the Spectre. As Rexy does find Kishi, things are coming in order. You've got a flank potential from RVK as well. But again, you know, really we'll be waiting to see what the next gun round does have, unless we see another one come through from the side of Cerberus here. Loki, Excali, now Akashi getting into it. So there's damage being delivered. The tap on the spike is great, but the Prowler comes on through. And you just got to let the round play out. And it's actually damage. Okay, wait, is that actually the round?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. How has that happened? That was like literally, I was just about to kind of running it in my brain going, okay, this is going to be a perfect opportunity to let everyone know at home how well Enigma's been doing, how well they found that site control. Because obviously with the 3 sites of Haven, there is so much room that the defenders actually need to lock down. But by getting that early control, Suka with this opening frag, I would have thought that absolutely every day of the week that we would have seen this get picked up by Enigma. But somehow, some way, Rawfield comes in, picks up the Vandal and closes out the round. A first year for Cerberus.
You'll exactly take that round, though, if you are Cerberus, right? Stealing a couple of guns, stealing away, more importantly, a round after a bit of a shaky start. And now we start to move into a little bit of the territories of Enigma starting again. Raw fuel on towards Kishi with a wallbang. Information down onto the sewers as well, but in the evens 4-4, does need to see a little bit of settling down. I am noticing that we do have Antidote on an island by himself outside of the garage, with all of the heat really boiling up around a lobby still for Enigma.
So it's a much slower round here. Dark cover to go down. Look at this mid presence here, though, as well. Antidote just waiting. Loki tucked in towards the corner. Patience. It's going to be a virtue in a round like this as they do continue that lean over towards A. Great pick from Antidote. A responding round that we do definitely need to see Enigma pick up here. You know, potentially stem off the bleeding a little bit. Daikute has a bit of a look, but this is a good utilization of the lockdown. Does manage to spot out Daikute. If he manages to get this frag, it's going to be huge, but the shot's not there. The connection doesn't quite happen, and now they really need to pick up the pace towards this A side here.
All the selling of the fake at the moment, and Akashi does get taken down, so it's great for Daikute to be able to try and see what he can do to hold the fort down for Cerberus. So shouts up toward the heavens. It was her, but it doesn't even matter right now. The spike gets planted, and it's Suka on for the 1 versus 2. No real utility to work with on the Killjoy kit at the moment, and with the Trailblazer going in, it's baiting it out. That's the info. They know where Suka's position is. Guiding Light's going to reveal him, and a Paranoia. They're just bullying Suka at the moment. Some damage is being delivered as well. Still going to attempt his hand at going for this one, but peeking out through the dark cover gets taken, and that's the 4th for Enigma.
Unfortunately, the young gun of Suka can't quite close the round in the clutch situation, but that's much, much cleaner for Enigma there. I love that lurk coming out from Antidote. Did so much over towards Garage, over towards mid, and despite the fact that he went down to the hands of Daikute, he still did a lot for the team. Allowed the rotation over towards A, securing of the site, and, you know, Daikute, after even finding that 3K, unfortunately still couldn't quite connect. So another solid one for Enigma there. And I love the 1v2 situation in the clutch they just had. Perfect usage of the utility and the Paranoia and the Guiding Light, and just basically forcing Suka up against a wall.
Yep. Just great layering. Great layering of abilities to secure the round. And I got to say, Antidote with the lockdown over at B to sell the fake as well was brilliant. But now we've got Ambition from Cerberus. Back on towards a bit of a scattered purchase with all this weaponry. And hey, if Daikyu kept going, you might have been able to find the spike. But going to choose to fall back at the moment. They've got ground control over in mid, and it's a real passive spread approach from Enigma at the moment.
Yeah.
First duel is going to be crucial, and it does go Enigma's way.
That's crazy. All the utilities set up, understanding exactly what Cerberus were going to throw at them. And even though Akashi does have the Vandal available, Rexy's going to walk straight into spawn, and Daikute doing good things here. Okay, making a little bit further space in the round, utilizing the Blade Storm effectively. Daikute, this is sharp. This is top 20 Radiant going on right now, Dion, that we've been hearing all about. And with that spike drop in towards Sewer, Excali trying to walk up. Utilization of the Cloudburst to create the space. Trying to bait them in. A couple of warning shots as well. The right click doesn't quite connect, but Suka to pick up. And there we go. Daikute with the 4K. Cerberus straight back into it. And again, it looks like it lulled into a false sense of security. Enigma looked like they have the control, but Cerberus just fights straight back.
It's a great showcase of individual brilliance as well. When you think Enigma have a grasp back onto the round with the first 2 picks, they kind of get caught off guard by another player just already pushing essentially in towards your spawn. But look at the movement from Daikute just around the kit, right? Updrafts, positioning, shots of the blades, and just closing it as well. That's a real great round to come out from Cerberus, and a needed one to keep control in this map as well, right? You don't want to let Enigma get too far forward on the attacker's side. But now do we shift into the next round? Does look like we got a little bit of speed coming in from the side of Enigma. Rawfield already down in toward the sewers, and she's going to halt at the moment. It's again kind of one of these defaults from Enigma. And then eventually they'll be backing off with information on the back of it. The Daiku to RVK, and look at this from Rawfield. He could find two, but the flashpoint is big. And it works out for Cerberus.
Absolutely does. Nicely found. Daiku with that opening did pop the tailwind quite early, but it wasn't needed. And now Rexy at least does get one back in the connection. Excali trying to get the utility out. The Trailblazers there, but look at Antidote's position. Again, Dion. It's the Menace in the back, but Excali finds another, allowing that space. Now Antidote can actually get back into position. They haven't spotted him yet, but Kishi straight through the wall there. It is going a trade for trade for trade, and now Daiku is going to be in position. Rolling Thunder goes on through. Excali gets another. It's back onto a 2-on-2 here, Komodo.
I just got to say, and the one thing that I mentioned there, the spike wasn't in the control of Enigma, but it doesn't even matter because they've got the from the shadows to go and pick that up and get the plan on C. Great usage of that ultimate, and now it's a winnable circumstance for Enigma. Excali with the third one, and it's all onto Akashi this time. On the line, though, does he have any inkling that there isn't actually anyone in that dark cover? As Enigma start to fall on back to play off the info, we can probably see a guiding light in first and then a peek off the back of that one from Rexy. Just biding time at the moment. There's the tap on the spike that we're waiting for, but a shot out from Akashi. They know he's no longer on the spike, and the round is secured here for Enigma no matter what. It's Akashi. Can he hold on to the Vandal? And it looks like he will be able to.
Nice. Very, very well done in the end. They will find out where Rexy is. But look, it's another way going the round of Enigma. They've been doing really, really good things and only showing very, very minor sort of, evidence that they might not be fully synergized as a unit just yet. You know, it's a roster, obviously, that does play very versatile with their agent selections. Map to map obviously has a big impact, but Cerberus just appeared to be one step behind. You know, they've had a couple of moments. They won that eco round. Obviously, they won this, the full pistol round as well, I do believe. So they've had some really, really good things happen. But I feel like so far, a lot of these rounds have only been found by Enigma making a mistake.
Yeah, and a great timeout to actually come out for right now from Cerberus as well. Again, you know, making sure that Enigma don't blossom out too far in this half and almost make it, you know, you don't have too many slip-ups to come back from in the next half. So, as I said, great usage of the timeout here just to consolidate thoughts. And we're getting into the territory of ultimates as well, right? It was a little bit ago that I made mention of Excali getting real close toward those Seekers in pretty much the second or third round, and he's held on to them for a little bit now. So they're available. You got the Nightfall, Bladestorm again for a Rawfield. We just saw what Daiku was able to do with it. So if anything can come out and be a little bit of a semblance of that, could be a big round to possibly come out from Enigma. You know those blades are going to be here because there's, no purchase of a Vandal or a Phantom or anything from Rawfield. So that's, actually I lied.
There
Not
it
going to
is,
use
there
it
it
now,
is.
but regardless, point and play is a great timeout from Cerberus, a needed one. Will it translate now into a necessary round?
Exactly right. And I was just sort of thinking a little bit more, you know, the difference in these two rosters right now. Daiku, the amount of time that he has had to put in and, you know, the amount of reliance that the roster's had on him so far to pick up rounds, he's sitting at the top of the server. Whereas over the other side, you know, you do have a little bit of a slower sort of play out so far from Rawfield. You know, he was one of the players that was sort of propped to us as a really, really solid prospect. And, you know, we're just waiting for him to put out some really, really big figures. But as the Prowler goes through into the garage, has a bit of a spot, but the Owl Drone will find them back. So RVK will have to fall away. Hunter's Fury executed. Doesn't quite tag up though, so it may not be doing exactly what it needs. However, Kishi moves back. Will he find Excali? It's great paranoia. And unfortunately, the damage cannot be dealt there. Now the Seeker's available. Recon Bolt goes out as well. And Antidote looks to walk back to his old twisted ways of moving in towards that B site. Solo, spotted though by Daiku. And now it's back to a 3-on-4.
And the Seekers to reveal a little bit of information if anyone is over at the C site. And that's going to push Akashi right back in toward the crosshairs of a Rawfield. So the 3-on-3. The spike eventually going to be going down. But you're already going to have all of Cerberus essentially here for the retake. A great little from the shadows to come out from Loki. And he somehow manages to find it. And Scarly will get the trade for the 2-on-2. And Daiku pushing does mean that the dance is being delivered around the site. Rawfield needs to get out of here because the lockdown is going to explode and low in HP. Doesn't have anything on the spike to be able to deny it. 13 HP.
Oh, will he stick it?
I don't think he heard the tap. I don't think he heard it at all.
Not too focused. Too focused on that lockdown right there, and Suka will be able to do the deed. Another round, again, Dion, where I feel like the pressure is there applied from Enigma, but, you know, not quite locking it down in the post plant there, and very, very nicely done in the end from Cerberus. once again, Daikut has just been doing massive, massive things, and Kishi in towards that mid control. Ultimately did get traded. The paranoia was fantastic in towards Garage from C-Long, but Daikut locking off that rotation. And I love this as well. The From the Shadows ultimate standoff down towards C-Long. But again, big things done from Daikut. Rawfield tried to make it happen in the 1-on-2. Another round going the way of Cerberus. So this game continues to be that back and forth. But look at Suka already all the way down long. The dark cover will afford some solace, but it is going to be a fall off from that C-Long aggression.
Yeah, well, look at this already. Rawfield's brought out the Blade Storm. This time he's already been able to find an opening pick. He's going to get some heals out. Daikut is stuck in towards this Cloudburst. So the Prowler, the Nightfall, everything's throwing at him at the moment. Even the kitchen sink, one could argue. The blades, though, again from Rawfield, getting some damage done to just lay down control around this A site. And as the dust does start to settle, a minute to play for. Spike not even going down. It will now. Defenders are already here.
Yeah, this is not a full buy either. And look at RBK managing to find another onto Kishi here. Scally does narrowly miss the shot. Suka's looking to do big things, but it's got to be Scally. Rawfield stepping up as well with a 3K. Enigma do find 6, already half of the first half. And again, the importance in this one, Dion, I have to stress it out. Elimination time for one of these rosters. We don't want to see them going away. They did so well in their own respective regions, and to make it all the way to the VCT APAC playoffs, or the play-in stage rather, they want to be able to fight up against those big names. You know, the top 4 that are going to be met in the group stage are already very, very scary opponents, and they want to get that crack in. They want to get that experience, and they want to show what they're made of.
And just to think about it as well, right? The winner of this is going to be going over to play Boom. So we can touch upon that a little bit later. But it's going to be pistols here for Cerberus once again. Loki immediately decapitated. Do they expect that Suka's going to be here? The turret to finish it off in the end. But it's still this C control that Enigma are going to be trying to fight for here. And we'll see what the pistols of Cerberus can do.
Absolutely, and I don't want to call it again, right? You know, the amount of times we've already seen Cerberus pick up a round of this caliber, but Enigma, they do it well. They find that aggression as a team. 5 straight up C-Long. They know it's going to be some level of an eco round. As the Prowler gets some info, our drone does go through. Fault line out as well, but Kishi does get some damage off. It is going to be a little bit of an awkward one, but Daikut are very, very close. Picks up the Phantom Beyond. This is where it can start to get really scary, but RVK and Antidote are going to be able to close it out. And obviously only an eco round again. You know, Enigma desperately needed that one just to show us that they can close out a round where they have a dominant start.
Yeah, well, padding of the stats as well for Daikut with a little bit of the fragging action coming into that one. 13 kills thus far. Really needed a pep talk to the team again just to make sure that they're getting into it. And this is one of the differences that I've seen so far between these teams, right? The little, we'll call them duos, the tandems that we're seeing from Enigma, very rapid with the quick succession of utility between like little power pockets, right? Rexy's paranoias, Iskali's flashes going in, they've got guiding lights. They're just so reactive on the back of them and so quick to get them out as soon as they figure out where any of the Cerberus members are. It's just really great team fundamentals, positioning, communications coming through for Enigma here that really can propel them far.
Again, it's just Enigma who are working much more strongly as a unit. Every single player stepping up to the plate, all have had their moments, no heavy reliance on the duelist. Whilst Rawfield has had a good little bit of a step up in these last few rounds, you know, we really do need to see some more things from Cerberus. You know, Akashi's been quiet, Loki's been quiet. They all need to join up. Can't just be Daikut putting in the big numbers. As that Prowler comes in, fault line also, and the mark as well. So it's going to be awkward. Akashi needs to get out of there off the back of it. And there's Rawfield again to find the opening. Now the flash to go out as well from Kishi. But he's going to fall away. Almost had an opportunity there, but it was played so nicely. Has to focus towards sewers. Trailblazer goes out as well. It's so awkward, but will there be the movement out? There is already 3 here, but it's going to be the lockdown going in as well, Dion, as they try to take it towards the side.
Oh, this is just going to be a skirmish around the site right now, isn't it? A good one out for Antidote, and through the cubby, Kishi tries to hold on, but can't do so. Every one of Cerberus is falling, and the last soldier in Loki is nowhere near the action. On the other side of the map, at that C site, got to start to make the rotation over, but a 1 versus 4 does have the dark covers, the paranoia as well, to be able to try and play in with, being very cautious of a potential flank, and already pushed Enigma in toward the spawn, but they don't necessarily need to, right? They just want to hold on to their weaponry, make sure they're balancing out the economy of their own. And this does just look like it's going to shift into another round for Enigma. It'll be their 8th, and Rawfield's just going to peek out before that even happens. And I just want to point before we go back to you in this one, the haunt that comes out from RVK that completely catches off Akashi is the big clear that just absolutely kind of gave up the round for Cerberus. It was a brilliant piece of utility for Enigma, pushing Cerberus back.
Absolutely. It's been so nice to see, you know, a good Fade player really be able to get down that utility. You know, everyone sort of looked in and said the kit looked a little bit busted, a little bit strong, but then, you know, not as, I guess, OP as a lot of people did make it out to be. And the usage is there. It has started to come in. You know, we see it come out on Bind, obviously on Haven as well. And now seeing it, you know, slot into some of these other agent lineups has been really, really nice. But again, it's Enigma straight pull out of the gate, out towards A long. And the position as well is Antidotes just plays a little bit more slow, waiting for any potential flank, because as we know, you know, Daiku's already straight down there, but they've given up the site completely again beyond. It's going to be the 5-on-5 dance once more towards this A site once that spike gets planted.
Yeah, but look at what retake ability Cerberus do have, right? The lockdown and the rolling thunder, they're going to be queuing them up. However, it's going to be the drone in first, and that's exactly going to be spawning out a raw field. As the lockdown does go in, Loki finds Rexy, so no smokes anymore for Enigma. How are they going to hold on?
Going to be a tough one. Paranoia available as well. Will it catch Antidote? Maybe not quite. That is going to be a massive, massive play in this position. Already sending the Nano Swarm down towards Long. Will it do some damage? Maybe not quite. But Daiku, Suka, all opening back. It's got to be onto Rawfield. 1, 2. Will that be a third? It absolutely will. A monstrous round from the Jet of Rawfield to close out a solid half for Enigma 9-3.
You were talking about Rawfield being almost non-existent, right? We were looking at Daikute coming up on the scoreboard, but that round to come out for Rawfield, that has just absolutely skyrocketed him up in towards our sides right now. Just look at the replay. The just sheer allocation of where his crosshair is, so reactive. That is absolutely what you love to see in such a scrappy, chaotic round of abilities to try and reclaim it from Cerberus. It falls by the wayside for them, and a 9-3 half over to Enigma. Conky, I was talking about how much space earlier that Cerberus, you know, can't afford Enigma to have, right? By calling those timeouts, by trying to get back into this. 9-3, that is a lot of space.
Yeah. Well, looks like Likeable and Fluffy were very much on point with their predictions so far. But again, it is early days. It is obviously still only that opening map here. We have Ascent just around the corner as well. But Enigma have just been showing awesome, awesome signs. Will it lead into my usual predicament of the, you know, attacking side being a little bit stronger here? We'll have to find out about that shortly, but we desperately need Cerberus to get back into this one. You know, they lose the pistol, Komodo. That's when I start to get a little bit concerned. And maybe not for the rest of the series so much. You know, obviously we had seen a couple of like more one-sided affairs early on, right? Like in the tournament, of course, where we did see some maps, you know, go the full three maps, but it was a little bit more kind of spread out in the round department, whereas the previous series, for example, it was all straight up super tight the whole way through, and you know, that so far is not being proven in this series. But whatever it is, it's showing me that Enigma, again, the at least two or three of the rounds that they lost, I sort of feel, were at their own downfall, right? They were in the kind of 3v or 2vx position. They definitely shouldn't have lost it, and they maybe just sort of thought they'd closed it a little bit earlier, and all of a sudden Cerberus make their way back onto the site and find the retake. So closing a few more of these little tiny errors is going to be huge for Enigma going forward as their team develops.
And just to your point as well on the pistol round, right? The importance of a pistol in a game where you've only got to get to 13 first, it's just so much more astronomical than, you know, something that has a little bit more rounds to play with. Because you think of the pistol, you think of the second round, if you do that on both halves, that's 4 out of 13 rounds, right? It just absolutely sets you up for success. And then even if you're able to find the bonus somehow, which we did see Enigma do in their first half on the attacker side, well, that's, you know, 3 just in and of itself of that 13. So some big numbers to be put up, but we now shift in toward the new pistol round. We need to see this one gathered out by Cerberus, but already utility, pressure, maybe a frag for Enigma.
Feel already out of position, has utilized that tailwind too. Now RVK spotted, taken Suka, but no, Daiku misses a few. However, it is going to be Suka to lock that out, and that was 3 members of Enigma already here. Scally gets one, but Daiku marching, charging forward. Rexy is going to be able to at least bring it back a little bit further. Be careful now. Suka, though, the young prodigy, closes the round for Cerberus. And that's a desperately needed round, right, Dion? They've only got 2 alive, though. They definitely took a lot more damage than necessary. Rexy got a little bit scary with the right click of that classic towards the end, but at least we still have a series on our hands so far. The opening map isn't going to be as one-sided as we've expected if we do see the second round converted from Cerberus.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things that Fluffy mentioned, right, as well, on the analyst desk. Will this match be, you know, clean and cut to one team? he's kind of hoping that it is in the longevity factor of the rest of this tourney, right? You want to see in this play-in stage there be a dominating team. Wow, what a shot from Rexy. Maybe it is going to be Enigma.
They want to go in.
Just enough rounds.
Almost an opportunity there. The guiding light potentially to be utilized, and there is some movement. There's a second from Excali, but at least it's just the damage dealt. You know, they want to take this bonus nice and strong. Loki, though, ready for raw field, so that will be punished as well. So it should be a nice and easy round for Cerberus. Still 3 versus 2. Worst things have happened in this series so far already. Antidote, there's one, but Akashi, very nicely done on the trade. It's all onto RVK, and they are looking both towards the same position. Akashi with the 3, but Jesus, Dion wiping the sweat away from my brow. Getting a little bit concerned about that one. Rexy with such a solid opener. Those Sheriffs, and that's what I mean, right? I guess that's one massive similarity that the Oceanic region has to the sort of APAC region is that we are sharp, right? We're all sharp, but sometimes we're not as smart as we'd like to be. So these Sheriffs can just get so much done, and we've already seen that. Like, look at that from Excali. He hit that second shot. All of a sudden, the round could have potentially turned on its head.
Well, it was already the pass mark at the end of it, right? 3 frags in your sort of eco round coming in towards your own gun one. It's going to make a little bit more vulnerability go over to the side of Cerberus in this round. And look at it, right? They've got Spectres. They've even got a Sheriff in the mix. Only Daikyu with a Vandal. And luckily, is the word I'll use here very sparingly, he's able to open up in toward this aggression on toward the A side. This is where things get weird and wonky. Antidote needs to do even more than one, but that's unfortunately not going to happen. It's looking like we might get another bonus going over toward the attackers.
For sure. Straight away, you know, the utilization of the equipment that they had at hand. Excali trying to find something here off the back of the Trailblazer, but you're exactly right. You know, Daikyu obviously invested a little bit more into that Vandal, but they haven't been able to do anything with it. On the side of Enigma, all getting felled by the jet of Daikyu. He's straight in. But a little bit scrappy. I'm a bit concerned. And this is exactly where I sort of lean into, Dion. Like, why is Haven so attacker-sided? I mean, it makes a bit more sense. There is so much space across the map that the defenders have to lock down, but even with a lean there from Enigma, they had 3 members over towards that A site. They still got punished so quickly, and it was just the lack of being able to set up and trade when the Cerberus utility started to get thrown out at them.
3 rounds in, Akashi already has the Hunter's Fury available after that bonus round has been played. So coming into what you would quote as, you know, maybe the gun round that you'd normally be expecting, it's not going to be because Enigma have to play with scraps coming in toward this next round. That's going to be there in case they do need it. And I also did see that there's a From the Shadows 1 away for on the side of Enigma for Rexy there. But credit where credit is due, right? Cerberus realizing lackluster scenario in that round with weaponry, leaving in the hands of Daikyu, who's had a great series, a great performance of frags so far in this one, opening up an opportunity at A, which is seemingly the lovable site for these teams in the lesser equipped rounds as well. Makes sense, but a timeout, nevertheless, here Conky called in from Enigma. Are we just seeing attackers' side for this event?
I think so.
On this map?
Yeah. Again, you know, such a different sort of setup. Those 3 sites means the defenders have to be so spread thin. And that's what I guess prompts so much aggression towards, you know, the extremities of the map, trying to take A-long control, you know, utilizing a push of a duo play down towards C-long, mid-walk, down into window, whatever it might be. But Enigma, they are utilizing this timeout. Perfect time to do it. It is that sort of swing round if they potentially get some momentum back. But right now, it's just going to be onto the Sheriff, Marshall to come out as well for Rexy. And it's just going to be Daikyu, who we continue to show our eyes onto him and how exciting he has been to watch. But Kishi, spotted. Turret doesn't get taken down quite yet, but already moving in. Excali has to fall away. Suka gets 1, and it should be 1 for Daikyu, but it's a bit scrappy there, actually. Excali does get away with it, but he's also taken very, very low, but there's Rexy for the trade, and this is where Enigma may be utilizing that pause just to kind of get their heads back into the game and already into a 3-on-3. However, the trade was there, but I guess the big factor is here, Dion, right? Daikyu has been taken down already in this round.
Well, you just don't want to be walking in towards a trap in this round, and I think the Cerberus kind of did that. It's an awkward shot out from RVKs. He's taken down by Akashi. I was going to say, the lockdown for Suka became available with that frag earlier in this round. Could have utilized it to maximize success in this round, but now that frag was found, holding on to it into the next gun round of Enigma, you've got a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury. That's going to be a little bit scary for Enigma going in toward it. And, I mean, they're going to be saving in this round regardless, right? They've picked up a couple of Vandals. That'll help with their own economy. But certainly, this is Cerberus, you know, being the team that was the slower start in this one instead of what I guess we're expecting with air quotes from Enigma.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is still that creep in from Excali. He maybe wants to do some sort of exit damage out towards the end of it. Rexy also in position, but there we go. Loki does manage to find it. And Akashi also with the recon bolt should be able to get the info.
Take flight. He's going to sacrifice the drone.
Yep.
It's a little bit of extra creds just for that info, but
there it
regardless,
is.
They know where Rexy is. And they're going to go for the hunt. And the frag as well. 3 alive for Cerberus at the close means we now actually get to see what this defensive side is really made for Enigma. They've got all of the weapons. They're going against a proper purchased up Cerberus with ultimates online. Enigma are close to a couple extras of their own as well. One away from the Nightfall could be quite big. They've got 2 readily available. This is the round. Like, these are the rounds, the full gun ones, that are the exciting ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Operator out as well. You know, Daikyu, we did see some impact with that when he was over on that defensive side. So whether or not Rawfield is going to be able to do similar things. Big, big impact rounds, only a few ago. He's going to be playing on the top of the C box as well. So just watching out early on. Dark cover utilized to try and get that space, try and get that control. Should be able to find the orb as well. But look at Excali. Already all the way up out of sewers to have a bit of a spot. Has the Seekers available, but nothing quite found. Trying to hide away from the Owl drone, will be destroyed. So that's actually going to be a pretty good position here for Rawfield. But now the Hunter's Fury does get expended. Kishi is going to be able to get that opener as well. So that's the operator down. Lockie gets another, and Rexy is able to at least find one for his travels back towards C. But look at the rotation now. Already straight through, and Excali, he's been spotted by the turret. That should be that info. Are they going to be ready for it? Oh, yes, he will. Akashi utilizes the information, but now Rexy up in heaven. It's going to be all on him here. RVK, though, from the shadows, does manage to get the job done. Now there's the Nightfall. There is the spike as well available. Rexy out of heaven. Will he be able to find another, though? There's Rexy inside the dark cover, closing it. And now all in the Daikyu. It's the 1 versus 2. Exactly right. There is all the information, but it's Rexy, the demon on the Omen, to open up and get around. Well needed here for Enigma.
That's amazing. The fact that Cerberus get the opening, the fact that they not only do that, extra damage and a rotation to a cleared side essentially over at the A area, they overlook one angle, right? One player in RVK and just completely popped up. Brilliant frag, brilliant usage of the Nightfall, and then Rexy had already spot out where Daikyu was to get back in toward that round. That chaos that comes out is just absolutely what I was hoping to see in that round, and it delivered in spades. We're going to be seeing, you know, Antidote now with the lockdown available again, but everyone just needs a breath, I feel, on the back of that round, right? Cerberus come out with what they think is the clearance. The fact that the turret as well from Suka spots out Excali following the Seekers down through mid, right, makes you think that they're not going to be pushed up, and that's what Excali's thinking. He's got in front of the turret after a reveal. Akashi's already just waiting and watching it. It's absolutely really wise plays, but in the end, one team had to win that round. It was Enigma.
Wow. Another super, super scrappy round with the retake on the site. There was frags found, but RVK, you know, that's just what's the craziest thing about this map in Haven, Dion. You know, there was so much space that was taken control of by the side of Cerberus, but, you know, they played their cards, I guess, unfortunately wrong in the end, not really realizing that there was going to be 2 members over towards that A site, and RVK hiding. Managed just to find a multiple 2 to lock it. And then, you know, big plays from Rexy too. So we needed to see some big things from him, and that's exactly what's happened. But I guess the big thing is here, a lot of those ultimates obviously expended. We've got Antidote with the lockdown. Suka the same. Daikyu not going to be going for that Blade Storm, at least at present.
Yeah, we got a 3-1-1 setup coming through from Enigma at the moment, just while we have a little bit of a pause in to get everything sorted right now for those that may be wondering why that clock ain't moving. Just, you know, technology sometimes gets the better of us. We just let it happen, and hopefully it won't be too long now until we're all sorted. But there you go, clock's moving. Great. 3-1-1, as I was saying. So this is going to be one of those set plays from Enigma over at the A site, and there's 3 attackers of Cerberus sort of surrounding A lobby at the moment. So this is going to be one of those big things to see if there is a duel there, who wins it.
Yeah. Just again, trying to utilize that space in the buddy system, closing out the extremities. And they do at least get some info that people were watching over towards the Haunt, but it's Daikyu setting that focus up towards mid, already creating so much space. Excali, I don't think spotted him either. So it's going to be left onto Antidote in the back of the site there as well. Recon Bolt doesn't quite go deep enough. So they are going to be waiting. The turret is there, so at least that will give the info, start to pepper it down and give some sort of warning away to, you know, Enigma as to the location of this jet. But they're all just waiting. Like, again, it's like a complete change of roles, right? The defenders sit in spawn, or the attackers rather, waiting for the defenders to kind of throw out a leash.
Call it patience or call it complacency. I'll leave that up towards you. It's some damage and how do you do? Not a firm handshake just yet over towards RVK. I was going to mention Antidote.
Ooh.
He would have had to do something big on the back of B side. How much pressure do you put on the shoulders of a Killjoy on the back of B? But as you mentioned, the peak to come out from Rawfield can't quite get the second one. But it's 30 seconds, Mitch. Cerberus have to get in if they want to convert this round.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are going to have to only fight the two in the corner here, so it's going to be a very, very tough pincer position. Antidote gets the opener, though. There is the Rolling Thunder to come out. RVK finds another. Still has the utility available as well. Now, Kishi trying to push in. You're exactly right. The spikes drop down in sewers. No way to find it. No way to collect. It's all on the Daikyu. He does not even have the time to do it either. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. There isn't enough at all. And if he goes down after time, Dion, this is going to be horrible. There it is.
No.
Excali to close it, and maybe, just maybe, Cerberus have dropped the ball at the most important time of the map.
That's super rough. The fact that there's just one player with the spike down the sewers on an island by themselves as the ultimate's ripped on out from the breach there. The Rolling Thunder. There's the spike first. Denied in the lobby. It was carried down by the Lonesome Soldier, and it does get taken out. The swivel, though, from RVK.
Oh, how good is this buddy system?
I'm thoroughly impressed by what we've seen from Enigma so far, right? I was able to catch a big glimpse of their match against Made in Thailand, which, in terms of longevity, right? If this series is going the full distance, they've already done a match with a 13-11, a 13-11, and a 13... Oh, no. That was 13-11, a couple of overtimes, and a 13-9 or something like that.
Yeah,
so longevity,
absolutely.
They're ready for that. Cerberus on the backhand, their opening matchup, they got reverse swept, and it wasn't really that close in a couple of them. So
yeah,
I feel like there is a lot more pressure here for Cerberus. Now that they've lost that round, they're calling a timeout. It's 11-7, one faulted round, and that's map point to Enigma. Not to mention, and I think we haven't mentioned it so far,
yeah,
this is Cerberus's map pick of Haven.
Exactly right. Yeah, correct. Up at the top left of your screens, everyone watching along at home, are sent up next, the map pick of Enigma. We do know, however, Enigma do feel comfort, though, on a map like Haven. Again, with a bit more of a loose agent structure. You know, this is certainly a map that does favor that. But again, it's the, thing that I've commented on numerous times throughout the course of this map. But, Loki, Kishi really need to sort of step up to the plate to the rest of the team. Understandable, right? They are on supportive agents, but it is just the play from Enigma. Much more pressure as a 5 across the board. That's where they're doing it, but exactly right. From the shadows, straight up in. Now as the haunt goes out, it's an awkward one. It does get some information, but is he going to get spotted from heaven? Sits inside the dark cover. This could get really awkward. How's RVK going to try and defend this? There's the paranoid to come out, Dion, already, but RVK, again, inside that dark cover, hasn't moved an inch, hasn't been able to get out of here as well. Loki, despite the position inside heaven, hasn't been able to do anything so far, and it is going to be an absolute decimation from Enigma. Not a single play-in from Cerberus, and the round that they so desperately needed has been thrown to the side.
It feels like that there was so much, not real desperation on the side of Cerberus there, but a lot of reliance on low keys from the shadows to heaven instead of hell to find an opening pick. The fact that RVK quickly positions into this dark cover, this is what I mean. The tandem plays and the quick responses that Enigma are able to throw out in this series really is just making it an exciting team to watch right now, coming out from India. Flawless, mind you, in that round as well. It's 12-7. It's map point. And Cerberus have to have everything going their way to stay alive in this map now.
Yeah, absolutely. Enigma, a team that can rely on each other, but Cerberus just looking so scared, so fearful to have all that control from the shadows into heaven. But then they just froze up. Their one simple dark cover was enough to throw them. That's going to be the Nightfall to go out, try and gather that information, but it's not even. It's an absolute bamboozle. The fake. All RVK wants to do is try and find some further control, and that's going to be Antidote locking down Daikyu. Such an important member. Dion, we could potentially be looking at the closer of map number 1, but Akashi. RVK may have potentially given up the bag here as well. Now the recon bolt will go over. There's no one home on Aegis yet, but there is going to be the lockdown that can be thrown in to at least try and stem the bleeding.
That was a lot of ambition to come through from RVK. You'll understand the prospect of it. With the Nightfall, you can see the lines on the floor. You can gauge the idea of trying to get a pick on them, but the turret revealing info gets the better of him. The lockdown goes sideways for Antidote, but he's still able to pick up Kishi. So now coming into the A side, the Paranoia misses, gonna get decapitated. 3 versus 3 turned lopsided, but again, Christmas lights in that kill feed right now, Conky. It's 2-2, and the spike goes down.
Absolutely, Komodo, but we're still 6 months away, unfortunately. 2 versus 2 in this position now. Excali does go for the long play, and Rawfield having a look, hasn't exactly had an absolutely stellar game by any means, but his team has been the one to back him up. It's going to be on Excali to find his positioning. 2 guiding lights available, the regrowth available, and also all the utility here to be accessed for Rawfield as well. It's all going to be on that patience. How are they going to find a team utility? Will the crossfire be there? They found it. They know exactly where Suka is, Qeon, and I think unless they blunder, unless they can't quite shake this off, it may be a game done. It may be a game done, and it absolutely will. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, of this series. It will be Enigma to take their opponent's map pick of Cerberus out on Haven.
1.13.
Oh, man, it was close, but what a dominant start here for Enigma. 6 rounds, the difference there is such a statement on your opposing team's map pick. I think the desk may have been pretty close to accurate so far from what we've seen in this series.
Well, I mean, you look at that last round as well there, right? The fact that it gets down to the 2 versus 2 after Antidote kind of plants his feet on the site. Just try and get another kill in the mix. Try and buy a bit of time for rotations. 2 versus 2. Enigma slow it down. The patience from them to go in together, well, split rather, go in with utility together is the phrase I'll reposition that towards. Playing on the back of each other from different distances, getting that retake out. 13-7. Doesn't matter that there was just 1 second. A defuse is a defuse in the end. And that's taking away your opponent's map pick in a really great fashion.
Absolutely. What an awesome series it was to watch. Cerberus certainly had some exciting moments, but we won't talk about it too much, right? Because we do have the beautiful analyst desk to throw it over to shortly. So we'll go to a quick break and send it back to them. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb. Inside out, outside in, you control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me, it beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed, gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit behind other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug. cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe.
Fear the Enigma is the motto of this team. Cerberus Esports getting a glimpse of why they should be fearful. Haven Cerberus map pick at that went in the favor of their opponent 13-7. This is still VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and you're still with Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix on the panel. Let's lay the groundwork for this series. Nothing too surprises as we started the game, Fluffy, with Enigma Gaming yet again with the early game advantage as the attackers.
Not just the early game advantage, but also the way they were taking it. Very careful, very slow picks. They have like a default-ish start. They get the ball rolling, they get some information out, and once they receive what they need to do, they orient themselves to get their goal, enter the site. But unfortunately for them, on round 4, CES does strike back on the eco round, trying to bring some signs of life for them. And though they did get 3 rounds on the half, it was Enigma Gaming that really had the dominating performance. A flip side though, once the tide has turned and the swaps have sided, or the sides of swap, I mean, that Enigma Gaming really fell short towards the start of it. I thought it would be the start of the comeback for Cerberus, but Dogs of the Underworld are left guarding nothing as Enigma Gaming does take it at the end of it, stringing 4 rounds to their win.
I feel that watching Enigma play, you know, I mentioned during the Agent Select, I love that combination of the Sky, the Fade, and the Omen, and they just showed exactly what that combination can do. The way the flash is actually paired with everything, so that they could, you know, that Omen flash that's a straight line. They do it to take some of the harder angles. You got that flash from the Sky that turns around the corner, and then essentially something that tells you where the opponents are that's coming in from the Fade. That gives Enigma that advantage because CES gave up so much space that Enigma was able to just walk up and set themselves up constantly for success in their attack.
Yeah, I feel like another point that they could bring out is for the agents also. One thing I think I didn't mention earlier on for the agent select is because there's the presence of that breach with the aftershock as well as shock darts and indirect damage coming from the Hunter's Fury from Akashi. The Killjoy, although Antidote did play supremely well this game, it kind of nullified a lot of the Killjoy utility, and I feel like that's something that Cerberus, you know, you can break the lockdown, etc., that Cerberus could really have leveraged a lot more during this game to maybe gain a bit more space and be a bit more proactive, because it looked like that this game was so heavily favored towards that A side, especially on the eco rounds. A lot of fights going down there, and against a team like Enigma, I feel like you have to either, if you know that they're being careful, you have to either surprise them and explode or play even slower. There's no like real middle ground as we move on to the game timer.
I love how you guys touched up on how CES was giving up a lot of space, especially on A side. There was actually one of the rounds wherein I saw how evident it was that it wasn't working for them. They really had a good play in mind towards the end of the half, wherein they tried to retake the sides by releasing A side rather by releasing the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, which actually pushed Enigma Gaming toward the A-long or sewer area to avoid being immobilized by the Lockdown. So we see the swarm grenades being thrown in, but you know what happened? By some miracle, Trix, Raw Fuel just flat out rejected this, getting a massive 4K to close the half 9-3.
I think in general, there was also the position of one of the defenders on the flank that was exposed, and the Omen tried to assist by throwing that flash. But when the opponent already knows your position, all they have to do is really set their crosshair where they need to aim, and they're able to just set it down. Set down the retake, they're planted for themselves too.
Now we're looking at the second half of this map. Enigma Gaming having a little bit of trouble defending A side. I mean, we've seen CES get a pick off of A-long, get a pick off of Sewer, and then take down whoever was actually holding the site. So, Fluffy, do you think that Enigma Gaming, as the defenders, should have opted for a more retake approach instead of always just holding down the site?
I feel like recognizing that their opponents had utility that could break their strongest retake util as well. I feel like it was not a bad call for them to hold the site and try to take as many people out as you can, as if you do take those people out, obviously they can't use their utility, and that way it also nullifies and in a way strengthens your Killjoy eventually when he gets back to help out for the site. So I feel like the problem was more of how they made contact when it did happen rather than the overall strategy, because in a game like Valorant, you know, people compare this, you know, this esport to traditional sports, and I feel like that's a very good comparison. I don't like the comparison when people say that Valorant is like chess, where you do one move and then there's a assumed correct move. This game is a lot more dynamic. Things can change on the fly. One kill happens, makes a big difference. You have to be able to read and act accordingly, and that's the mindset of a pro player that you have to have, and you have to be on the same page with all your other teammates, you know. So I don't think it's a bad call. I think maybe execution wise there was just a bigger hiccup.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it being a whole, the whole comparison over a chess game, right? We actually talked about this in Agent Select back when we were still in PH Challengers, wherein when it comes to Valorant, it's not always, you know, we have this agent, it counters this other agent. Sure, there is some merit to that, but that isn't necessarily what's applied over here. In theory, you think that, hey, that makes a lot of sense, but in the application that we can see here on the game tricks, that's not always the case. It's usually more for the comfort picks or the practice composition that these teams really build out.
Rather than considering, you know, one agent counters the other, for example, everyone will bring up the Sova has the great ultimate and the shock darts that counter the Killjoy ultimate, which is all, you know, fair, but I think rather than considering what your opponents are doing, consider the synergy you have with your team. What are the strengths of your team and play to those strengths? And we see Enigma do exactly that. They're great at those tactical, cold, calculated, as Fluffy pointed out, plays. And because of that, having the agents that they pick, the Fade, the Sky, the Omen, paired with that jet entry and the Killjoy utility just to hold down or anchor somewhere else, really assists their team to definitely set themselves up for success. And on the flip side, Cerberus not playing as offensive and proactively as I have seen them before, which I felt was their downfall. And you see it on their eco round. They're able to just go on that aggressive side. There's nothing to lose. They're just going for the push, and they win that way. And I wish they had played that way, but with a full buy.
I mean, I think they were trying to bank off of the amazing, what do you call this? AIM. Why am I missing out this word? AIM on the side of Daikute. After all, Daikute, known to be one of the best jet players out there, just really striking over here. But now we're gonna be moving over to Ascent, Fluffy. You know what? I keep asking Fluffy about the team compositions, but this time around I'm gonna be asking you, Trix. What are your expectations as we move into Ascent?
If the background is any tell, there's going to be a KO, which I think is absolutely wonderful. I love seeing the KO suppress and just the kind of pushes that can come with it. And we've got, on the flip side, Kishi on the Sky, which gives a lot of information, especially with the Seekers, which they have used before. But this all depends as well on if Cerberus is going to play that offensive, the kind of intel that both the KO and the Sova can get in terms of also identifying which agents are there might give CES a disadvantage if they play in predictable spots, although aggressively.
I'm looking at this now. Fluffy, you know, in the fair share that we've seen Ascent over and over again over the past couple of days, I have really been enjoying these Killjoy setups. Aren't you on the same page as me?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like overall, KJ has really changed the way that people use her. Initially, you used to have like a death setup where you'd play on contact of one of your utility and then everyone would explode once you turn on your nano swarms. But nowadays, with people kind of growing more into the Valorant scene, it's used a lot more for contact and info. So what I'd like to see coming out from this KJ against the KO is to always be erratic, always change your positioning, have your setups in such a way where you can't easily get suppressed, because being suppressed, even though it's 8 seconds from the knife or even longer with an ult command, it's a lot of time for your opponents to make a critical move, and it's a lot of time for your defenses to be down. So it's not something that you should take lightly. So hopefully this Killjoy on the opposing side does play a bit safe. That way they can function as a team a little bit better.
I've been in that spot too. I would hate for that to happen. You spend so much time at the beginning of the round just laying down the groundwork for your team to be able to hold a site, and then the KO dagger just comes in, and it just feels like a waste of time from time to time, right? Like you put up this beautiful setup only to be cancelled instantly by one single dagger on the enemy team. But alas, that is just a simple game that we like to call Valorant over here. I'm really excited to see how things will pan out over here at the Ascent map. A lot of interesting series that we've had in this exact venue. So I'm excited to see how creative these two teams will become. With that, I'm going to be passing you guys once again to our lovely casters so we can begin with this series. I mean, game number 2. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for map number 2, and it is going to be Ascent here, Komodo. After an electric previous map of Haven, Enigma came out, threw out all the stops, and while Cerberus were able to get close to a degree, they just couldn't quite connect with those really, really necessary rounds that they desperately needed to bring it through. But now with Ascent, are we sort of leaning towards this potentially looking like a maybe 2-0?
Look, potentially. I think one of the things that Cerberus need to address from that first map there is domain control, right? They gave a lot of space over towards Enigma, and it was at times often too much space. So they have to be able to rein it in. They have to be a little bit more proactive, and that's what we saw from them against BAAM the other day. They were able to take this map off of BAAM in the opening series before they got reverse swept. Now, another thing to mention, this is a comp that we've seen from Cerberus before. It was the exact same comp that they won that one, but for Enigma, they've tried this roster of compositions multiple times. I'm talking about 19 games with this one, and they have some great win percentages on it. So this is the kind of rosters that we want to be seeing from both of these teams right now. But again, Conky, this is an elimination match, and now Cerberus are one map down.
Absolutely. And the KO on a map like Ascent, how strong, right? Able to do so much with that 0 point time and time again. It's going to be a quick play. They're looking very, very keen to try and fight this fight in towards B main as well. But it does look like it's going to be a walk back. They've spotted it out. They've heard the info. And now as the aggression does start to send up short, Loki has a look. Rexy gets forced away. There's been so much face already inside these positions, but no damage traded as of yet, as the Aldrone also gets sent out as well and should spot out Rexy, who's kept the position there. A site, little bit of a peel off, but look at the position they're trying to find here, Dion. Very, very split up.
Rexy doesn't necessarily need to go into this fight. Doesn't know if there's two players there. Now does. Can fall away, but it's going to be a bit of rotations being brought back from Enigma. They sent their own Aldrone over towards the A site to clear Wine. Didn't actually see anything. So as far as they're concerned, they've got a little bit of control, but they relieved that. And now they're poising back over towards the B side. If they keep walking down the split of mid, they're going to reveal that alarm bot in Pizza. There goes that one. The defenders are stuck in B main now.
Oh, this is actually so huge. Will they find the fight? Because Antidote was there, maybe gave it a little bit too much space, but he does end up finding the fight, getting the trade onto Akashi. But now pushing out as well, Kishi. Very, very keen to try and find something here. Loki in a good position. Does manage to drop the spike here as well, but gets caught up by Rawfield. They will be able to collect that spike, but Daikyu at the exact same time from the garden peeks on in. Turret spots out Rawfield and Kishi to get another as well. It's going to be all left onto this Jet, who does find one, but Suka with the trade. And Cerberus start strong, nice opener, and how aggressive were they in towards the extremities, Dion? Like, having B main control that early on and so aggressively even pushing out towards tiles was crazy, crazy stuff.
So much of a fight to gain B main control as well, right? It was almost a concedence at the very beginning when Enigma just jump in off the get-go, right? To try and see what they can do. Really bent on relying on Rexy's utility to be able to hold down the fort there. But then they peel away over towards the A site. Drone gets sent in. You think, okay, maybe they're going to be, you know, doing the old fake B run A type of strategy. No, they kind of go back towards mid. The alarm bot gets them and then back towards A. There's just no real time for Enigma to play with is the point on that one. So now, coming into the new round, they've decided to purchase on up, and it hasn't gone their way in the first frag.
Yeah, not so far. Excali, a very important member on that KO as well, going down early, but it continues to be this thing once more from Cerberus. Trying to get that forceful position in. Great shot from Daikyu as well. Now, the Trailblazer to go through. They will have to hide back, but yeah, this is looking really, really poor. I mean, maybe an overstep. Enigma in position. We'll be able to find a second. Great shot there. Rawfield looking really good, but look at the aggression. They're trying to get in, but the quick scopes not quite enough to get the job done. Akashi will close. They're going to have a very strong, but it's not even going to be a bonus round here. Obviously, Enigma's given up that hand already. Okay,
they went in with
they've got enough. Yeah, they've got just enough. So it's going to be strong. But Daiku's done exactly what he did in the previous map. He obviously invests a little bit further into that Phantom. And obviously, we also just do have the one Sheriff. So it's going to be an interesting fight. I don't know. This round was very, very scrappy and chaotic. And that has been the tune of this map so far of Ascent.
Love seeing that little POV at the end there. Just when the Spectre goes a little bit awry, you zoom in and it's even more so because of the distance of the fight. Sometimes it's just funny to be the one witnessing instead of the one shooting. You get to make a little bit of an idea about that one, but we got guns
so quick.
Now. An antidote, yeah, completely catching Daikyu off guard in this one. Spotted out where
I
Qeon
love
is
that.
well and looking for the catch out in the second one. 2 frags, the way of Enigma. Now's not the time to drop the ball.
He's done that so quickly. Now Excali can find another. I mean, look, it's not exactly the strongest round, as we know from Cerberus, but as Excali gets those flash drives out, trying to create space, trying to get the info, he does actually know that's a horrible position to be in. Maybe a find back. The Nano Swarm doesn't quite go far enough. Luckily, Rexy is there to at least bail Excali out, and Suka all on his lonesome in a 1 versus 4 here, but Nano, man, it has just been, again, chaos, and I still cannot understate that play there from Antidote, using the Shrouded Step to get the further position forward. By the time the Guiding Light was coming out from Kishi, Daikyu was already taken down.
It's one of those set plays to come out, right, where it's one of those tandems from Cerberus that it's really nice to be able to have in your arsenal, in your scrapbook, right? But the fact that they weren't close enough to get an immediate trade, they were caught off guard by the Shroud Step, which, mind you, is an audible range when you are that close towards A main. It's just Antidote completely holding W, completely just opening up to the fact that there might be a play, and the individualized win there really opens up the round for Enigma to get their first one on the board. Now, with the damage that was delivered in that round and that previous one, mind you, where Cerberus, you know, it looked a little bit awkward with a couple of the kills going Enigma's way, they don't have a comfy purchase into this one. It's Sheriffs, it's a Marshal, and there's B main control already for Enigma now.
Yeah, nicely done. Straight in. Bit of a heavy lean, though. I wonder if RVK will actually be able to pick up this information. Walking in very aggressively. Flash drive out to be utilized well. Akashi with 1, but he can't quite connect on the second. It's going to be 2 for Rawfield instead. There we go. However, RVK was indeed ready for Daikyu. Now in a position. Loki does get felled by Rawfield again, who has been looking very, very nice in this round. And Kishi gives up their position. Should it be a 4K for Old Mate Rawfield? It absolutely will. And Enigma are straight back in there with a second round here, DL. But of course, it is going to be their first buy round that does give us a bit more of a prospect about what's going forward. Because one big dissimilarity to the previous map that we had on Haven, right? Ascent, I'm still going to call it defender-sided. It can be very, very challenging to get through some of those choke points on the map. And, you know, especially with some of the utility, obviously that's why the KO is so impactful. The Killjoy lockdown position with the utility can be so, so strong. So ultimately, it is a tough one to play. So Enigma, if they start off really, really hot on this attacker's side, I think Cerberus have got to be scared. However, Cerberus have showed us some really good signs in the opening couple of rounds. Will they be able to fight back in this first fight?
Yeah, got to remember as well, nearly a 70% win percentage for both of these teams on this map. However, more than triple the amount of maps played for Enigma on Ascent. So it's their home territory, which is why they've gone in with the pick. As you mentioned it, the flash is pretty superb. However, it doesn't really net anything bar a little bit of control. Great shock dart, actually, is going to take a chunk of damage off for Enigma. Only really on one player, but Orb gathered. Ultimate's territory. Kishi's ambitious with the jumps. Didn't spot out RVK. Didn't spot him out. He can get so close because he's already off that cross.
He should get the info. No, it's gone too far. Went just too far. Kishi, that's an absolute blunder right there. Off the back of the information. No call on the blinded.
No rotations though, Mitch.
Loki's actually been missed as well. So many things have happened just on this side of the map right now. Look at the rotation. Look at Daiku's positioning right now, Dion. There's one. Loki gets a second. Pops the tailwind, but will get taken down by Rexy. Now it is back into that 3-on-3. They set their sights, refocusing back towards B. But maybe I just think they should just sit on it for a second.
Well,
however, they can't. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to go B.
That's the thing. 30 seconds, they could have beelined it over towards short to take a little bit of a narrow angle. However, if they keep going B, you're contending a Killjoy setup. If the 0 point doesn't hit Suka right now, you're pretty much dead. And look at that. Over towards Market. That's the popping of the nanos. This round's done.
Yeah, this round should absolutely be closed. Akashi, 1, 2, not quite the third. Antidote will at least be able to create some space, but has to try and get past. Shroud Steps, not enough. It's actually straight into the Nano Swarm. And again, an excellent round there from Cerberus. My oh my, I was sure that the second Enigma had that control over towards A. There might have been some sort of call to be made, but no. It is Cerberus that bears their fangs and gets the job done.
Yep, they've bitten down in that round. That is for certain. Great positioning, though. I got to say, you know, the idea of what Enigma were going out with there, it's just unfortunate that, number one, Daiku pushes through mid, catches them off guard. Great for Cerberus. And Loki as well, able to find that pick itself. Brilliant. Now, I'm going to throw it back to what Fluffy said on the desk, right? The fact that you've got this KO available, they now know where Suka was in that previous round. Do they stay there, or do they reposition to not get caught off guard by the KO?
Such an impactful thing to do, right? You know, do you keep the Killjoy towards A? Do you keep it towards B? Where do you switch it up? Exactly right. Suka taken down by the opposing Killjoy of Rexy. And Antidote also locked down into position. The From the Shadows utilized to get in towards the boat shed. And obviously, with that turret being taken down, it makes it really, really awkward. Straight through market, and they haven't picked up any fruit. No veggies. They are straight in towards this site. Akashi just has to wait and hope that something will happen and the rotation from his team will come in, because Kishi is moving in from mid. There might be some space to be created, but as that dark cover goes back down, it's going to make it difficult.
Yep, spike in. Looking like a flawless potential round for Enigma if we do see the bowing out of Cerberus. Now drone in. Great position from Xgali, holding onto the flashes as well. Not required here, and overlooking of the logs. No, Kishi, good for one and done. In that regard, 2 versus 4, time sticking really far. Rawfield finds Loki. That's going to be Akashi to try and get away with a save. A little bit of exit damage is brilliant for 2. You'll take that in this round to make sure the economy of Enigma doesn't get too far forward. It is still very vulnerable, but it does mean that this round is Enigma's will be tied up 3-3.
Oof. Another round that really does sort of put the sweat on, but it was Enigma's positioning where they were able to get so strong, you know, taking control of mid, getting into pizza, moving through the market, and just ultimately splitting in towards that site. But I guess the opening pick, you know, from the Killjoy trade, Rexy onto Suka, allowed for that space to sort of come in, and Akashi just had to play CT, just had to sit, just had to wait, and the dark cover kept him at bay for so long. So this game, very back and forth, very sort of hard to keep up with and understand sort of where it will end up. Again, I will sort of stress down on the fact that this is an elimination game, and, you know, for Cerberus, coming in and having such a challenging opponent in Boom early on, and to be able to take them to 3 maps only to potentially be felled by the hand of Enigma is certainly an upsetting prospect to be had in such a prestigious tournament.
Well, going straight in towards the A site right now. You overlook the position of Tetris, however. Kishi, the whipping of the Sheriff. It gets it done for 2 in the end. You can see the revival on towards Xgali, and it's going to be required here as well. Jumping up is Rawfield. That's our cover. A push through. It's ambitious from Akashi. Finds that one. More trades to come on through, but now what do you look to utilize if you are the side of Cerberus? The blades from Daiku have to do the damage, but it's not going to happen as now Suka in a 1 versus 2. Turret for the info. And the drone is going to just absolutely keep him locked out from being able to go in the remainder of this round. A little bit of damage. They don't need the spike. They'll do that afterwards. That's another one for Enigma. But, Conky, that was certainly some damage from Cerberus there.
Oh, man, Komodo, I was going to say, you know, up in heaven, there was just a little bit away from his hand, Suka, a Vandal available. But, you know, when it's so hard to find that position, Kishi, I feel like if he had have hit the shot a little bit earlier, might have been an opportunity.
Oh, it happens.
It does. We've all been there. Definitely all of us have been there. Sitting in the Immortal lobbies, the pressure does get mounted. But irrespective, we are here. Enigma taking the lead back. Their map selection of Ascent, looking to close out this series, looking to take it to their opponent in the next matchup as well.
Here's one thing as well. Rawfield has had a good start to this map after a silent start of the previous, but a great finish. So that's a good little bonus for Enigma.
Absolutely. You know, really leaning into this agent composition well. Enigma with a team that has such a broad agent play and map pool. It seems kind of strange that they've got something that's super consistent in this Ascent play, but, you know, maybe just ironing out the kinks, trying to work out what they want to do. Dark cover is there, but Rawfield, he's straight out, straight towards logs. Now Akashi isn't going to be quite ready for it, but does move straight through. Rawfield now punished, and that is going to be maybe a bit of an overstep there from Enigma. They've started to pull out, and in the interim, Kishi, look at all this control that he's taken. There's 3 here, and already A has been selected. The Seekers come out, spot out RVK, and now it gets really awkward for Enigma.
Those Seekers have just found so much positioning and map control and space for Cerberus, right? Kishi's at the top of mid, near the world's their spawn. If he wins this duel against RBK in the spawn, that would even be massive. Daiku does get taken out, and it's going to force Kishi back with that one, but Loki's sidestep right now gets taken too, so that's an opportunity in towards the A side. This is actually crumbling. Everyone's getting caught off guard in different positions around the map. These are individual duels that ultimately Enigma are winning, but problem now. 20 seconds, you've got to get that spike to a site.
Oh, they gotta go! Yeah, what's going on? Like, they've got so much positional control, but they seem to be so scared about what they want to do. But Shroud to step into mid, it's okay. They're gonna be running away at least. Oh man, the sweat certainly was on. They're gonna get the spike plant just by about a couple seconds. But look, I guess they did really well there. They isolated Kishi's position, and Antidote, what an excellent round on the Omen there. He's already had so many moments where we sort of, called it out about his big plays that he's been putting up individually. And, again, it's another thing of where Enigma, across the board, they are looking pretty even on the fragging department. But I guess at least this time, the same could be said for Cerberus.
A lot of individual duels that were won there by Enigma as well. Antidote, a phenomenal round with 4 kills in the mix, really trying to secure that one down. I think there must have been a position that wasn't completely cleared out for Enigma. That's why they were sort of slowing it down outside B lobby with the spike there of Excali. It was like shift walking still, but regardless, the round was found for Enigma. Damage is delivered. Cerberus now, it's going to be this B main contest that they have to try and win out. The Sova, the Killjoy, there's a lot of damaging utility that they can throw to halt the process. Problem being, one of these lesser equipped weaponry buys for Cerberus. Again, they've seen this all too often. It's really unfortunate, but it's going to be this B hit for Enigma, and might actually work out well because the jig is up. Cerberus know what's happening in this round.
What do you do? Lockdown. Is the pressure going to be applied? Not quite yet. Rawfield definitely going to be the one to create that space here. Aldrone up over the top. Information gathered though. Daikyu straight out. Rexy, good for the trade. And as that spike does get planted, obviously, again, still just that half bite. It's going to be a tough one for Cerberus to find their way in. The door of the market has been closed. Turret just on the other side. So they are still going to be able to hold very, very firmly here. Now as the aggression does start to amount in from that CT position, Suka to drop the turret. And Akashi, very nicely done. Gets one. Hang on a second here, Komodo. There might be a way back in as Kishi also gets one, but Excali is going to be able to lock it down for his team. Makes it very, very awkward for the remaining 2. 0 point to go through as well. But Akashi is there, creating the space, because RBK so far away, he can't at all, has to get in, has to get moving, and Akashi may very well have done it here. I think he absolutely has. Komodo, Enigma, their post plants, shoot them in the foot.
That was an eco to come through essentially from Cerberus as well, right? Daikyu again, Hero Vandal in the mix, and he just really propels the way for them. Damage being delivered, some Sheriff shots out in the end as well. I don't want to call, any sort of complacency from Enigma, but they were taking a lot of fights there that they didn't need to commit themselves to doing. The lockdown available as well. Great pieces of utility to come through. All Excali had to do, with this end part, you're always going to never question a player, right? 2 versus 2, damage done. You got a Hunter's Fury from your teammate. You're thinking that you can catch your opponents off guard when that's going out. Frag just doesn't go Excali's way. It happens again. Your opponent just does hit your headshot quicker, right? That round, super scrappy, kind of from both teams, I'll go out on a limb to say. However, the fact that that works out for Cerberus means we have more of a first half now.
Oh, man. I feel like Akashi's done that in the previous map. I swear it was him in the last situation as well. Eco rounds, like dying seconds, you start to think, okay, maybe they're going to start to move away, play some exits, that kind of thing. But Enigma kind of just gave it to them on a silver platter in that round. I almost feel like, a couple of missed shots, some great utility usage, I've got to admit, from Akashi, getting the shock dart down in towards logs and ultimately moving through with that Sheriff, picking up the Vandal, collecting the final frag, because if RVK got past down into lane, there might have been a chance where he denied that spike defusal, but the second Akashi got that frag, it was enough. And, now whilst they're in with another buy, Rawfield will have the Blade Storm. It's still a really, really tough pill to swallow for Enigma.
It's one of the tight rounds as well. Just I'll come back to it, I think.
Because he's done it again!
Crossed again toward them. The trades, though, from Daikyu and Loki. This is finding everything that we want in a round. Where was this? We've been missing it. Now Rexy's position has been known as well for the 1 versus 4. But as he does move in towards spawn to get that spike, one thing that I was going to mention is the spike was planted at the back of site, right? RBK B main, there's technically shock darts you can do. You're just never going to know with the time and a 1 versus 2 if it's viable to throw out, right?
All the pressure.
It's just one of those things. Yeah, so much pressure building up in that. honestly, the whole retake, it felt like there was just pressure boiling and it exploded when the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury came out.
So Rexy, in a world where it can be won, I like this from Cerberus. They're happy just to wait.
I got the spike.
In their positions, 2 and 1. Obviously, all the utility from Suka. B site, very much controlled. Where's the alarm bot? Just outside Pizza as well. Turret to spot the info. So I do like this sort of position from both Akashi and Loki. And obviously the From the Shadows available. Left. Same with the Hunter's Fury. They probably don't need to burn it. Whereas Rexy's got nothing. Just full HP. That's the big thing. We'll have to also push through the other side of the dark cover. And Loki, I think you might be ready for it. Not quite, though. This could start to get a little bit more scary. But 15 seconds, he's got to go. And Akashi just needs to play time.
Yeah, the turret might have to be the protector in this round as well. Just go for the silence around the site. See what you can clear. As soon as that goes down, it's a bit of a tap. He's trying to bait them on out. Now there's no time to really stick it properly. A brilliant curvature of that shock dart, actually. As Rexy gets the plan. The fake Hunter's Fury
Was that intentional? That's the question.
Is that a misclick at a 2 versus 1 where you've got out shock darts and it's planted directly under you and your head? That had to have been a misclick.
Yeah, I'm not going to overthink it because if that was a fake, that was Giga Brain. If it wasn't, who cares? It's fine. They got the round. Suka was there, moved straight back in. But another one where, you know, there is a little bit of pressure. But look at this fight for the territory down towards A-Long. It's certainly not free real estate for Enigma in this round. They try to fight back for it. Rexy doing absolutely everything. But after a, I guess a question.
He shot a bullet first, and then the Hunter's Fury brought out in the middle of the open. It had to be a misclick,
Okay, that's fine. Who cares? Suka was there to help him. And now it's going to be another fight for this position. The null command comes straight out. Daikute, though, to take Rawfield. It is going to be awkward. Good trade out from Excali. But last time, they didn't clear this position beyond Kishi. Has to go forward. Has to move in. Aldrone is there. There's one. There's not quite the second, though, as Excali is good for it. And the third. Massive stuff from the Roboto man as he gets his way towards the side on this KO. He has just narrowly walked underneath. Akashi does get the 0 point out as well. He's looking for more, hungry for the big rounds. He does whiff slightly, but connects with it. And he's on for the ace here. Suka looking to get into position, but there's just so many angles, so many spots he needs to watch for. Is the young fella going to be able to lock it, or will Rexy take it? Will they steal this ace from Excali? It's not going to matter. I'm not really offended by ever how this round does end up because Enigma have played it so well. Flash drive to perfection. Enigma, my God, Excali, take a bow.
Last round.
Just as a whole team in that round for Enigma, a well-oiled machine, absolutely pun intended, for coming out in that round for Excali. Null command just opening up opportunities, denying everything, and then the space to just go in. Allocation again of all of the frags. A good little how do you do from Kishi to try and see what he can do, but it's just Excali in that round, right? Positioning, momentum, mojo, just clear, concise shots with a little bit of spray in the mix, but a well thought out round from Enigma and just a classico, right? Pop an ultimate and run A. It works.
Yeah. Oh, man. Excellent stuff. Like, both these teams are looking so strong in this map. You know, I thought that maybe on the previous map, Cerberus not looking as strong as they potentially could have been. But we've certainly seen a different change in pace in this one. Trades back and forth. Akashi does at least respond for one that was taken down by Excali, but Antidote's pushing up. Excali's here as well, and obviously in the previous, he was so solid, but that is an excellent paranoia to come out from Loki. Does near sight 3 of them, making it so awkward as Akashi gets another, but it's going to be Kishi to pick up as well. They've all pincered, locked it down inside middle. Spike dropped in short, and poor RVK, he's got 55 seconds to work with, but so much to overcome. And it looks like it's going to be a 6-6 half here, Komodo.
Yep, this is just a massive crunch on towards Enigma's forces, right? You just capitulate in a round such as this. You kind of have to, right? You can't contest against CES if they're throwing the book at you. Paranoia, flashes, positioning, just completely allowing you, I feel, in towards short there to catch you off guard. The B main pick went Akashi's way. He pushed into B main, completely caught them from behind, and now this round is done. It's 6-6 at the half, just like that.
Switching sides.
Incredible stuff. Very well played by both of these teams, but how is Cerberus going to go on this attacker's side now that they do switch it over? They have showed that they do like to take that early control. You know, we saw it in B main, we saw it in A main. Also that sort of late round aggression, the walks out towards long, the walks in towards mid, trying to take that control straight into the spawn of Enigma. So it's really going to be just all about who can kind of get the early momentum, I feel here, Dion. Like, and I guess to, you know, touch back upon Fluffy's point, it certainly hasn't been a clean series as now that this map has certainly unveiled itself. But, you know, there is more time. It is only that opening half, as we mentioned, you know, close sort of scoreline. Will one of these teams really start to take it away? You know, are we going to see split? That's another question that we haven't really touched on so far.
I think, again, you know, something that we mentioned to a little bit earlier, right, is the KO versus KJ into this game. Escali with the blade. It caught Suka when they went in for that retake scrappy round, whatever you want to call that one. The big chaotic one. I think everyone knows, if you've seen this whole map, what I mean. The one that went Cerberus's way, which potentially shouldn't. That was when the blade got Suka. But apart from then, it's kind of been wise to the fact of playing on the site in a very obscure position that it's difficult for the blade to go in, right? That's 0 point, right? Line of sight. Suka's not playing line of sight. So he's really allowing his kit to be viable on the B side. We didn't really see Enigma contest it, right? Between the aggression at B main and just the forces of having a Sova and a Killjoy at B, it was pretty much untouchable for CS.
All right. Lots to ponder, lots to think about. As the halftime pause does start to tick away.
And if you're superstitious, by the way, Daikute, Suka, and Loki all have 6 kills, so that's 666.
Oh my goodness. Why'd you do that?
Just
That's just thrown me.
And we're 6-6 at the half as well. So, I mean, there's something about that.
Cerberus, you know, in the underworld, maybe. Are we going down that alley?
Not just yet.
Okay, we'll see. We'll give it time. There is still an opportunity for it, for sure.
Yeah, we can raise hell on the second half here, that's for certain. Get us into split.
I'm hoping. I'm absolutely hoping. You know, we talked about it. We wanted 3 maps. I mean, look, you and me, we're selfish as casters, right? We want to go the full 3. We want to get as much of our voices into your ears as possible. And it has been really enjoyable to do so far. You know, both these teams have really stepped up to the plate. And as I said, elimination. Like, we don't want either of these teams to go home, but one of them has to. And they've certainly got to be feeling the pressure accordingly. Yeah, well, pistol round's in. That's the thing. A main control is there for Cerberus. They went in with the guiding light. Bit of a peek out from Daikute. As RVK gets a little bit of a love tap. It's kind of a slow one, all things considered. Really spaced out. Really conservative with a lot of this utility as well. You got the mid control there for Enigma, but for Cerberus, they're just laying in wait outside A. And I almost feel like it's just setting up for a retake regardless now for Enigma. Very, very slow. Another dark cover utilized. Definitely is going to be that A hit, at least from what we can see so far. As I say that, though, there is the peel away from Suka. No, all of it. And at the exact time, Enigma have found all this control. It's going to be a fight. Like, top mid. Are you joking? How does this even start to happen? Loki gets the info, and now the spike can start to run it. The B side has been completely left open, and they do have to start to make their way back. Excali does find it, so at least it is going to be the defenders that do find that control. RVK waiting for Daikute. Has the core, but Daikute finds it, and now it continues to scrap. Rexy shows up to the plate and actually does tag up Kishi. Has to try and find this spike plant right now, Dion, because look at this, isolated. Moving in towards B main, all on his lonesome here, Kishi, as Daikute tries to get his way back in. Akashi also on the flank. It's going to be flank after flank after flank. I can't even keep up with this right now. Rawfield gets a great fragment from Excali, and it's all going to be on Akashi. There's one, does manage to spot it out, but it is going to be a tough one, as that is going to be the spike stuck. And maybe I can cool down as the round is closed. Even with the additional frag from Akashi, it is going to be Enigma finding it, and Raw Fuel to close as well. A second for him. Nicely done, Enigma. They take the pistol, and a very, very important round to be found in towards the attacker's side. However, Cerberus are tempting fate here. Dion,
mate,
do they buy in?
You talk about cooling down. I think we're turning up right now. What we saw in that round was flanking positioning, space control from both of the sides. And I just want to take a second to, and I know we might be overdoing it, the KO kit in that one from Excali. Fragment to the back of the site to find the pick, but before that, the 0 point went to CT, and that actually got the reveal as well, and it almost isolated the fight. It was really good utility individual from Excali to just kind of 100% the round when it was the 1 versus 3. Really like to see that, but as you mentioned, are we going to see a force up from the side of Cerberus? I got the answer. It's no.
It's a no. And I like that. I'm happy that it isn't. You know, they're not sort of far enough behind to really kind of justify it. You know, the round was close, sure, but these are the rounds where the Spectres, the Sheriffs can do really, really big things, and that's kind of what's happened, right? The one Sheriff, the one Classic, putting in the work already. Suka has managed to recover that Spectre. Loki so far away, finds the head. Oh no, my word, Enigma. It is a free weaponry system. How much? $0, absolutely free of charge. I'm not a salesman. Well, I am.
It's 3 kills.
Caster right now. And it's a 1v2 for Antidote.
3 kills on the back of left-clicked classics. None of these, you know, shambles with the 3-burst right-click thingy. Nah. Controlled tapping of the free gun, and it might steal away a round for Cerberus. Your Antidote right now.
Yeah.
Time's ticking away. You got a Paranoia and a Dark Cover. They got Nano Swarms. They got a one-way.
Oh.
You got to cut some corners here, and I just don't think there's enough that can be cut. Loki's tempting fate against you. This round is done. This is the
played it
if
so
you've ever
well.
seen it.
Oh man, that's the the horse standing on the beach, and it just says pain. I feel for Enigma right there. Like Cerberus have played that. I can't even say to perfection, but like it got the job done. Right, 2 alive. They end up going down to the spike, but like. What a round to be found in an important series of this. Second map, elimination, and they win that in the second round.
Get that extra ult point from down there. That's fine.
Yeah, is also just to touch back, that's the second classic round that Cerberus have won this series. They won the second round on Haven doing the exact same thing.
Yep. Yep. There was also a flawless bonus in there from Enigma though.
Correct, there was.
So
they
there's
to do
definitely a chance to get back into it. We're going to see some aggression. Thought that the Trailblazer might have been able to get the kill there, but it didn't. Cerberus going in towards the A side as it is these Sheriff purchases to come through from Enigma. Now we're sort of seeing against the pistols. Are you going to be able to hold on? So far, so good, bar 1. Doors down and destroyed. Plants on the ground. And you've got Enigma who have kind of split up on toward the retake.
Yeah. So far away. Excali is starting to move in at least. Loki, though, very much looking for it. The alarm bot finds him, as we do see some KZ hopping up towards the top. I actually like that. Nice little attempt with the flash drive, but so much more that he needed to do. Suka to close, 4 alive for Cerberus. And how's the money going to be looking here? That's the question for me for Enigma, obviously. They have made a purchase, but it wasn't too heavy. Okay, so Rawfield actually is going to have enough to pick up the operator. That's huge, because we didn't see any from Daikut, I don't think, on that defender's side, did we, from Cerberus? It was just straight up moving with the Vandal. But now we will be able to see that operator come through. I mean, with the Omen, obviously the dark covers going in down towards mid and that, it is certainly going to be hard to see how well Rawfield's going to be able to use this.
Yeah.
But, you know, he did good things in the previous map on Haven. So whether or not that is going to continue form, we'll have to see.
I just want to say, as an advocate of delete snipers, because it's point and click and, I mean, tactical FPS might not need it. I like the fact that we haven't seen a lot of operators here, right?
Yeah.
It's just different control of a game.
Yep, the game has been changing. You know, Valorant is an ever-developing beast. And I certainly agree with you on the lack of it. I suppose the only thing that sort of changes with is Chamber coming into the fray, right? But there's the opening that we spoke about. Rawfield does connect onto Daikut. And I think Enigma just need this round so desperately, right? Look at the control that they had inside B main. They were happy with it. They've chosen to fall out. They've still got the Paranoia ready to rock and roll, as well as, you know, a bit of extra space from Rexy is not too far behind as well.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? You've got player advantage as a defending team. Don't give it up. Play the numbers. A lot of times we see teams get space on the other side of the map. Yes, it can be great, but the fact that you've got numbers now, utilize it. And I like this. Lockdown in, you're expecting Antidote, the Paranoia, the pre-fight, the Seekers to get the denial as well. But Rexy peeks out, and he's able to find 2. That lockdown is eventually going to explode, but it isn't going to detain anyone. It's a 1 versus 3. The dark cover does nothing because Rawfield's already overlooking.
Rawfield was so far out there. He wanted to take the line nice and dry, full confidence. And that is a well-needed round there for Enigma. The trade out, I love that. Like, the fact that the, you know, Seekers actually sort of managed to find that control and that position to push back the paranoia that came out. Like, there could have been so much more, right? Every single member from Cerberus was completely narrow-sighted, but Antidote could only find one. Nicely done from Kishi. But again, a lot expended there for Cerberus to not pick up the round, and Enigma, they do have a couple of ultimates to work with, though. Just the one, but they are close, or two, rather. I was right.
Yep.
Very, very close, though, to Excali and RVK's only a couple of orbs away.
Here's something to note as well. Enigma are playing the Killjoy and the Sova over towards A, where we saw Cerberus doing it over towards B. It opens up an opportunity down in towards mid with no alarm bot because Rawfield is overlooking with this operator. There's the first pick. Hunter's Fury is in. It's going to essentially do nothing because he's already repositioned. Now, Daikute kind of has to go nuclear here to open up things back at this B site.
Great positioning from Rawfield. But Daikute also into position. Was able to find. Rawfield still trying to sort of slot there as long as he possibly can. Because once again, you know, Loki, he's actually found space in towards A main again. The dark cover into mid will allow that space out. Daikute, however, has lost the tailwind. RVK starting to move in towards mid as well. Will it be an overstep?
Yeah.
Is he going to clear the right angle? He will, but unfortunately, Daikute absolutely ready for it. And now they do start to set their sights towards this position of A. Dark cover will at least be able to sort of bring something back, and he has to actually expend this lockdown. No, Akashi has been able to find it, so they will know exactly where this lockdown is. Oh, okay, yep, they'll get it. There it is. Nicely done. Took a bit, but it's okay. And now we do have to see Rawfield do something insane, but I don't even think he wants to go for it here, Komodo.
Well, I love the fact that Daikute's position turned from kind of like a later entry into a later lurk, right? The fact that the space for Cerberus shifted over towards the A site just left him open to sit pretty, wait and relax, because he knows Enigma have to do something to get back into that round. And honestly, I kind of like that Rexy did drop that the lockdown there as well, right? 30 seconds to go, buys a lot of time. Unfortunately, got picked through the dark cover. So that's a little bit unfortunate.
So many moments just where, you know, a split second sort of changes it up for Rawfield to find that opening and then have his team overwhelmed. You know, I felt like just the space that Daikute was able to occupy, it really started to make Enigma second guess themselves. And that's ultimately what allowed the round to fall into the hands of Cerberus. But their rotations have been really good. I think that's the thing that I have to sort of make comments on. They understand their position on the map. They're able to kind of move around and take that early control. Because that's what I said. Look at this. You know, he knew, but I don't think he spotted the second member. The call wasn't made there for Excali. And Daikute finds two in a very, very impactful position. Then, unfortunately, a rogue bullet from Akashi catches him in the dark cover. It was the reveal of the recon bolt, yeah?
Yeah. I didn't catch that one, but great positioning. You know, great teamwork to be able to make sure you try to maximize that. Cerberus with the round advantage, rather, 9-8. Certainly does feel like we're going to get a distance out of this one here. Good reveal on the 0 point. Rawfield, how much time do you look to sacrifice on toward this line? Again, you know, for Enigma, no real shifts in the setup, right? You still got that Sova and Killjoy setup over at the A side. Bit of short control, the fact that the drone did just get sent in. So we're in this sort of just waiting phase at the moment to see when the first fight will actually happen. And it definitely does feel like Cerberus are going to be the ones to instigate it.
We need to see this impact from Enigma. Cerberus, they're desperate. They want to take this to map 3. They want to go to split. They were reverse swept on by BAAM only just a couple days ago. They're not going to allow that to happen again. They know that this is their chance to make it into that group stage. And if they don't get this one, you know, they have to go home. If they do win, they've got another one around the corner as well. But it is going to be that offense straight out on towards this A side here, Deal. Now, RVK will be spotted. Is he going to have any help from his team? Excali, Rexy from under heaven. Does get another and a second as well for Rexy. Excali, great fragment, locking Loki into the corner. And now with that spike drop down, Suka all the way back at short. Unfortunately, the null command is going to make it awkward as well. So Suka has to just basically let the clock tick down.
I just want to say, I love what Rexy has just done in that situation. The fact that he's realized the recon dart was used in A main to clear wine, not only does that just 100% give you the information that this round is turning up towards A, he can tuck in towards Hell and play off the back of his own utility. The ping that we were seeing happen at the generator, that was because our drone actually got a tag on towards RVK. That's why he was there kind of by himself. I just love that little slight shift from Rexy in that round. And look what he was able to do, right? The frag that comes there, the second on the back of the paranoia, that small recon dart just gave him so much to work with in this round. That was awesome.
Another timeout called for Cerberus. They know that crunch time is now. They know that they can't let this slip because let's review the cash situation, right? They've got another buy. It's available to them, but they let this one slip. And it's just that potential real solid swing round where Enigma can pull back all the control. They can really find their way sort of towards that 11 or 12 and start to, you know, make Cerberus sweat even further. Whereas if Cerberus, they do manage to at least find something back, they've got a little bit more that they need to scrap out. There is sort of up towards that 2.5K average for most of these players for Enigma. So they are going to have a buy into the next. Rawfield's got his operator again, top of the server once more. He's been doing really good things, but you know, Akashi has also shone really, really bright, and we have got to see some massive moments. Like Loki has someone who's been really, really impressing me, not only with his positioning, but also the paranoias and the dark covers that have been sent out. Real solid in the way that Cerberus have been able to play this map of Ascent, especially on the attacker side.
Yeah. And we turn towards the ultimates in this round as well, right? We've got Daikute ready and available with the Bladestorm, and that's one of those ultimates that you got to put yourself into it. It's not one of the safe, protected ones like RVK, for instance, has with the Hunter's Fury. So in terms of trying to secure out this round, there's more that Enigma have to play with at the moment than Cerberus do. And I guess you can make an argument for Loki being one away from the from the shadows, that he can utilize that, you know, if it's a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2, go to the other side of the map. Yeah, for sure. But it's one of those situations that one definitely has to unfold. It's not a certainty, and it's not an immediate return value. I'm waiting to see if this is going to be one of those rounds that RVK rips, you know, the Hunter's Fury, or if he doesn't. Because if you remember, Suka used that lockdown, so he doesn't have to worry about that for a couple of rounds.
And there will be a technical pause. So that one comes through. These do happen. Everyone obviously all over in the same spot. Finally sort of back on, you know, some degree of land. Cannot wait for those playoffs as well. It'll be so exciting to see who is going to do the big things, as we said, right? Like, you know, Asia has been all over it as of late. Like, seeing those teams go over to Masters. Obviously, Zeta Division from the Japanese region did big things, as well as obviously Paper X, you know, making it up as well, joining 2 Asian teams in the top 4. Massive stuff.
And not to forget, because I feel like you might.
Yeah.
Our homegrown talent too.
Oh, mate, I'm not going to forget about those. I just can't come to this broadcast biased. You know me.
Alrighty, here we go. 0 point destroyed over towards A main, and the Bladestorm has been ripped out. Thank you, everyone, for being patient through that tech pause. Not a long one, which we do love to see. But we've already got a little bit of this A main prowess from Cerberus. They've got that. But it's a bit of silence. Waiting to see really what Daikute's going to be doing over at short.
So they show face again, but happy to fall away. Already that control from Daikute, as you mentioned, up towards short. Bladestorm available. And there is a quick rotate too, so it does appear that Enigma have had some sort of information thrown at them. I guess it's off the back of that position now from Rexy. Very forward thinking in the round.
This is scary.
They are going to meet. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. You know, they lose that pick.
If Rexy dies, no utility, no safety at the site. Now the footsteps have been heard. He's going to fall back, immediately call for RVK. Hunter's Fury, remember? I mentioned that. Let's see if it happens. And it does. Early, in fact. I like it.
They are moving in quickly. Tarek gets the spot out. They are looking to try and get something further on this. So far back on the site is going to be Rexy. We've seen massive things from him previously, but it is going to be Suka to find that opening. Rexy still alive, still in position, does get one, but it is traded. Now Suka looking to find another drop Sexcalli, and it's all in a raw fall. Does get Suka, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough. That swing round that we talked about potentially being there. Cerberus says, nah, we want to go to split, and we're going to prove it to you.
Little time. Uh-oh, hang on. Before we even get there. All right, Daikute gets it in the end. Yep, he knows what happens. He knows. Silence around the B side. Hunter's Fury gets ripped on out. You think, all right, Cerberus aren't going to be able to get in. Enigma have got this. You see the Guiding Light as well actually hurt their own team. But somehow, Cerberus, despite kind of everything being thrown their way, they managed to get in. Suka and Loki getting shots out from what I revealed to be through a smoke, through this exact smoke in CT. Open up the B site somehow. They just completely took the fight to Enigma and won it. Double digit secured. No real purchase for Enigma now. This is potentially looking like, as you mentioned, an 11.
Needs to be. Cerberus having to take advantage of the opportunity that they've actually created for themselves. They certainly haven't been given this one. They've looked much more drilled, much more solid. Now Rawfield. Oh, there it is. The big jet play that they desperately need. He's up close and personal. And with 2 on the opener, Excali does spot out Kishi off the back of her recon bolt as well. Spike has been dropped. And now they can actually look to take point, look to take that position. Rawfield does actually expend all of those blades, so they have to run in and they have to try and find Kishi. Kishi gets 2, but quickly traded. RVK finds another, and we do see still Enigma at that advantage. But however, they don't have the weaponry to quite do it. I mean, Antidote has managed to at least collect the Vandal, but the Spike is a long way from home. Exactly right. Rexy so low. Getting the Marshal. RVK's picked up another Vandal. And Suka and Loki, they're both going around the wrong way. The long way.
I almost feel like this is one of those rounds where do you keep control of the Spike or do you play towards one of the sites? Because there's just so many positions that Cerberus now can actually waltz in towards, and that's going to be the thing. You've got a From the Shadows available. I was just about to make mention of it, and Loki's gone and done it. The Spike's down.
Yes,
he's got From the Shadows. If you're not standing directly on top of it, he can TP and steal it, right? I just saw Rexy about to go and stand on it, and he mistimed it.
Exactly right. Like, it's always something that's kind of lurking in the back of your mind. You know, are they going to be able to make that play? And they absolutely do here. They fake out the information enough. They take control of B. And yeah, they've just done it so perfectly here. Now, Enigma, it's going to be a real tough one for them to find their way in. RBK does have no shield. Loki does get spotted out by that Nano Swarm, but he can go back far enough. Dark cover will be utilized to at least sort of force them in. And RBK moves very quickly. Look at both of them here. Paranoia comes through, and Suka does as well. Suka gets 2. Will it be a 3rd? Not quite. Antidote does get it, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time. He's moving in quickly. The time is ticking, and Loki just relaxing. He's happy to get the job done, and that is going to be the 11th round. Cerberus, they have done it. Enigma are going to have a bye, but it is basically their last-ditch attempt to try and close their map selection of Ascent.
Yep, that was a well-fought round to come through from both sides, but it's one of those things, right? It's a player advantage over to the side of Enigma, 3 versus 2, and call it a lapse in what abilities your opponents have, a lapse in information, position. Spike is stolen, and that was the deal breaker in the round. I can't help but feel for Cerberus. Also, I guess you could make an argument for the fact that those nano swarms didn't go far enough back to take out Loki, but regardless, a well-fought venture for Cerberus to get back into that round, despite, you know, kind of being taken off guard by Rawfield's blades in the very beginning of it. They secure their 11th. A pause comes through right now. They've got time to talk because this is going to be one of those big rounds for Cerberus to try and force it into at least securing that OT point and not seeing elimination just yet.
Absolutely. All on the line here for Cerberus, and they are fighting for it. Rawfield, I feel like he got a little bit baited by himself in that round. You know, the opening 2 super sharp with those blades and pushes a bit too far forward, whiffs a couple, and you know, the
very
fact
hungry.
They felt so desperate to get that kill onto Kishi, and he found 2 in the process. So really solid sort of positioning for him, able to equalize, and you know, again, great utilization of Loki. Like, that's what I keep kind of harping on. Like, he has had a pretty rough game, like on the fragging department. Not so much this map, definitely picking up in this one, but his impact has been disgustingly strong.
Yeah. All right, we're still going to be seeing the old Sova Killjoy lean towards the A side for Enigma, so not feeling like they need to change anything up just yet. Excali, first point of contact. You got a Paranoia ready as well. 0 point. Going to be forcing them back. 4 hostiles detected on the back of that reveal as well is huge, but the problem now being that one player that hasn't been revealed. Look, now you know where they are. There is information for Enigma with a minute 12 to go on this round on where all 5 players are.
Straight in. And they make a bit of a blunder. That was an interesting fight to be found because at least whilst there is 2 members ready to sort of rock and roll here, Rawfield not too far back. Antidote actually has to From the Shadows out of there. Is he going to be able to get out quick enough? He will. But Kishi has found Rawfield at the exact same time. I think, Komodo, this may very well be that 12th round for Cerberus. They have looked disgustingly strong. Loki has now spotted out Antidote. It's all starting to fall apart here for Enigma. They were looking absolutely fantastic. They were doing it all, but now Rexy wants to try and bring it back for his team. Antidote just waiting so patiently. It's all going to be on who finds that Feist first. There was the dark cover. Now jumping out. RVK also spotted from CT. Can't quite connect on the Loki. There's Antidote. Gets the timing, gets the position, but Rexy doesn't quite spot out Suka, who picks up 2. Will it be a 3rd? He's looking to make it, lock it down. And Suka, the man of the hour on the Killjoy, finds a 12th round here for Cerberus.
The young gunner, this is what we were expecting to come out from him as well, but not necessarily on the Killjoy for us right now, Conky. Really putting in the numbers, really putting in the work, and I just got to say, I really agree with that blunder that you mentioned in the piece as well, right? Because it's an ambitious frag to take in B main on the back of having your 0 point reveal 4 players. Anyway, regardless, the 12th round is secured out now from Cerberus, and they've got 3 safety points to play with, essentially, from this elimination right now. Split around the corner if we do need it, of course. But for Enigma, they need to get these next 3, and they don't have the best weaponry to do so.
And just again, like Suka, like what an impressive player. I feel like I've been saying his name so many times throughout this series. We got some info sort of on this player. He's one of those young guns that has put all his eggs into the Valorant basket. He's been, you know, staying quite some time away from his family to practice and really put in the hard yakka, and it is looking absolutely beautiful so far. He's been doing awesome things. But exactly that. Good use of the lockdown this time. Enigma wanting to try find something. Daikyu already all the way up in towards that position, but RVK, even with the Bulldog, able to find that the only sort of trade-off is that Rexy is so low. Antidote also with 50 points of HP. Now Suka up short. Teammates not too far away. Loki and Kishi going to be going towards long. Does Antidote have that paranoia, or has it been used?
No,
it's gone.
used it in the beginning.
It's gone. He's in wine rather. I don't know if he's going to be able to have a sip because Kishi's going to deny it. He's drank the whole bottle. 4 versus 3 here.
Can't be seeing them get drunk on power, unfortunately. A dink out from Rawfield. If that was a Vandal, would have got the job done. But now Kishi on towards Rexy. The opening frags went Enigma's way, and they still might be seeing it go their way. 3 versus 2 again. A ping out on towards Loki. You know where he is. No flank, actually, for Enigma on this retake, but a challenge into the cover. And Kishi from inside it finds 2. Now he's on for the ace to be able to close this map. They know exactly where RVK is, playing at the back of the generator. Loki can just play bait at the moment. Make sure that RVK doesn't get into a position to win this one. The smoke is gone from that door, and Kishi takes the fight. It's a dink on out. It's not going to be the aces that's stolen from Loki, but it is the map over towards Cerberus, 13-9, which means, Donkey, we are indeed getting our 3rd finale decider for this elimination match. It will be split.
We absolutely are, after an absolutely awesome series here. 2 maps super strong. You know, Haven was a bit more of a bloodbath. Obviously, Enigma looking super strong, taking it out 13-7. But now as we switch over to Ascent, it was the map that we thought was going to be the strongest for Enigma. They had so many runs with this setup, so many like dominant performances in the past. And for a roster that has so many different agent selections, you know, for one to be finding themselves some regularity. And I just sort of feel like the KO wasn't maybe utilized enough. Yeah. Tried so hard to do some big things, but unfortunately, you know, it was Cerberus coming back, and now for the elimination, we do get to see 3rd map and splits around the corner.
Yeah, just on that point as well, the amount of multi-frags that we're seeing from some Qeon individuals, right? Suka, Kishi just coming out where needed, where required, and positions from Daikyu as well. Everything was really going over towards Cerberus. We saw that happen for them on Ascent. It was the flip side over on Haven where things were going Enigma's way. All we got to do is pick the best parts from these teams from both of those maps, put that in a split, and we'll have an absolute ripper of a 3rd map.
Absolutely, and we will obviously have it all broken down for us on the desk, and we'll send it over to a break before they reel it back in just a few minutes.
Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these policies, my darling. You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on weed. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here we go. Map number 3 on its way. Just the way Konki and Komodo wanted it to go down. But oh my goodness, what an action-filled day. I mean, I was looking at the scores as we were on a break. It was 1-2, 2-1, 1-1 right now. I could have mixed up the numbers a little bit, but you guys get the gist. The scores were just all over the place. Every single best of 3 match over here just fully utilized by these teams. Goes to show that, hey, we're out here to be the best and the very best. And on the other hand, we're not here to get eliminated just yet. If we're going to go down that road, it's going to happen. But we're just going to give it our all at this point. Now, like I said earlier, Fluffy, I really think that we need to beware of the dog sign when we get faced with Cerberus Esports. Don't you agree?
I would have to completely agree with you, especially after watching that amazing Ascent game by them. They started out very strong on the first half, but it was the second half for me that really sealed the deal for their game against Enigma Gaming. Kishi especially played so well on that Sky, getting most of the kills on the defensive side, but also still the guiding light forever for his team. And as well as Suka, his ability to just reposition. He was kind of... It's weird. Looking back at the statistics, Suka seemed like on the attack, he was getting so many frags, but on the defense, he was more just about the team utility. But whatever the case is, he was a rock-solid player that allowed the rest of his team to move around, and at the end of the day, Enigma Gaming did take it.
I was hoping to see a little more of that kind of calculated aggression that we see on Enigma's side on Cerberus. But when they went on that attacker side, I felt like they were forcing the duels, kind of like, I want you to fight me, that kind of movement, that kind of attitude towards their gameplay, and I think it really turned out to their favor. against a team like Enigma, which wants it calculated, wants it cool, wants it, it's in the books. They know what strategy is going on. But Cerberus just going in there saying, no, I want to fight you and I want to fight you now.
I think that part of that actually comes from the first half, wherein Enigma Gaming was actually feeling really confident over their aim duels over there. Really great team when it comes to the aim. And Cerberus Esports just wanted to challenge that and give them a taste of their own medicine. And we're looking at the MVPs over here. We've got Rexy on one side and Kishi on the other side. As you just said, Fluffy, earlier, the guiding lights were on point. And I gotta mention though, although he's not the MVP over here, in the starting rounds, Fluffy, Rafiel was absolutely a beast. He would clear sight and he would even clear the flank, ending up in a 4K for some of the rounds over there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect anything less coming from an amazing Jet from the region. Rafiel really pulling out all the fuel, going into overdrive as he really drives through the enemy team, creating space not only for himself, but as a good head of the spear that they're trying to shove through the opposing side. Although I have to mention that I feel like sometimes he did kind of overexert himself, if I'm going to be honest. I feel like the more sometimes calculated CS attack really did hinder him, especially on the defensive side.
And if it's not obvious to the viewers already, I know that sometimes we see a duelist, we want them to be on the top of the scoreboard, but we've seen in VCT APAC Stage 2 that duelists don't always have to be at the top of the scoreboard. Because at the end of the day, as I believe Daxton pointed out, a duelist's job is sometimes just to open that space for the team to go in, and Daikyu being that kind of sacrifice on CES's side has turned out to create so much space for the team.
Yes, of course. At the end of the day, as much as we'd like to see somebody on the top of these teams, it's still a team game. You don't need to be the shining star all the time. You can make space and give your teammates some time to shine instead. One of the shining stars that I did see over here with the Battle of the Omens, we just saw Antidote get that kill over there, but I've seen his sneaky kills go through over at mid, Fluffy, and I really enjoyed watching the Omens just battle it out over at Ascent.
I mean, Omen, I feel like sometimes people think that agent is kind of underrated. I feel like, especially for the average player, just having an Omen is not the greatest feeling all the time, but here in the pro scene, you can really maximize a lot of the utility, especially with the flash, and a lot of mind games can come out as well from the TPs.
Oh, speaking of the TPs, can I just say that I absolutely was losing my mind when Loki gave us a glimpse of our pub games out here. He took the spike with his ultimate, he planted it, and he did not allow Enigma Gaming to steal his moment. So clip it and ship it if you haven't already. Loki was just an absolute beast during that round. But oh my goodness, just a lot of amazing plays over here on both sides. I mean, that's the entire reason why we're making it to game number 3, right? Right?
For sure.
Definitely.
Something else. It does feel like for some of the rounds over here, it felt like a lot of default plays. I mean, after all, as we've mentioned time and time again, Ascent is the map that is filled with the fundamentals, and so that's probably why some of the rounds did feel that way. But one round that did catch my eye, I believe the casters also caught this too, was when Akashi, I don't know if it was a misclick or it was intentional,
yes.
but he clicked on the Hunter's Fury, which essentially baited Rexy to take a peek over at Heaven. But, you know, Suka was there, he was covering him, and I don't know if it was planned or not, but either way, Trix, it just worked in the favor of Cerberus Esports over there.
It did, but I think all of us have that history of maybe being a little on the fat finger side and accidentally popping a skill we didn't mean to, getting caught out with utility. It's an error that some people make. A bait is, also possible, although he was, looking at the person who planted it.
I think he did shoot his rifle for a little bit, so no, we're gonna treat it as it was all calculated. It was all part of the plan, because it worked, and it worked in their favor. That's what matters at the end of the day. We did end the half, Fluffy, with a 6-6 over here, but I think that at the blink of an eye, just the results were changing. It was first really a tug of war between these two teams, 9-9 at one point, but Cerberus Esports just trying to pull the rope a little bit closer to their home base.
Yeah, when Cerberus started attacking, I noticed that aside from going default a lot, they also were very, very careful for how they used their utility. They really tried to be very safe, at least on the earlier rounds, waiting for the recharge and playing off the timing of both the recon dart as well as the Sky Flash. So one of the things that I like about how they attack, aside from being very careful, is that they're very quiet, meaning it's very hard for the opponent to expect it. Granted, they do have that KO and Sova information. I feel like just because they're able to mess with the timings, it really made a big deal overall.
Well, since you brought that up, I'm directing the question this time around to Trix. With what we just saw, what do you think the necessary adjustments are going to be as we move on to a map such as Split?
On Enigma's side, we've seen them make these fantastic plays, both on Ascent and on the map prior, which was Haven. Coming into Split, I hope that they practice a little more discipline. In terms of the discipline with the post plans, the discipline with, okay, you had some amazing shots, you have the advantage, do not lose it. Because I find that there were many rounds where it was on their favor, it was on their side. And with a little bit of, the overextending or that a little too much confidence kind of peak, that just went to Cerberus.
I absolutely agree. What about you, Fluffy? We're seeing the agent composition right on our screen, but we were at the topic of Split already, so why don't you continue?
I feel like for Split, what I'm going to expect from at least Enigma is going to be, it's either going to be the Cypher or the Chamber. I feel like Chamber is a good pick if you can really utilize it well, but I've seen them play the other composition in the past against Global Esports, and they really took it home there when they brought out the Cypher as well as the Raze and Jet, a more standard double duelist comp. But as we go into the game right now, we can see what they actually picked.
Yeah, Trix, we're seeing a double controller setup over here for Enigma's side. And then on the other side, we've got a double Sentinel instead of their usual double Initiator for other maps.
I'm a little surprised with Enigma's pick because I feel like they flourish with the excess of flashing. So that flash to really get the opponents away or at least to give themselves an advantage. Having only the Omen with the Viper is nice because there's a lot of control. You also have that wall from the Sage, but on Cerberus' side, I feel they can continue that explosive play, bringing the fight to Enigma kind of style that they've succeeded in a sense.
I know that they're for sure that they are a practice team, but I'm kind of also worried that because they're relying on that double Sentinel and double controller lineup, they are giving up that information that they could have gotten with a more info-heavy Initiator. You could have a Fade or like Sky previously, but they're choosing to play a bit more default and relying more on their team play over just gathering free information.
I'm scared for both of the teams, not because I don't have faith in their compositions rather, but because both of these teams are just so incredibly good, and one of them is gonna be eliminated, which breaks my heart over here at the panel. But of course, that is just how the competition goes over here. Map 3 is just starting in just a bit, but on the scoreboard, we can see 1-1 for Cerberus Esports and Enigma Gaming. This could go either way. I don't really know at this point. I know I was banking on Enigma Gaming in my prediction, but honestly, after the stellar performance on Cerberus Esports' side, I don't really mind if they get the win. I'm looking forward to a really good match over here. So with that, let us pass it, you guys, back over to our casters so we can begin once again with the game number 3.
Thank you very much, Likeable. We are back for map number 3 of the series number 3 of the day. There is actually still more games around the corner, but this one is an elimination Komodo. It is going to be sad to see either of these teams go out after the fight that they did manage to put in. Obviously, we saw Enigma come out strong on Haven, but then unfortunately drop the ball on their own map pick to Cerberus of Ascent. It has been a very, very tight back and forth. The second map was like, you know, head to tail the entire way through until that second half breakout from Cerberus. So it's been awesome. And are you sort of tailing anything now that we've had a look at that agent selection going into this final map of Split?
So we've seen individually everybody have moments in this server, right? So it's not like it doesn't matter which agent everyone is kind of running into. However, the similarity and the statistic that I can bring up here is our first map in Haven, Cerberus ran a new composition and they didn't win. They won a composition that they've played with before on Ascent and they won. They're now running another composition that they haven't played with. So will that carry on for them to lose? I don't know. The only difference is Loki Omen used to be Astra. For Enigma, we've seen this composition before and it's worked wonders for them. And this is exactly what I mean. Raw feel, immediate open onto Suka.
There's the Headhunter, narrow difference, right? The body shot compared to the headshot, but at the exact same time, Loki takes matters into his own hands. Obviously, there is a little bit of a team dynamic there, taking control of A main, but now Excali, is he going to be able to find Daikute? He does, but not before Daikute does find another, but that is going to be the Sage out of the server.
Back to market.
Back to a 3-on-3, yeah, look, it's just been, oh no! He's found it as well. Kishi all over that.
Oh, Paint Shell's in towards the ropes, however, and with the slow orb, the damage is starting to be heard, or the ticking of the feet. Team Paranoia out, however, as everybody just starts to fall back a minute on the clock to still play with. The dark cover eventually going to fade, but there's now reinforcements going over toward the market for that spike control. Cerberus, they've got that. And if Antidote does go in without his teammates, it might be a little bit difficult. He's got a Paranoia to work with for himself. It's a lot of time just working for Cerberus.
So much has happened in this round. There's the trade-off of the dark cover. Kishi, no, caught with the boombot out. And it does gather information. At least it does go a little bit further in. But Excali starts to move. And it is going to be all onto Loki. Still does have the spike. Can reposition. Excali, though, going further forward. I think he's actually looked for a cheeky peek outside the dark cover. Does hear the footsteps and does hit the run away. Where do they go? They should have enough time to get over towards the A site. They will. I do believe at least. Yeah, they've just got to be careful. 10. Oh, there's the block.
They're blocking.
What?
They're blocking.
It's going to be tight. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I said don't block them. That's why.
Oh, my
What's
God.
going to be left with? 0.79. It's all right. The job is done.
That's okay. That was a matchmaking moment, but it's
oh.
absolutely okay. They've got the spike planted. And Loki has to do it all here in this 1 versus 3. Does have a dark cover available. I think good position here. Dropping down from Antidote. Goes straight into the vents. So he's going to be okay in position. But Excali's going to close it anyway. That round was, I guess, chaos, right? Like, that was just the fact that the spike was left in Ramen. And then the pincer attack and everything else. It was...
I think I would take that up towards timing. Honestly, if the boombot wasn't brought out from Kishi, that round probably goes a completely different way. The fact that, you know, he'll poke through the dark cover, then be revealed, like before he's even got visibility on towards opponents, that would have been, you know, probably the round for Cerberus. But the fact that he gets timed here, look at this, just working wonders for Antidote. Again, Akashi feels like he has to try and do something, but already being looked after by another opponent, and the pistol just goes Enigma's way. So a good little recovery in that one. Now with their purchase coming in towards this, we're going in front of Kishi, and he will win that duel against Excali.
Do we see another round of a similar nature? Hopefully not. The Classics have done too much damage for Cerberus. And as the barrier wall will go up, at least it will isolate. However, Suka has already started to have a little bit of a hunt towards this position from screens. Very, very keen. The danger of the Headhunter Komodo is always something we look upon.
I thought that wall actually blocked Rawfield to be stuck in towards the elbow in front of the wall, but he was at least able to get away from that one, which is good. This also acts as a very big one-way. However, a great fault line pushes him off the line. And I don't think they know exactly that old mate Suka has gotten in front of this here. So some flashes going on through as well. Damage starting to be delivered. The Shorty manages to find something in from Loki, so he's happy. He's got his one. But now it's just down to Daikute to either find the exit or fall with the spike. It's looking to be the former, but it's indeed going to be denied by Antidote. So 2-0 to Enigma. They'll survive with 3 weaponry in toward the next round. And now is the time for Cerberus to get the big guns in.
Hopefully we can actually see a solid position here from Enigma in this bonus. You know, they've worked hard for it so far. They came out strong, you know, all guns blazing on that attacker's side of Haven. And for Kishi to find that opening onto Excali, it was a little bit like, oh no, but they move into the site well. They trade effectively, a great barrier wall towards screens, and Daikute can't even close towards the end, even with Antidote looking the other way. Unfortunately, the Classic doesn't always connect. And now as we do move into this very, very important round, Spectres, Sheriff, Obviously, just the headhunter here for Rawfield and Suka. He's actually going to open up nice and strong as well. So at least this round is appearing to go the way so far early of Cerberus.
And I like the benefits of having this sort of composition from Enigma, right? You got the Viper and the Omen to always make sure you got a refresher on some sort of vision blocking, some sort of map coverage. And whilst RVK has been taken out here, it means you've still got smokes at least available to try and execute somewhere on towards this map. I don't know how Xali has just won out that duel, but it does get traded in at the end. So there is some damage that we're seeing from Enigma come out in this round. However, a minute to go.
I'm just realizing, I think that was a team flashpoint for
going
Akashi.
towards this B site. It was just going to be hard for them to get back into this round, right?
Yeah, very much so. Very, very much so. So they creep back. Again, wanting to allow Enigma to come to them. Still 6 bullets in the headhunter chamber. Rexy, good positioning in towards top of mid. Just play the waiting game. Already looking over. Akashi still in position. Dark
30
cover
seconds
as
left.
well. Kishi pushing back. There's Loki.
Down B.
I think it should be easy breezy in this position. Paranoia available. Rawfield can't quite connect. And unfortunately, that is going to be round done as Rexy does get punished by Kishi in mid. And Cerberus straight back on the board. But Enigma will have their full buy out in this next round. Will they be able to show it up? You know, back, I guess, similarities to Ascent, right? Split also has that very heavy tendency to be a little bit more not attacker-sided, rather defensive-sided.
Yeah.
So very, very hard to push through the extremities. The choke points make it nice and easy for a team like Cerberus to take sort of advantageous control, as they have already done, obviously, in that pistol, getting in towards A main. Will we see more? Looks like there's a lean up here towards B main as well to try and find that fight. They want to get those ultimate orbs nice and early and look at them straight on in. It does make it awkward as well, as we do see RVK start to pull away.
Oh, no holds barred. That is for certain. Akashi has been dinked down at 2 HP. Keep an eye on what he's going to do. Go get some heals. That's a wise position, but it's at the cost of a lot of positioning. And I mean, I'm looking at the other side of the map. Right here, everything is happening over towards Enigma. I was about to make mention that Rawfield had already snuck in towards mid, expecting a kind of aggressive play to come back and gain some rotational control, but he's cut off the head of the snake before it could even do anything, or at least in this case, the head of the dog. And Cerberus, they are just shut out of this, mind you, full purchase round for everyone.
That's a tough one. Very, very awkward situation to be in for Loki. 5 alive for Enigma is certainly a strong sort of swing round position that they want to be in, but I guess we won't, throw the kitchen sink at it just yet. We'll wait. We'll give it time. If Loki does live on, might be an opportunity. There's one enemy felled in RVK. If he does manage to chip away at 1 or 2 more, as well as saving that Vandal, at least, big things will occur.
Yeah, the problem I'm feeling as well, if he actually does find any more kills, it doesn't contribute towards too much bar taking weapons away from them. It actually gives Enigma steps closer towards their own ultimates, right? Antidote, Rawfield, Xdali, all 1 away. Rexy 2 away. This is getting into a very scary scenario in round number 5 now, because Enigma, attacker's side is a challenge when it comes to split. If they can get going early on the back of using these ultimates, then win an eco round against Cerberus, you're talking 5-6 rounds on attacker's side with spare change to go. So this is a very crucial round for Enigma to capitalize upon, either normally with these guns or using their ultimates if they get them, because they can.
So ever so important here. Enigma need to hold on. Looks like there hasn't been too much of an investment made here for Cerberus. They want to make sure that they can take that fight. Suka has got a full clip of the headhunter. Obviously a little while away from the tour de force, so only that from the shadows available at this point in time. Technical pause to come through. I'm sure we'll find out very, very soon. But overall, yeah, as you mentioned, Enigma so close to those points. If they're able to, find this one, drag another forward, if they find 5 or 6 so early in this position on the attacker's side, that could be, almost a statement enough in itself.
That's what I was making mention to just before, right? The fact that this map is inclined to be a more structured defensive-sided map, you're now looking at the prospect of an eco round that you're going against, right? You got sheriffs and everything there from Cerberus. If they do something untoward, uncharacteristic, and they're able to find it, look, props to them. Awesome. For Enigma, yeah, that sucks. But the fact that we're in a scenario right now for Enigma to be able to cleanly find their 4th round maybe now it shifts even to not using these ultimates and then have them available for that next proper gun round. You are looking at a very highlighted attacker's side. For those just wondering as well why we are in this tech pause, we have just had a PC crash, so we're just waiting for, I believe it's Antidote to get back into it.
Yep, would make sense. Hasn't purchased in yet, but shouldn't be too far away. The team was nice and quick to get onto it. So these things happen in the technical world as it stands. But, you know, I guess we just sort of break down like, you know, what we've seen so far and what we're kind of thinking into these, you know, not only the rest of this one, but the series. You know, we've got the play-ins right now, the group stage just around the corner, those top 4 seeds that are going to be so hungry to be able to take it to them. Can't wait to see Paper X, Team Secret, Onyx G. Like, it's just going to be so crazy into that next stage.
On that, right, and I'll steal something away from the analyst desk because we don't get to touch upon this too much. Made in Thailand and Bleed have already qualified, right? So that's what we're fighting for right now. These teams are, yes, it's an elimination match. First, they're trying to join those teams, right, to get in toward the next stages of the prestigious event that'll lead in towards Masters, right? Get your name out there. Get better composition that you can play against. Get better at this game. All of that's contributing, you know. Your experience is brilliant in this. Exposure is great as well, of course, but the hurdle that these guys have to face, Mitch, if they win this match, is BAAM. And we've already seen BAAM beat Cerberus, I would say in a convincing fashion, you know, not really close maps. Yes, it was a 2-1, but it was kind of a distant scoreline. Enigma's match against Made in Thailand, if losing that match with those OTs, with those close maps, if they now lose this one as well, that's going to be heartbreaking for them because you think about 2 or 3 rounds difference and they could have been in the top bracket and, you know, maybe they lose or maybe they qualified over BAAM. Regardless, teams have to fight BAAM next, and we're looking at a BAAM that is looking pretty damn fancy at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Super strong team. You know, maybe some further results would have been expected. You know, maybe saw them kind of, you know, fight a little bit further. Obviously, Indonesia's such a strong region. But there's just going to be so many exciting things over this next little while. And you know, Valorant has leaned in so well in the Asian region just as a whole. Like, it's got so many eyes upon it, so many players playing it. It's brought together a really solid community. So very excited to see what the future holds around the corner and for the rest of this event. But we are back in. Antidote has reconnected, repurchased, ready to rock and roll. And again, Cerberus obviously just back onto that light buy, but they've completely left open this B site. So it is going to be the right gamble for Enigma, but maybe, just maybe, Cerberus with their position, they might be able to take a bit more control.
You're going to see a group set play like I was making mention to as well, and it's one of those 50-50s, right? Yeah, if the opponents are next to us and we walk into them, awesome, we'll take the skirmish. If they're not there, well, we've probably just lost out the round, and it might just be the latter right now. 5 versus 5, an open plant, coverage of weaponry and abilities. Take it away. This is going to get chaotic.
We do love a good skirmish. Will we see another in this position? Great shot. Antidote locks out Daikute. Kishi also spotted, but these are where the sheriffs start to get the job done. And now Rawfield also keen to try and find something. The paint shells actually utilize it well. He has to rendezvous the hell out of there straight away. Excali up on the rafters, but he should be able to lock down for a nice and long time. Or it looks like Cerberus have made up their minds. Not super keen. Just trying to hold the extremities. Again. Great shot. Great stuff. But okay, they've lost a lot here. I mean, they can't make it back in. There's not enough time. But Excali certainly had the pressure applied to him. Will he get 4? He will. But he has to get away from that Radiant as well. He will. It's okay. Nicely done from Enigma, but they do lose a lot in the process.
It's okay. They've got money to spare, and I think that's one of the best things for them, right? Because whilst they've got that cash, they held on to a lot of their ultimates, and that was the thing I was making mention. They figured out, of course, that there wasn't really a purchase to come through from Loki. I reckon they're okay with how that round turned out because of the economy state and because they didn't have to invest any ultimates into it. They can now not rely upon them, but capitalize upon their ultimates that they can throw in towards this round. You look at the flip side, right? If there's a set play from Cerberus at the get-go, which might be B main, might be in towards mid, and they lose their life, Rexy's going to bring you back out into it. They now know that Suka's here with an operator over at the A side, a skirmish in mid, a battle in mid. It goes the way of Enigma, and guess what? That resurrection is going to come in, and you've got a great advantage for Enigma.
Straight up. Good position from Excali. He's pretty keen to have a bit of a look further towards A. Might be able to make a call. From the shadows available, Antidote does have that spike in hand as they do move into sewers. I don't think Akashi actually spotted that. He's taking advantage of the control though, but still RVK's position, huge. Just waiting outside main, spots Loki, should have that info now. And that's actually caused Akashi to move away. Like, this round is already done. There's the from the shadows, straight into screen. Suka, unfortunately, hasn't had a chance to do much with that operator just yet. Akashi's looking over towards B, and You know, Suka is in heaven, kind of ready for something to happen, but has just missed the timing. Has let one slot away. Great shot. That's the spike. That could be scary. That could be deadly. Akashi going to be ready for it as well. Antidote does manage to at least pick up the spike. But if they get this pick, maybe there's a world, maybe not. Excali does good things, and that should be a close of the round now as Suki gets out.
Yep, he's going to be dropping down into the ropes as well and head for the hills. Keep this operator in toward the next round, which, I mean, you've got your own ultimate available as well, right? If you want to be bringing that out into the next round, you may as well. Raw field down. Suka holding onto this operator. Hey, he's doing a fair effort of it.
Hit some good shots.
That's for certain. 5th round, though, is the takeaway from this one, right? For Enigma. And correct me if I'm wrong, they only used that resurrection. So they've still got a... Oh, and the From the Shadows. Okay. So they've still got Excali with the showstopper. Don't know about the pick. Didn't catch one. But there you go. Suka's operator is down. Team Ace. Everybody getting a bit of the pie. And that's the 5th, as I mentioned, for Enigma.
What do we got? It's going to be scrappy. It's not going to look good, but Cerberus clearly feeling that pressure. They want to go for the full force buy-in. It's going to be a couple of sheriffs, light armor, maybe not all the utility that they need. A little bit surprising here that Rexy sort of, you know, just standing out in the open, gets pipped by the operator, but Expo's Excali in position. You know, Suka certainly made it flashy, certainly made it exciting. Little quick scope there onto RVK. But Antidote was ready. Excali did perfect to kind of, you know, jump spot to keep him excited. And as it stands now, yeah, look at that. Like, this is just not a good position to be in. You know, Daikute,
yeah,
Light Shield, same with Akashi. I mean, they've got all of their ultimates ready. Absolutely every single one. Tour de Force can be executed. Kishi's got the showstopper. Anything can happen for Cerberus, but there just hasn't been much signs of life so far. And to be falling away so far, so early in this map of split on that attacker side, to lose the advantageous position is a scary prospect. And again, like, I keep harping on it, but these guys are going home if they aren't successful right now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct in that regard, right? This is the time that you need to have everything kind of falling back into your way. If you make this a respectable half, 7-5, you know, you're laughing. Even if you're kind of down 8-4, or you're down, you know, you're 7-5 yourself and you don't jump into the lead, it's still respectable enough that you can get things back, you know, pistol round, second round, maybe even the bonus, and you're dreaming, you're laughing back into all this game. But that's the story for a little bit later, because right now, there's a fresh round. Fault line is into B main.
Oh my
However,
word.
Akashi has had his clock cleaned.
Took it like a champ, just straight into the fault line. Usually it's the Chad Breach, but this time it's the Chad Chamber. Love to see it. That really leaves Loki in an awkward position. You know, Kishi obviously back on the judge.
It's not resible either.
No, not at all. Such a horrible position to be in. Rendezvous still available. There is that rotation starting to come in. I mean, look, the paranoia is still in the hands of Loki, but like, do you really want to be trying to take those fights at a 4v5? Or do you want to allow time for Cerberus to sort of, you know, sit back, wait, and let Enigma fight them? Oh, that's dangerous. He's just giving it up. One, raw fuel, two. There's a third in the round. He wants a fourth, but he's done it completely solo. Kishi gets one more back. The showstopper comes out. Maybe there's a world where this happens, Dion. Maybe, just maybe, 3 versus 3, and Suka has managed to find RVK. It's going to get real dicey now as raw fuel. He was already on for the 3K. This is not a position you want to be in, but look how split they are. That's what I'm just trying to get my head around right now. Rexy will be able to get the spike plant. Rawfuel has to go through the sewers. Suka already watching from the ramps. And there is going to be the members moving into heaven. And Loki actually already used the From the Shadows to clear out spawn too.
Oh, he's brought out the Tour de Force right into the cross as a Suka. You're never expecting someone to be that patient at the ramp. You know that Rawfield's going for that rotation, however. You know exactly where he is. I absolutely respect what Suka has just done to try and just hold on this round. They're going to line up. There's the first one, can bail away. He knows that Loki used that TP over the dark cover, and Rexy has brought it in for Enigma to hold that down. Conky, can I just say, this round, the pendulum swung way too many times.
Man, all I can say is, like, let's potentially throw it to this, right? And I want to hear the analyst's opinion on this one as well. Do you think that Enigma are purposely making it harder for themselves so they can get the highlight reel? Because that's what I'm feeling like right now. You know, to see the big 3K come through and then Rexy having to clutch it out in a 1v3. Like, are you joking? You know, they baited in all that utility. Pretty much every ultimate was used except for the Rolling Thunder from Akashi. And Enigma still somehow somehow get the job done, and now they look for the fight. Rawfield's found the opening again, and a second. Antidote's just jumping straight through the dark cover. Excali's got mid. Daikute and Suka are all left on their lonesome, but Daikute's found one. He gets a second. It's turning on its head again. Komodo, I am losing my mind.
Can we make sure that your brain isn't just spilling out of your ears? I think we need some plugs for that one right now. Because what these players are doing in this game is absolutely what Valorant is about. These plays, this individual just brilliances coming on through right now are making this so entertaining. And yes, the scoreline might look a little bit split right now, but it doesn't tell you the true story of what we're witnessing right now. This round is not unwinnable, not unachievable for Cerberus. A 2 versus 3. Yeah, the pit that goes down makes it a little bit more difficult, but they've got the Vandals in possession. That one-way is so dirty from RVK right now, playing on the back of his own pit, gets the info that Suka has waltzed his way in toward the side. The Decay is down to 2 HP, 1 on the shield, 1 on the body, and now the round is done. It's a 7th for Enigma, but man, oh man, these rounds are brilliant.
I love this. This has just been such a treat, right? The amount of aggression that we're seeing from both of these teams and how happy they are to take the fight so early. You know, that was one of the things when Valorant was upon release, like realizing how close some of these enemies did spawn to each other, just absolutely making it happen. And you're exactly right. That one way with the barrier wall was just absolutely crazy. And
it's just capitalizing, right? Those situations are just capitalizing upon abilities. Because they're not just there to take away your opponent. They're there to give you advantage.
Yep.
This is why you learn agents, by the way.
For sure. They can all do the shoot.
Yep.
They have their different capacities. Akashi getting his utility out again. Once again, Aftershock, fault line in, no control. Has really been struggling. You know, last series, he did so many big things on the Sova, but I think Excali's just about to take him down. Not quite, but Rawfield found Kishi. So that's all that's really going to matter here because it's an awkward spot, but finally we see Akashi get on the board. Not quite the second. It's going to be Daikute to pick up that one straight on the trade onto Excali. Does he want to move through the dark cover, though? That's going to be the question. Right, such a bold plan. Rexy, he's going to be punished for it as well, and now that makes it very, very dicey. Rawfield even runs straight back into it. Oh my god, Daikute, you are an animal! Doing the damage, and now it's going to be onto Antidote. This is huge. Has the operator in hand, and it's going to be Suka straight onto the line, but he misses it, and now it's going to be a fakie. Does he bait it? Yes, he does, but he can't go quick enough. It's an operator all on the Rawfield. 1 versus 3. He's got 2 points of HP. It's going to be so awkward, so tight, but Daikute says goodnight, and the round is done. Finally, Cerberus back on the board.
3 heads for the Cerberus squad, 3 alive and 3 for Daikute. What a phenomenal round to come through for them to finally get back onto the board. And mind you, it's been 3 rounds in a row for Rawfield finding the opening frag. This round, it was on towards Kishi. The last 2, it was onto Akashi, pushing B main. So you got to be careful going back in toward that one. However, as you do say, a bold, a risky plant out in the open. And Daikute, he knows the lineup. He's able to deny that one going on down and really rip that round back towards Cerberus. They're starting to wake up. And we need to see it keep on going.
What a bold plant, though. In that position, you're knowing that they're just on the other side of heaven. The dark cover's great, but then again, you know, you remember this game of Valorant. Smokes don't stop people. They encourage it.
They don't stop bullets. That's one of the main things.
Yeah. They push through. They take it. And yeah, now we're in the position that we were hoping for, right? A little bit more fight from Cerberus.
Well, it's a bit more respect in this round as well off the get-go, right? No immediate duels in the very beginning. Just a little bit of information gathering, a bit of spotting on through. Dark cover. That wall does go up. It's going to block Loki. This is the false sense of security that they're trying to send over toward Enigma. Suka's won the duel against Antidote over at B main. That's a big opener as far as Cerberus are concerned. And remember, Daikute has just been the bait here for Loki.
Oh, narrow miss. Did need that one, Suka. Loki, though, gets one more, and 3! Okay. Talking about 3 heads on the Cerberus, and Loki proves absolutely that. Suka also to close. The wheels potentially being, like, not even rolling off the Enigma train, having been stolen off at this point in time by Cerberus. They have looked much more well-drilled in these last 2 rounds. Finally, an opportunity back in. But still, there is just so much more fight. What, you know, 2 rounds left in the half.
Yeah.
And they've just got to hope for more.
That play is really good to have in your strap book as well, right? Just to come on through. It's one of those one and done kind of plays that you can bring out every now and again because your opponents will probably be expecting it. They'll probably start to clear mail even if they do see that wall. But the fact that they overlook Loki and he capitalizes on finding 3 kills, securing the round in and of itself. Yeah, Suka started off. Loki to essentially close it. Really, really great. It's going to force that timeout to come out from Enigma, who, don't forget, have had a brilliant first half here regardless. 7 rounds on the attacker's side. You're more than happy with that. It does just shift to how much can they get now to make it easier on their defensive side, because they might fall over. We might have the exact same thing happening when Cerberus gets on towards their attacker side. We're yet to see that. But the fact that there's a pause that comes out for Enigma now, it means that Cerberus, with these 2 rounds that they've gathered, 2 rounds, is getting to Enigma where things need to slow down and settle down.
They've had time to talk it out. Exactly what they were sort of looking for. Really happy with what they've done so far here, Enigma, but also not wanting to let it run away from them. Another lean over towards this A site. They have found plenty of success there. Rawfield still to continue to sort of sell some form of information. This time he does have the tour de force that is able to be activated. And the call for play is demanded. But I like this line. Suka, Kishi, so close, so personal. And they're keen to try and find this fight nice and early. Toxic Stream was there, you know, sort of sends them back just a little bit. But it still does mean that Suka can very much hold that line. And the second the screen goes down, are they going to find this fight?
Yeah, well, Diacute's repositioned as well. So it does mean that there's a little bit of information in mid.
Flanking up, finds it. Being able to get it, that's really, really good stuff. Suka also a good trade back. Excali is able to find at least one more for his troubles, but now it's going to be a very, very awkward one as the spike obviously still in the hands of Excali all the way back towards A. Suka very much watching that line nice and deep. Is it going to be the mid fight though? Antidote not too far away. Daikute just continuing to spot. The rotation is starting to come through from Rawfield inside spawn now as Suka continues to watch on that line. Does have the operator in hand. Excali though trying to find the fight. He spots the line, but he doesn't quite connect with the frag. They have to get onto this site now, and Suka's already looking to reposition. Komodo, 15 seconds. Rawfield finds the shot, but Daikute also going to get one back here. It is a 3 versus 2, and Excali gets one more back for his troubles. Down to the 2-on-2, and we should see the spike planted here.
Yeah, it has to go down, and when there's a little bit of vulnerability for Excali because he's so low, a shot out misses, and the paranoia in as well does make it a little bit more difficult. Daikute and Loki have time to work with. They don't need to go ambitious for a peek, but it's a jump into the dark cover, and it's a bait on through. Rawfield finds that one, and now they're going to split themselves apart. Loki, no abilities of his own to be able to work with. Here's the rendezvous, or the rendezvous rather, and it's just to take him away, take the focus out of this site itself. 30 HP. Time is ticking again. Remember, has to get on towards this spike, and there's just essentially no time now. You can bait in Excali with the tap, and then eventually Rawfield will come first. Shot out with tour de force. Doesn't matter. Conky, this is a mate for Enigma.
Yes, but one more half. Having 8 rounds on the attacking side of split is just such a Cerberus definitely got to be feeling the sweat right now, and I don't blame them at all. We've seen a few members a little bit quiet here, but I feel like the roles are doing exactly as they need it right now. Suka has tried so hard, man, but I feel like just unfortunately the team isn't quite there. You know, Daikute's also had his moments as well, but it needs to be a well-oiled machine where all members are firing on all cylinders here for Cerberus, but it is just not quite connecting. You know, Rawfield is just too damaging. And now Suka trying to find this fight down the ramp. Will he collect it? No, because nobody's home.
It kind of does feel like we've got one piston misfiring in the car analogy, isn't it? It just means you're chugging and you can't really get everything going smoothly. We'll see if this is going to be the one for Cerberus to get them back into it. Because they, you know, ultimately need to. We got to get a bit of a fire under the belly of Akashi and co. A bit of silence in the B main garage at the moment. As everyone's just creeping out, playing on the back of Loki's first spot. Toxic screen to divide.
The fight so close here, but they overstep Loki, who was in a really good position. He's got a second. Will he be able to find a third? Not quite. Antidote, it is the third, and it is going to go the way of the back of the site. The From the Shadows doesn't do what it's needed to do. And And now Loki very, very keen to find a couple more frags here. Rawfield is in a good spot, but he does get the shot, so that's going to be Loki denied as he tries to actually cross upon the site. Now Daikute also looking forward. He's tucked into the corner. Rawfield, though, is he going to check? Is he going to clear this side? I don't think he will. He's going to walk straight past it. Daikute ready for it, and it's all into RVK in a 1 versus 4. And I mean, look, Enigma's going to be happy walking away with 8 rounds, but Cerberus getting 4 and potentially having this as a momentum round to kind of, light the fire underneath them is a very, very scary prospect if you're Enigma.
Yeah, well, we'll see what RVK can do to get back into this. As I mentioned, if you do lose your in the Omen, right, you're a Viper. You can still play around abilities of your own, but he doesn't exactly know if anyone is close to him. And as you mentioned, has to plant, put up your wall before you go for it, but it's going to be the dry plant. Daikute's already pushing up behind from main, and I don't think he's going to be expecting it. Doesn't matter, because Suka is there on the lane to close. This is going to be the defuse and the 4th for Cerberus. So as you do mention, still absolutely happy with 8 for Enigma, but there are a lot of signs that they could have done more.
They get the pistol, they can really start to take it away, but I feel like, again, Cerberus have shown that they're a momentum-based team doing all of the work to drag their way forward. Loki really stepping up to the plate this round. There was a moment where potentially I could have seen something from Rawfield, but by not clearing that corner, not aware that Daikute actually did take the forward-thinking route and get into position inside B main. Just doesn't happen. So we do see at least a shimmer of hope for the big dogs of Cerberus. But again, they desperately need this pistol. They need to show us that they've got what it takes, because they are really going up against all the odds right now. Rawfield and Excali have been playing absolutely disgusting. We've seen some big moments as well from Rexy, supporting, moving from that Sage. But really, my eyes have sort of just been on, Daikute and Suka on that previous half. Loki, again, a couple big moments, but need to see a Kashi get off the floor as well. It is common to see a Breach not exactly stepping up to the plate. Like, that's not his role, the fragger, but we need to see more.
Well, how's this? You've got complete opposites where you got like almost set roles on the side of Cerberus, but Enigma, as you make mention to earlier, happy, comfortable to play, agents across the board, right? We've seen Antidote pick up the Omen in this one right now. We saw him pick it up, over on Ascent, but when they were on Haven, right, he was playing on the Killjoy. We've seen all of these agents kind of feel map specific over towards Enigma, and regardless of who's picking up what, all of them are feeling really comfortable at the moment. So again, it's another half that goes their way. They shift over to the better side on Split, what should be the more comfortable side to get things happening. 5 rounds for Enigma, and they will be knocking out CES, and they will also be fighting against BAAM.
Scary prospect. Going from one tough opponent in Cerberus to another. BAAM, a very, very prevalent team, putting up big numbers around their region. Looking certainly a scary beast to face up against. But so are the rest of the teams inside this competition, right? The next stage only gets harder. The play-ins. You're happy to be here. You've managed to get your way over to the competition, playing with the boys on LAN, low ping, very exciting stuff. And then all of a sudden, you've got to be thrown into the Thunderdome against the real big titans, the ones that have been versing, EMEA, NA, really getting up in the mix.
Alrighty, pistol rounds to come on through though. However, we've seen it go every which way today. So we'll see who is going to be able to find it in this one. RVK may be caught in a reload, but a little bit of damage is going to send him back to the B site. As the rest of Cerberus don't really budge over at A. This 3-1-1 split for them at the moment as the dark cover does fade. Going to start to be progressing in towards the A site. Just one in the chamber at the moment, I've noticed there for Rawfield.
Yeah.
And he's been taken out immediately.
Punished straight up. Guess the only thing is that Antidote is nice and tucked into the back corner. Daikute's also taken a step back from B main. See, looking over the top, will he clear? Not quite. Does hear the warning shot come out. But again, they really haven't made a decision just yet, Cerberus right now. They've done this many, many times, especially back on Ascent. They weren't super happy to kind of throw everything against one site. They were happy to sort of throw a little bit of information out, then move slowly after. But 40 seconds left. They do set their sights up towards B.
Does Rawfield, does RVK rather have the one-way set up on top of the garage? That's something that I want to know with his Poison Cloud later. But the toxic screen does go out now to at least dissect this site and deny entry. 30 seconds, repositioning around it as well. Rexy is very audible right now, but with the right click, it's only going to be good for one. The plant is the target. Loki drops on down, and now it's all down to Antidote, 1 versus 4.
Yeah, it's such a tough one to be found. You know, he was in a really, really solid spot down towards A, but they go the other way. Daikyu watching, walking through that dark cover, spots the info, and immediately they've got it. He can get the heal out, but he's not going to need any support. He will pick it up with the frenzy, and the round is done. Cerberus find 5, and Komodo, do we have a series? It's on our hands. It's written right there.
Well, it's a one step towards getting back into this, right? From 4 to 8, you get pistol, you get second. At 6 to 8, you get bonus. 7 to 8, and you'll laugh, and you're back in toward this one. And as I may mention, you know, quote, are we going to see Cerberus, you know, do what Enigma just did on the attacker side? Look, maybe. It's anyone's guess. We have to wait and see. But the set in stone now is that Cerberus got that pistol round. They've purchased with an upgrade, and Enigma have not. They don't need to, right? They don't need to tempt fate. They don't need to force it too early. See what they can do with a little lesser pistols. Maybe we see something big from Rawfield with the Headhunter, but the start before that is the fact that Suka has taken out Antidote with the Headhunter of his own.
Big plays nice and early. Close. Excali gets one for his troubles, but of course, again, as you mentioned, it is only the Headhunter that has been lost, but RVK does manage to actually collect another here. They've gone for the low route. Rawfield is on the line. Good flashpoint out. However, Rexy is going to be joining the fray, so my eyes will be on him to how he can pick it up as a support. The answer is he can't. Kishi, Akashi getting the job done. And once again, it's all onto RVK in a 1 versus 3. Way too much for him to do. They're just going to have to worry about the next round, try and shift their focus, take at least one more of these Spectres away. 2 members relatively low, right? You know, Kishi in a bit of a rough position. Loki's actually being tagged up. Great use of the fault line, at least to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit in the round here. As all they need to do is just sit and wait. They don't need to face. RVK is going to drop down in just a second, but it looks like the wrap is already happening. Akashi trying to get his way into heaven, but Kishi does drop the round. And there's 6 for Cerberus, closing that gap now, 6 to 8.
Yep, purchase time to come in through for Enigma. So this is the time that we're going to hopefully see what they've got on their defensive side, which has looked a little bit strugglesome from, you know, the small subset of rounds that we've had so far from Cerberus on that defensive side. And I did just note, or see rather, there's a lot of light shields that Enigma are coming in within this next round. So a potential overpurchase in the previous one to not be able to get everything that you want coming into this. This is opening up opportunities for this lesser weaponry of Cerberus, right? You're thinking these Spectres, so much easier for them now that there's only 125 per se to contend with against the 150 of the bigger weaponry. And Split doesn't have that many long lines of sight.
Straight out, straight in. And in the post room, there will be a wall that does deny. Kishi, great shot though onto Excali. Excali at least able to find one onto Akashi, so that does put him into a good position. And I love this line from Rawfield as well. Suka about to walk straight into the crosshair, but he does wait. He doesn't tempt fate too much. He's going to start to walk up the ramps now, but maybe Rawfield actually might be looking a little bit too high, but he does spot the gun and now has to rendezvous out. That Headhunter can still be very, very scary, and he's actually set his rendezvous down on the site, so Suka may not have that information.
Yeah, well, the dust will start to settle again on this round for the time being with rotations over towards A, but as quick as it settles, the twist starts again. Antidote onto Kishi, dropping the spike. Paranoia to buy some time, but they almost line up for him in that one. Loki good for the trade, but in a player disadvantage for Cerberus. How do they get back into this? Sewers for Rexy. We'll hear the information, and that's going to be the call. Get towards B, because they are running.
And they've only got 25 seconds, so all their eggs are in the B site basket right now, and I think they might get caught off in this ramen position. They are heard, they are known, and it is going to be RVK that is ready to rock. The snake bite is there, and he can reposition straight on towards the side. It should be nice and easy for him. He's waiting. They got to push through the dark cover. Rawfield gets one, but somehow it's back to this one-on-one. This is not what you want to be seeing right now. Komodo, I don't think that Rexy is going to have that information as to where he is, but he whiffs. He's given it up. Daikyu now has the spot. He knows where he is, and it's going to be this ring around the rosy, the old game of cat and mouse. And do you know who's won, Dion? It's Daikyu, and what a monstrous play as Cerberus close the gap even further. Enigma, they have got to be sweating right now.
There was almost just a single point of play from Cerberus in that round to try and get it back in the 2 versus 3. That play is what they just did. Into the dark cover to peek out together as a unit to justify in with those trades as well. That was absolutely played brilliantly despite the disadvantage that they were just in. Look at that. Together as a team, the trades immediately there. And then in the 1 versus 1, Daikyu has been phenomenal in reading his opponents so far today. We saw it in his performance over on map number 1 in Haven. It was a little bit drawn off come Ascent, but he still had, you know, inklings and insights of brilliance in there. That round to come out from him to secure that. Not only is that a 7th for Cerberus, Conky, that was the bonus round that they were able to take.
Massive. We do have a technical pause. Have been told it is on the side of Enigma, so we should hear back very, very soon as to what the go is. Again, these things happen, so we'll look past it and get into the game as soon as we possibly can. But man, like, what a welcome for us, Komodo, right? You know, to get our way into the APAC lineup, have a look at VCT, see what all these other regions have got to offer for us, and an explosive start to the series. I was sort of sitting back a little bit going, okay, you know, Fluffy sort of did allude to Likeable was in the exact same boat, that there was going to be some pressure applied by Enigma. And as we moved on to that first map of Haven, we were kind of going, okay, you know, 13-7, they were looking really, really dominant. But then as soon as, you know, Cerberus came out swinging onto Ascent, it all of a sudden started to lean back. And, you know, all of a sudden you're starting to potentially think that Trix, maybe she had a few tricks up on her sleeve, marking Cerberus for the win.
Yeah, the Master Magician hiding all of the strats, never revealing anything to your opponents, keeping them all guessing, you know, a little bit of the magic effect. But I don't know, man. Like, from what we were able to see from Cerberus early on against their previous opponents in BAAM, right? They lost in that kind of reverse sweep fashion. But then on the flip side, Enigma against Myth, who qualified, right? Made in Thailand, beat BAAM. They qualified into the group stage, so we get to see what their journey still holds for them. The fact that Enigma were really able to take it to them, you know, with such close maps, overtime in the mix as well. And now what feels like come into map number 3, you know, I may mention earlier to you in terms of longevity, Enigma have played longer series than CS in relevant days, in recent days. Now, if it falls in the 3rd map in the elimination series, it'd be heartbreaking.
So we are back into it. Technical pause has been secured. And again, really where the pressure starts to amount right now. Suka gets the opening. That's Excali overstepping. But again, you know, on this eco, they're just trying to find the fight, do the duel, do the dance. Rawfield will be able to also rendezvous out as well. Antidote, that's going to be awkward. The Aftershock, great placement. If she gets tagged up, Rexy going to be able to find it. Maybe there's a second as well around the corner, Loki. But they're very split. Again, Cerberus, you know, that's where they've been doing quite well. They've been finding these picks across the map. And now the rotation does start to feel its way back. You know, not really much again to work with, right? We do again have the Headhunter, 7 bullets available. Well, that's also sell it out. Yeah, they're gonna move. They're gonna move towards B.
Rexy can get the gun that's in middle that was dropped as well, and he's gonna upgrade to the Vandal. So there's a little bit of pieces to work with to try and figure out this puzzle. Dropping on down, floor through teammates to come out through the dark cover. There's the first one. It's go time now, ladies and gentlemen, to get back into it. Rawfield, good for 1 on the Headhunter, a trade as well. Everybody's got the guns, and now it's the 2 versus 1.
He's so far away.
Where is Loki? He's hanging his head over in mid. He doesn't know what's happening. Not invited to the party. He showed up anyway, but he's too late with no bloody gifts.
He didn't bring anything. Rocked up, no flowers, no potato salad. That's crazy. That's where he's been sent straight home. That's rough. Went for the long haul, went for the long rotate. And the idea was right. You know, maybe he just got lost on the maps when he was driving in. Fair enough. But if the timing was a little bit extended by the partygoers on that site, there was an opportunity for sure for Loki to come in. You know, definitely not going to be expected from there. But Rexy and Rawfield just did so well finding this, the gap on that site. Akashi tried his best, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
I know the map's split, but it doesn't mean you need to be that from your team. It's a team game, and positional coverage only works when the, I guess, target isn't really planted and you're a kit that can't deny from distance, right? So, won't dwell upon it too long. Enigma, they get that round, and now we're in toward the new one with guns for everybody. Bit of contest over at A main, but same in towards the mail room. That was cleared by Kishi this time. You don't want to get caught off guard by a play that you yourselves did earlier on.
That was bold as well, not wanting to lose that resurrection. Like, such a brave play early on from Rexy. And look at this reposition. 3 members keeping their focus as we do see Antidote start to make his way back. So they are all going to be there. They're into the vents. And are they going to move their way up the rope? It looks like they are pretty ready to go for it. So this is going to be a very big fight. You are right. Poison Cloud is there to be utilized. Antidote going to get a dark cover down towards mid, so they just have to be ready. This is going to be the big moment as the showstopper comes through. Is it going to find anything, though? They've all looked to reposition. Rawfield just below Heaven, and he's actually managed to find one. Antidote does take it, but now they're traded. Kishi and Daikyu will get another. It's a 3 versus 3, and they go for this very, very forthright plan. It's an open one. It gives all the opportunity, but as that resurrection does come in, Kishi can tuck away, and now they can settle into this 4-on-3.
Well, you think that RVK might be able to lock down the fort of the A site with all of that Viper utility, but it's opened up the resurrection for CES as well, and now they are the ones that are prompted up for the lead in this one. Rawfield with one of his own, however, and that res. Remember, time is of the essence. It's a big issue right now to get back in towards the retake, specifically that all of Cerberus are around the site, so this is going to be a little bit of carnage to ensue around.
Oh, no.
A headshot into the roof. That's not what you wanted to see from Excali. He's flundered that one, and now it's all onto Antidote with no time to work with. He's good for the frag on towards Suka, but the round is done. Cerberus will get away with it, and Antidote, yeah, he'll hold on to the gun. Will Loki.
Oh, man. It just seemed to be like a little bit of a disjointed attack out of Heaven. You know, they leap out, but everyone was kind of looking in different situations. You know, maybe not communicating correctly. I don't know, but Enigma kind of you know, had it all to fight for just then. But I guess it was good trades. You know, Kishi found the frag, and then Daikyu being able to trade it, getting the barrier wall down, and then also finding the resurrection. So very much bringing that round back from the dead. As Enigma, you know, just really sort of slipping away. This is crazy to me, you know, a map that is typically so defensive-sided. It seems that both of these teams are very well drilled on their offense. They're very happy to take the fight and take the duel, and it all seems to be working out for them. You know, Suka this time leaning into the tour de force. He should have that one handy. Full clip of the headhunter, the chamber, bullets in there. Akashi does have the rolling thunder available as well, and Enigma have chosen to take a very, very wise time out. There is obviously that Vandal for Antidote, but the rest of them are just going to have to sort of lean into these very gentle buys, and maybe Rawfield will go for his own tour de force.
Well, I'm seeing the secret sauce for Enigma in this round, Conky. The judge has been brought out for Excali. Now, we know that when you come with a raise kit on this map, judges can be quite potent. So I'm very keen to see what he's going to be able to throw out for us in this one. Of course, you never want to be on the receiving end of a judge. It's always a little bit demoralizing when you die to it, but if it's the thing that can get Enigma back in toward this game, and I say back in toward this game even though they're on the lead, because we've seen some pretty, you know, grueling rounds that CES have been thrown, and they've been able to come on top of them.
You want to play? Let's play.
It's been really rough for them on this defensive side, but this time around, Antidote's going to be ready as well. The Shrouded Step gets him away. Daikyu is the first to take point. You know, that is that saved Vandal Komodo that will be looking to do many big things. He goes for the shoulder step. Daikyu doesn't quite connect on the shot, so he has to fall away back into the garage. And he's really just selling this by himself. The battle stage really taking full effect. Is he going to spot out Antidote? It's going to be tight. It's going to be close, but it's Antidote. And this save Vandal's already found 2. Rawfield as well. 2 to 4 whiffs.
Wait,
he doesn't quite connect. Surely he's slung to the left and he's whiffed the shot. Uh-oh.
Yeah, misses the shot, and now the price is being paid, isn't it? CES starting to get a couple of kills. There's the judge, there's the showstopper, and that's the party that you would want to be invited to if you're Excali, but now for Suka, is he going to be expecting it already? The quickscope misses, and Excali with the judge. I made mention to it. Is it going to be the thing to get them back in? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Potentially a trick shot there to come out, and a moment for a highlight, but Suka does just narrowly miss. Oh, man, it has just been such a dicey game. Antidote on that Omen. What a start. A bold play to keep his eyes straight in towards the garage. And whilst Kishi and Suka do get the trades back, you know, it was Excali who does manage to pop the ultimate on the showstopper, utilizing the judge. I do think actually in the previous series, right, the judge was quite an impact player. And in this position, it takes 3 in the round.
Yep. We'll see if Antidote can gain some control over at the B main. We've seen Akashi had his troubles with it over on that defensive side. For CES, the first pick doesn't go their way. Rawfield with the operator and a boost up for Rexy on the barrier wall as well is funneling CES to go towards the A site. And it's a little bit of a trap, right? You've got the trademark on the floor. You've got the other end of that rendezvous, but a bit of a reposition from RVK could be quite disastrous if things do go the way of CES here.
Has to pop away. Excali does get caught, however, by Suka. Suka gets 2. Again, the young gun. Now it's a Vandal recovered, and that is going to be the Rolling Thunder to come through. Antidote in a good position, but they have peeled away from this B site. The over-rotation could again be the thing that breaks Enigma down. Loki has control, has information, and unfortunately, Rexy's not going to be looking for it now. They should have that site control. Akashi straight on down, and it does appear that at least Rawfield's not too far away. He will hear the audio, does know that there is some info up towards heaven, drops the spike. That could be the moment, could be the second, and will it be a third? Not quite. It will be a third for Suka, third for Rawfield. But will it be a 4K for the young gun here as Antidote is in the 1 versus 1 clutch? Spike planted. Komodo, is he going to spot it? Is he going to lock it? Suka, the man, the myth, the legend, he finds the round for Cerberus as they find 9.
I don't even know how to start to begin to break down that round, man, to be honest. I made mention of the sort of trap that was happening over at the A ramp, right? Kind of isolating your opponent with that rotation that RVK started to make from A towards the B side. Trapped at the top of the ramp comes on through as well. And you're thinking, all right, Excali might be able to get away in his own head, but Suka pops up, comes away with 2 of the Headhunter. A misstep here from Rexy as well. And when, again, you think maybe the pendulum will swing back in toward Enigma's way, it's a missed shot out from Rawfield, and in the 1 versus 1, it's a dink, mind you, that comes out from Antidote onto Suka's face, but the protection from the steel box means that the round goes CES's way, and we're at 9-10 now. And I just got to say, the performance that we're seeing from a couple of these individuals is monstrous right now.
So many members stepping up. Suka, again, someone that we were told that was definitely one of the ones to watch, and we're being proven as to why. No surprises here. You know, the second to newest agent in Chamber, sitting up the top of the scoreboard. Rawfield, Suka have been putting big things in with not only the operators, but the Tour de Force as well. You know, I sort of only really see Rawfield more so picking up that operator. It's only really been Suka to kind of lean onto the Tour de Force when needed. It's mainly been the Vandal for him. But this has just been absolute insanity, Komodo. I am just really, really happy that this series is delivering in a way that we need an elimination game to deliver.
Exactly.
Both teams scrapping, both teams fighting so hard for it. Enigma, they won the round where they had a couple of rifles. 1 rifle to be, in fact, exact for Antidote in that previous. Will they be able to do it again, or will Cerberus be able to throw them back? They're not quite at breakpoint yet because Enigma still do have cash to work with, but it's a step in the right direction for Cerberus, and they get the 1 after. That's pressure.
Look where Antidote is. He's walked through mid, he's down in sewers, and now Rawfield's making a rotation from the B site with that other weapon. Enigma have the info. They have everything they need, but will they have the requirements to finish the round? I'm just wondering now. Excali still has the paint shells. He's just thrown them. That's going to force Kishi in. Antidote has now gotten them from behind. Akashi's gone. The Boombot as well. Damage is through. It's Enigma's way. At the moment, a 4 versus 2. Loki, Suka, you've got to be the ones to get this back.
From the shadows.
But if you TP, Rexy's still at B.
Yeah. That's rough. This is really awkward, and it's so well played from Rexy to just keep the position there. 30 seconds. They have to find at least a frag. There was a spot. RVK did show himself for just a split second, but as that time keeps on ticking, Loki has to make a play. Excali below the heavens, punished by just the frenzy, and it is all on to Suka. There's 1, but Rawfield to deny. Chamber diff in this moment only as Enigma. They lock 11, but do they break that economy? I think they have. It is going to be so awkward. It's just going to be pistols for Cerberus.
The fact that Antidote just goes down mid without any utility, legit just walks down with no contests into sewers behind them, catches Akashi out because I think he's setting up a fault line or something, who has just been punished time and time again. It's really unfortunate. You know, he hasn't been able to get going into all of this map, I guess you'd say. But the fact that Enigma go with that percentage play and it works out, not even just, it works out super cleanly. Rexy didn't get a gun off it because he stayed B, but you'll take that, right? You stay B to make sure there's no from the shadows to try and secure out the round. Enigma with an opening pick in this one onto Daikut as well. Conky, this is shaping up to be the 12th for Enigma, and then elimination point for Cerberus. But Suka's still alive.
Yeah, Suka might have something to say about it. He certainly has in some previous rounds. And look at this position from Loki as well. Are they going to overlook it? They absolutely will, but it's not enough to get 2. Antidote does find that trade, and now they collapse. Antidote, This is your moment. This is your opportunity to shine. Are you going to be able to do it? Akashi looking for this fight straight into the dark cover. No, he's blundered it. He's lost it. But Akashi, the one who has been at the site of the criticism, the low member on the scoreboard, he's done it. He's created that space, and Suka finds another. Excali, last man standing, and Suka, he on that line, and you know he's about to whip that shot, actually. Excali might have a moment to get straight back into it. Akashi is in position. They both have Vandals. Great fault line as well. And Akashi, here you go. Impact is key. Frags don't matter. It's a team game. And he takes it to 10 for Cerberus.
He might not have many kills, but the fact that he's gotten 2 there for the impact and to close out the round of Thrifty is exactly what you need to see to build confidence over on the side of Cerberus. Suka as well, coming out, singing a good tune with the old operator that is the ultimate, the tour de force. But Akashi, the flick in the dark cover, man, completely caught me off guard. 10-11 is what we've got for ourselves now, and Enigma are back on a similar purchase, and we've seen them win just 2 rounds ago. However, Cerberus, they got straight into the B site right now.
Yeah, very, very quick this time round. Antidote ready for 1, but Kishi, Daikyu are going to get the trade. Rexy, now he moves in, tries to get something done, but Akashi, he has been unleashed. He is hungry up in heaven. Below heaven, though, is Daikyu. It's going to be awkward. Excali, obviously, only with that frenzy. We saw him do big things previously, but Akashi does connect, does collect, and the round will be done as Daikyu to close. It's tied, it's close, and Enigma, they need to close now, or Cerberus will pull off the unthinkable.
And it would be in the reverse sweep fashion as well after dropping the first map. I would say, you know, pretty comfortably 13-7 there, then 13-9 to Cerberus for that second if you're just joining us now. Tied up 11 apiece. This map is going the full rounds of regulation. We are getting all of them. And for this one now, coming into the 23rd, we have a purchase for both sides. Do we have a set play? It looks like we do from Cerberus. Back to B we go with haste with speed. And Antidote's going to be here to try and deny it, but he cannot get it. He fumbles the ball. Rawful there to pick it on through, however, and the paranoia on through, a gap in the wall, does mean we see a little bit of settling down for the moment.
Oh, do they want to go, though? You know, it's so tight, it's so dangerous, and we know Rexy's only 1 ult orb away from that ultimate resurrection. That's going to be such a big play, such a big impact, but they use it. They send the fake. They throw Kishi into the mix to send him down for a second time, and now they're moving under heaven, but look at this position from RVK. Will he find a second? He absolutely will, and Excali, he's turned it, but it will be him going down. Now the 1 versus 2. Excali has the showstopper, wrong direction, but he moves around the side, and now as they keep on driving, do they hold it, or do they keep kicking through spawn? It'll be Daikyu with 3, closing it. Match, series, and elimination point for Enigma.
Wow, what a round to come on through from them as well. The baiting out with the resurrection and then sidestepping wide just to make sure the bullets are all dodged. You think that maybe Excali's going to be able to get back into this one with Rawfield, I think it was, head on a swivel. Correct me if I'm wrong. The names were going everywhere. I could not keep track of it, but my word, the 1 versus 2. Oh, absolutely beautiful to try to get back into this one. The denial and the tuck from RVK was actually this play right here that completely made me jump out of my seat. But Excali, the showstopper in one direction, the paint shells in the other to try to get back into that. It's now the last round of this regulation phase. Cerberus are on the point to try and eliminate Enigma. Oh, everything is settled down. Everything has started relatively silently in this round.
The reverse sweep that Cerberus experienced at the hand of Boom. It wasn't as close as this. This just has been insanity. So much back and forth on split, and what a welcome treat it has been for us, Komodo. 2 teams doing absolutely everything to fight for what they drive for. 3 members in heaven for Enigma. They have to close. A judge, a Spectre.
Well, it can be a 6 versus 5 as well. With Rexy with that res available.
There's
and
the opening.
Need to be used now. Excali, he got ambitious, too big for his boots, and it's Suka coming out. Coming nuclear. Kishi now as well. Everything is aligning in the skies for Enigma to be eliminated. It's CES from behind almost every time in this series, and now they only need 1. It's Antidote as well. And unfortunately, there isn't a one-hit Hail Mary antidote to get back into this game for Enigma, because there it is, Conky. It's CES booking the ticket in toward the rematch against BAAM. And for Enigma, it is a heartfelt farewell.
It absolutely is. How have you been feeling for Cerberus? What an absolutely immaculate return fire to go down so low in a half, 8-4, to move into the lesser favored attacker's side, only to close it out 13-11. They are absolutely cheering, and I do not blame them, but it will be a very, as you mentioned, somber farewell to Enigma, who did keep us all leaping out of our seats with their exciting brand of Valorant. But this time, today, Vietnam is on top.
Man, just what we witnessed in that series to come on through from both of the sides. I mean, if and I hate to do this to him as well, but the fact that Cerberus were really able to get away with these rounds and everything, and they had one player that really wasn't coming out with that performance, a bit here and there with the utility, with the flashes and the fault lines. Didn't really see too many assists to come out from him. However, the fact that they were able to get that round and come in towards it for the thrifty, and it just really propelled him to be able to get back into this. That's where Akashi had what he needed to do, and it came on through.
Impact is the key. Valorant is a team game, of course, and through all the thick and thin, we did see absolutely every member of Cerberus step up to the plate and get the job done. And now I'm just actually thinking to myself, before we do throw it over to a cheeky break, Trix was the only one from the desk that actually picked up this selection. So got to give a shout out to her for her obviously call on that one. But look, Komodo, from us, I think that was a fantastic run. Excellent stuff from Cerberus. Go on, cheer those guys on, and of course, you know, do bid your farewells to Enigma, because they certainly put on a fantastic show for us. We'll send it to a break, and then the desk will be back to break it all down very soon.
For me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they want to move at the bits. Boy, when I go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's every from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they want to move at the bits. Boy, when I go to him, bitch.
Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. I'm seriously questioning at this point if this is still the play-ins. Are we sure? Are we sure that we're still at the play-ins? Because if next week's matches gets any more intense than what we have been experiencing throughout the day, then my heart might not be able to make it. But oh my lord. Game number 3 over here. Really point on the side of Cerberus Esports. They fought so hard for that one. Such strong attacks, such shutting down Enigma Gaming's dreams to make it into the next leg of APAC. Now, Trix, I'm out of words over here. This series could have gone either way, but hey, it was Cerberus Esports coming out on top.
Yes, honestly, starting in the top with CES on that defender side was kind of a little scary. But when I saw them switch on the attacker, just the way that they like to play, the fact that they like to force the opponents to bring the fight to them is really what set them up for success. Like we saw in that one round, one was coming in A ramp, there were 2 coming in from vent, and then the breach ended up having that stun there, which forced the opponents to move and fight with either side.
Oh my god, the momentum on these teams over here. Enigma Gaming getting those rounds in, and on the flip side, as we see sides, Cerberus Esports started getting momentum. I honestly thought, Fluffy, that it was gonna go on the side of Enigma Gaming, especially since they had that momentous lead that we saw, the 8-4 at the halftime, and it was even increased as the rounds went on. But you know, as we saw, Cerberus Esports turned the game around.
Yeah, I feel like Enigma really had a great hold in the first half, but moving on the second, it's like they kind of let go of the grip, especially after a couple of rounds in tech pauses or tactical pauses. And one of the things that I feel like worked in the hands of VS the most, especially when they were on attack, is the fact that during this entire game, there's not one agent that has anything that gives information. There's no initiator, there's no way to really figure out if someone's there without watching it or just using the trademark. So what ends up happening is because the compositions have so many smokers, even Enigma with the double controller setup, there's just a lot of opportunities for them to lurk, especially because the only sentinels here are the ones with one trap. So I feel like overall, I'm more surprised that both teams have such a great attacking plan here on Split, because naturally this is a map that we tend to see more on the defender kind of sided.
In hindsight, though, I do feel like with the compositions that they had up against each other, it worked on the favor of one another. Because again, they weren't able to get that crucial information that they needed, and so it went on both ways. Like, I get it, Breach is our initiator, but he's more of the initiator that's able to clear a lot of these corners, not necessarily bring too much information compared to the likes of a Sova or a Sky over here. So in the end, Trix, it just worked in the favor of both of the teams to not have these dedicated initiators for the information.
It seemed that Cerberus' pick was really based on their playstyle, just the way they like to force the opponents to go a certain way, how they like to take the fight to the opponent, so they want to give themselves that advantage against them. So I feel that in this case, Breach was the perfect decision. And as the casters pointed out, and I love that they pointed it out, that sometimes the score doesn't always tell you the entire tale. This time it does with the 11-13, but in terms of the scoreboard as well, although Breach might have not popped off so much in terms of kills, his utility is what got his teammates a lot of those kills.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, Conky was asking this question earlier, Floppy. I might as well pass it to you. He was asking if we thought that Enigma Gaming was actually forcefully making things difficult for themselves to get themselves on that highlight reel, but I'm not sure that that was the case, Fluffy.
I feel like the pressure sometimes, gets to certain teams, and maybe that caused them to crumble a bit. But overall, I feel like it's just there are some moments where they have a lapse and they give the opponent a timing which they can take advantage of. And unfortunately for them, it's one of the things that really stopped them from winning this game.
And now, Trix, look who's on the board. I'm pretty sure you're happy to see Suka.
Yes, such a great player, overperforming the way he positions himself, the way he reads the opponents. It's just wonderful to watch, and I think he definitely gave his team that edge that was so necessary, playing on that chamber with a headhunter, with an operator that with Chamber's ultimate as well, and just that mobility he gets. It was just so great.
My word of advice, though, just stay away from Suka when he has an operator out. It's gonna be a huge trouble for his future opponents. Now again, Suka paving the way to his team's victory. You should definitely keep an eye out for him. And as we finish shining a spotlight on this player, it's time to pass on the spotlight to the next couple of players. We're going to be passing the light to a roster that is one of the superstars of the Hong Kong-Taiwan region. And in the recent series against Bleed Esports, they showed absolute accuracy. The coordination and reliability that these members have for each other is what smoothened the process of getting here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ghetto Artist. One of the rising stars of Hong Kong, Taiwan. We've got the Baby Blue, 8 Lua, Float QQ, Itao, and Bea 2. Right off the bat, I'm looking at this and I love the poses. We're so used to seeing the players have the esports pose, but yeah, really creative over here on the side of Ghetto Artist. Now, Trix, I'm pretty sure that all eyes are on 8 Lua after what we saw in their last game against Bleed Esports.
I think that 8 Lua just completely dominated and played so well on his own. Just the way he was able to get those frags, get those openings, clutch the rounds. It really highlighted how much effort he's put into the game and how much game knowledge he has. I'm looking forward, however, to watching all of the other players as well, because I feel like it was a mix of the team also helping 8 Lua get set up for success. So I'm wondering how today, if it's going to be other players being set up for success, and just how far they can make it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself from laughing. What were those glasses? Really cute glasses, by the way. Again, this is the team that took Hong Kong, Taiwan by storm. The question for this team, though, is that if what they had going over there is enough for them to make it here on an international stage. We hope to find the answers soon enough as they face a roster that's not necessarily a stranger here on the APAC stage. This is a team that goes big and goes with a bang. They're hoping to reclaim the reputation they had of being the best, and they're hoping to prove themselves here on the APAC stage. Here's Team Big BAAM. One of the superstars of Vietnam, as we see their photos being revealed once again here on our screens. we'll see that they're doing the traditional esports pose. Never get enough of that though. Now, they are finding themselves in a tricky situation. Just like their opponent, they're at the risk of elimination. But we do have Dorb, Mo, Natong, NTK, and Tina over here, Fluffy. What an explosive team that we got here.
Yeah, I mean, Big BAM really can be a Big BAM at times, but unfortunately for them, they kind of opened the series falling into the lower tier as they were taken down by RRQ pretty convincingly. So hopefully they can really show it, because once upon a time, this was the team that was formerly known as Steal Your Glory. They should have been in the previous stage. A lot of people do say that they are the best Vietnamese team. They only lost once, dropping 2 maps the entire VCT, and they always have those superstar players. We have Pina, a very underrated controller. Natong, someone who really can be a threat at times if given the opportunity. And of course, we have NTK to be that rock, to be the consistent player, to be the player that you can rely on when the going gets tough.
They're all players that you can rely on overall. That's why they're such a solid team, and that's how they were able to make it here on our APAC stage after all. Now we're going into our head-to-head, and I'm really excited to share with the audience what we know about these two fantastic duelists that we got going. Here we go, Trix. We've got Baby Blue versus Natong. They're duelists of their respective teams, and I mean, this is very interesting because these teams are pretty used to contact play. So having these two in our head is just so fitting.
It really is. Baby Blue and Natong both being able to just create that space for their team to go in, and especially on that attacker side, but on the defender side, being able to pick the frags and triple frags where need be, or to make space even just for the retake. I find that Ghetto artists especially, is very good at the retake, but their aggression alongside Baby Blue seems to be a little less refined than I would hope for them.
Ooh, that's something that we'll have to look out for. Hopefully that's not a mistake that they're gonna make today, because I'm sure that their enemy team will be capitalizing off of that if ever they catch their opponent doing the said mistake. No, nothing like a good punish on these teams over here, right? Like if you're really dedicated to winning, you'll take every opportunity to just make sure that your enemy is mistakes that they made and you don't suffer the same fate as they do. But as I say that, I believe that we're gonna be finding out where this whole series will be taking place. A lot is in store when it comes to these two teams, but Fluffy, why don't you share a little bit more about the teams that we're facing off over here? How do you think they'll come into contact as we go into the game?
I feel like contact is the key word. Most of these teams have a tendency to really group up and do that execute push. So what happens is normally you have 2 responses as a team. Either you let yourself get overrun and set up yourself for their good retake, or you fight them. And I feel like that important choice will determine how the round goes, especially depending on which agents they decide on and which maps they do play, as some maps are more favored to this playstyle than others.
I'm looking at this now. So Ghetto Artist gets the first veto over here. Trix, what map is Ghetto Artist not quite familiar here?
Well, it seems their immediate ban was Bind. I was actually hoping to see them on that map because I feel like Bind has a lot of potential for those contact plays, because it also means you can quickly get away. And there's so much room to force your opponents to think in certain ways or condition them, which both teams are so good at doing. They seem to constantly condition each other, but we see that Fracture got banned, and of course it's going to be on Ascent, which we've all mentioned is quite the default pick in Valorant.
I'm laughing right now because this is the 4th series of the day, right? This is the final series of the day, and we keep getting the same maps. Not complaining, of course, it just so happens that this is how Valorant is played. We mentioned a lot about adaptability, but we also mentioned a lot about the comfort that these teams have. And it's always among these maps. These are the default maps that we like here in Valorant: Ascent, Icebox, and then there you go, your favorite map.
Oh, great.
Yeah, everyone's favorite map today.
Well, why don't you go and talk about it then, Fluffy, if you feel that way?
Well, Haven is a great percentage pick map for the side of Big BAM. For GA as well, though, I feel like they're pretty decent, especially because the map is so wide, the defenders are spread out a bit thin, and without proper utility usage, you can really get overrun in a site. For the first maps, though, I'm not surprised that Fracture is immediately removed as well as Breeze for the side of Big BAAM, as they've literally tried to avoid this map all the time, which on one hand might be great, maybe you're hiding something for the future, but currently it makes your pick and ban a bit predictable, forcing the Icebox and Ascent picks to come out. Split, a map that Big BAAM also is pretty good at, banned out immediately. So now that we're locked in for our final 3 maps, Ascent, Haven, and Icebox, I feel like for me the most interesting thing will be seeing the Icebox map, as I feel like out of all the maps, that would be the one that I think we've seen the least today, but also the map that really exemplifies the aim and contact plays and teamwork because of the isolated sites.
Icebox, really looking forward to that. I love me a good Icebox. Okay, I'm starting to sound like this really Valorant enthusiast over here because I seem to say that I love all of the maps, but to a certain extent, that is true. I would admit that I have more preferences than the others, but again, Team Big BAAM also shares my sentiments. They have a well-balanced defense and attack statistic on this map. They have won, I think, a lot of their games here, but I do know that they've lost to Fancy United in their Vietnam Challengers 2 and Action PH back in APAC 1. So I'm really curious to see how they've evolved from that part of them. And of course, Ghetto Artists, on the other hand, they also play a decent Icebox trick. So on paper, I think that it's going to be a really fun match here.
I think every single match we've seen so far, starting from day one, has been a very interesting match. All of the teams have stepped up to prove why they belong here, and shown us the drive that they have to be in that group stage, to be the best they can.
I completely agree. If I were in their shoes, I would do the same. I'm looking at the map selection that we have here. Again, that's Ascent, Icebox, and Haven. Okay, tongue-tied as usual. Very likable trait over there. I'm looking at the statistics here, and I gotta say that Ghetto Artists, their push on Ascent is something that enemies should be very wary of. They do also have the same exact lineup, I believe, for Haven and Ascent. It's a what do you call this? I can't think of the term. Can you help me out, Fluffy? What are you? No. Maybe I'll figure it out. I'll have to. Otherwise, I can't fall asleep tonight. But let's go on to the predictions because I'm pretty sure that we're ready to get this out of the way. Last and final prediction of the day. So why don't you go first, Trick?
I think Ghetto Artist has been proving themselves to be worthy, and I think they'll take it.
I think Ghetto Artist as well will probably take this match.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Team Big BAAM then. Yeah, I'm gonna lock that answer. No, you know what? No, I'm gonna go with my casters on this one. Ghetto Artist, it is. I'm with you guys on this one. Let's all hold hands and hope that Ghetto Artist wins. And with that, guys, that is our talent prediction. All locked in. There you go. See? Ghetto Artist it is. Now let's head on over to our agent selection so that we can find out what the actual compositions are going to be, especially as we head on to a map that is called Ascent. Woohoo! Tricks! With our fourth and final prediction of the day locked, we're starting off on a map that is as big as Ascent. We've seen this map over and over again throughout the day, but any interesting compositions you're waiting to see here?
I just want to see how they utilize that KO on A2. I know that we've seen KO before, and KO has been proven to be fantastic on the APAC stage. But again, it depends on how that agent is utilized, and we see that both Big BAAM and Ghetto Artists are running that double initiator of KO and Sova.
Yeah, Fluff, the difference here in Sentinel, one side has Killjoy, the other one has Chamber. So which is going to be more immobilizing once they get hit by the KO dagger?
I feel like in general, KJ does lose out a bit more than Chamber if you are suppressed. But regardless of that fact, I feel like overall, just having the KJ utility as well as the Astra, if you're on defense, it's a lot more presence and also retake potential that you can have compared to having that Chamber. you lose out on one of your chokes being unguarded, meaning you'd have to leave chamber there. And unfortunately for him, if he does get hit by that suppress, it's gonna not allow him to be able to TP out, and if he's caught in the wrong timing, he actually might become a free kill in a lot of instances.
So those are the conditions that these teams will have to look out for. Oh my goodness, it looks like it's gonna be a very exciting map, or exciting game on Ascent rather. The KO dagger fights are in place. We also got some Jets over here adding to that whole dagger battle that I was just talking about, and I cannot wait to see how this series is gonna be turning out. I wonder though if we're gonna reach game 3 once again, because that seems to be the trend throughout this entire day. But either way, I'm not gonna be disappointed. I'm really happy of the turnout that we've had so far. 2-1, 1-2, 2-1 once again. But I guess that is just how the cookie crumbles over here on the APAC stage. And with that said, let's get this party started so we can find out how it's gonna turn out. This is Ghetto Gaming, and then this is Ghetto Artist versus Team Big BAAM.
Man, thank you so much, Laika. But here we are. I mean, it's been a day, and now the APAC tide rises. It also falls, and it's already claimed its first victim. Now, possibly the second. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Marquis, and we're going to take you through Ghetto Artists versus Team Big BAAM. What do you have to say? I mean, I guess, like, talking about this, right? This is an elimination match, and you were kind of talking to me about this before the game actually started, that the points about how these teams might actually get seeded into APAC LCQ towards the end?
Yeah, so right now it's going to be the second team going to be eliminated in this series for sure. BAAM is kind of tied for that last APAC LCQ slot, but of course there are other teams that are also gaining points. They're still in contention there in the group stages. So BAAM, they already have a little bit of points. They have a little bit of a head start. They need to make a deep run to really secure that APAC LCQ slot. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ghetto Artists, they're still this is their first time gaining these points, so they have to make an even deeper run to make sure that they get onto that LCQ slot for champions. Because for both teams, that's definitely what they want to do. And we're gonna see. Of course, it's been a long day. It's been 2-1s for the whole day, and all throughout. So I think we might see a close match here. Like, our panel has predicted Ghetto Artists to win, but I think that the game might still be pretty close.
There is that chance, and of course, we would like to hope for that chance for Team Big BAAM, because like you said, if they actually make it forward, they gain more points, it's easier for them to make it an LCQ, and then Ghetto Artists on the other hand. Man, that deep run, Conky and Komodo, they were talking about it, it's going to be the Thunderdome against all the other teams who have all that international experience as well. It's going to be tough, but here they go, Team Big BAAM on the defensive side, and right now, the way that they're positioned, not really giving up all that much info. In fact, just banking on that trademark up over by Market. Of course, though, it's the drone that calls it, and they will shoot it down. So Dorf knows that there's something fishy going on towards bottom mid.
Yeah, it looks like BAAM are just holding strong, while Ghetto Artists are poking every single point they can just to waste some utility, just to buy a little bit more space before executing into a side. Looks like it's being execute instead.
Oh, but that's such a well-timed suck coming from Yitao, and now it's the perfect lineup for BAAM to shoot them down. 2 shots already, and that's a quick trade coming in from Float. Of course, they are looking up towards heaven. They managed to get the spike down, but I'm not sure if they're going to actually be able to hold the site for long, as here comes the waterfall fairly soon with the Sheriffs able to get the first shot and then the second, the last one on towards hell. No way you get to survive that for long. And of course, BAAM takes away the pistol.
Yeah, and you mentioned in Pino with the gravity well, you mentioned it was perfectly timed, well timed. He was able to get 2 kills off of that, buying enough space for the rest of his teammates to just come in and set up for that retake. They were even very patient with that retake. They allowed Ghetto Artists to get that plant down, but it didn't matter because they had a numbers advantage. They knew that. They also had some shock darts to execute into that site, and that was a very clean retake. They did not lose anyone on that retake.
100%. I mean, just having that sixth sense, that's kind of that game sense to know exactly when to pop off the gravity well, and it just completely stopped GA's advances, and that's what you need to do, which is why BAAM, I mean, I'm kind of inclined to follow with what our panelists had to say, you know, predicting that GA would win based on their performances from the previous day, but then again, anything could happen, and here it comes. Another wrench thrown into their plans. The gravity well, and then the fragment. Of course, they're just going to be backing out of that completely, though. This is a force buy.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually a force buy from Ghetto Artists. Everyone has Spectres. They're really pouring everything into the second round. I think they wanted to overwhelm BAAM on that A site, but the utility just discouraged them from doing that. And I think that if this falls flat, definitely Ghetto Artists will be in a very big deficit.
A very big hole for them to dig themselves out of, to say the least. Still, though, they're going to try to continue to prod around, like you've mentioned before, and Baby Blue will be the first one to find something. Fluffy was talking about how they love to play, they make contact plays to go in for trades back and forth, but just like this, by surprising BAAM, they had no idea that they forced bot, so thinking that they can actually land some of these shots, going for some of these heads-up duels, they're able to find trades that favor them, but of course, their health is down so low, still able to turn this into 2-on-1 though. Nathong, the last one left, has to make this work for BAAM.
Yeah, they're both one bullet away from just getting executed, so Nathong has that chance to just spray transfer and kill both of them.
How do you clear this? Oh.
It's a double hell hold, and I think Nathong has no idea. They're lining up though. I don't like this position.
A single spray is all it takes, but of course, similarly, it's just a couple of dinks for Nathong and he's gone. But that makes it so much easier, but Baby Blue! All of a sudden actually got the spray! And that just fully reset the economy on BAAM's side. They will not be able to buy back the next round that comfortably.
And the gamble pays off for Ghetto Artists. Like, I didn't think that would work out, but after they got those kills one by one, it just seemed like BAAM did not have enough time to react to this. Their defense wasn't closing out. They lost members one by one. NDK had a pretty good hold there, but Baby Blue just saves the day. I think even got the headshot onto Nathong in hell here. Got the headshot. Yep, it was a headshot that actually gave that aim punch, allowing him to survive. And he was with 21 health.
He was like strafing to the right just as he made that shot as well. And right now, getting the entry, he's gonna dive straight onto site and possibly clear it out. Of course, a little bit of resistance from Mouth though. It's a classic double dink, and he actually takes him down. The rest of them will be coming in to follow through on this execute though. Hiding right on the other side of Nebula, we will not be able to survive that. Owl Drone comes out now of all times as well. They're trying to resist this just as quick, but unfortunately, there's quite a number of resistance on the other side just because it's all automatic weapons coming from GA. All they need to do is to spray this down, but NTK says no, I still want to pull off quite a number of kills. Even pops the Blade Storm, but no, the 0 point just denies it. That is so unfortunate. He turns to the left just to clear out the main side, but still, Bia will be the one to finish things off.
That's a really early Blade Storm from NTK.
Wasted though.
Really wasted. Got all those kills with the Marshall. It was a triple kill the previous round, a double this round, I believe. Pops the Blade Storm from the 2 deaths, already had it full. And such a waste. The KO denial is just so good against these duelists who have weapons for an ultimate, like the Chamber ult, the Blade Storm, the Neon ult. They just all get completely shut down. Even the Showstopper can get shut down before it gets shot out. And KO is just so good at that. The Odin is not gonna hit though. Just
quite
whiffs a little bit above their head.
But he knows they're hovering around this site just because of the utility that's been sent out. He was detained as, I mean, not detained, but suppressed. Here comes the detain. It's gonna make them evacuate the site completely. But wow, just spraying through the nebula, Lua actually connects onto 2. And that makes it a lot easier for GA to still gain full control over B site.
Yeah, he punished them because they were just standing at the edge off that lockdown, and he knew that they're going to want to try and execute fast after that, and that spray pays off for him perfectly as he gets a 3rd kill as well. The flash coming out, I think he might be able to find another as he peeks out. Oh, but he gets shut down by Dorf. Dorf trying to go for more, but Baby Blue is going to get that first headshot, and it's going to be down to Pina. Baby Blue with a Blade Storm as well, and Ghetto Artist. The panel predicted it. They're doing so well on the start.
Like, this is exactly what our panelists, what Trix and Fluffy and Laika were talking about, right, Marquis? The contact plays. I mean, I even had this down in my notes. Baby Blue, Ghetto Artist, kind of being this team from Hong Kong, Taiwan, they play kind of like the HKTW version of Baby Bay from FaZe. It's this insane, near insane, full Smeek style of just diving onto site, and as long as they can get the entries, as long as the rest of the team can follow up on it, it works out so well. The first round, they might have been stopped by the gravity well, but now they're recovering from it.
Yeah, and you know what? Their names are even pretty similar. Baby Bay, Baby Blue. Pretty much play the same way. Dashes into the smoke, making space for his team. They're already on that site, and then Nebula is buying them so much space. Ghetto Artists are just executing this perfectly.
And now they have control over the site. Doesn't even matter. The one player by the corner already eliminated. And Pina, without the smokes, it just makes it a little bit tougher for BAAM to retake. At the same time, they just don't quite have the firepower. So the best thing they can hope for is to hurt their economy somewhat, or just try to find whatever they can get. But no, these angles just do not favor them. The Phantom sprays will work out so well, but Dorf still able to find one, not before getting traded. And of course, they all favor GA at the end, 4-1. What a start.
It is such a fast start as well. So one thing I really want to point out right now is that Ghetto Artists are dictating the pace. They are having their way. They want to peek and prod. They will get it. They want to execute. They will get it. And that's what's happening thus far. It seems like BAAM are having trouble keeping up with that tempo. Right now, they're letting them in. They're trying to hold. Nothing's working out for them. But it's because Ghetto Artists, the way they execute on sites, the way Baby Blue just runs in, it's just a bit too fast for them. Look at this. They're getting some information. They're playing a bit slow this time around. They're changing the tempo so many times that BAAM just seems so surprised every single time Ghetto Artists decide to do something.
I gotta agree, but here's the thing, Marquis. This time around, BAAM has bought up 2 operators, the double op setup. We didn't see that many operators from the previous series, but now here comes NTK. All of a sudden, GA playing slow, they kind of walk straight into the crosshairs of NTK. And at the same time, Bia, though, trying to suss out their positions with the Hunter Spree, it doesn't really get any information. In fact, it's a counter Hunter Spree along with Pina that takes him down. Lua goes back in for the instant trades, and all of a sudden we're back to a 4-on-2 as all of a sudden GA starting off with contact plays, now they've spread out evenly across the map, going in for 1-on-1s.
Yeah, it seems like they just lost the duels, and I don't think they were ready for that operator. They started to take a look at other sites, hoping there was a bit more space there, but immediately was met with a headshot, and there's only 2 of them right now. They don't even have much information to work with at this point in time, and I'm not sure what they can do.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to say the least. I mean, given their utility right now as well, no flashes, no nothing, only nano swarms. It's going to come down to the quick fundamentals of the game, which of course favor NTK with operator right now. Crosshair placement is perfect though for Lua, and he still finds the 3rd kill, able to get on the site, but unfortunately at the cost of health. He's down to 11 HP. Almost got hurt by the shock there as well, but he will be able to secure the plant. Another 0 point gets sent out. He knows they're on the other side, but stuck in the reload animation. Mouth will be the one to consume him. And of course, BAAM takes the defuse, turns back 2-4.
I think Lua made the best out of a sticky situation for him. It was a 1v4. Took 2 down, was still able to get the spike for that those bonus creds. Just making it a little bit better for his team. Like, their economy is great. 300 makes it even better. Just keeping a little bit of those creds really just makes it better for the team in the long run, and especially for just getting the first round loss bonus. There's not gonna be much money coming in, so great play from Lua there. Exactly. There's a funny one. The Killjoy does a penguin spray and then dies to an operator.
I wholeheartedly agree though, because 300 credits from a spike plant, that could be a piece of utility that you sorely need for your execute. But of course, the main thing that GA has to work against right now is the operators, and apparently just by smoking out the entire site, you will be able to nullify those tools. And of course, they managed to make their way onto site, but not that safe though, as Mouth still sends those giant laser beams to take out one, and that's Float. So now they might have control over the site, but they have to be ready for what's coming.
Yeah, they have to definitely be ready. Like you mentioned, that extra. Oh my god, utility kills. Mouth also finds a shock dart kill onto Lua, and right now, Ghetto Artists are down 3v5. Baby Blue gets one. Oh, gets a second as well. Gets a third. Ghetto Artists, how are they holding this? It's all down to Pina right now, who's going up market.
Oh no, and unfortunately the duel just does not favor him, as he has to swing his crosshair to clear out the corners. And it's just an unfortunate coincidence for BAAM, as every single player, with the exception of Pina, went all the way from spawn. They just bunched up together for the perfect spray down from Baby Blue, from Lua, and all they had to do was to spray transfer. Every single kill was easily gotten by GA in that round. So 5-2 now, and economy once again broken for BAAM.
Yeah, and it's a reset for them as well. And one thing to note, why the retake looked so difficult for BAAM was that they had two operators. They both missed their shots onto Baby Blue as well. And just so easy for Baby Blue to take them down after those
fast. And it's, again, the same exact smokes. Nebula's up over by Market and Spawn, and then the Cloudburst up onto Boathouse. I mean, Canoe, excuse me. He shuts the door, and of course, this time around, it's just BAAM trying to adjust around this, trying to find some duels. They're actually able to take down 3. Unfortunately, though, they will not be able to retrieve the weapons. So at the very least, BAAM, all they can do is to hold down the angles. GA still has control over the site.
Yeah, it's costly for Ghetto Artists, but still, they have the gun advantage right now. 2 Vandals, no guns recovered for the side of BAAM. They can't even move up. He's just waiting for Astra to come back, and Pina actually finds an angle, gets one.
This is winnable.
Bea gets the headshot, 1v1. Just needs a headshot, but Bea, quicker on the trigger, finishes off Dorf, and Ghetto Artists are off to a blazing hot start.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit too eager, went for the peak, and unfortunately, of course, the opposing player was already prepared for that. At the same time, you gotta credit the efforts for them by being able to take it down to a one-on-one. Almost winnable by BAAM, but unfortunately GA still taking that round, and now they are on a roll. 2 rounds in a row means their economy is already pretty darn comfortable, and of course the timeout being called, I have to assume, by BAAM.
Yeah, definitely. They're in a big deficit right now, and like I mentioned, Ghetto Artists, they know what they're doing. You mentioned it's the exact same smokes, but if it ain't broke, why fix it? Like, it's just working out for them. I think that the round that they actually just lost was when they actually tried to play slow. So they just turned it up again. And then look at BAAM right now. They just can't seem to hold against these executes from Ghetto Artists. Like, maybe right now they're talking about how to settle that, because on B, like, they tried to let them in, they couldn't go for the retake. On A, likewise, same thing. Like, they lose some members when they try to hold.
Yes.
So what's the best way to do that?
That's such a funny thing, too, because the past couple rounds, it has been GA just diving straight into the B site. This time, just based on how you see them positioned on the minimap, you can guess that GA is trying to go for a quick execute onto the A site. Of course, Dorf will be the first point of contact for that one, but unfortunately, I don't think he has that much support. Maybe Pino with the one-way Nebula, but that's about it. At the same time, though, it's just how can you actually deal with these smokes? Because GA, they have a need for speed. It's getting slowed down by the star placement coming in from Pina, though, and which is why he's such a superb Astra player. But here it comes. It's just a Cosmic Divide, and they instantly make their way in. Oh, flank. It's being watched as well by Bea. He gets the first one, anticipates the second, but Nathal makes it a quick trade.
1 for 1, still good enough. They're able to suss out that someone is there, and Lua finishes off that flank. 4v3 right now, and this Cosmic Divide is doing so much work and buying so much time for Ghetto Artists.
That said, though, It just doesn't work out so well for BAM. Even the counter-gravity well right now, it just lures them in. And of course, the one to spring the trap will be Baby Blue, finishing things off and basically earning his Blade Storm now. 7-2 Marquis, and it does not look good for BAM at all.
Not at all, and Ghetto Artists are playing at breakneck speeds. BAM, they already tried to use a timeout to try to slow them down, but this momentum, they just built so much of it up. Baby Blue is not being slowed down at all. Holding W to those sites, opening things up for his team. The utility usage from the supports as well. Just so good from Ghetto Artists, and BAM do not have the answers right now.
Oh my god, they're doing the same thing again. The smokes come up, the stars, he's just gonna cloud burst. This time, not so much the cloud burst as he goes for the Blaze Storm instantly onto the site, but Nathong makes it a quick trade as he was prepared for it. Now anticipating the push coming in from lane, but unfortunately not quite able to land the shots. It gives control once more to GA. BAM are trying to pull off some flanks though, but it's just not working out that well. And this time again, firepower is the problem. They just can't quite find these favorable duels. And now Lua holding the angle down. The teammates there to back him up as well. It's a firefight that completely goes the way of GA. And 8-2 Marquis. Oh my god.
This is insane.
I'm about to cry.
It feels like Ghetto Artists, like maybe their parents are telling them like, it's time to go to sleep, everybody. Like,
no,
you have to wrap up by 10:30, and they're like, okay, let's speedrun this game easy. You're like 8-2 right now, and they're playing at such breakneck speeds. It's like they have such a good read over BAM and just overwhelming them every single time with better execution, better aim, and better clearing of angles. And I think BAM have not figured out how to slow this down.
I mean, they even called into the timeout. Raph and Asteroid just a couple days ago, they were talking about this, that BAM, they had a pretty good showing in stage 1. They have the potential to adapt to plays, but this time around, GA's just so incredibly fast. The position switching around this time, though, hiding up over by logs, they try to make something happen. It might just work out. Mouth able to get the first, but here comes Lua. Itao just up over by Canoe as well. The perfect corner that doesn't get checked. Goes in for the spray transfer. Not able to connect onto NTK, but still now down to a 1-on-1. Swaps weapons to a Phantom, anticipates the push coming from lane, but Float is just on the other side. NTK walks back in, he gets the close range duel, and BAM turned this thing back around.
And that was so close for Lua, was almost able to convert that triple, just was not able to get that spray transfer onto the third one. Switched out to the classic, but was not able to dodge the shot from NTK. I think if he dodged that off shot, if NTK just missed one shot, would have been over. But they stemmed the bleeding a little bit, but still, Ghetto Artists, they look like they were in control all the way till the end there.
Very much so. I mean, you have to agree. Just look at the number of plays coming in from GA. The positioning, once they even get onto site, says something. I mean, they don't just stream onto site itself. They don't go for Boathouse. They go for these corners that you just don't really expect. And BAM, they're not really expecting the unexpected. And right now, it's hurting them a lot. As cliche as that sounds, it just doesn't work out. Of course, though, this time around, the early Nebula coming out. But it is a fake, like you've so adequately pointed out, Marquis. The lockdown, they think it's coming towards B, but all the players headed towards A. NTK will be the bastion of the site. Let's 2 perfect op shots. Swaps to the Blaze Storm, gets the third, and now the spike has been dropped.
Ghetto Artists have finally found their match, and it is just one man. NTK with the sniper rifles was doing this with the Marshall earlier, with the Blade Storm as well for the third kill, and Ghetto Artists have been stopped dead in their tracks.
Still, though, able to retrieve and recover. Now it's a question of how do you actually go back in to dismantle the site, the defenses. How do you force them out of their positions? Because NTK has this whole thing under lock and key. No way you make that crossing without getting tagged by NTK.
Oh,
there's the shot.
Yes. Oh, no ace. The ace was denied by Lua, but NTK, great heroics from him, keeping BAM in this game. 4-8, still a respectable scoreline, especially after that 8-2 start from Ghetto Artists. But our Ghetto Artists getting away with so many things.
They truly are. I mean, that's what makes them Ghetto. They go in for that drive-by. They don't care about the law. They don't care about procedure. They just dive into sight. It takes a crazy talented sniper like NTK to stop them in their tracks. So 4-8 is the score at the end of the first half. And now as we go on into the second, how can BAAM actually recover from this? Because we haven't really seen GA defend yet. We know how crazy they are on the attack, but just talking about contact plays, how do you think this second half will go, Marquis?
I think GA will probably be a little bit more aggressive in terms of looking for more information. That's how they like to play, especially with Baby Blue and Lua being such absolute aim gods. I think they're going to try to look for a little bit of that information. So I think on a map like Ascent, getting that information is crucial to ensure that your rotations come out in time. I think that's what BAAM really lacked, because they could not get any information. They did not have any mid control at all. In fact, they just played set defaults on both sides. Mid was actually entirely uncontested, because Ghetto artists just loved going from A or B main anyway. So mid control, I think, might be the difference maker here. I don't know if BAAM are looking to take control of that middle in this second half, or GA might be the ones who completely control that middle. But I think that GA will probably look to flank a bit more. They're running a bit more confident here. You can tell that they feel like they're the better team, especially for Baby Blue and Lua. They're just taking the duels when they want to, and they're getting away with it. So I feel like they're just going to look for that information actively.
The way that they get away with so much is just absolutely incredible. It's a crime.
Did you say get away?
Get away.
Get away? I'm not sure if that's. I thought you meant that, but no. They're definitely getting away with so many things.
Get away. But of course, I think you do have a point. Just because they're that confident now, they might actually push out a lot more. But judging by their positions, I don't think that's going to be the case, at least for this first round. BAAM, on the other hand, they definitely need to make something happen. Otherwise, this could go completely wrong. And the shock dart just lands onto 3 players. Not a good start.
Any angle. That's what Sova likes to say. And it's so good. The reads are just perfect. And 3 of them are tagged really low. Dorf is just 1 bullet away from getting taken out of this round. Same for Nathong. If it takes a share of shots to the head. Lua with a fragment. Oh my gosh. A headshot from Itao as well. The fragment finishes off Dorf. And the hold is just so good. They also take down the rest of BAAM. And it's looking pretty flawless right now. All down to Mouth, who stands no chance at all.
He's just
running right click.
Running right click, exactly. He's just holding down W, maybe A and D a little bit, but then just spamming right click, and it still hits him. And that's how comfortable GA are. They don't even care that much. Their positioning is so good. And this is the thing about playing these contact plays. It's just waiting for that first point of contact, like you mentioned before, just waiting for information and then playing off of it. They're leapfrogging backwards, bound to bound. Every single time BAAM makes a move, GA has a trap in store, whether it's Yital on the other side of the site or the fragment coming in. This time around, BAAM are just playing straight into GA, and it's not going to look too good. NTK trying to do something with a Marshall, though, able to tag Baby Blue down.
Yeah, bit of a risky buy there, but still GA have the sheer firepower here. The rest of BAAM don't actually have the guns for this. They know. They just don't need to peek NTK. He's really sharp as a sniper, and with that Marshall, could be very deadly. Baby Blue tried to challenge that, but once he knew that there was a Marshall there, he just backed out.
Absolutely, especially since he's tagged down to 50 as well. That said, NTK and Baby Blue, they have been the star duelists, but right now it seems like Lua wants a piece of that pie, comes back in for a little bit of a swing, gets the second as well. Might be tagged down to 72, but he's still good for a couple more. Baby Blue is just peeking for information. They know that there's something going on over by mid-link. Nathong is that thing, and he's still able to land a shot with the Headhunter.
Yeah, getting the headshot was great, but Lua might still find more blood here as he gets a 3rd kill, tries to go for a 4th, but that Spectre spray with only a tiny head to aim at with that corner, it's just a bit too difficult. Nathong gets the kill, and BAAM look to plant on this A site.
Oh my god. Well, it just might work out. With 15 seconds left, they will be able to get the spike down, and they have some weapons right now. Fortunately, even with all the information that GA has, sometimes the duels just favor BAM if they are sharp enough. That said, though, with the spike down and Nathong down to 36 HP, all GA really needs to do is to surround and swarm down hell right now, and Bia landing the first shot will be able to do the trick, but NTK comes up huge with a 1v2 clutch, spraying with the Spectre like nobody's business.
They had no business winning that. I thought they were trapped for sure, but NTK with the spray from the Spectre transfers the spray as well to complete the clutch. I thought Ghetto Artists had this round. They had a man advantage. I don't think they were disciplined enough to just not peek after this, and Lua was in a do or die position after that. Even took the duel against Nathong, and a little bit of that antsiness trying to close this round out cost him the round. NTK with the transfer, keeping BAM into this game. NTK is really the hero right now for BAM.
Yeah, it's such a fast and sharp mechanical aim that actually saved him from elimination in that situation, as it was just a microsecond within the peaks. And right now, Nathong coming into play as well, holding the angles, expecting GA to push out. They're able to take out 3. 2 players coming in from GA are all that remain, and they are still looking for these duels. They know where these players are, but they can't quite out-duel them given the weaponry that they have.
Yeah, look at NTK, still hungry, still looking for Baby Blue, and he gets the kill as well. BAM making it closer. It's 6-9 right now, and BAM are starting to look like they're finding their footing into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Conky was talking about this earlier on, or was it Komodo? But, you know, frags aren't necessarily everything, but in this specific round, when it's a bit of a, somewhat of an anti-eco, it's just a second round, you have those guns that you upgraded just because from the previous round that they actually won, surprisingly, they're able to go hunting. And now NTK has basically taken the lead in terms of kills. So back to it again. Duelist versus duelist. Baby Blue versus NTK. BAM just might be a little bit more comfortable on the attacking side. That said, though, take a look at Lua's position. He's been smoked off, but once the smoke goes down, he might be able to collect on information up over by mid-link.
Yeah, he loves playing this spot, and he's playing up close on that smoke as NTK threads the needle. Gets that headshot off of that
one
angle.
Knife left.
Even gets another hit, but 1 knife left. But we've seen some plays with just 1 knife. It's enough for some of them, but Itao gets to Lua, peeks out as well, punishes Dorf. All down to NTK and Pina right now, as they go for another 1-for-1 trade, and it's all down to Pina. Ghetto Artists have gotten away with yet another heist. 9 HP on Pina right now. Tries to jump over that fragment, but Baby Blue is already there. Finishes her off, and
just
all right,
just a little bit of a tango, you know, back and forth with your opponent's course. All good, all good. But 10-6 is the score marquee, and just to remind everyone, this is the GA's map pick on Ascent. After this would be Icebox. That's BAM's map pick. Who knows how that's gonna go? I mean, GA are just so incredibly fast. No matter what you throw at them, each and every single one of their players are mechanically skilled enough to go in for these duels. They're confident enough to make these things happen, despite losing some duels at times. They're still going in for them and getting information in that process, which is why they know exactly where the final player will be positioned towards the end of the round. And every single time they do this, BAM are just forced to sit down and think, which is why this timeout is being called.
Yeah, that's the second timeout for BAM as well. They call one in the first half, another in the second half right now, because they definitely feel they're losing grasp on control over this game. Like, Ghetto Artists are just having their way. They've got their paint brushes out. They're painting the town red with BAM's blood. Right now, Ascent just looks so bloody because BAM, they're not standing a chance on GA whenever they're feeling it. Like, GA are just getting away with so many things. Even in this round, the round that just transpired, it looked like GA just figured out what BAM was doing and then just took control over that round.
That's exactly what they do. The way that they take control off of initial information. This time around, confirming that players from BAAM are positioned over by mid link. Which is why we see Baby Blue just hiding over by Pizza. You might be able to hear something as well, and we start to see Lua making a move for it. He knows that there's something coming towards Tree, tosses out the fragment, backs up onto site, and Etao is just preparing for this. Goes in for the check, and he knows it's clear, and that's why now we see B positioned towards B. They know the hit's coming now, and all they gotta do is just wait. Going in for those sprays, though, they are not quite connecting just yet. The Cloudburst able to secure safe passage, but how long does this really last? About 5 seconds, and they managed to make their way onto site, but sustaining so much damage in that process. Here comes the spray. Float QQ with a double kill, and now 2 players left coming in from BAAM, all the way from B main, all the way from Market. They will not be able to survive, and GA claim the 11th.
BAAM feel like they're in their heads a little bit too much right now. They couldn't decide which side to go for. Wanted to go for that mid to B execute, but they did not have the proper utilities, the proper timing, the proper execute to clear that site and get that spike down cleanly. They just got executed as they went in. They weren't even looking at Catwalk, and Float QQ was allowed to get away with a double kill for free.
Oh my god. And that movement from Baby Blue as well.
Let's play.
He got the blade sword now. And here comes the Nebula. They want to contest this. They've gotten the information already, and that is enough. That's all GA needs to set up defenses for the remainder of the round. Alarm bot over by Market, and that blocks out mid. You've got turrets over by B main, that's all they need. 3 players up over by A, and that secures the entire map.
Yeah, they definitely have the information. Mid is the one a little bit open right now, but the spike for BAAM is actually all the way on their spawn. So right now, even if they wanted to pull off and execute, they can't do that. So they're just playing for slow defaults. As Lua, getting a little bit too curious, peeks out, does not get the kill. As NDK actually passed through already. A little bit of a lapse in discipline there for GA.
Wow.
But Baby Blue is going to make it even. Gets 1 kill, but gets tagged down 30.
So if you had to make a guess, and you're on the side of GA right now, you would probably think it's headed towards B, just because there hasn't been any movement on A site ever since the initial push, which is why we see them moving right now. But this is also why I like seeing this from BAAM, because taking it a little bit slower just gives them enough to take down a little bit of utility, take down a little bit of players, and now they have numbers advantage. It's down to 3-on-1, and it's all up to Etao. He doesn't have any more stars as well, except for that last one. So how do you deal against 3 players on the other side, especially when all of them have ultimates? I don't think they're going to use it right now, but still, it's really difficult for him to duel against this, which is why he's backing up and just looking for exit frags at this point.
Yeah, just probably looking to save that Phantom. Ghetto artists, they haven't really been building that economy because they've been losing a lot of players. They've been securing the rounds, but BAAM has made it pretty expensive. So they're not getting away with the same shenanigans as they have in the first half. BAAM has won 2 rounds right now at this point in this second half, and they're looking to secure more. Gets the third. Oh, Natong was ready for that. Immediately takes out Etao. And BAAM get away with 3 guns as well. The game is actually looking closer than I would have expected when I looked at the first half score. But you know what? Ghetto artists, they found ways. They found ways to just take control.
They definitely have. I mean, they force control, you might even say. That's how GA plays it. But looking at how BAAM are starting to adjust to it, I don't want to jinx it yet because it's still a 4-round deficit, but they are certainly starting to adapt to however GA plays. Now with economy not looking too good on their side, they're completely evacuating the A side. In fact, making a gamble that it's coming towards B. So unfortunately, the call isn't exactly accurate. They might have forfeited the site, but they get to go in for that 5v5 retake.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this 5v5 retake, especially without BAAM is positioned. I think that actually I would give GA the advantage here because I think that BAAM are really a little bit too deep into their heads. They're expecting a flank, but they're actually all going to the site already. If they lose members before the rotates come in from Pina, all the way on their spawn, this might be dicey.
Oh no.
Ghetto artists are executing.
It's incredibly important that NTK does everything. Unfortunately, he's the first to fall. Nathong will be the next one as well. And now the rest of them all separated over by a main. Pina has to be the one to collapse on all of this. Able to get the first, gets the second as well, and then the third! Able to take down the spike diffuser and saves his team for one more round. 8-11 we go.
Well, BAAM are proving me wrong. I thought that position was just a little bit too far, a little bit too much, but Pina came in just in time. Ghetto artists were not able to watch their backs. They didn't have any way to figure out there was a flank coming in from tree, and Pina takes advantage of that situation and finishes the rest of Ghetto artists off.
Just incredibly smart adaptations. It came really close, I'm not gonna lie. Pina did not find those frags. This would have been match point, but unfortunately for GA, it's the opposite. But here comes Baby Blue now, just dancing, floating up into the air, getting that first head. One of the star fraggers from BAAM gone off the roster, and that's just numbers advantage. Despite that, though, GA does not have the best firepower, which is why they're going to have to bank on all of these cheeky maneuvers in order to make this round work.
Yeah, and they're actually making a read that it might be on B, but BAAM have chosen that A site, and right now BAAM seems to be choosing the right sites every single time. They have such a better read over the map right now, over Ghetto artists who have been taking gambles and have lost the second gamble.
I mean, Baby Blue could just slowly make his way all the way to the top of mid, pick up that weapon, if he can deal with Pina, and that just gives GA a better chance at this. The lockdown gives them the sight, and of course it comes back down to this play where BAAM has to make something happen. Unfortunately, Pina looks away because of the lockdown. They think that there are players pushing onto site, and they are absolutely right. NTK is the last one left alive, able to spray down two, but unfortunately the defuse has gone underway. GA doesn't even need to be on the site, just a lockdown, an initial frag, and they secure match point. The final kill as well. Oh my goodness.
I don't know how they did it. Off of the kill from Baby Blue, the retake on a thrifty round. Just the timing from Pina. Wanted to use that utility to deny the diffuser, but Baby Blue was there in time to put a knife on the back of his head. NTK just did not have the time to swing and save his team from losing that round.
I can't believe it. This is absurd. It almost feels like they intentionally left A side open because they knew they could make that play happen. And that's it.
It just came down to the very perfect execution from them. It felt like they're a team of James Bond, and they just went in with their classics, with their ghosts, and they just go in, and then suddenly mission accomplished. So we saved the day. Spike is diffused, and Ghetto artists they're on match point. They have the better guns as well. For BAAM, they've had to compromise a little bit. 2 Bulldogs, some light armor. Dorf now without armor, as he takes a bullet as well.
And again, this is match point, and that's why BAAM is playing a lot more slowly than before. They're going back into their old usual habits, and this is something that GA reads perfectly. Yitao is already on site, and he's prepared to anchor this down. They continue to stream through, and Lua hears all of these footsteps. They still go forward, though, and they're able to find some numbers in the process. Unfortunately, Mouth is down to 4 HP, which means Nathong has to be the one to stay alive. He has to be the one to make this happen. Mouth, oh no! Narrowly avoiding the Hunter Sword. He turns around, but the double peek catches him in the back. Float QQ will be the one to close this out, and GA collect on their own map pick, 13-8.
That Hunter's Fury, you know what? It seemed pretty close, 13-8. It seemed like you could see that from just the scoreline. Okay, maybe it's pretty close, but Ghetto artists, whenever they win rounds, it looks like they win rounds so decisively. Like they just get away with what they want to do.